Chapter 4196, Dragon Claw. Palace Master, you called for me. Long Chen was shocked. The Palace Master was still in a meditative state, but he was talking to him. Give me a drop of dragon blood, said the Palace Master. Oh, all right. Long Chen flicked a drop of golden blood off of his finger, and it suddenly curved midway. Instead of going toward the Palace Master, it flew toward one of the characters on the bone steel he was facing. As a result, that character brightened. Following that, the Palace Master's aura changed and battle intent erupted out of him. But all of a sudden, the Palace Master spat out blood, startling Long Chen. Palace Master, are you alright? Ha ha ha. The Palace Master laughed, his eyes ablaze with battle intent resembling a fervent fire. He didn't respond and continued to meditate. After a while, he spat out blood once more, but then he reabsorbed it. Every time he spat out blood, his face was covered in delight, as if he enjoyed this feeling. Long Chen couldn't figure it out. Just what was the Palace Master doing? However, since the latter didn't speak, he didn't ask about it. Long Chen then continued comprehending the other immortal characters. All of a sudden, he looked at one of the characters on the bone steel in front of the Palace Master. There weren't that many there, and the characters were drawn crudely. Dragon Claw. As he looked at one particular character, these two words instinctively escaped his lips. It was as if, upon observing that character, he was seized by a sudden insight and naturally uttered its name. Furthermore, the moment Long Chen read it, he naturally hooked his fingers into the form of a dragon claw. Could it be that this dragon bone steel has the record of the dragon race's best techniques? Long Chen was delighted by this discovery. He directly abandoned the other immortal characters and focused on this one. When Long Chen's mind sank into a certain stroke of this character, a sudden sharp astral wind accompanied by an overwhelming sense of imminent danger surged around him. The next moment, the dragon scale armor on Long Chen's chest shattered, causing blood to spray forth. He was blown back, smashing into the wall, and stars spun in his vision from the powerful impact. Long Chen was shocked and then glanced down at his chest. He saw that his chest looked like it had been clawed. Without the dragon armor protecting him, he'd have been torn apart by this terrifying attack. Long Chen was dumbfounded as he didn't know what had just happened. The moment he entered that world, an intense sensation of danger made him instinctively leave. It had to be known that Long Chen's physical body was incomparably powerful after being guided through the dragon soul body forging art by the dragon expert. Furthermore, he was in the Dragon King battle armor state. Even a World King divine item would not be able to harm in the slightest. However, such terrifying defenses were torn through like paper in front of that attack. It was quite the blow for Long Chen. Fortunately, Long Chen had an immense amount of life energy in the primal chaos space to draw on, and his wounds instantly healed. As for the blood that had sprayed out of him, he recalled it. Although he was injured, it didn't affect him. Gathering the blood was something he was inspired to do by the Palace Master. Seeing the Palace Master surrounded by a layer of divine radiance, it seemed that he was surrounded by a barrier of fresh blood. The blood that he spat out would automatically be gathered, resulting in him taking no loss. Long Chen tried to comprehend that immortal character once more and entered that strange space again. This time, he was prepared, and the moment he entered, he summoned his Kunpeng wings. As a result, Long Chen once more shot back, his chest subjected to another vicious clawing. This time, the impact was so severe that Long Chen almost coughed up blood. In that strange space, when he tried to summon the Kunpeng wings, he was shocked to find that he couldn't. Furthermore, he barely saw a claw appear before he was struck. Perhaps it is forbidden to use other divine abilities in that space, concluded Long Chen. Long Chen once more tried it. This time, he raised his focus to the absolute peak and saw the claw clearly. Long Chen let out a grunt. His own claw was almost blasted apart by this dragon claw. However, what he saw this time left him astonished. It was a golden dragon claw. Moreover, its aura resonated in the immortal king realm, much like his own. In other words, this was the claw of a dragon king. However, despite being in the same realm, despite it being the same dragon claw, Long Chen's dragon claw was like a chicken claw in front of it. Just then, the space beside him quivered. He let out a roar, and without hesitation, sent out a kick. Long Chen's timing was impeccable, and he delivered a powerful kick to the dragon claw that materialized beside him. In return, he experienced a searing pain in his foot, as it was almost blown apart by this claw. Just then, Long Chen felt a terrifying sensation of death envelop him. He instantly retreated from this space, feeling something wet on his forehead. It was his blood. In an instant, Long Chen found himself covered in cold sweat. His scalp had been torn open. Any delay, and his head would have been destroyed. How can this be? No matter how strong a true dragon is, it's still just in the Dragon King realm. If the realm is the same, how is there such a difference? Long Chen looked at his bloody palm and foot. He couldn't believe it. Ever since he had cultivated the dragon soul body forging art, his physical body had reached a point where he could look down on the rest of the world. Even the demonic beast race that was so proud of their physical strength couldn't compare to him. However, today, Long Chen was given a ruthless blow. In front of a true dragon, he was unable to endure a single blow. That is the true dragon from the Primal Chaos era. Born from Primal Chaos, it possesses a physical body that can be described as perfect. It cannot be compared to a true dragon of the current era, said the dragon expert suddenly. This explanation made Long Chen feel much better. After all, the era and the laws were different. It wasn't that Long Chen wasn't outstanding enough, rather, he had missed that golden era. However, even if it is the true dragon of the Primal Chaos era, you possess my unique dragon soul body forging art. Your power is not inferior to it. The reason you are losing is because you are stupid and careless. I thought that you were smart before, but now I find that I was wrong, said the dragon expert irritably. Long Chen was startled. Just how had he been stupid and careless? The dragon expert remained silent, a hint of disappointment and anger emanating from its presence. It seemed to be telling him to figure it out himself. Since Long Chen couldn't figure it out, he could only take a deep breath and try again. Once more, he entered the world inside the immortal character. Chapter 4197, The Dragon Expert's Instructions. Long Chen persistently battled against the dragon claw, resulting in him being draped in painful, bloody wounds. His determination drove him to relentlessly press on in the fight. He had gone from barely enduring a few blows to now lasting dozens of exchanges. It could be said that he had brushed against death countless times. Throughout this ordeal, he was dancing on the blade of the death god. Idiot, what are you doing? One slip and you'll die. Why don't you understand it yet? Finally, the dragon expert couldn't endure it anymore and cursed at Long Chen. Long Chen had just gone through an intense fight and was in the midst of healing. Originally, he had been quite pleased with himself, thinking that he had made great improvements by being able to last this long. Did you fail to notice that its attack consisted solely of the dragon claw, not the entire dragon body? The dragon expert demanded. Yes, Long Chen could only thicken his face. And why is that? Asked the dragon expert. Long Chen was dumbfounded. How was he supposed to know? All he knew was that when he entered this space, that dragon claw would randomly attack him. He could only face it passively. Long Chen blindly guessed, because it hid its body. Idiot. The dragon expert was speechless. You really are a fool. Its body isn't there as a hint. All of its power is concentrated in the dragon claw, so this claw is unstoppable, tearing through heaven and earth, leaving no openings. If you want to attack its body, you must first defeat this claw. Your human race often says that you must be skilled in both offense and defense. But to our dragon race, that's dogshit logic. If you are strong enough, your opponent can only defend. How would they have a chance to attack you? If you split your power, you end up with a weak offense and amateur defense. How could anyone accomplish anything big with such a power distribution? Hearing the dragon expert's words, Long Chen was instantly enlightened. This principle was similar to that of sword cultivators. One stroke of their sword contained their full heart and spirit, as they focused entirely on offense. If their opponent could block their killing blow, then it proved that their opponent was simply stronger, and you had lost. Even if you launched a second blow, it would change nothing. If you were stronger than your opponent, then one stroke of your sword would decide life and death. Why bother with defense then? The dragon race's divine abilities walked a similarly domineering path. All people who walked this path had to be extremely confident in themselves. You fool, I even warned you, and you still fought like an idiot. Did you think stalling for time meant that you were improving? You already went off on the wrong path. The more you think about blocking its next attack in order to drag out the battle, the more it proves your lack of confidence. You don't even have the determination to defeat your opponent, which signifies that you don't have the confidence to win. Without that confidence, why bother cultivating? The dragon expert grew even angrier as it explained, only a bit off from cursing Long Chen. "Senior, please give me your pointers." Long Chen obediently admitted his mistakes. Long Chen berated himself as well. When did this happen? It felt like his head had really become slow, not being able to see such an obvious thing. It seemed that he really had become a fool. The dragon expert finally stopped cursing when Long Chen admitted his mistakes. It also stopped speaking to him. Having regained his composure, Long Chen took a deep breath. After bringing his essence, qi, and spirit to their peak condition, he once more entered the space within the immortal character. Long Chen let out a resounding roar, his entire body radiating a brilliant glow. At the same time, the 108,000 dragon scales on his body ignited, their runes flowing like a powerful tide into his palm. This time, Long Chen didn't hold back. With all his dragon power concentrated into this claw, it became a claw that would either break through all obstacles or die trying. With a heaven-shaking explosion, the opposing dragon claw exploded, and Long Chen's hand was blown into a bloody pulp. Long Chen then retreated from that space. Looking at his hand, he was pleasantly surprised. He had managed to shatter that terrifying dragon claw. The dragon expert said, "There's nothing to be excited about. The circulation of your energy was incorrect, so your power was not concentrated enough. After all, you cannot concentrate this power by just compressing it into the dragon claw. Your dragon claw must be the one summoning all your power. The order is wrong. First comes the dragon claw, then comes the support of the dragon power. Only then can you reach the realm of attacking as you will, your power flowing with your heart. In a clash between experts, 1,000 things can occur in an instant. Others won't give you time to accumulate power. Thus, you must be able to unleash the dragon claw the moment you need to, making your full body's power flow with your will. As soon as you will it, your power is there. Remember, aim and shoot, not shoot and aim. If you cannot reach this point, you will not set foot in the realm of experts. Right now, you are distracted by too many things, so your head is not focused enough. You should remember, no matter what era it is, power is always number one. Your focus must be on cultivation. Thus, don't waste time on ephemeral things that are not real. Even if you manage to see through them, if you don't have enough power, it is still meaningless. Ephemeral things that were not real. Upon hearing this, Long Chen's heart shook. He seemed to understand what the dragon expert was referring to. However, these words also gave him a sense of alarm. Without realizing it, his perception had actually fallen. He had to be vigilant and focus more on cultivation. Long Chen then extended a claw. However, he was still used to pouring his energy into his arm. In other words, he was still mobilizing his power before unleashing the claw. According to the dragon expert, that was a mistake. He should instead directly unleash the claw, and his power would naturally follow. However, this was contrary to Long Chen's habit when fighting, so he would need to break his habit first. Even so, once a habit was formed, it was difficult to break. Thus, Long Chen was constantly unleashing his claws to find that feeling. The dragon expert didn't say any more thing and allowed Long Chen to keep practicing. Fortunately, while this habit was deeply ingrained in him, he hadn't been training in the Cloud Dragon Immolation Claw for long, so he could still break this habit for this technique. Changing it was still difficult though, but after a few thousand attempts, Long Chen gradually began to grasp this feeling. As soon as Long Chen grasped it, he felt much more confident. With each subsequent practice, his claw strikes began to release piercing whistling gusts, gradually transforming into ear-splitting sound explosions. The sound explosions intensified to the point where they rattled his ears, but their rumbling eventually subsided. The ear-piercing explosive sounds and the whistling winds gradually dissipated as well. However, at that point, Long Chen's claws were already leaving tears in the void, looking as if they would claw the void apart. His dragon scales then began to turn dim, all of their power naturally flowing into his claw. Long Chen was lost in this state. It felt like this claw encapsulated all the essence of the paragon techniques of the world. It was as if learning this one move was equal to controlling the entire world. What Long Chen didn't know was that as he repeatedly practiced this technique, the dragon expert who had been cursing angrily was murmuring to itself. This little fellow's comprehension is really terrifying. One pointer was all he needed. There's no need for me to even teach him the second realm of the dragon soul body forging art. Hehe, this Sage King convention will be interesting. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. All lifeforms are game pieces, but these game pieces might not be so easy to control. Chapter 4198, Mastery of the Cloud Dragon Immolation Claw. Within the space of the immortal character, a resounding explosion rocked the heavens as Long Chen unleashed his claw in a seemingly casual manner. The dragon claw that had always sneak attacked him in this space was shattered, while Long Chen was completely unharmed. Whenever the dragon claw reappeared, Long Chen's claws fought it off, causing the void to be torn apart repeatedly. This space seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Long Chen roared, his dragon blood boiling inside of him at full power. This feeling gave Long Chen an unprecedented carefree feeling. Before this, Long Chen had only been capable of unleashing his dragon power in the simplest, crudest methods. He had been like someone with endless wealth who didn't know how to spend his money. But then, with the dragon expert's guidance, Long Chen finally learned how to spend his money. Every attack now was brimmed with full power. It had been a long time since Long Chen had engaged in such a carefree battle. With a roar, his fingers transformed into hooks, and golden light blazed on his fingertips like 5 brilliant stars. The next moment, the world around him vanished, and Long Chen once more appeared in the palace. The immortal character's world had been forcibly torn apart by him. Ha ha ha, this is what the Cloud Dragon Immolation Claw is supposed to be. Not bad, not bad. The dragon expert's voice rang out in Long Chen's mind. This time, it was full of delight and pride. It's all thanks to Senior's pointers, said Long Chen respectfully. He truly was grateful for this expert. There's no need for such nonsense between us. Good brat, I really didn't misjudge you. The dragon expert laughed, no longer sounding the slightest bit disappointed. In truth, Long Chen's accomplishments had greatly surpassed its initial expectations. After all, Long Chen was from the human race, so for him to control the dragon race's divine abilities was as difficult as defying the heavens. The dragon expert's previous anger was actually an act to make Long Chen focus on cultivation. After all, Long Chen had many things to deal with, and his focus was being dragged in every direction. So now that Long Chen had reached the mastery of the Cloud Dragon Immolation Claw, it couldn't contain its excitement and repeatedly praised Long Chen. This praise also made Long Chen feel excited. To obtain the approval of an expert like it was an immense honor. However, Long Chen didn't dare to let himself soak in this feeling for too long. After all, he didn't want to be cursed again. He quickly looked back at the bone steel and searched for some other inheritances that he could comprehend. You don't need to look any longer. This dragon bone only has one powerful technique of the true dragon race, while the rest are divine abilities of the other dragon races. It would be meaningless for you to learn them. They might even lead you astray, said the dragon expert, seeing through his thoughts. The techniques of other dragon races. Long Chen couldn't help looking at the palace master. This little fellow is from the dark barbarian dragon race. His bloodline is very pure, but what's most remarkable is his unwavering dragon soul. It is as solid as a boulder. He even used that drop of your blood to summon the power of the true dragon in this immortal character space. He actually made his opponent even stronger than himself, said the dragon expert approvingly. He made his opponent even stronger than himself. Long Chen was shocked and looked at the palace master's large back. A profound sense of respect welled up within him. As expected, the palace master was truly terrifying. In order to get a stronger opponent, he actually asked for a drop of Long Chen's essence blood to strengthen his opponent. It was no wonder that he was injured. It was intentional, as he wanted an opponent that was even stronger than himself. There's no need for you to look at the other immortal characters. This is all the destiny you have in this place, the rest of the techniques are useless to you. Furthermore, you have reached the second level of the dragon soul body forging art. Upon mastering this technique, you have raised the mastery of all similar level techniques. In other words, you could learn any other technique now, but it wouldn't help you, said the dragon expert. Senior, since that is the case, can you transmit more divine abilities to me? Long Chen couldn't help asking. The dragon expert was incredibly mysterious. Even now, Long Chen had no idea just what kind of existence it was. If he could gain its divine abilities, perhaps he really would be unrivaled. It cannot be done, said the dragon expert helplessly. My dragon race's divine abilities have no records for you to consult. They are mostly continued through the bloodline and soul. The fact that you could learn my dragon soul body forging art is mostly thanks to luck. When it comes to my other divine abilities, you could only gain them by studying my reverse scales. I have no way of directly transmitting them to you. The dragon race's divine abilities were always transmitted through the bloodline and soul. Although it was possible for the bloodline and soul to decline over time, causing some divine abilities to be lost from the world, the runes continued to remain in the bloodline and soul. They entered a slumber to protect themselves. Eventually, they might awaken many generations later. This kind of awakening was then called an ancestral regression. Thus, cultivating the dragon race's divine abilities required that hidden power to be lying dormant in one's body first. Just like farming, there could be no harvest without first fertilizing, weeding, and watering. But all of that effort would be meaningless if you simply didn't have the land to harvest in the first place. Without the bloodline inheritance, there was no land to farm. Although Long Chen had managed to absorb true dragon essence blood, he was neither part of the dragon race, nor was he a hybrid descendant of the human race and the dragon race. Thus, for him to cultivate the dragon race's divine abilities was truly as difficult as ascending the heavens. His success in cultivating the dragon soul body forging art could already be considered a miracle. Back then, the dragon expert had been struck by enlightenment and had wanted to pass down its self-created technique. But at the time, the dragon expert had been fully prepared for the possibility of failure. In truth, Long Chen's success was almost unbelievable. However, given that the dragon soul body forging art was a self-created technique, perhaps this was why Long Chen had managed to train in it. The dragon expert could not say anything for sure. However, other than the dragon soul body forging art, the rest of its divine abilities were transmitted through the bloodline and soul. So only when one of its descendants reached the necessary realm would they have a chance to awaken these abilities. Teaching them to Long Chen was impossible. Hence, if Long Chen wanted to learn more techniques of the dragon race, he would have to comprehend them himself. Even the dragon expert couldn't help him. Hearing this, Long Chen was disappointed. If only he had managed to learn more than 3 techniques from the Dragon King reverse scale. Thinking back, he really had lost out. Just then, he sensed something behind him. Upon turning back, he was pleasantly surprised to see Bai Shishi. The current Bai Shishi had golden divine radiance flowing around her, and every step she took caused a golden lotus to bloom on the ground. Those golden lotuses were strong and kept her firmly in place. When she had come up, she had almost been blasted away by the palace master's pressure. Shishi, you came. Long Chen was delighted by her arrival. He was about to walk over when the high firmament palace swayed. Not good. Time's almost up. Chapter 4199, Martial Stage appears. Long Chen and Bai Shishi's expressions changed. Although they had known that the high firmament palace would only appear for a limited amount of time, they hadn't expected it to be this short. Bai Shishi had just comprehended 2 steel characters on the 2nd floor and came to the 3rd floor, but it was already ending. Suddenly, the pressure within the 3rd floor vanished, and the tsunami-like rumbling came to a stop. You still have 6 hours. Don't waste this time, the palace master advised. He then rose from his spot as he had stopped cultivating. Palace master. Both Long Chen and Bai Shishi could only stare at him. The palace master then patted Long Chen's shoulder. In the immortal character's world, I tested your drop of true dragon essence blood. Your future is limitless, so don't fail to live up to it. After saying that, the palace master walked away, leaving only Long Chen and Bai Shishi on the 3rd floor. Shishi, hurry, don't waste any time, said Long Chen. Bai Shishi nodded and directly walked toward the central bone steel. Upon her approach, one of its immortal characters instantly lit up. Bai Shishi's body trembled, and without delay, she entered the world within this immortal character. Seeing that Bai Shishi had entered the immortal character's world so quickly, Long Chen smiled. Bai Shishi's talent and comprehension ability were truly shocking. Although she didn't have much time, he was confident that she would make huge gains. With the palace master's departure, Long Chen had the opportunity to focus his gaze on the 3rd bone steel. However, the dragon expert had told him that he only had this much destiny here, forcibly comprehending anything else here would not benefit him. Hence, although he was a bit unwilling, he chose to hear his advice. After all, some things would come to you even if you tried to run from them, while some things wouldn't be yours no matter how hard you worked for them. Forcing it would only cause you pain. Don't feel so conflicted. These original immortal characters are not primal immortal characters, they don't even count as copies, as they came from stone rubbings. If you think you can uncover the secrets of the Julie race from these steles, I will just tell you that it is impossible. Don't even bother, said the dragon expert. Hearing that, Long Chen couldn't help sighing and felt a bit embarrassed. The dragon expert truly knew him well. If this was the case, then there was no point hesitating here. He then went back to the second floor. Here, he found that thousands of people had reached this point. Bai Shaola was present, and Long Chen was happy to see that his eyes had healed. Bai Shaola sat before one of the bone stels, with a three-colored divine radiance emanating from behind his head, accompanied by 6 different runes. Together, they were like the eye of reincarnation overlooking the world. It seemed that Bai Shaola's mother had used a secret art to help him quickly recover. If she hadn't, he would have lost this opportunity. Now, Bai Shaola's mother was beside him, but her eyes were not closed in meditation. She was silently staring at her son, her eyes full of pride and love. She was currently helping him gain this inheritance. It seemed that he had gotten quite the opportunity this time. Sha Chen, Guo Ran, Qin Feng, Qi Yu, Mu Qingyan, Luo Bing, and Luo Ning were all present on the second floor. The only ones who weren't here were Zhang Ling and Zhang Shu. Long Chen did an overview. In general, the disciples of the Battle God Palace clearly outshone the disciples of the High Firmament Academy. Moreover, the auras they radiated while delving into their immortal characters far exceeded those of the Academy's disciples. After strolling through the second floor, Long Chen checked on the first floor. There, he saw something that made his heart burst with excitement. On the first floor, tens of thousands of disciples were meditating. But what excited Long Chen was the fact that he saw many familiar faces. The Dragonblood warriors had come. When the High Firmament Palace first opened its gates, Long Chen had dispatched someone to relay a message to the Starry River sect. In the message, he instructed them to send over all the Dragonblood warriors who had arrived. Seeing his brothers seated in meditation around him, Long Chen felt his blood boiling with excitement. Many of these brothers were ones he hadn't seen in the 3,000 worlds. Long Chen conducted a quick count. There were more than 2,000 Dragonblood warriors here, and every familiar face represented a person whose name he knew. They were his brothers who had slaughtered their way out of countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood with him. However, they were all in the middle of comprehending their own opportunities, so he couldn't disturb them. After that, Long Chen directly left the High Firmament Palace and saw a veritable sea of people outside the palace. These people were still trying to get through the barrier. Despite knowing that the High Firmament Palace was about to disappear, they refused to give up. This was the cruelty of cultivation. Power was everything. Sometimes, opportunities would be right in front of you, but if you didn't have the power, you would only be able to watch as it slipped away from you. Moreover, there was nothing you could do. More often than not, you had to work as if your life was on the line to gain power just so that when such an opportunity arrived, you could firmly grasp it with all your power. That was the only way to change your destiny. The High Firmament Palace would vanish in 6 hours. However, Long Chen had left in advance due to the dragon expert's advice. Based on what it said, the Cloud Dragon Immolation Claw he had unleashed in the immortal character's space was actually a kind of power between illusion and reality. Hence, there would definitely be a difference if he were to try to unleash it in the real world, as the outside world's laws were different. That was why while everyone was busy meditating, Long Chen seized the opportunity to perfectly consolidate this technique. After all, it would be troublesome if he went to such lengths to master this technique but couldn't unleash it when the time came. Long Chen set out on his own. But just as he was looking for a place to train, countless monsters were walking out of their own territories as well. All these ancient factions had their own foundations, much like the High Firmament Palace, and they also had Tao depositories within immortal characters to safeguard their precious inheritances. This was why all the major factions would come so crazily when the Sage King Convention occurred. From the Primal Chaos era until now, countless powers had risen and fallen, resulting in the loss of many legacies. The Sage King Convention might be their only chance to awaken one of those lost inheritances. After all, the Sage King Convention's holy power was protected by the power of the heavenly Taos. These inheritances would be preserved as long as their heirs still existed. Unless all heirs to this inheritance were lost, it would remain here in their holy land. In other words, as long as the Sage King Prefecture continued to exist, even fallen powers would have a chance of emerging once again. As the countdown ticked down, more and more monsters appeared out of these holy lands. They raised their heads and roared, declaring war against all challengers. As they came out, terrifying auras rose one after another, as if they were displaying their divine might, as well as proving their determination to become the Sage King. After 6 hours had elapsed, the enormous Sage King Prefecture trembled. At the core of the Sage King Prefecture, a giant sea split apart, revealing a slowly ascending grand martial stage. Following the rise of the martial stage, vast primal chaos chi radiated all over, immersing this world in divine radiance. Every lifeform in the Sage King Prefecture was excited. The Sage King Convention is finally starting. Chapter 4200, Martial Stage Staircase. Amidst a deafening rumble, the immense martial stage ascended from the earth. Its ascent exerted tremendous force, compressing and distorting the entire prefecture, ultimately forming a ring encircling the martial stage. The martial stage was enormous, nearly matching the size of the original Sage King Prefecture. Meanwhile, the outer region of the prefecture had become a circular viewing platform. When the primal chaos chi gushed forth, a mortal mist covered the entire prefecture. With every breath, the people around experienced a profound sense of relaxation and rejuvenation in their bodies. Legend has it that every time the Sage King Convention appears, it will bring new changes to the world. Every Sage King will receive the concentration of karmic luck from the 10,000 Taos, becoming the king of the entire world. Exclaimed someone excitedly. To be able to bear witness to such an event was already an immense blessing, so everyone was excited. The various heavenly geniuses also grew restless. Meanwhile, the senior generation could only watch and sigh at the fact that they were born too early. They were not qualified to attend this Sage King Convention. Countless young disciples, on the other hand, were staring at the martial stage, their blood boiling. This martial stage belonged to them. The disciples of the High Firmament Academy quickly gathered on the edge of the martial stage. On the plaza, the palace master stood composed, looking at the martial stage calmly. Behind the palace master, Bai Zontang and the other vice palace master assembled, and further behind them stood Bai Shishi's mother, Bai Shala's mother, and a group of experts wearing the Battle God Palace's robes. Hundreds of thousands of disciples had gathered in the plaza, but when Bai Shishi, Bai Shala, and the others looked around, they didn't spot Long Chen. "What is your boss doing? Why isn't he here?" demanded Bai Shishi. "We don't know either." Guo Ran and Sha Chen were also panicking. Although they knew that the activation of the martial stage would take some time, not seeing their boss at this time worried them. The Dragonblood warriors were also anxious. Many of them had not seen Long Chen since the martial heaven continent, so they wanted to see him more than anyone. "And where is Qingshan?" asked Bai Shishi. I don't know." Guo Ran felt even more awkward now. His guess was that their boss had gone to get Yu Qingshan, but he didn't dare to say it to Bai Shishi. "When we left the Starry River sect, Big Sister Qingshan was still in seclusion. We don't know the exact details," said a Dragonblood warrior. Although Long Chen had told them all to go to the High Firmament Academy, as Yu Qingshan had been in a critical state in her seclusion, they hadn't dared to disturb her. "Oh, Big Sister Qingshan, you're here," Guo Ran suddenly called out, and everyone followed his gaze to see the white-robed Yu Qingshan walking over. Seeing Yu Qingshan, Bai Shishi tensed slightly and cupped her fists to her. Junior sister Bai Shishi greets Big Sister Qingshan. While breaking through the bottleneck of Pil Dao, Yu Qingshan was unaware of the unfolding events. Thus, when she came out, she was surprised to find that Long Chen and the others had gone. Regrettably, when she left the Starry River sect, the High Firmament Palace had also disappeared. Yu Qingshan hastily returned the greeting. "Big Sister Shishi is too courteous. Ever since our meeting in the 3,000 worlds, I've been missing you. Now that we meet again, I can see that Big Sister is shining more brightly than ever. No wonder that Long Chen is always thinking of you." Bai Shishi blushed slightly. As for this shine, Yu Qingshan seemed to be referring to how Long Chen was accompanying her. However, this response did make Bai Shishi happy. When it came to these feelings, Bai Shishi was extremely pure and inexperienced, so she believed anything that Yu Qingshan said. Up ahead, Bai Zontang and his wives couldn't help but stealthily glance back. Seeing Bai Shishi's blush, Bai Zontang instantly muttered, "She's normally so strong, but at this critical time, she gets scared. She's at a disadvantage right at the start. Since when did my beloved daughter call herself a junior?" Bai Zontang could see that Bai Shishi wasn't a match for her opponent. She was completely red after a single exchange, causing Bai Zontang to feel particularly depressed. "And what's wrong with that?" The face of Bai Shishi's mother instantly turned cold, and she viciously pinched Bai Zontang's waist. As a result, Bai Zontang's body directly straightened, the pain making him clench his teeth. These words of his had not just offended Bai Shixi's mother but also his other wife. That was because, between the two of them, there was no senior or junior. It was only because Bai Shixi's mother was 2 years older than Bai Shala's mother that the latter called her big sister. It had nothing to do with who was the first wife and who was second. However, Bai Zhantang must have a death wish. Seeing his own daughter call herself a junior irritated him. If he had just muttered it to himself, it would have been no problem, but saying it out loud in front of his wives was just asking for it. Bai Zhantang also realized that he had misspoken. Looking at their enraged gazes, he hastily admitted defeat, gesturing to them to calm down as everyone was looking. This disturbance had drawn the gazes of those around them. Even the palace master couldn't help but turn back to look at him. However, the palace master didn't say anything and just turned away. "It's fine, keep going. We didn't see anything." The other vice palace master smiled slightly and also turned away. The others then turned away with odd expressions as well, acting like they hadn't seen anything. Bai Zhantang felt betrayed. These fellows were normally his life and death brothers, but at this moment, no one helped speak up for him. "Let me make this clear, Xixi is my beloved daughter, and she has the right to pursue her own happiness. Don't cause trouble, or I won't forgive you," warned Bai Shixi's mother. Bai Zhantang immediately nodded like a chicken pecking for corn, and only then did his wives let him off. Further behind them, Bai Xixi was now holding hands and chatting with Yu Qingshan, smiling. Seeing that smile, her mother sighed with relief. Considering how prideful and aloof Bai Xixi normally was, she actually didn't have a single good friend by her side. Only Bai Shixi's mother understood the loneliness her daughter concealed beneath her tough exterior. Hence, while she was uncertain about what the future held, at this moment, she was content to see her daughter smiling so genuinely. "Big sister Xixi, where is Long Chen?" asked Yu Qingshan eventually. In truth, Yu Qingshan had wanted to ask this question ever since her arrival, but she had refrained from asking too abruptly, not wanting to offend Bai Xixi. Thus, she had patiently waited until this moment to ask. Bai Xixi, taken aback, responded, "Shouldn't Long Chen have been with you?" Just then, the martial stage quivered, and giant staircases appeared on its edges, one being quite close to the High Firmament Academy's side. As soon as those staircases appeared, countless disciples flocked toward them. Chapter 4201, in a rush to reincarnate. The staircases had appeared, which signified that the Sage King convention had finally started. The next moment, countless disciples shouted and charged toward them. "That idiot, where is he? It's starting." Bai Xixi looked around anxiously. "Big sister, don't worry, Long Chen must be doing something important for him to not be here yet. In the end, the Sage King convention depends on power to win. Whether he arrives early or late doesn't matter, as long as he gets here before it closes," said Yu Qingshan. Just as they were speaking, countless disciples already flooded toward the staircase on their side. It was quite the sight. Upon closer examination, it seemed that every race only had one staircase. On the side designated for the human race, there were numerous cultivators, and they could only go up through this one staircase. Fortunately, this staircase was big enough. Even as millions and millions of experts flooded toward it, it didn't seem too packed. These experts climbed up frantically. However, while they started off fast, they quickly slowed down. It was because ripples began to appear on top of the stairs like water, causing their speed to plummet. Suddenly, the crowd on the High Firmament Academy's plaza parted. Looking at the source of the commotion, Bai Xixi and Yu Qingshan cried out at the same time. "Long Chen, what happened to you?" Long Chen's clothes were in tatters, and there was still blood on them. It was as if he had just fought an intense battle. Bai Xixi's anger seemed to just vanish as she looked at Long Chen worriedly. "I'm fine, sorry for being late," said Long Chen. He then cupped his fists toward the palace master. The palace master nodded back, not saying anything. Only then did Long Chen look at the Dragonblood warriors. As they looked at each other, all their eyes reddened. "Good brothers, now isn't the time to reminisce. On the martial heaven continent, we swept through all our enemies, becoming the #1 legion of the continent. Today, we stand on the land of the immortal world. We will be facing countless heavenly geniuses and endless monsters, but I believe that our Dragonblood warriors can stand at the peak of this world as well. The position of the immortal world's #1 legion will belong to us," shouted Long Chen passionately as he looked at his brothers. "To us." The Dragonblood warriors roared and unleashed a heaven-shaking battle intent that moved even the palace master. Their undefeatable will rose and clashed with the very heavenly Daos, causing even the heavenly Daos to shudder. After all, the Dragonblood warriors had been following Long Chen for a long time, and every heavenly tribulation they faced was a fight against the heavenly Daos. Since they had never yielded to the heavenly Daos, their will was something ordinary heavenly geniuses couldn't compare to. Perhaps their power wasn't the strongest, but their will was definitely tougher than anyone else. Move out. Today is the day of reunion for our Dragonblood Legion. We will show the world the style of the hot-blooded men of the martial heaven continent, shouted Long Chen. Long Chen waved his hand, and the Dragonblood warriors immediately followed Long Chen to that wide staircase. The High Firmament Academy and Battle God Palace's disciples also charged over. Their group was like a long dragon yet also like a sharp blade, directly pointing at the Sage King martial stage. Fuck, what a conner. All these brats have been conned by him. No wonder my daughter would fall for his con as well, grumbled Bai Zontang upon seeing the Dragonblood warriors' passionate gazes. That's not called conning but charisma. That's the highest realm of a commander. Old Bai, you wouldn't be so petty as to be jealous of your son-in-law, right? The Vice Palace Master couldn't help interjecting. Me, jealous of him? What a joke. With his little bit of power, I don't even place him in my eyes, snorted Bai Zontang. Us brothers have been together for many years, but I can't listen to this in good conscience. Long Chen is definitely the most outstanding youngster I've seen in this lifetime. There's nothing to complain about in terms of his talent, power, or character. Just the fact that he is able to make so many powerful experts loyal to him already shows how outstanding he is. Even if none of that counts, the fact that he has the position of dean at his age, fuck, I say, old Bai, you made me say those things on purpose. You're just trying to show off. You don't really look down at Long Chen at all. The Vice Palace Master suddenly sensed something off and glared at Bai Zontang. TCH, I don't know what you're talking about, snorted Bai Zontang scornfully. However, the other Vice Palace Master still wore an expression of disbelief. Now, he understood that this brother of his was just showing off. Just as they were talking, Long Chen had led everyone to the stairs, where a group of people had gathered, waiting for him. These people stood firmly in place, yet upon spotting Long Chen, they all bowed to him in unison. They were the Starry River sect's disciples. A whole 8 million disciples had been waiting for him all this time. When the Academy's experts saw this, they were shocked. A large majority of them actually didn't know that Long Chen had a connection to the Starry River sect. Hence, upon seeing 8 million disciples of the Starry River sect bowing to him, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It had to be known that currently, the Starry River sect had assembled the largest group of disciples in the Immortal King realm from the human race, so no one dared to offend them. Seeing this scene, Bai Shishi's mother and Bai Shala's mother smiled proudly. To be acknowledged by so many people, Long Chen could be said to be worthy of Bai Shishi. Bai Shishi's vision could also be called excellent. As her mother, they were happy and proud of her. Bai Zontang still had a disdainful expression on his face, but anyone who wasn't a fool knew that this expression was faked. The Starry River sect's disciples followed closely behind Long Chen once he passed. They seemed to have reached the point of simply following him blindly, causing countless people to cast sidelong glances at them. HMPH, what significance do numbers hold? It's nothing more than a group of rabble, sneered someone from the sidelines just as Long Chen and the others set foot onto the staircase. Long Chen turned to look and his gaze instantly turned cold. The speaker belonged to a group of violet-robed disciples, led by a young man and woman whom Long Chen had encountered. They were the Violet Blood Race's Shu family. That sneer came from the girl called Shu Xin. Upon spotting her, Bai Shala was notably incensed, and an icy killing intent gleamed in his eyes. He vividly remembered their prior encounter when she had forcibly taken the violet pupil nine-tail fox, nearly causing him to lose his eyes to get it back. This lingering enmity had not faded from his memory. Are you in such a rush to reincarnate? If you really can't wait any longer, I'll send you on your way right now. Long Chen also remembered this enmity. If it weren't due to them both being from the Violet Blood race, he'd have long since killed her. Hence, for her to actually provoke him again, his fury instantly rose. Chapter 4202, Brothers Reunite. The Violet Blood race's Shu family only comprised over 20,000 people, yet each of them was an elite amongst elites. Enveloped in the aura of Violet Qi, they exuded an overwhelming presence. Their group was right beside Long Chen and the others. Seeing them come in such astounding numbers, Shu Xin'er was displeased and directly mocked them. As for Long Chen's response, it worsened the conflict. After all, Long Chen had long since made his determination to kill this loathsome woman. For some reason, Long Chen found himself growing increasingly repulsed by the Shu family. That repulsive feeling didn't seem to stem purely from Shu Xin'er injuring Bai Shala but rather from deep inside his soul or perhaps his blood. Big words. Do you think you can bully the Shu family just because you have numbers? You're too naive. Why don't you all come at me together? I, Shu Yifeng, will face all of you at once. Sneered the man beside Shu Xin'er. This man was called Shu Yifeng, and he was even more arrogant than Shu Xin'er. He directly pointed at Long Chen and the others, his eyes full of contempt. This provocation ignited a burning fury within everyone, causing Guo Ran and the rest of the group to be brimmed with murderous intent. After all, this fresh hostility was heaped upon the previous grudge before it had a chance to be resolved. Did they think that they were easy to bully? To dare to provoke my boss, you really don't know how. Death is written. The surroundings brightened a bit, as a large muscular man walked over with a spear on his back. Discover the complete story on. There wasn't a single blade of hair growing on his barren head. It was glossy, reflecting the sunlight strongly. Even with countless experts around him, he still stood out like usual. Boss Ji Yu Yang. The Dragonblood warriors let out a burst of cheers when they saw this bald man. It was Ji Yu Yang. The current Ji Yu Yang was even more muscular than he was in the 3000 worlds, and he seemed to have grown a bit taller as well. Moreover, his blood chi was like an active volcano that would erupt at any moment. There were runes tattooed all over his neck, face, and arms. Essentially, every bit of his skin that they could see was covered with runes that emitted terrifying fluctuations. Ji Yu Yang was like a beast in human form. As soon as he appeared, his explosive aura suffocated the people around him. Boss, leave this fellow to me. Let me give our brothers some encouragement, said Ji Yu Yang. Ji Yu Yang, that's wrong. You're the first captain. You should modestly decline and let your brothers deal with such matters. A burst of laughter rang out like thunder as two figures walked over. With every step they took, ripples appeared on the ground, thrumming with the might of the earth. These two were Li Qi and Song Mingyuan. They had also come at this time. Just like Ji Yu Yang, their faces, necks, and arms were branded with runes. Seeing them arrive, Long Chen and the others were delighted. They finally met again. To his surprise, Long Chen could sense that the runes on their bodies had the flavor of original Julie immortal characters. They clearly had their own fortuitous encounters. Greetings, boss. They cupped their fists to Long Chen at the same time. The next moment, the three of them exchanged a look and laughed. At least, the brotherly feelings between them were still so strong. Long Chen also laughed. Brothers don't need to be courteous. Today is the reunion of our Dragonblood Legion. It's time to let our name resound throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Ha ha ha. Ji Yu Yang, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan laughed heroically, feeling like they had returned to their glory days on the martial heaven continent. Boss, don't you think it's rude to say that it is a reunion when I'm not there yet? Just then, a person appeared with a sword on his back. He didn't have the slightest aura of a cultivator on him, yet merely gazing upon him sent shivers coursing through the hearts and souls of those who beheld him. It was like he was a walking sword, and anyone who dared to get close to him would have their souls cut by his sharpness. Ha ha ha, Zifeng, this time, you're the last one to arrive. Laughed Ji Yu Yang. Isn't that very normal? The first, second, third, and now fourth captains are all here. Arriving fourth is following the order. Laughed Yu Zifeng. Damn, you know how to joke now. Ha ha ha. Ji Yu Yang and the others laughed. For Yu Zifeng to jest in this manner felt as astonishing as witnessing the sun rise in the west. However, I still feel like you look a bit better when you're not laughing, chortled Guo Ran. Yu Zifeng didn't get angry when he heard this. He just came to Long Chen's side and cupped his fists. Boss, this time, let's kill until the heavens flip. Good. Today, we're announcing the rise of the Dragonblood Legion to the 9 heavens and 10 lands. No one can stop our footsteps. Long Chen was also infected by their emotions. Before this, he had been thinking about concealing their power. But now, it felt like he had returned to his glory days on the martial heaven continent. That fearless Long Chen had returned. They had barely gotten to see each other in the 3,000 worlds. But now, as they were truly reunited, they vowed to flip this world upside down. Their excitement at reuniting was so overwhelming that it caused them to momentarily forget about the Shu family's provocation. A group of rabble also dares to spout such big words. How laughable. You can brag until you shake the heavens, but do you dare to actually fight? It's been a while since I've spilled blood. My hands are itching for it, taunted Shu Yifeng with icy disdain. Shu Yifeng was angry. As a peak heavenly genius of the Shu family, he had the purest violet blood of his generation. In fact, his bloodline purity had almost regressed to an ancestral state. This time, the Shu family viewed the title of Sage King as a must-have. But to claim this title, they had to be prepared to defeat experts from the various factions, and Shu Yifeng had to walk a path paved with bones. In truth, on the way to this star field, Shu Yifeng and Shu Xin'er had killed countless experts. As a result, the Shu family's disciples were already quite used to such occurrences. Actually, upon their arrival at the Sage King Prefecture, they had held themselves back. Otherwise, when Shu Xin'er set her sights on the violet pupil nine-tail fox, they would have launched an attack without hesitation. Since that was the case, when Long Chen and the others were viewing them as nothing more than empty air, they were enraged. No one had dared to ignore them like this. Only then did Long Chen and the others recall that there was the Shu family to deal with. Long Chen turned back to them. At the same time, Luo Bing and Luo Ning couldn't help becoming a bit nervous. In truth, they were still hoping for both sides to get along. After all, they were all from the violet blood race. There was no need to slaughter each other for such a minor matter. However, the Shu family persisted in provoking them time and time again, so they also understood Long Chen's feelings. Despite being fraught with worry, they knew that they couldn't do anything. "Are you guys traitors of the violet blood race?" asked Long Chen suddenly. This question made Luo Bing and Luo Ning jump in fright. As for the Shu family's experts, all their expressions contorted upon hearing this question. Weapons were swiftly drawn, and a malevolent killing intent surged forth from their ranks. Chapter 4203, Bad Premonition. This was a question that had been hovering in Long Chen's mind for a long time now. Long Chen also had violet blood flowing within his body, so according to reason, he should feel closer to people with violet blood. In the Luo family, Long Chen could sense the close bloodline call. On the other hand, Long Chen only felt disgust toward the Shu family. Long Chen had no proof, but that didn't stop him from brazenly guessing. As a result, the Shu family's experts were all enraged. "Who the fuck do you think you are to blaspheme my violet blood race? Face your death." Violet Qi erupted out of Shu Yifeng as he prepared to attack. "Long Chen, the Sage King convention is about to start, but you're still so bored as to cause trouble here." Following that pretty voice, a woman in a multicolored dress floated over like a cloud. It was Zhang Fengfei, and behind her were hundreds of thousands of the Zhang clan's disciples. As for those who could stand side by side with her, there were actually 3 of them. Their auras were on the same level as hers. Feng Fei was viewed favorably by the Zhang clan as her power was astonishing. Thus, she was definitely a peak existence amongst supreme heavenly geniuses. Upon her arrival, Feng Fei didn't even look at the Shu family. In fact, she didn't even look at Shu Yifeng and just greeted Long Chen with a faint smile. Long Chen shrugged helplessly. "You know that I don't cause trouble. Rather, it's other people finding trouble for me. Haha, you should hurry up. Whatever personal grievances you have can be settled on the martial stage. If you were to fight here, outsiders would interfere, and it would be difficult to have a decisive fight. Why waste the time? If you miss getting there in time and are rejected outside the martial stage, that would be too regretful. I've been anticipating your display all this time," said Feng Fei expectantly. Looking at Feng Fei greeting Long Chen so warmly, Bai Shishi coldly asked who she was. Feng Fei smiled slightly at Bai Shishi's vigilant expression. "I am an old acquaintance of Long Chen. Did he not tell you about me? Hey, don't spout nonsense." Seeing Bai Shishi's expression, Long Chen hastily called out. This Feng Fei was trying to set him up. "Ha ha ha." Feng Fei laughed. Covering her mouth as she laughed, she said, "Who would have thought that the peerless hero of the martial heaven continent, who is still peerless in the immortal world, would have such a side?" "Ha ha ha." "Long Chen, who is she?" demanded Bai Shishi. She was getting uncomfortable with Feng Fei's actions. She felt provoked. This could be fatal. Long Chen didn't know how to explain. That was because he and Feng Fei had no relationship at all. But if he were to explain it this way, Bai Shishi would feel like he was hiding something. Enjoying the tense atmosphere, Feng Fei actually winked at Long Chen. After that, she left, passing by Long Chen and the Shu family's people. Long Chen, who is she? Why are you so nervous around her? Pressed Bai Shishi. Jealousy was after all a common trait among women, and Bai Shishi was particularly wary of Feng Fei's unmatched beauty. Long Chen didn't know how to explain. Shishi, this woman was trying to get Long Chen in trouble just to make you press Long Chen like this. Don't fall for it, said Yu Qingshan with a smile. Hearing this, Long Chen had the urge to kiss Yu Qingshan. In the end, it was Yu Qingshan who was more sensible. As for Bai Shishi, she looked shrewd but was in truth fatally naive. I'm not falling for anything, alright. Bai Shishi turned her nose up and looked away. However, she couldn't help but ask, did she know you from the mortal world? Long Chen nearly stumbled. When emotions took hold of women, they could act quite foolishly. Yu Qingshan was the one who smiled and dragged Bai Shishi away, whispering in her ear. Through Feng Fei's interference, Long Chen's killing intent had mostly faded. Just as Feng Fei said, attacking people here wasn't very effective. Considering that Shu family's old fellows were present, unless Long Chen could kill all the disciples in one move, the old fellows would likely intervene. He also knew that this course of action was not very realistic. Long Chen ignored the Shu family's people and started walking up the staircase. Although he still wasn't sure if they were traitors of the violet blood race, it didn't matter either way. If they dared to provoke him, he would slaughter them all. So you admit that you're a coward? Sneered an expert of the Shu family. Long Chen ignored them, while Ji Yuyong and the others frowned but didn't say anything. They began to chat and walk up the stairs. What a shame. Just a bit off. The palace master sighed regretfully. Seeing his disappointment, Bai Zontang and the other vice palace master exchanged a look. They both knew that the palace master wished that Long Chen would attack so he would have an excuse to join in the battle. However, Long Chen didn't know about this thirst of the palace master. He was just walking up the stairs with Ji Yuyong and the others. Once they were on the stairs, just as Long Chen expected, a formation was applying pressure on them. However, this pressure was nothing to Long Chen and the others. Long Chen asked his brothers and found that Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan were brought here by their masters. Moreover, their inheritances were ancient, and they also had their own immortal character totems. Curiously, the way they cultivated was about the same. With the help of their masters, they had directly branded the immortal characters onto their bodies. This way, even when the Sage King convention ended, they would be able to continue comprehending the characters over time. Although the tattoos looked a bit ugly, they were very helpful for their future. According to what they knew, after comprehending these characters, they would be inscribed in their bloodline. Apparently, their masters had put in a great deal of work to do this for them. In fact, the masters had even sacrificed some of their longevity to create this opportunity for them. On the other hand, Yu Zifeng was different from the three of them. His inheritance land was a sword mound, and all sword cultivators could gain comprehension from it. But when they asked what Yu Zifeng had obtained from it, he simply smiled and didn't answer. A while after Long Chen and the others started climbing, the martial stage suddenly emerged from the ground. Seawater gushed forth from the four sides of the martial stage. A deep blue waterfall rose, forming a giant water barrier covering the martial stage. Now, the martial stage was fully separated from the land. Long Chen's expression changed slightly when this blue water screen appeared. Sensing that change, Bai Shishi asked, "What is it? I have some kind of bad premonition." Long Chen's gaze sharpened as he looked at the blue canopy. Chapter 4204, Spear Accepts Master. Boss, what is it? What is off? Ji Yuyong and the others treated Long Chen's gut feeling seriously. They were very clear on how sharp Long Chen's spiritual perception was. If he felt something wrong, then that probably did mean that something major was about to happen. I'm not sure. In any case, some kind of danger is silently approaching. Be careful. Speaking of which, this is yours. Long Chen suddenly thought of something important. A spear manifested in Long Chen's hand. When Ji Yuyong saw that spear, his eyes instantly brightened. Boss, is this for me? It had to be known that Ji Yuyang's current spear was only a world domain divine item, and it was only somewhat above average amongst world domain divine items. As Ji Yu Yang's power had been constantly growing, he had long since wanted to switch out his spear. But he had never found a more suitable weapon. This time, after the branding of the Julia mortal characters, Ji Yu Yang's power had risen a great deal, causing his current spear to fall short of meeting his demands. As for the spear in Long Chen's hands, Ji Yu Yang instantly perceived its terrifying fluctuations and sensed an overflowing battle intent. It actually formed a resonance with him. "No, I'm not giving it to you. I am entrusting it to you, so you have to treat it properly. Starting today, it is your life and death comrade." Long Chen solemnly handed the spear to Ji Yu Yang with both hands. Ji Yu Yang extended his hands as well and received it reverently. The moment he touched it, the spear rumbled, and the runes on Ji Yu Yang's body gradually lit up. Ji Yu Yang's blood qi seemed to be on the verge of erupting like a volcano, emanating intense fluctuations. Just like that, Ji Yu Yang actually formed a spiritual resonance with this spear. Its item spirit was attracted by his soul. When he clasped this spear in his hands, he even had a feeling like it was his flesh and blood. "Boss, don't worry, I won't fail it." Ji Yu Yang clenched the spear excitedly. The spear automatically flew behind Ji Yu Yang. As for the original spear on his back, it directly crumbled in front of this domineering spear. When this spear was placed on Ji Yu Yang's back, he seemed like a completely different person, giving off a feeling of being one with the spear. Their fluctuations slowly fused. Long Chen was excited by this discovery. This spear was taken from the great desolate winged devil's corpse. At the time, it had been determined to die with the winged devil. However, it was now displaying the might of an eternal divine weapon again. Its battle intent was triggered. With this spear, Ji Yu Yang's power would rise by an unimaginable amount. Regretfully, Long Chen didn't have suitable weapons for Li Qi and Song Ming Yuan. Anyway, eternal divine weapons could not be used by just anyone. The few rejects that he had were already given to Sha Chen and Guo Ran to study. Long Chen patted Ji Yu Yang's shoulder. After entrusting this spear to him, Long Chen was at ease. Long Chen then looked back and saw Mu Qingyan show a certain expression on her face. Seeing this, Long Chen seemed to comprehend something and suddenly turned to Yu Zifeng. "Zifeng, let me introduce you. This is Mu Qingyan." Long Chen beckoned to Mu Qingyan, who then shyly walked forward and bowed to Yu Zifeng. "Qingyan greets senior." Yu Zifeng nodded at her. "Your sword Dao has passed through the gateway. However, the thing that you have learned is only copies from others. You don't have your own techniques. Without your own comprehension, there are two problems. One is that walking forward will be very hard, and the other is that it will be even more difficult to walk far. Many thanks for senior's pointers." Mu Qingyan once more bowed to Yu Zifeng, excited by these pointers. "Qingyan, Zifeng is a master of the sword Dao. You should learn as much as you can from him," said Long Chen with a smile. Hearing that, Yu Zifeng was startled and said, "You've managed to pass the entryway, so as long as you can determine your own path and comprehend your own sword Dao, you shouldn't have many problems. You can follow me." "Many thanks, senior." Mu Qingyan was overjoyed. Yu Qingshan and Bai Shishi exchanged a look, each seeing the same thing in the other's eyes. It seemed that Long Chen was playing the matchmaker. However, the two of them didn't seem to react that way. Rather than a romantic relationship, they seemed more like a master and a disciple. Mu Qingyan still had an excited smile on her face, and she started following right behind Yu Zifeng. "Let's go." Long Chen led the way forward. Due to pausing for a while, others had charged past them. They were now in the final batch of people climbing the staircase. The staircase stretched on endlessly, and the pressure intensified with each step, making their ascent increasingly arduous. Even peak experts were forced to slow down after reaching the middle point, and there was still a long path in front of them. Long Chen kept an eye on the blue screen as he walked. He found that as time passed, this screen grew increasingly thick. Furthermore, odd fluctuations were gathering at the roof. After a couple of hours, Long Chen and the others were still climbing smoothly. As the pressure grew, many others were starting to feel exhausted and forced to slow down. Long Chen and the others then shot past those people, reaching the midpoint of the pack. Long Chen and his companions didn't feel fatigued at all. After all, the Dragonblood warriors had experienced far more than this little bit of pressure. The Starry River sect's disciples were also outstanding, and not one of them was slowing down. It was the Academy's disciples that were starting to feel some pressure. Some were panting and sweating, but the Battle God Palace's disciples were still in top condition, as if they didn't feel the pressure at all. As they continued climbing, suddenly, a person that they were passing by coughed up blood. This person's power was only average, but he was too competitive to slow down. As a result, he had pushed himself too hard. The moment he coughed up blood, Long Chen's expression changed. He saw the blood mysteriously vanish once it fell on the stairs, as if it was absorbed by some power. Long Chen looked up. He found that the blue screen had gained some blood-colored marks. Long Chen was shocked, and that feeling of unease grew stronger. "Brother, are you all right? If you can't keep going, you should rest a bit. Don't push yourself too hard," kindly advised someone else. "I can't die in this trial by fire. I will definitely excavate my potential here." That person clenched his teeth and continued pushing himself. After taking a deep breath, he made a sudden push and climbed over 10 steps in one go. However, something bizarre then occurred, horrifying everyone. All of a sudden, that person's body exploded, transforming into blood mist that was then absorbed by an invisible energy. That person's existence was gone. Countless people's expressions changed. They finally sensed something wrong. Chapter 4205, Trap. How can this be? We're in the Sage King trial by fire. The martial stage hasn't been activated yet. How can someone die here? In the past, if you were eliminated, didn't you get transported out? How could someone die like this? Terrified cries of disbelief rang out. "I'm not participating in this Sage King convention." One person turned back and ran down the stairs, only to run into an invisible wall. He then exploded along with his weapon, transforming into blood mist. In that instant, countless experts on the stairs and those watching were appalled. Why was this Sage King convention different from all past Sage King conventions? Moreover, it wasn't just the human race's side that encountered this problem. The other paths had similar issues. Casualties were appearing amongst the weak. After these people died, their blood was absorbed by some mysterious power. As a result, the blood-colored marks on the blue screen grew deeper, as if the blood was absorbed by them. What's going on? When did the Sage King convention's laws grow so cruel? The weak who are washed out can only die. Someone roared in shock and anger. However, no one replied, as everyone was staring in shock at the martial stage. At this moment, the countenance of Bai Shishi's and Bai Shala's mother darkened. The dean did say that this generation's Sage King convention occurred very oddly. Could it be that he already noticed something and didn't say it? Wondered Bai Shishi's mother. The dean had come with them but then quickly left. He only told everyone to be careful when watching this generation's Sage King convention, nothing more. This scene made Bai Shishi's mother fraught with worry. But the martial stage was already covered, and they could not save Long Chen and the others anymore. The other factions were equally helpless. If those who were washed out were slain by the laws here, just how many people would survive this martial stage? How many would die? These people could not sit still. Some of them even tried getting close to that enormous blue barrier. An innate heaven venerate unleashed a ray of divine light at the barrier. The moment the ray of light struck the blue barrier, it shattered like an egg thrown at a city wall. Meanwhile, the barrier didn't even budge. A full power attack from an innate heaven venerate appeared insignificant in front of it. Upon witnessing this, countless people's hearts sank. Although some did consider themselves stronger than this innate heaven venerate, in the end, their power was also limited. If his full power attack resulted in nothing, then they wouldn't be able to shake this formation either. In other words, other than watching, there was nothing else they could do. The senior generation outside was panicking, but the disciples inside were even more terrified. How is this a martial stage? This is clearly a trap to kill us all. When Long Chen heard this person's random shout, his heart jolted with astonishment. He then looked toward the barrier surrounding the martial stage, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. Don't go too fast, and don't spread out. If the weak and strong join forces, the pressure here won't increase. We can resist it together, said Long Chen. With this, the Dragonblood warriors, Battle God Palace's disciples, and even the experts of the Starry River sect immediately got to work. The stronger members came to the weaker members' side. Just as Long Chen said, with their support, the pressure on the weak instantly lessened. Seeing this, countless other disciples were envious, their eyes almost pleading. But they didn't dare to open their mouths. If you don't want to take the risk, you can come with us, announced Long Chen after spotting those looks. These people were not that formidable, and the truly strong ones usually refused to let them exploit any advantage. Hence, after hearing Long Chen's words, those people were instantly filled with gratitude. As a result, tens of millions of disciples flowed toward Long Chen's side, mixing with Long Chen's group. The pressure on them was mostly relieved. In order to stabilize things, Long Chen didn't immediately advance. He waited for some disciples at the rear, knowing that once they left, those weaker disciples would all die. He couldn't just stand by and watch that unfold. This action resulted in mixed reactions from the spectators. Some praised him, and some sneered at him. Some viewed him as a hero, a nobleman assisting the weak, while some viewed him as too soft-hearted to achieve anything big, wasting the power of the strong. If the strong members were not powerful enough to reach the end due to being dragged down by all the weaklings, they would all die. In their opinion, his action was the height of stupidity. Within the human race alone, multiple appraisals of Long Chen's actions emerged. Those with different opinions even descended into heated disputes, with some nearly coming to blows as they exchanged curses and sneers. However, the people inside the formation could not see what was happening outside. They couldn't even hear them. Actually, Long Chen wasn't someone who liked to meddle in other people's affairs, but as a member of the human race, he couldn't just watch as they died. As for what others thought about him, he really didn't care. He only did what he wanted to do. Other people's opinions were dogshit to him. Long Chen continued to lead the way. The further up they went, the greater the pressure grew. But it was still within the realm that everyone could endure. Their ascent grew progressively slower, and they found themselves in the last group of the human race. As more people kept joining their ranks, their group continued to expand. As they reached the latter part of the middle section, their numbers swelled to over 80 million disciples. Among them, many were silk pants people blessed with both talent and background but refused to work hard on cultivation. This lax approach resulted in their foundations being unstable, and although their auras might be powerful, it was essentially a facade. They were essentially living in their own dreams, thinking that they were top experts. But in front of these laws, they were beaten back into reality. Other than having a status that could dazzle others, they had no other strong points. If it weren't for Long Chen taking them in, they would eventually be erased by the laws here. At this point, the martial stage was already in view. Countless people had reached it, but the martial stage was still silent. Nothing was happening. Amongst those who had reached the top, some cheered for Long Chen and his group. They recognized Long Chen's efforts in elevating the status of the human race, and a few of the ones following him even belonged to the same faction as them. However, there were also those with repulsive mouths who insulted these people as trash, telling them to just die on the stairs and not embarrass themselves further. Even so, the absolute majority were just watching silently. Although they had managed to climb to the top, the martial stage had not reacted. They weren't transported away to start the one-against-one fights. The human race was occupying one corner of the martial stage. But as there were multiple staircases, other races began to appear as well. They seemed lost and were looking around. Some brash people wanted to directly charge to the center of the martial stage. But there was still a barrier there, and the ones who charged up to it exploded. Now, no one knew what to do, so they could only wait there. At this time, Long Chen had reached the martial stage as well. Long Chen, now that we're on the martial stage, we'll see who can protect you. Just wait for your death today. Long Chen had just climbed up when someone from the Shu family sneered at him. As a result, he had barely finished speaking when his neck was severed, his violet blood raining down from the spot where his head used to be. Chapter 4206, Shadow Sect, Wind Sect, Ice Emperor Line. This sudden attack caused countless startled cries to erupt. The Shu family's experts in particular were enraged. Shu Yifeng and Shu Xin'er immediately attacked, their blows causing the void to collapse. However, they were just too slow and their attacks missed the target. A head fell from the sky to the ground, rolling toward that person's feet. It was only then that this person's headless corpse fell. The head was perfectly aligned with his neck, but its eyes had lost their luster and the soul within had dispersed. Who did it? Get out here! Shu Yifeng let out a thunderous roar, causing violet chi to surge around him. After all, killing a member of his violet blood race was a declaration of war to them all. Anyone who targets my big brother Long Chen can't blame me for not being courteous. An icy voice rang out. Following that, a girl appeared, looking to only be 13 years old. She wore skin-tight black leather robes, and although her appearance was still tender, they still hugged her body tightly. "Who are you?" demanded Shu Xin'er furiously. "Shadow Sect, Dong Mingyu." As the girl reported her name, multiple figures silently appeared beside her, akin to a group of phantoms. No one was able to sense their existence. Among them were both men and women, all wearing stoic expressions and emotionless eyes. Upon looking at them, all the experts here felt a shiver in their souls. "Shadow Sect," someone gulped loudly enough for everyone to hear. After all, the Shadow Sect was the place where the most terrifying assassins were born. The Bloodkill Hall and the 9 Underworld Hall were unable to compare to them. Other assassins took missions, but the Shadow Sect's assassins specialized in hunting down their own kind, earning them the grim moniker of assassinators of assassins. They were regarded as the most formidable harbingers of death. In the past, people had only heard of tales about them but never actually seen them. They were essentially a legendary existence. However, when Dong Mingyu killed that fellow, and experts on Shu Yifeng and Shu Xin'er's level couldn't intervene, everyone here was bearing witness to the style of the Shadow Sect's assassins. When the Shadow Sect's disciples appeared, despite their modest numbers, they still shook the hearts of countless onlookers. These assassins were like phantoms that could come and go whenever they wanted without anyone being the wiser. It was as if they could appear right behind anyone unnoticed, and in an instant, their daggers would cut off heads. Courting death. Who do you think your Shadow Sect is? Do you think my violet blood race's Shu family is afraid of you? Roared Shu Yifeng. You're the ones courting death. Just then, a sneer rang out. Following that, countless people made a path for a group of men and women in fluttering light blue robes. Their leader in particular was like a fairy of the 9 heavens. Her robes and long hair billowed around her, and every single one of her steps was graceful and light. She was surrounded by swirling pale blue wind blades that left long black lines in the void. For peak experts, breaking the void was not difficult, and even tearing it apart couldn't count as impressive. However, the way these wind blades sliced through the void in utter silence caused countless peak experts to feel astonished. This showed that her control over wind energy had reached a pinnacle, and her wind blades could move according to her will. How could they defend against such a thing? Most terrifying of all, these wind blades were not intentionally summoned by her, they were the result of the wind energy of heaven and earth naturally gathering around her. This woman's arrival sent ripples of shock through the spectators. After all, she was followed by hundreds of experts, all of whom were the very rare wind element experts. "Who are you?" shouted Shu Xin'er in shock and anger. "Wind Sect, Tang Wan-er." This woman was precisely Tang Wan-er, and she eyed Shu Xin'er fiercely. "You shameless girl, why are you targeting Long Chen like this? Speak, are you trying to draw Long Chen's attention? Will you then display your womanly skills to seduce him? Everyone knows that this fellow Long Chen is a fickle pervert. He'll easily fall for such a thing. Tell me, am I right?" Toward the end, Tang Wan-er was clenching her teeth as if she really was about to bite someone. On the other hand, Shu Xin'er was left befuddled by the sudden twist in her story, not knowing how to reply. Long Chen and the others were delighted by Dong Mingyu and Tang Wan-er's arrival. But just as Long Chen was about to step forward and greet them, Tang Wan-er's words almost caused him to stumble to the ground. "Familiar. It's the same familiar Tang Wan-er." Guo Ran helplessly shrugged with an odd expression. When Tang Wan-er first appeared, Guo Ran and the rest were shaken by her terrifying power and the foreign aura around her. However, these words directly rekindled a familiar sensation, letting them recall the intense jealousy that burned within her, now even more intense than before. "You, what nonsense are you spouting?" Shu Xin'er shouted indignantly. With her status, how could she bother seducing anyone? "HMPH, you can't even talk properly. You were planning to seduce him, weren't you? You slutty evil woman, come over here. I'll teach you a lesson." Tang Wan-er pointed at Shu Xin'er angrily. Shu Xin'er was completely befuddled but also enraged that she felt like she might explode. She was somehow being insulted as some seductive whore. In all her years, it was her first time being insulted like this. Furthermore, countless people were staring at her oddly, seemingly approving of Tang Wan-er's words. This fueled her anger even further, causing her body to quiver. "Who cares about the Wind Sect? Since you want to die so badly, I'll kill you right now." Shu Xin'er roared. As she no longer cared about her image, killing intent directly burst out of her. "Then we'll have to see if you have that ability." When this voice rang out, a sharp pain struck everyone's ears. It was as if their ears became frozen. The next moment, the world turned cold, and pure white snow began to drift through the air. In mere seconds, the earth was covered in frost. As the sound of footsteps appeared on top of the frozen ground, some people made a path for the newcomers. They could see a group of people walking over, led by a white-robed peerless ice beauty. She was like a flawless ice sculpture of a goddess, and her skin was like white crystal, emitting a strange luster. There was nothing to nitpick about her appearance. Seeing her, Long Chen began to quiver with excitement. Ice Emperor line, Yi Ziqiu. Before the Shu family's people asked, that woman already reported her origins, causing a lot of people around to gasp in surprise. The Ice Emperor line, isn't that an immemorial inheritance? Startled cries rang out. Legend had it that the Ice Emperor line had gone extinct long ago. But now the Ice Emperor's descendants had appeared once again. Little you, big sister Ziqiu, don't fight with me over her. I'm going to teach this shameless woman a lesson, exclaimed Tang Wan. She seemed intent on fighting to the death with Shu Xin. Shu Xin was incensed. Although she knew that the Shadow Sect, Wind Sect, and Ice Emperor line were not pushovers, she had her own pride that did not permit her to retreat. She then stepped forward, but before she could speak, a figure shot over like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 4207. Get a rod for the dog that doesn't bite. Everyone jumped in fright as that figure moved with such incredible speed that it was nearly imperceptible. All they saw was that this figure was throwing itself at Tang Wan. The Wind Sect's experts were startled. But just as they were about to attack this figure, they heard a delighted cry. Big sister Wan, I've missed you. The figure of a young maiden appeared in Tang Wan's embrace. Seeing her, Tang Wan also cried out in delight. Cloud had always been very close to Tang Wan, mainly due to their shared childlike personalities. Therefore, aside from Meng Qi, Tang Wan was the closest person to Cloud. Cloud excitedly hugged Tang Wan's neck and kissed her cheek. She was like an excited child. Good little sister, go rest for now. Big sister wants to beat someone up, said Tang Wan, patting Cloud's shoulder warmly. Big sister, who do you want to beat up? I'll help you, exclaimed Cloud. Sisters, what is going on? You want to fight someone as soon as you reunite? Is it to celebrate our reunion? Just then, a fairy-like voice rang out. When this beautiful figure walked over, the tense and dark atmosphere instantly transformed. Every woman who saw her felt ashamed of their inferiority, having never imagined that such a beautiful woman could exist in this world. Even as she stood there in front of them all, it was as though she weren't real, more like a fairy emerged from a painting, a transcendent and sacred presence that seemed out of place in this mundane world. Big sister Meng Qi. Tang Wan threw herself into Meng Qi's embrace and wept like an aggrieved child who had finally found a way to vent. Meng Qi smiled and gently stroked Tang Wan's hair. She softly said, "All right, today is the day of our reunion. We should be happy." She then whispered, "Long Chen has been in the immortal world for so long. Thus, for us to only gain one sister shows that he has restrained himself. We have to learn to be content." Meng Qi understood Tang Wan far too well. Tang Wan's jealous nature was completely unleashed upon seeing Long Chen having so many women around her. With nowhere else to vent her fury, she chose to challenge Shu Xin. After all, Long Chen didn't just have Yu Qingxian and Bai Shishi beside him. There was also Mu Qingyan, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Zhang Ling, Zhang Shu, and quite a few other women, which triggered her jealousy. She actually thought that Long Chen had found so many new lovers in the immortal world. Was he trying to make a competition between the martial heaven continents and the immortal world's wives? Are you sure? Tang Wan looked into Meng Qi's eyes. Hearing that only one newcomer was Long Chen's lover made her feel much better. People were just like that. Happiness was based on comparison. Even if she had only seen Bai Shishi by Long Chen's side upon her arrival, she would still be jealous. However, after seeing the worst-case scenario and then learning that the truth wasn't as bad, she instantly felt much better. In fact, she didn't even feel bad about Bai Shishi. Of course it's true. Foolish girl, do you not know who Long Chen is? Someone as powerful as him, who knows how to make girls happy. He's like honey drawing bees. How many women can resist his allure? Actually, that girl in the golden robes, her character's a bit like yours. In the future, we'll all be sisters, so don't be petty with her, implored Meng Qi in a quiet whisper. All right, I'll listen to you. Tang Wan obediently nodded. Amongst all the sisters, she listened to Meng Qi the most. And who are you? demanded Shu Xin, an intense jealousy in her eyes. She had always been confident in her looks. However, seeing Bai Shishi, Yu Qingshan, Dong Mingyu, Tang Wan and Yi Ziqiu had shaken her confidence. In terms of looks, she couldn't reach their level. But even if her looks were slightly worse than theirs, she still had her own immense power and background. Hence, she thought that she was better than them. However, when Meng Qi came, she was like a heavenly fairy, her transcendent air causing all other women to lose their splendor. Even the Shu family's experts were staring at her, clearly won over by her air. As both men and women were toppled by Meng Qi's noble air, Shu Xin was not able to suppress her rage any longer. However, Meng Qi actually shook her head. I am nothing more than a nameless soldier, so I won't report my name. I am Long Chen's unmarried wife. If you have any issues, please find my husband. The sound of countless hearts breaking rang out. This peerless fairy was already taken. Junior sister Bai Shishi greets big sisters. At this time, Bai Shishi stepped forward and cupped her fists. Meng Qi and the others returned her greeting. After that, Meng Qi warmly held Bai Shishi's hand. Ever since the 3,000 worlds, I've missed you. Let me introduce you to everyone. Meng Qi dragged Bai Shishi over, introducing her to Dong Mingyu, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, and Cloud one by one. She also pulled Yu Qingshan over, as she felt particular care for Yu Qingshan. However, Dong Mingyu, Yi Ziqiu, and Meng Qi didn't mention anything about the martial heaven continent. Back then, in order to awaken Long Chen, Yu Qingshan had gone through 1,000 reincarnations, a feat that shattered all their hearts. They also knew that Long Chen hadn't told her about the past in order to make up for what he owed her. He didn't want her to feel any burden. Long Chen wasn't worried about the others, his only worry was Tang Wan. If she were to get petty, things would become very awkward, and none of his abilities could resolve that. Fortunately, it turned out that they were getting along very well, talking and laughing. Actually, from the start, they didn't even say a word to Long Chen, not even greeting him. Boss, it's like you're not involved, laughed Guo Ran. Shut up, raged Long Chen. You deserve it. Who told you to get a rod for the dog that doesn't bite? Said Tang Wan. You're the dog, raged Long Chen. This girl's guts were growing increasingly big. She was actually cursing him in a roundabout manner. Meng Qi and the others laughed. This one joke instantly made everyone feel closer. Suddenly, the martial stage rumbled. Everyone then looked toward the sky and saw a shocking scene. Chapter 4208, Sinister and Treacherous. At some point, a web of blood-colored lines had appeared on top of the blue screen. It resembled an enormous spider's web enveloping the barrier, with its central hub positioned directly above the heart of the martial stage. The barrier also quivered in tandem with the martial stage. However, this net gave off a bloody aura. Other than the scarlet blood-colored lines, there were other colors as well. People could see some kind of energy gathering toward the center, where a circle of light came into view. However, that circle bore an eerie resemblance to the devil's eye. I understand. The Sage King martial stage's laws have changed. The weak are not fit to live in this world. They are always stepping stones for the strong, and their blood is now the energy used to activate the martial stage. Shouted someone. Although this was just a guess, people found no way to argue against it. That was because the blood qi was all too obvious. In particular, the multiple colors of the blood qi in the barrier showed that it was the essence blood of all kinds of lifeforms. The people following Long Chen were shaken. They were part of those weaklings that would have died if it weren't for him. They had purely come here for the experience. Many of them just wanted to say that they had attended the Sage King convention so that they could brag about it in the future. After all, this was something that might not occur in millions of years. If they didn't participate, it would be their lifetime's regret. Furthermore, everyone knew that if you were eliminated from the Sage King convention, you would simply be transported out. However, the rules had somehow changed. This was a fatal competition now. Just then, that circle shook intensely, and the blood-colored cylinder of light pierced into the core of the martial stage. The next moment, the entire stage quivered, and multiple light spots appeared on it. Originally, every staircase was covered in a barrier, typically imperceptible to the naked eye. However, when this blow was launched, cracks appeared on the barriers, rendering them visible to all. These barriers had initially served as obstacles preventing anyone from accessing the martial stage's core. But when this attack was launched at the core of the martial stage, Long Chen noticed that the central area was also enclosed by its own protective barrier. Astonishingly, within this core region, another martial stage had materialized, mirroring the exact shape and form of the original one. It seemed to be both a minor world as well as a projection of the entire Sage King Prefecture. Another heavy blow struck the central barrier around the core of the martial stage, intending to open it. The result of this attack was that the central barrier remained completely intact, but the surrounding barriers at the entrances were shattered. With them destroyed, all the lifeforms were free to charge forward, so experts from all paths poured toward the center. Quick, don't let the other races occupy it. Our human race will take it for ourselves. The laws of the Sage King Convention had changed. Thus, no one knew what was happening, but taking the initiative couldn't be wrong. As a result, countless experts were rushing over like arrows flying off of a bowstring, all sharing a common purpose and intent. However, in terms of speed, the demonic beast had the advantage, so they were the first to reach the core. Rumbling sounds rang out as they attacked the barrier, trying to create a path for themselves. Even so, their attacks were unable to shake this barrier. Some of their weapons even shattered on contact. Those demonic beasts were dumbfounded as they couldn't break the barrier. At this time, the other races arrived. Although it was called the core, it was still an area of millions of miles, making it possible for the experts from the various races to attack the barrier. This should be a test to see which race is stronger. Attack together. The other races crazily assaulted the barrier. However, on the human race's side, only a portion of them were attacking. Moreover, they were merely probing blows, not like the crazy assaults of the other races. However, all their attacks were unable to shake the barrier in the slightest. Everyone was dumbfounded. Big brother Long Chen, should I try it? Long Chen and the others also arrived in front of the barrier. However, Long Chen was lost in thought, and it was Dong Mingyu who spoke. The next moment, a black dagger appeared in her hand. It was precisely the dagger that Long Chen had given her. Dong Mingyu had not encountered anything capable of blocking it so far. However, this dagger was not something that she usually used. She normally kept it hidden under the orders of her master. Unless she had no other choice, she was not to use this dagger. Right now, everyone's attack on the barrier was useless, so Dong Mingyu wanted to see if this dagger could break it. Then they could be the first to occupy the inner martial stage. Don't. Long Chen shook his head. This matter is not so simple. I keep feeling like the Sage King Convention this time is off. We should conserve our energy and just wait and see. Long Chen had checked the barrier. Even without Sha Chen telling him, he knew that this formation penetrated deep into the ground. It was a barrier connected with heaven and earth's laws. As a result, there was no opening it, at least not without Dong Mingyu using the mysterious dagger or Long Chen using the heaven-earth cauldron. However, as the situation was still unclear, Long Chen didn't want to expose his trump cards. In any case, it wasn't as if he would be the only one not allowed to participate in the Sage King Convention. He'd leave it to others to think of a way through. Everyone was assaulting the barrier. People suggested that everyone start working together to attack it at the same time from different angles, but it was still useless. After a while, people grew impatient. Wait a moment, if the blood of the weak is the crux for activating the formation, then... Someone pointed up at the quivering blood net. The blood net was still quivering but was now powerless to keep attacking. It looked as if it needed new energy. With that person's reminder, everyone looked toward Long Chen's side. More accurately, they were looking at the weaker disciples whom he had brought up with him. Long Chen, you've broken the rules. Now the martial stage can't be activated. From the Shu family's side, Shu Yifeng immediately pointed and shouted at Long Chen. Following that, countless experts turned to Long Chen and the others. Shu Yifeng had intentionally shouted so that everyone on the martial stage could hear him clearly. Long Chen clenched his fists, his killing intent exploding within his eyes. This Shu Yifeng was too malicious. He was trying to get others to do his dirty work. In an instant, Long Chen became the target of all the lifeforms present. Chapter 4209, The weak should die. If they don't die, the martial stage won't open. That's right, they should have died in the first place. This is all the will of the heavens. The weak are not qualified to live. Everything about the Sage King martial stage was already perfectly calculated. But you, Long Chen, were so meddlesome that you broke the rules of the martial stage, making it impossible to activate it. You owe all of us a debt. Numerous experts, bearing grudges against Long Chen or the High Firmament Academy, shouted in his direction. After all, Upon his arrival at the High Firmament Academy's ruins, he had kicked out many insolent people. Remembering this grudge, they now took this chance to counterattack. You're spouting nonsense. A trembling cry rang out from behind Long Chen. They were all horrified to find that the ones who wanted them dead weren't the cruel devil race or the violent demonic beast race, but members of their own race. They clenched their teeth, knowing that there was no way to seek assistance from their own factions. They had no means to establish communication with the outside world, and besides, those on the outside were powerless to intervene. Long Chen, you get one chance to kill those useless people to make up for what you've done. Perhaps we'll spare your life then. Shu Yifeng's voice rose from the crowd. The disciples standing behind Long Chen took a step back, bracing themselves for what might come next. Their eyes were fixed on Long Chen, as were the gazes of those from the other races. They could see that Long Chen's gaze was icy with killing intent. A pack of fools, I'm not going to argue with you. What I have decided on, not even the heavens can change. Since I've helped them, I will carry all consequences for my actions. If anyone doesn't like it, come at me. In truth, the essence blood of weaklings isn't very useful. I feel like using the blood of the strong to activate this formation will have an even better effect. Long Chen's cold response was aimed directly at Shu Yifeng. Long Chen was well aware of Shu Yifeng's sinister intentions, as the latter not only sought to spark conflict within the human race but also to make Long Chen a primary target. In his fury, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. With his killing intent on the verge of going out of control, he didn't want to explain himself. He knew that before talking reason, absolute power was required. Ha ha ha, what arrogance! You think that you can fight the entire human race by yourself? No, you will be fighting all lifeforms within the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Declared Shu Yifeng. What a loathsome fellow, he's intentionally fanning the flames. Boss, let me kill him. Even the ever-calm Yu Zifeng lost his patience. All of them could see that Shu Yifeng was a sinister person. Once the other races came, did he really think that they would only target Long Chen? All humans would be their target. What was most infuriating was the fact that numerous individuals were blindly supporting Shu Yifeng, oblivious to the fact that their actions were jeopardizing the entire human race. Outside the martial stage, the human experts were frantic. They already had bad relationships with other races. If they were to face all their wrath together, the human race would take hideous losses. They might even be completely wiped out. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only see what was going on, and their voices were unable to reach the inside of the barrier. There seems to be a problem with the Shu family. Bai Shishi's mother watched from the plaza. Seeing Shu Yifeng trying so hard to cause trouble, she felt that this matter wasn't so simple. It's not just him, many others are doing the same thing as them secretly, said Bai Shala's mother. Long Chen, are you even a man? Kill him. Bai Zontang felt like he might explode from rage. He knew that his voice couldn't reach Long Chen, but he still felt the need to vent. Shu family, is your family's brat an idiot? Is he trying to get all the human race's disciples killed? Someone finally cursed the violet blood race's Shu family. The speaker was an innate heaven venerate. His grandson was inside the formation and being protected by Long Chen, so he was naturally worried about him. This grandson of his was the only remnant of his bloodline. The violet blood race's Shu family didn't have their own palace, standing in some abandoned empty land that they had claimed for themselves. Countless curses rained down on them. However, their people were icily arrogant and ignored all the curses. But finally, one of them shouted back, "Are you blind? Long Chen has broken the rules of the Sage King Convention, and now the martial stage can't be activated. Without it, how will my violet blood race's heavenly genius obtain the title of Sage King? The path of cultivation is one where the weak are devoured by the strong. This is an iron law of the cultivation world. Who is Long Chen to act like some saint? You ants can only spray your saliva. If you don't like it, go ahead and try to fight my violet blood race." His shout echoed like rolling thunder, shaking people's ears with its overwhelming and tyrannical arrogance. You're going too far," raged another expert, but they were powerless to do anything to the Shu family. After all, the latter was too powerful. They had hundreds of innate heaven venerates on their side and tens of thousands of ordinary heaven venerates. Furthermore, even their ordinary heaven venerates had auras on par with regular innate heaven venerates. This was to be expected as the violet blood race was one of the strongest bloodlines in the primal chaos era. Even the declined version of them wasn't something that normal experts could contend with. However, their tone still infuriated countless people. According to the Shu family's perspective, it wasn't just their disciples who should perish, even they, the leaders, should meet the same fate, for the weak did not deserve to survive. Palace Master, you're overseeing the High Firmament Academy. As a representative of the human race, could you oversee justice for this? Evidently, news of the Palace Master's ability to intimidate the head of the Shu family with just a glance had circulated widely, so someone shouted toward the High Firmament Academy's side. It was clear that the Shu family was afraid of this mysterious Palace Master. Thus, at this moment, with the Shu family acting arrogant, someone sincerely asked for aid from the Palace Master. When everyone's gazes fell on him, the Palace Master smiled and then said something that left everyone gobsmacked. The weak truly aren't qualified to be arrogant. The Palace Master's words were like a bucket of ice water over them, turning countless people's hearts cold. What was going on? Was the Palace Master also afraid of the Shu family? He didn't dare to fight them. However, the Palace Master then turned to the Shu family's people. He smiled widely, revealing his white teeth. That's why, in a bit, when your Shu family's disciples are slain, don't come crying to me. Otherwise, I'll wring your heads off one by one. Chapter 4210, Sacrificing Fresh Blood to This World. The Palace Master's words caused the expressions of the Shu family's experts to change. His tone was full of arrogance and disdain. The Shu family was one of the heirs to the violet blood race, one of the strongest bloodlines within heaven and earth. Just how illustrious was that status? No one had ever dared to speak to them that way before. On the other hand, the others were excited. The Palace Master was clearly looking down on the Shu family. According to him, the weak shouldn't live, and it included the Shu family. At least, that was in the view of the Palace Master. The Shu family head's expression sank, his anger undeniable. Although he was restrained by the power of the Palace Master, he was not willing to endure such insolence. Kill my Shu family's disciples. I want to see just who has that ability, he retorted coldly. The Palace Master simply smiled and didn't reply. He then turned back to the martial stage. At this moment, the people on the martial stage had no idea what was going on in the outside world and were looking at Long Chen. Long Chen, you broke the rules, and now the Sage King convention can't start. If you still have some sense of shame, you'll kill yourself right here and now. You want to be a saint and support the weak. Alright, then use your blood to activate the Sage King martial stage. Sneered the Shu family's people. That's right, you should all die. If you all die, the martial stage will activate. Those weaklings can then be spared. Hurry up and die. More and more human experts began to shout along with the Shu family's people. Boss, please, I can't endure it any longer. Ji Yu Yang clenched his fists furiously. It's a trap. If we were to attack, we'd be jumping into the trap and playing according to the tune of the Shu family and the others, said Meng Qi, standing by Long Chen's side. Trap or not, it has nothing to do with us. I don't care about the tune either. I'm just waiting for an opportunity and a reason, said Long Chen. Although his expression was dark, his eyes were calm, like the calm before the storm. Those familiar with Long Chen knew that there would be a heaven-shaking tempest after this calm. You weaklings, there's no need to force Big Brother Long Chen. I know I am weak. Without Big Brother Long Chen, I'd already be dead. I just hope that after I die, you won't make things hard on him. Otherwise, I won't let you off even as a ghost. Suddenly, a person in the crowd behind Long Chen stepped forward. Long Chen was startled and shot toward that person. But with so many people in his way, he was one step too slow. When Long Chen grabbed him, the latter had taken his life, his soul extinguished. This young-looking man, seemingly in his teenage years, likely carried a strong sense of pride in normal circumstances. However, the relentless barrage of insults had pushed him past his breaking point. Long Chen's body trembled with seething rage. Furthermore, at this moment, an invisible force descended, causing that person's body to rapidly wither, sucking his essence blood dry. That person's death pained the others who had been saved. After all, many of them were prideful figures, and enduring such humiliation and insults while being powerless was too much for them. As a result, many people really did begin to raise their hands. All of you, stop. Long Chen let out a furious roar that resembled the bellow of a dragon, causing people's ears to ring and making them stagger. Long Chen, do you see? He killed himself for you. As for you, Didn't you want to be some hero or saint? What are you waiting for? Just kill yourself. Get your good reputation, ha ha ha. Laughter came from the Shu family's side. Fine, I'm not waiting. I can't wait any longer. Long Chen gritted his teeth, his eyes turning scarlet as he spoke through clenched jaws. When his gaze fixed upon that Shu family disciple, the latter immediately went rigid. An overwhelming sense of dread emanated from Long Chen, piercing deep into the disciple's very soul. Long Chen suddenly extended a hand and golden dragon scales covered his palm. The next moment, a powerful suction force twisted the space around that disciple. Seeing this scene, Shu Yifeng and the others were startled and hastily reached out to grab that disciple, but they were one step too late, only grabbing his afterimage. That disciple was involuntarily flying toward Long Chen. With his dragon claw, Long Chen tightly gripped this disciple's neck, terrifying him. In front of Long Chen, it was like his cultivation base was completely gone. He didn't have the slightest ability to resist. A little double supreme dares to act so arrogant. Does the Shu family not teach you how to behave? Long Chen looked at that disciple, his eyes full of sinister killing intent. Long Chen, release him, otherwise, shouted Shu Yifeng, but midway through, he shut his own mouth. That was because he saw wet spots spreading on that disciple's crotch. That disciple was so terrified that he was pissing himself. Now, countless people looked at the Shu family scornfully. Shu Yifeng was enraged. This disciple had lost the face of the Shu family, and now Shu Yifeng didn't even want to threaten Long Chen anymore. You tell others to kill themselves, but you're so afraid of death yourself. You normally act like aloof gods that can decide other people's fates, but when death comes for you, you instantly collapse. If you feel such an attachment to the world of the living, how can you so fervently take other people's lives? Is it that your Shu family's people are people, but other people are ants? Does being stronger mean that you can trample the weak to death? Only then will you appear strong, huh? You keep saying something about weaklings being stepping stones for the strong. Well, I went from a weakling to where I am now. You say that the weak are consumed by the strong. That this is the law of the cultivation world. Why don't you go fuck yourself? If this is a law, then today, I declare to this dogshit world that I am going to change this world's laws. Long Chen's voice grew louder and louder until it was like thunder shaking the sky. He was declaring war on the entire world, on the very laws of heaven and earth. The entire martial stage rumbled because of his oath. I, Long Chen, am always forced to passively defend. But today, I'll use your fresh blood as a sacrifice to this world. A violet blood flower slowly grew on Long Chen's hand as he crushed that disciple's neck. This violet blood slowly merged into the void. But compared to other people's blood, this violet blood was absorbed much slower. As a result, everyone could witness the entire process of how it gradually vanished. Shu Yifeng and Shu Xin'er, as well as the rest of the Shu family's disciples, roared with fury. Long Chen was also declaring war against their Shu family. Today, if a single person from your Shu family lives to walk off the martial stage, I, Long Chen, will kill myself on the martial stage. Long Chen issued a shocking oath in front of these enraged experts. Following his declaration, he moved like a golden lightning bolt, shooting directly into their midst. Chapter 4211 Violet blood dyes the sky. You want to die that badly, huh? Shu Yifeng roared furiously. The fact that one of the Shu family's disciples had pissed himself had deeply humiliated them. This humiliation filled Shu Yifeng with rage, causing his murderous intent to surge. Should we join in? Guo Ran was itching for a fight upon seeing Long Chen charge out. No rush. Things aren't as simple as it seems. Just prepare for battle, said Meng Qi. With Meng Qi here, Tang Wan Bai Shishi, Yu Qingshan, Yi Ziqiu, and Dong Mingyu all listened to her. Just like Long Chen, Meng Qi had the qualities of a leader. However, the difference was that Long Chen was an extroverted leader, while Meng Qi was leaning more toward introversion. Long Chen's leadership charisma stemmed from his unmatched power and determination to face life and death together with his brothers. As for Meng Qi's quality was a silent one that might not be visible on the surface. However, she silently won people over, making them respect and listen to her. Thus, when Meng Qi spoke, even Guo Ran, the general of the Dragonblood Legion, wouldn't dare to defy her. Long Chen had set out alone, charging toward the Shu family's camp. Your talent for malicious slander isn't bad. You are clearly the instigator here, but you say that I'm the one with a death wish. Let's see just who wants to die more. Long Chen shot into the air. All the Shu family's experts took out their weapons. However, Shu Yifeng flew out alone to face Long Chen. He's mine. I will personally wring off his head. Shu Yifeng sneered at Long Chen. As violet marks flowed on top of his fist, its sheer force seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. I will kill you within 10 moves. If you can endure 10 moves from me, I will personally give you my head, sneered Long Chen, smashing his own fist at him. Long Chen's fight with the Shu family drew the attention of the outside world's experts. They all wanted to see this battle. It had to be known that the Violet Blood race was one of the strongest bloodlines of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In particular, Shu Yifeng was the strongest disciple of his generation in the Shu family, so everyone wanted to see just how powerful the legendary Violet Blood divine abilities were. In the same vein, although Long Chen's background was not as great, he still came from the most ancient academy of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, their youngest dean in all of history. To be able to sit in that position, he must be the most outstanding disciple of the High Firmament Academy. One was the strongest monster of the Violet Blood race, and the other was the strongest disciple of an ancient academy. Just what kind of chaos would erupt between the two of them? Their battle became the focus of everyone inside and outside the martial stage. As a result, countless people were making their own guesses as to just which one was stronger. However, when both of them said that they would kill the other party in 10 moves, everyone gasped. With this, they not only decided who was stronger and weaker but also life and death. Under countless people's gazes, Long Chen and Shu Yifeng's fists clashed, its impact causing golden and violet light to erupt and the entire martial stage to quiver. Astral winds raged and a violent pressure pushed countless people backward. The bricks on the martial stage creaked and let out an ear-piercing sound as if invisible blades were streaking across the stage. Following that, there was another explosive sound. The force field around them went from a few dozen meters to thousands of miles in an instant. Those outside the martial stage cried out in shock. This level of power had almost reached the same as that of an innate heaven venerate. Clearly, their first blow had only been a probing blow, and only now were they starting to use their real power. The bricks on the stage shattered, their exceptional durability, surpassing that of even world domain divine items, were unable to endure their overwhelming power. You dare to act arrogant with this little bit of power? To use your Shu family's words, weaklings like you aren't fit to live in this world, sneered Long Chen. Shu Yifeng sneered back, if I killed you in 1 move, it would be too boring. I'm only using 1/10 of my power right now. As for you, you're already forced to use your full might. 10%, everyone was shocked, unable to believe their ears. This fellow had to be bragging, right? 10% of his power was this terrifying. If that was the case, then even innate heaven venerates weren't a match for him. My full power. Alright, then I'll show you what my full power looks like. Suddenly, the space behind Long Chen exploded. When a 7-colored divine ring appeared, his aura erupted like a volcano that had been suppressed for billions of years. The martial stage beneath Long Chen's feet then exploded, sending bits of stone flying. As for Shu Yifeng, he let out a grunt and was forced back 7 steps. Every step he took caused the bricks beneath him to shatter. On the 7th step, he let out a shout, stamping a hole in the martial stage and finally stabilizing himself. We're finally seeing Boss's divine ring again. When the Dragonblood warriors saw that divine ring with all its majesty again, they clenched their fists. This image awakened the battle intent within them. Their blood was set ablaze, as though they had returned to the time on the martial heaven continent where they followed Long Chen on an unstoppable sweep through their enemies' ranks. The 7-colored divine ring made heaven and earth quiver. As astral winds raged around Long Chen, he appeared to be an undefeatable god of war, an existence that others could not touch. Just releasing his new aura was enough to send Shu Yifeng flying. As a result, countless people were shocked by Long Chen's power. As a person, you should know respect and gratitude. If a person lacks that, how are they any different from an animal? Long Chen looked at Shu Yifeng disdainfully, appearing far above him. The current 7-colored divine ring had reached its full power. When it appeared, heaven and earth submitted, while the 10,000 Daos kneeled. Long Chen could even sense a few things through his divine ring. However, he had no time to waste. His only thought was to kill Shu Yifeng. Only by taking down this troublemaker could he hope to pacify the internal strife. Otherwise, if the human race were to be thrown into a battle amongst themselves, it would create an opening for the other races to exploit, spelling certain doom for humanity. Long Chen was far from a saint. He had never thought about saving every single person, but if the rest of the human race were crushed, his Dragonblood Legion would have to stand alone against the experts of all the other races. Despite their formidable strength, casualties would be inevitable, and that was something Long Chen could not accept. Thus, Long Chen was going to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, and the chicken was Shu Yifang. Long Chen's divine ring quivered as he began to walk toward Shu Yifang. With each step he took, the hearts of countless onlookers seemed to tighten in unison, synchronizing their beats with Long Chen's strides. Ha ha ha, interesting. Suddenly, Shu Yifang laughed. Rather than fear, it seemed that Long Chen's power excited him. It seems that I also have to take this seriously. Violet blood dyes the sky. Shu Yifang yelled out, and violet divine radiance descended from the heavens as he summoned his manifestation. Chapter 4212 Traders of the Violet Blood Race. Following Shu Yifang's roar, the violet chi around him surged, forming a sea of violet chi. This violet chi even passed through the barrier around the martial stage. The next moment, the entire Sage King Prefecture darkened. The land was cast in violet light. What a terrifying manifestation. It even passed through the martial stage's barrier. It lives up to being one of the strongest bloodlines of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Anywhere the violet chi covers is his domain. Even the heavenly Daos have submitted. It really is incredible. This is the true unrivaled bloodline. I've never seen a person's manifestation capable of causing such a disturbance. Shu Yifang's manifestation left countless people astonished as it demonstrated the ability to pass through the barrier. Even the senior experts stood in stunned disbelief. The fact that Shu Yifang's manifestation could traverse the barrier implied that he could access the energy outside of the barrier. Meanwhile, those confined within were restricted to the power in it. In an instant, he had placed himself in an undefeatable position. As the rumbling sound came from Shu Yifang's manifestation, a violet sea roared, sending huge waves soaring into the heavens. Its aura was suffocating. Shu Yifang locked eyes with Long Chen, who in turn focused not directly on Shu Yifang but on the violet blood manifestation standing behind him. Long Chen's gaze was sharp. He seemed to be pondering something. As for Shu Yifang, seeing him thinking, he actually thought that Long Chen was scared. What, are you afraid? It might be too early for that. I've only taken out 50% of my power at most. Bring out your full power. I don't want to waste time. Otherwise, once I attack, you will only be able to feel regret in the other world, said Long Chen as he pulled his gaze from Shu Yifang's manifestation and turned to look at him. Shu Yifang's words were already shocking enough, but Long Chen's words were even more arrogant. People couldn't believe their ears. Just what were these fellows saying? Shu Yifang was not even in his combat state, but he was already this powerful. As for Long Chen, he said that in this state, Shu Yifang would not be able to fight back once he attacked. He was even saying that Shu Yifang would be directly killed. Although they couldn't say that Long Chen was simply bragging, they felt that this was too exaggerated. People refused to believe it and couldn't accept it. Ha ha ha, Shu Yifang laughed. In his view, Long Chen had been stunned by his manifestation. For him to now say something so arrogant, he sneered, you really are an ant who doesn't know how high the heavens are. Even bragging has a limit. You are not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Shu Yifang finally made his move. Stamping on the air, he crossed the distance between them with a single step and smashed a fist down. Even before his fist landed, countless cracks already appeared in the void. It was as if heaven and earth were unable to contain his power. Starry Sea. Countless stars appeared within the divine ring behind Long Chen. They were like a sea of stars. Bursts violet chi. Violet chi burst out of the starry sea, turning the stars violet. Long Chen had summoned his own manifestation. This was his first time summoning it ever since his violet tower star had reached its peak. As violet chi raged within the starry sea, Long Chen calmly unleashed his own fist. Despite attacking second, his fist arrived first. With an explosive sound, the entire martial stage rocked like a boat on a stormy sea. The seawater around the martial stage became a tsunami crashing into the buildings on the land of the prefecture. Countless people were blasted by it. When the seawater passed and the onlookers looked back at the martial stage, they gasped. The cracks on the martial stage beneath Long Chen's feet had spread tens of thousands of miles. As for Shu Yifang, he was blown back wretchedly, retreating 8 steps before stabilizing himself. Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky. At some point, above the 9 heavens, stars had appeared, making this world feel as if it was beneath a sea of stars. Is this Long Chen's manifestation? People looked at the starry sea in the divine ring behind Long Chen and then at the sea of stars above them. Shu Yifeng's manifestation was capable of spreading outside the barrier. That was shocking, but they felt that this was still understandable. After all, he possessed one of the strongest bloodlines of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, Long Chen had no such thing, but he was still capable of summoning such a terrifying manifestation. Furthermore, people didn't even know the origins of this manifestation. Only the experts from the Starry River sect looked at this sea of stars excitedly and reverently. They knew that this was the strongest manifestation of the Starry River sect. Shu Yifeng was forced to use his full power just to stabilize himself, causing the ground beneath him to erupt. This time, he was genuinely infuriated, feeling like he was being toyed with. His confidence was given a blow. When Shu Xin'er's startled cry rang out in his ear, he felt a chill behind him. Almost instinctively, he threw himself to the side. Just as he retreated, a golden dragon claw appeared in front of him. Had he been even slightly slower, it would have torn through him. Everyone was startled. They then looked to see that Long Chen was still in the distance, so their first thought was that someone had launched a sneak attack on Shu Yifeng. However, they quickly realized that the master of the dragon claw was precisely Long Chen. At this moment, a pair of golden wings materialized on Long Chen's back. Those were Kunpeng wings. When they saw this, that Long Chen standing in the distance vanished from their sight. It was nothing more than an afterimage. How can this be? How can he have such terrifying speed? People were stunned, especially the experts outside. Long Chen hadn't used illusory or bewildering techniques. His speed was just so fast that it had broken the limits of perception. The Shu family's experts, along with those from the demonic beast and Kunpeng races, all had their expressions change when they saw Long Chen's wings. It was clear to them that Long Chen had refined a pair of Kunpeng wings. This was a disgrace to the Kunpeng race. Long Chen's attack shook heaven and earth, yet his face was still calm. At this moment, everyone could see specks of violet blood staining his palm. Long Chen slowly raised his hand and sniffed the violet blood on it. In an instant, his killing intent rose to the peak. As expected, you really have betrayed the violet blood race. Then there's nothing to say. You can all just die. Long Chen's Kunpeng wings quivered. Like an ancient beast, countless afterimages appeared in the air as he shot after Shu Yifeng. Chapter 4213, Shu Yifeng's Other Power. Long Chen's speed was too fast, leaving behind countless afterimages. It seemed as though he barely moved, but he had already arrived in front of Shu Yifeng. Shu Yifeng was taken aback. Moments ago, he had narrowly escaped death, and now Long Chen was already closing in once more. Not daring to face Long Chen head-on again, he used his violet chi to retreat. Long Chen's fist blew apart space, creating a visible void that expanded and retracted into his hand. His fist swiftly turned and struck again. A deafening rumble echoed as Long Chen's fist cleaved through space. In its wake, a wide gulf appeared in the void. What? Following that, the Shu family's experts jumped. The reason this attack missed was not because Shu Yifeng had managed to retreat so amazingly. Instead, Long Chen seemed to have expected him to run, so he let his power erupt in the void, only to use some mysterious power to seal it later. The force of the initial strike didn't dissipate, instead, it merged seamlessly with the second attack. Long Chen effectively combined the power of both attacks. This kind of layering technique could not be considered rare as many people knew similar techniques. However, this kind of technique was a double-sided sword. If it was interrupted, you would receive a backlash from the power that you were storing. In other words, one mistake and you would lose your life. Considering just how powerful Shu Yifeng was, who would dare to use such a technique against him? Furthermore, when Long Chen first attacked, everyone saw that he hadn't intended to use this kind of layering attack. It was only when Shu Yifeng retreated that Long Chen released his power into the void and then retracted it. It was entirely done on the spot. This seemingly simple move showed that Long Chen's control over his power had reached the pinnacle, shaking many of the experts here. This battle reaction was definitely tempered through blood and fire. It was not something that could be taught. Hurry and interrupt him, shouted an expert of the Shu family from the outside. However, in his panic, he forgot that the barrier blocked all sound. However, even without this warning, Shu Yifeng also had a bad feeling. With this retreat of his, Long Chen had actually managed to push him into a passive position. Long Chen's fist once more smashed toward him, giving him no time to breathe. This time, if he were to retreat, Long Chen might layer his power once more. The power of 3 punches in one. That kind of fist wasn't something that Shu Yifeng dared to receive. Shu Yifeng roared. An expression of struggle appeared on his face. The next moment, violet runes began to surge over his arms, causing his sleeves to burst apart, exposing arms that appeared to be crafted from violet iron. This was a unique, divine ability of the violet blood race. As Long Chen's fist smashed into Shu Yifeng's arms, a metallic sound rang out and some sparks of fire flew. Bracing against the impact, Shu Yifeng's body trembled, and his feet gouged a lengthy trench into the martial stage as he was propelled backward. He was forced back 10 miles before stopping. When people looked at Shu Yifeng, they were shocked to see that his metallic arms were now covered in cracks. On the other hand, they could see stars revolving around Long Chen's fist. The starry light contained endless divine might. The Starry River sect's disciples cheered when they saw that fist, wearing worshipful expressions. It was clearly the highest technique of the Starry River sect. Furthermore, Long Chen had selflessly shared this technique with them. Regretfully, their aptitude was limited, and so far none of them had managed to master this technique. However, seeing Long Chen use it, it felt like they were seeing their own future. That apocalyptic astral energy made them feel endlessly excited. In truth, many people didn't know of Long Chen's connection with the Starry River sect. However, seeing the reaction of the Starry River sect's experts, they realized the origin of this technique. Long Chen and Shu Yifeng continued to stare at each other, frozen in their positions. One was still in his punching posture, and the other was still in his blocking posture. For a moment, everyone was silent. The Shu family's disciples were stunned. They had never dreamed that Long Chen could be so powerful. Suddenly, Shu Yifeng finally couldn't endure it anymore, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. Shu Yifeng was injured. They hadn't expected victory to be decided so quickly. To their surprise, Shu Yifeng laughed rather sinisterly, and his violet eyes changed, having a trace of black to them now. His laughter continued, becoming increasingly loud, accompanied by a growing sinister aura that seemed to consume him. His aura also transformed as though there was something possessing him. "Has this fellow gone insane after being beaten by boss?" asked Guo Ran curiously. Meng Qi shook her head. "No, there is another kind of energy within this fellow. Although it's not powerful, it is a flame seed. I think Long Chen deduced that these people were traitors of the violet blood race based on this flame seed." Just then, the void rumbled and the violet blood manifestation behind Shu Yifeng began to shake. It was like some monster was about to break free from the manifestation. "Long Chen, you really surprised me. That attack of yours let me sense your true power. Fine, I also have no need to raise my power bit by bit anymore. In any case, the title of Sage King will be mine. Today, I will tell all the 10,000 races that no one can stop the rise of the violet blood race." Shu Yifeng raised his head and roared, his hair flying chaotically around him. As the violet qi behind him began to boil, his power climbed crazily. Long Chen looked at the crazed Shu Yifeng and shook his head. "When it comes to individuals who are at least your equal, there may not be 100, but there are certainly around 80. And amongst those 80, the ones who can kill you outnumber those you can count on your fingers. I really don't know where this confidence of yours comes from." "Shut up." The crazed Shu Yifeng stopped boasting and directly shot at Long Chen. Upon looking at his eyes now, startled cries rang out from the crowd. Shu Yifeng's violet eyes were now marred by many black spots. His appearance was frightening. Furthermore, his face had also changed. His originally handsome features were now twisted with malevolence. Suddenly, the martial stage beneath Shu Yifeng's feet exploded, and the Shu family head, who had been quietly watching this entire time, smiled. Chapter 4214, Will you kill him or will I? Shu Yifeng suddenly shot into motion. His violet sea ignited, and an enormous claw reached out of his manifestation. As the claw fell, it smashed into where Long Chen had been, creating a giant pit. Due to the impact, a wave rose out of the land like a meteorite falling into a lake, and countless bricks went flying in every direction. When these bricks struck the barrier, they exploded, causing tiny ripples to appear in the barrier. As for the experts on the martial stage, they cried out and blocked the bricks flying at them. After all, the bricks were tougher than world domain divine items, and for the majority of people, they could be fatal. Unfortunately, countless experts were unable to dodge the bricks and had to face them directly. As a result, some were blown apart by these bricks. The weaker experts behind the Dragonblood Legion cried out, but the next moment, the earth in front of them rose, being conjured into a giant wall of earth. The wall shuddered upon the impact of those flying bricks, but it still perfectly blocked all of them. After that, it merged back into the earth as if it had never appeared. Those people that Long Chen had saved were shocked. They didn't even know who had done this. On the other hand, the Dragonblood warriors were excited. They naturally knew that it was Li Qi and Song Mingyuan's work. However, neither of them had moved a single finger, yet they still effortlessly blocked this attack. After they all were separated, the two of them dedicated themselves tirelessly to their cultivation, not daring to slack off in the slightest because they knew that their boss had to be working even harder. Now that the four captains were gathered, Li Qi and Song Mingyuan were able to shock everyone with a casual move. As fellow Dragonblood warriors, they were incredibly proud. Compared to the Dragonblood Legion's side, the others were not so fortunate. Although this was nothing to peak experts, not everyone was so powerful. Furthermore, not everyone was like the Dragonblood Legion and looking out for others. The human race was closest to the battlefield, and after that wave of flying bricks, at least thousands of unlucky souls died. However, the lives of the weak were viewed as highly as blades of grass. No one paid them any attention. Everyone's eyes were on the battlefield. They stared at where Long Chen had been, looking at the giant hole and an enormous claw embedded into it. No one could see where he was. Shu Yifeng's attack had truly been fast and without warning. No, he's not dead. Look up. Following that person's gaze, they saw Long Chen in the sky, his starry sea shining in his divine ring. With his kunpeng wings lightly flapped, he looked like a divine warrior of the starry sky, overlooking all others. That appearance was indescribably domineering and aloof. What speed! He is even capable of dodging such an attack. From high above, Long Chen coldly looked down at Shu Yifeng. Your Shu family really is a pack of fools. Just how noble is the violet blood race? But you actually chose to stain your blood. Unable to awaken its power on your own, you actually resorted to absorbing the devil qi. However, violet blood rejects devil qi, causing it to ignite. Although it unleashes great power, you are destroying the core of the violet blood, causing its purity to plummet. It's like putting the cart in front of the horse, drinking poison to quench your thirst. For a temporary gain, you've lost the true treasure. Most importantly, this action is no different than tarnishing the glory of your ancestors. You have already betrayed the violet blood race. Bullshit, Shu Yifeng roared, causing the earth to explode as he withdrew his claw. From the martial stage, what gives you the audacity to criticize my violet blood race? He really does have the qualifications, this I guarantee. Just then, a voice rang out from the human race's side. It wasn't loud, but it entered everyone's ears clearly, both within the martial stage and outside. It was like it was the voice of heaven and earth, forming a resonance with the heavenly Taos. Countless people were shocked, including all the innate heaven venerates. This kind of resonance with the heavenly Taos was something only eternal experts could accomplish. Only when one could control the power of the 10,000 Taos, grasp the secrets of eternal life, and possess longevity as long as the heavens, could they cause heaven and earth to resonate with their voice. However, upon hearing this voice, Long Chen's face didn't even twitch. Without looking back, he already knew who the speaker was. On the other hand, Shu Yifeng was shocked and enraged by it. He then looked toward the crowd to see an icily arrogant man looking at him disdainfully. Heavenly divinity race, Long Clan. When Shu Yifeng saw the marks on this person's robes, he narrowed his eyes. What, does your Long Clan wish to fight my Shu family? Everyone's focus transferred from Long Chen and Shu Yifeng to that man. When Guo Ran and the others saw him, they couldn't help but let out startled cries. That person was precisely Long Aoshan. Today's Long Aoshan was wearing robes with a golden dragon mark on his sleeves and collar. That was the mark of the Eternal Clan, a member of the heavenly divinity race, the Long Clan. Hundreds of thousands of Long Clan disciples stood with Long Aoshan, each emanating remarkable auras. Among them were several individuals whose mere gaze sent shivers down one's spine. They were true experts among experts. Long Aoshan sneered at Shu Yifeng, your Shu family is a pack of idiots. Can your people even be compared to my Long Clan? Are you trying to gild your own face? You, Shu Yifeng was enraged. Their Shu family had no enmity with the Long Clan, and he didn't even know Long Aoshan. Thus, Long Aoshan must be harboring ill intentions by targeting him at this moment. The Shu family's disciples were seething with anger as well, including the ones outside the barrier. The Long clan was suddenly targeting them. Just what were they trying to do? Don't misunderstand. Your Shu family has been crippled, and your violet blood has been ruined. Don't even think of coming into contact with higher-level divine abilities of the violet blood race in this lifetime. After saying that, Long Aoshan turned to Long Chen. So, I've been waiting a long time. Rather than wasting so much time, why don't you directly kill this idiot? Let us resolve our enmities. If you feel like killing him would take too much effort and you would be at a disadvantage against me, then, that's fine too. I can help you kill him. Countless people stared at Long Aoshan in shock. Some couldn't even believe their own ears. Chapter 4215. Drawing Stars into the Body, Thousand Star Fist. Long Aoshan's words shocked countless people. It seemed that to him, killing Shu Yifeng was nothing difficult at all. It had to be known that the current Shu Yifeng had unleashed immense power. His attack just now was something that even innate heaven venerates would avoid. Although Long Chen had managed to dodge it, that didn't prove that he had the power to beat Shu Yifeng. Now, Long Aoshan simply appeared and made it sound like killing Shu Yifeng was very easy for him or Long Chen, stunning everyone. In front of Long Aoshan, someone who had stolen his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone, Long Chen only wanted to tear apart his corpse into 10,000 pieces. However, after his hatred reached the limit, he actually became calm. He indifferently said, "He is just a self-important ant. Killing him won't take too much energy. Thus, if you wish to attack, you can start at any point. You don't need to worry about him." Long Aoshan and Long Chen's words were like a bomb in Shu Yifeng's ears. He felt like he would explode. With a furious roar, his manifestation quivered and he shot at Long Chen like a shooting star. After that, violet chi condensed into a violet domain around him and Long Chen. Shu Yifeng had summoned a domain so that Long Chen couldn't dodge, and then he smashed his fist at him. Although he had a sword hanging on his waist, since Long Chen hadn't used a weapon, even in his incensed state, his pride did not permit him to draw his blade first. Drawing stars into the body, Thousand Star Fist. 1,000 stars lit up within the endless stars behind him. At the same time, people felt the stars above their heads brighten as well. It seemed like the stars above the 9 heavens were resonating with him. Seeing this, the Starry River sect's disciples cheered. This was the pinnacle technique of their sect, drawing the power of the stars into their bodies, employing the strength of flesh and blood to harness astral energy. However, even the most talented amongst them were only able to draw the power of a few dozen stars. Even the strongest was unable to reach the realm of 100 stars. In contrast, Long Chen had the capacity to directly tap into the power of 1,000 stars. As they gazed upon his arm, they witnessed numerous stars gleaming upon it, coalescing into the starry arm reminiscent of the star diagram they had encountered in their palace. A fist enveloped in violet chi clashed with a fist radiating the light of 1,000 stars. A brilliant white light then erupted in every direction, akin to a sun exploding, blinding people. Even before everyone's vision returned, they heard the sound of someone coughing up blood. After that, they saw Shu Yifeng flying back, blood dripping down his mouth. The Shu family's experts were left dumbfounded, including their family head. He was well aware of Shu Yifeng's power. In that state, he was almost unrivaled. However, he continued to face consecutive defeats at the hands of Long Chen. The Shu family's people on the martial stage didn't dare to believe their eyes. In front of them, the unbeatable Shu Yifeng was repeatedly blown back. Long Chen didn't chase him and instead looked at his own arm. The stars flowed on top of it with endless power. The Dragon Senior was right. As long as the physical body is strong enough, other divine abilities and battle skills can be grasped by reaching out a hand. The foundation of the Starry River of the Sky Art is a powerful physical body. Only when the physical body is strong enough can it contain the power of the stars. With the power of the stars, who could be a match for you? Long Chen smiled. Suddenly, Long Chen's wings flapped, and he vanished without a trace. At that exact moment, Shu Yifeng's hair stood on end. His sword then came flying out of its sheath, accompanied by a violet streak of light that cut the void cleanly. Seeing this scene, countless people felt a stinging pain in their souls as if they had been cut as well. Eternal divine weapon. Startled cries rang out. That was definitely an eternal sword, and an extremely terrifying one at that. Shu Yifeng was actually capable of using such a weapon. However, after this attack, Shu Yifeng's expression changed. He actually missed. A hand covered in stars slapped him solidly across the face from a strange angle. The power of this slap was absolutely vicious. Like a shooting star, Shu Yifeng was sent flying once more toward the Shu family's camp. Shu Xin'er shouted, but this warning came too late as Shu Yifeng already smashed into their midst. A few conceited experts of the Shu family actually reached out to catch him. As a result, the moment Shu Yifeng touched them, they exploded. Dozens of the Shu family's experts died in an instant, and only then did Shu Yifeng manage to stop himself. When he did manage to stop himself, everyone was shocked to see that other than a very firm handprint on his face, he didn't seem to be the slightest bit injured. How vicious. He used his own family's people to dissipate boss's astral energy. The Shu family really does follow their principles. The weak should die, sneered Ji Yuyong. Hearing this, only then did the others understand. No wonder Shu Yifeng wasn't injured. It seemed that he had found a few scapegoats for himself. No wonder their souls had also been exterminated. How vicious. Amongst them were two supreme heavenly geniuses. People clicked their tongues. Shu Yifeng was truly a vicious character. He didn't even let off his own people. Endless violet chi, heavenly sword slash. Shu Yifeng bellowed with rage, raising his sword toward the sky before slashing it downward at Long Chen. He had used those disciples to unload Long Chen's astral energy and had then seized this opportunity to launch a counterattack. Just as Shu Yifeng's sword fell, Long Chen's expression completely changed. The next moment, his wings flapped and he vanished. This startled everyone. What had happened? Did Long Chen not dare to receive Shu Yifeng's attack? However, their question was quickly answered. A while ago, the barrier on top of the martial stage had started quivering, and now a ray of divine light shot down at the center of the martial stage. Long Chen and Shu Yifeng were located right there. Fortunately, Long Chen had immediately sensed it and retreated. Anyway, with Shu Yifeng's will and spiritual strength, it was impossible for him to lock Long Chen down. Even his violet chi domain only allowed him to sense Long Chen's position, not restrict his movements. As a result, Shu Yifeng was dumbfounded by Long Chen's retreat. Now that his sword was falling, there was no way to stop it. Right now, it appeared as if his sword wasn't slashing at Long Chen. Instead, it was targeting the pillar of divine light shooting out of the formation. Shu Yifeng almost went crazy. No matter how conceited he was, he would not dare to go against the attack of an ancient formation. Shu Yifeng suddenly spat out blood. Although he had managed to stop his sword, he had also suffered a fierce backlash. Yet, he paid it no heed and hastily fled the scene. He had barely moved before that ray of divine light smashed down, instantly enveloping him. Chapter 4216, Karmic Luck Divine Bead. With a heaven-shaking explosion, that pillar of divine light smashed into the core of the martial stage, its outer edge devoured Shu Yifeng. The next moment, the incomparably tough barrier at the heart of the martial stage shattered. Only then did people realize that while Long Chen and Shu Yifeng had been fighting, the formation had been gathering power. And just as Shu Yifeng smashed apart the people of his Shu family, the formation's power seemed to have reached a peak, causing it to unleash this devastating attack. Long Chen had immediately fled, but Shu Yifeng reacted too slowly and was caught in that attack. Although he was only brushed against its outer edge, he still screamed as half of his body instantly vanished. Even with his power, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. If he had fled any slower, he wouldn't have survived. As the barrier at the center of the martial stage exploded, creating a path, countless experts crazily flooded toward it. Damnable human race, scram. The experts of the various races poured toward that channel. Thus, even with that enormous opening, it was overcrowded. When everyone got too close, threats and fights broke out. Then the devil race's experts launched the first attack. Damnable devil race, face your deaths. The human race refused to appear weaker. In this state, retreat would cause them to lose out on their chance to win the Sage King convention. If they didn't go all out now, when would they? As a result, a giant flood of experts from every race crashed into the passageway. Countless lifeforms roared. Everyone was in a crazy state as it was either kill or die. Unless you wished to give up the position of Sage King, you had to go all out. Guo Ran looked at Long Chen. Since everyone else was already charging forward, Guo Ran was asking permission to do the same. No rush. Long Chen had been fighting Shu Yifeng. But now, he had lost track of him. After all, Shu Yifeng had been near the core. Although he had taken a serious blow, due to being so close, he was the first to charge in. As the experts of the 10,000 races were pouring through, finding Shu Yifeng in their midst would be like searching for a needle in the ocean. Anyway, Long Chen was in no rush to charge through, so he chose to watch first. Long Chen kept feeling like this martial stage was strange, so he refused to fight for the front of the pack in this state. Anyway, the Sage King convention was a fight for power. Fighting for a spot at the front. That was the pinnacle of foolishness. Long Chen wasn't the only one thinking like this. Quite a few experts were calmly watching as well. In truth, those lifeforms who were charging forward weren't fools. They were just triggered after seeing Shu Yifeng charge in right at the start. After all, Shu Yifeng was a heavenly genius of the violet blood race. Since he had gone in, others were unable to wait and just charged in without hesitation. With such a chain reaction, more and more people were unable to sit still. After a while, the fighting got extremely intense, sending a torrent of blood around the place. It was unknown just how many lifeforms were dying in the chaos. As they died, they didn't even know who killed them, as it was far too chaotic. Even within this indiscriminate bloodshed, people continued to charge in. Something's off. There's a strange fluctuation affecting people's minds. Everyone, be careful, exclaimed Meng Qi suddenly. Everyone, fall back, don't be affected by the blood. Long Chen also sensed something off. Hearing this, their hearts shook. They had just felt an intense desire to charge in. Seeing their fellow humans be killed, their anger surged. Fortunately, this warning made them realize that this intense killing intent seemed to have been drawn out of them by some mysterious power. If they really were to charge into that mess, there was no way they would survive. Now that they had calmed down, they became covered in cold sweat. Once they fell back, their minds grew clearer. So, upon seeing countless experts still charging in, they shivered. The weaker disciples, who had come perilously close to death on the staircase, looked at Long Chen and his companions with a mix of reverence and gratitude. If it weren't for Long Chen, they would have died twice. Furthermore, Long Chen had even fought against Shu Yifeng to protect them. Their gratitude toward him was beyond words now. Only when everyone was near death could they comprehend the essence of life. Although they might not necessarily comprehend it, they would at least realize just how precious life was. Suddenly, cracks spread across the martial stage. The martial stage is about to explode, shouted Li Qi. The next moment, the martial stage exploded and everyone fell down. The collapsed martial stage then transformed into motes of light falling through the air, following everyone down. With this martial stage gone, everyone let out startled cries. There was actually another martial stage beneath this one. It looked similar to the one above, but it was much smaller, less than 1/100th of its size. Furthermore, at the core of this martial stage was another barrier. Within it, there were 9 golden dragons, their heads pointed inward and their tails extending outward. Their mouths were open as if they were roaring. Where the 9 dragon mouths converged, a golden bead that gave off mystical fluctuations could be seen. Upon witnessing these fluctuations, the pupils of everyone in the vicinity, Long Chen included, constricted in awe. Karmic luck bead. Long Chen had encountered karmic luck beads in the mortal world before. After the devil slaughter rankings, Long Chen gave that karmic luck bead to Guo Ran, thinking that it wouldn't be able to change his fate. When Guo Ran gained this bead, he was blessed with fortune, having fortuitous encounters wherever he went. Even after ascending to the immortal world and ending up in a dangerous place like the Aldeval star field, he miraculously survived the relentless pursuit of his enemy. This fact vividly highlighted the importance of karmic luck. As a result, the appearance of this karmic luck bead sent Long Chen and Guo Ran into a frenzy. After all, the power of this karmic luck bead was millions of times stronger than the one Guo Ran had absorbed. The difference was like a drop of water next to the vast sea. Guo Ran went crazy upon seeing it. Ever since Long Chen had gifted him a karmic luck bead, he had come to understand the profound significance of karmic luck in a person's life. In fact, he sometimes regretted taking it for himself. If he had given it to his boss instead, his boss's accomplishments would definitely be even greater. Now, seeing this karmic luck bead, Guo Ran swore to obtain it for his boss no matter what. Finally, Long Chen couldn't sit still any longer and shot toward the core. However, just as he moved, he sensed an abrupt shift in the surroundings. Mysterious channels had materialized on the martial stage, channeling the fresh blood from the slain experts into the barrier. With the nourishment of that fresh blood, the 9 dragons suddenly opened their eyes. Chapter 4217, Dark Creatures. 9 enormous golden dragons suddenly twitched, their eyes moving as if they had been bestowed with life. The next moment, a terrible aura rapidly rose. When a pillar of golden light erupted out of the barrier above the 9 dragons, the dragons directly pierced the barrier around the martial stage and soared into the clouds. After that, the golden pillar thickened, growing until there was an enormous passageway stretching beyond the 9 heavens. As soon as this passageway appeared, black chi gushed out from above the 9 heavens, infecting the golden passageway until it turned black as well. Following that, a scene that terrified everyone appeared. Countless lifeforms began to flood out of that giant passageway. Upon seeing those lifeforms, Sha Chen and the others let out startled cries. Dark creatures. They hadn't expected to see dark creatures here. These beings emanated the same ominous auras as those found in the life-forbidden area. However, the notable distinction lay in the fact that the dark creatures here were significantly stronger and far more brutal. Monsters. Monsters. When the flood of creatures appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. Unable to comprehend what was going on, they immediately stopped killing each other. Was this not a fight for karmic luck? How could a gate to hell open here? Many people had never seen dark creatures before. Hence, seeing the unknown, they were filled with fright. These creatures had giant heads, elongated hands, and weird-looking feet. Their mouths occupied half of their heads, their jagged fangs resembling sawteeth, flickering with cold light. Their very presence exuded an aura of unquenchable bloodlust. What is going on? The experts outside the martial stage were also stunned. Even the seniors didn't all recognize these creatures. However, given their brutal gazes, sharp claws, and sinister appearances, everyone knew that they were not some kind-hearted species. As for those who recognized these dark creatures, their expressions were even worse than the others. How can this be? After the primal chaos battle, aren't the dark creatures restricted to the life-forbidden area? They aren't supposed to be able to get out, cried out a horrified elder. Dark creatures have appeared. Is this the eve of another dark battle? This person's voice quivered, his eyes full of fear. On the martial stage, everyone fell silent, feeling terrified. The various lifeforms only stared at the dark creatures, not even daring to move. As for those dark creatures, they seemed to be curiously eyeing the situation below, not moving either. Guo Ran gulped. Maybe they won't come down. Guo Ran had barely spoken when those dark creatures let out strange cries. The next moment, a dark flood crashed down from the heavens. Retreat. Use the barrier as the foundation of our defense, shouted Long Chen. The moment these dark creatures appeared, Long Chen's heart shuddered. The blood chi of these creatures was even stronger than the ones from the life-forbidden area. Obeying his command, the Dragonblood warriors immediately fell back. As for the other disciples with them, their reactions were a step slower. Fortunately, hearing Long Chen's warning, they rapidly retreated as well. Their side was the first to reach the outer barrier. With this, their rear was safe, protected by a wall. On the other hand, countless lifeforms roared and charged at the dark creatures. What fools! This is the trial of the Sage King convention. Whoever kills more dark creatures will become the future Sage King. When one of the experts voiced this notion, the crowd was immediately drawn to that idea. After all, this was the Sage King martial stage. These monsters couldn't just appear for no reason. With that person's lead, countless people charged into the deluge of dark creatures. Even peak experts went against the flow of dark creatures, relentlessly cutting through their ranks and engaging in merciless slaughter. These dark creatures were numerous, but their power could only be considered average within the Immortal King realm. They might be fatal to ordinary Immortal Kings, but to peak experts, they weren't that difficult to deal with. Countless experts from diverse races rushed head-on toward the dark creatures. Their combined might was overwhelming, swiftly slaying the dark creatures before they could even land on the ground. In fact, there weren't enough dark creatures to go around. Seeing that there was no danger, more and more people joined the fray. However, Long Chen continued to just watch, seeming to not have any intention of fighting. At this time, the disciples behind him grew anxious. Should we attack as well? If you want to attack, go ahead. However, I'll give you a warning first. Once someone leaves our ranks, they won't be able to come back. My boss could save you once, but he can't save you for a lifetime. Your lives are your own. Make your own decisions, said Guo Ran coldly. Some of those people were displeased by Guo Ran's response, so one of them coldly said, "You saved us, so we owe you a debt. But if you think that you can order us around because of this, you're going too far. Also, even if you Hadn't saved us, it would have only taken us some more time on the stairs. Don't try to act as our savior and order us around. The expressions of the Dragonblood warriors sank. This person was actually so blind. What bullshit are you spouting at? If it weren't for senior apprentice brother Long Chen taking us in, we'd have long since died on the stairs. Now, your mouth is quite tough, but when the others wanted to kill us, you didn't do anything. You're just a dog biting the hand that feeds you, shouted someone else within their ranks. HMPH, spineless brats. We really have different Daos. I have nothing to say to you. That person then turned to Long Chen. Long Chen, I owe you a debt. I, Wang Panshin, will definitely repay you. However, I still have my freedom, and I will not be bound by anything. Everyone, farewell. After saying that, this person left their group, taking out his weapon and charging toward the core. As soon as he entered the flood of dark creatures, he killed quite a few. It seemed that he really did have some skill. I'm sorry, I'm going too. Quite a few people also left, following him. Driven by the sight of everyone else killing the dark creatures, they were afraid that they would be eliminated from the Sage King convention if they stayed idle. Ignoring Guo Ran's warning, millions of people left. With these people's departure, more and more people were tempted. Guo Ran was about to speak when Long Chen raised his hand. Meeting is the start of destiny, leaving is the end of destiny. There is no way to change some things. Everyone's life is their own. Don't vainly try to change other people's fates. I could only give them one chance, but not a second one. Around 6 to 7 million experts left their group. Long Chen didn't stop them. However, the majority continued to trust Long Chen and patiently waited here. Suddenly, the flood of dark creatures grew berserk, and countless dark creatures with silver lines on their bodies descended from the heavens. Chapter 4218, Watching as They Die. Guo Ran and the others sighed when they saw those dark creatures. They couldn't help shaking their heads. Following that, the scene that they had long since anticipated occurred. Countless disciples who had charged into their ranks were slain by these new dark creatures. These creatures with silver marks on them were elites amongst dark creatures. Guo Ran and the others were all too familiar with them. Their power was equal to the heavenly geniuses of the human race, around the level of double supremes. Back in the life-forbidden area, even the Dragonblood warriors didn't dare to be careless against those dark creatures with silver marks. Currently, there were some silver-marked creatures mixed into the ranks of normal dark creatures, and occasionally one with golden markings would appear. Facing them, the normal experts would naturally be at a disadvantage. At the start, there weren't that many elite creatures. But in the blink of an eye, they became the main force. More and more of the gold-marked creatures appeared. As their claws and teeth were comparable to world domain divine items, normal experts were unable to pose much of a threat to them. As more dark creatures appeared, it was like a flood spreading in every direction. In the face of this overwhelming onslaught, countless experts abandoned the fight and hastily turned to flee. However, fleeing now was a bit too late. Countless experts were directly drowned by the wave of dark creatures and torn apart. Moreover, lifeforms that were slain by these dark creatures couldn't even escape as Yuan spirits. They were fully dead. As for those experts who had left Long Chen's side, they were still on the edge of the battlefield. Seeing the situation change, they immediately fled. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, save me. A terrified cry rang out, emanating from none other than the person who had been first to leave Long Chen's camp. Gone was his previous arrogance, replaced by sheer terror as he desperately flew, pursued by an endless swarm of dark creatures behind him. I already gave you a chance, but you wasted it. You even brought down so many others with you. In this world, no one owes anyone anything. You didn't cherish your own life, but you want others to risk their lives to save you. Sorry, but I'm no saint. I can't do it. Long Chen shook his head. Long Chen, you're just going to watch as we die. No. The distraction caused his speed to drop, and he was then devoured by the wave of dark creatures, vanishing without a trace. Even his screams were drowned out. Prepare for battle. The Dragonblood warriors will be the main attack force. Battle God Palace's experts, you will assist the attack. Disciples of the Starry River Palace, you will be the wings, switching between offense and defense. Disciples of the Academy, provide support wherever you can. As for the others, if you have the power, join the defenses. If you don't mess around. Just patiently wait, said Long Chen. As the flood of dark creatures reached them, his voice was still calm. The Dragonblood warriors unsheathed their swords the moment Long Chen finished speaking. As a result, the flood of dark creatures seemed to crash into a giant wall. Their initial assault was completely obliterated. With just one move, the wave crashing toward them was stopped. Furthermore, it was done easily, as if it took no effort at all, shocking all the onlookers. The Battle God Palace's disciples were originally a bit unhappy to be relegated to a supporting role. After all, they were all warlike fighters, extremely confident in their own power. However, after seeing the Dragonblood warriors unleash this one attack, they were completely convinced. The most frightening thing wasn't the fact that just over 2,000 individuals managed to halt such a relentless assault. It was the astonishing unity of their movements. Every bit of their power perfectly harmonized and supported each other, creating a profound force that shocked everyone. Perhaps if it was just two people attacking together, it was understandable. But for 2,000 people to have such a level of cooperation, it was unheard of. After a brief moment of shock, the Battle God Palace's disciples began to attack the straggling creatures. Meanwhile, the Starry River sect's disciples summoned their manifestations, causing starry rivers to surge forth. Their killing power was also astonishing. These dark creatures were annihilated as soon as they got close. The Starry River sect's disciples were surrounded by stars, their auras astonishing. To everyone's surprise, their manifestations could actually link together and support each other. It was like they were one enormous star formation. With the charge stopped, the threat of these dark creatures plummeted. The Academy's disciples didn't even need to step up, let alone the other disciples. They just silently watched. Long Chen, what do you think? Meng Qi stood beside Long Chen, staring at the passageway leading above the heavens where endless dark creatures continued to descend. Her gaze was a bit grave. Naturally, I think best with you by my side, said Long Chen. Meng Qi smiled and shook her head, her smile melting Long Chen's heart. Regrettably, there were too many people around for him to steal a kiss from her. Seeing him looking at her like that, Meng Qi blushed, but she was happy. After being apart for so long, they had finally reunited. The crowd left no room for her to have a private conversation with Long Chen. There was no chance to express their emotions. Nevertheless, Long Chen's familiar gaze, the same as when they had first met in the Phoenix Cry Empire, warmed her heart. She could feel that Long Chen's love for her had not diminished in the slightest. However, Meng Qi didn't dare to express it here, so she scolded, I was asking what you think about the dark creatures. Why would I want to think about them? With so many of my beautiful wives around me, I'm totally captivated by you all. I can't even get enough of looking at each of you, so why would I look at them? Said Long Chen in a voice only those closest to him could hear. They all blushed. This praise was far too blatant, but they also knew that it was intentional. Don't mess around. At this critical time, you should be a bit more serious, rebuked Meng Qi. Long Chen nodded. It truly wasn't the time for jokes. Hence, Long Chen's expression turned serious. As he looked at the spatial channel, he said, this time, the Sage King convention is extremely off. The rules have all changed. Now, it's like a poison jar, and we're the bugs. I thought the title of Sage King would be given to the last poisonous bugs alive. In other words, the only way to win is to kill all others. It's clearly a trap set up to kill us all. But now, even these dark creatures have appeared, so my original theory no longer works. It seems that there is another trap in this generation's Sage King convention. What do you think that trap is? Or what is the goal? Asked Meng Qi. Long Chen shook his head. Just as he was about to say something else, his expression changed. Guo Ran, kill them. Chapter 4219. What Long Chen was waiting for. Seeing several furtive figures sneaking into the flood of dark creatures, Long Chen instantly had a bad feeling. He noticed that these figures were able to slip through the ranks of dark creatures without being attacked. It was as if the dark creatures didn't even sense them. Guo Ran immediately took out his crossbow. The next moment, a golden streak of light accurately struck one of them in the head. That figure exploded, unleashing a wave of powerful devil chi. This was clearly an expert of the devil race. Guo Ran repeatedly shot, unleashing golden arrows that accurately killed his targets. However, Long Chen's expression quickly changed as he sensed that there weren't only experts from the devil race, there were also members of the demonic beast race. Another expert was accurately killed. However, before dying, they tossed out an object, a sphere that exploded in the air. The next moment, a strange liquid flew through the air, and a disgusting stench rose. In response, countless dark creatures seemed to be provoked. They roared and charged toward this smell. How sinister! Guo ran and the others were enraged. These malicious fellows actually found a way to draw the dark creatures to the human race's side. They were trying to get Long Chen and the others killed. Realizing that they couldn't charge through the horde of dark creatures, they directly tossed the burden onto Long Chen's side. More of those spheres exploded around them. These hateful fellows had originally been hoping to toss the spheres amidst Long Chen's companions, but now that they were noticed, they directly detonated the spheres once they were nearby. With this, countless dark creatures were stimulated and attracted to this region. Even though this liquid wasn't splashed directly on them, the effect was still quite potent. The dark creatures on the martial stage seemed to go insane, charging at Long Chen's side. As a result, quite a few weak disciples were terrified, their eyes full of despair. It's over. We're really doomed now, a painful cry rang out. In all their lives, they had never seen such a terrifying thing before. As for the human experts outside the martial stage, they were enraged but powerless to do anything. They could only watch. What pleased them was the division within the human race's ranks, with Long Chen's group representing just 10% of the human disciples. It was evident that these hateful fellows only targeted Long Chen and not the entire human race. "Boss, should we start the counterattack?" asked Guo Ran. "Wait a bit, there's no rush. We will proceed with the original plan," declared Long Chen. He coldly looked at those lifeforms that had thrown the spheres but refrained from killing them. As countless dark creatures charged toward them, everyone on Long Chen's side had to join the fight now, but there were just too many dark creatures. Their defensive line continuously shrank. These dark creatures had gone crazy, ignoring all the others on the martial stage and relentlessly charging at Long Chen. Since the other races were under no pressure at all, they became nothing more than spectators. As for the human experts, they watched as Long Chen and the others were besieged. Some even smiled, delighting in their misfortune. When the heavens go mad, there is a storm. When humans go mad, there is a tribulation. Long Chen, aren't you very strong? Why are you cowering like a turtle now? Shouted someone. Maybe he's so delusional that he's thinking about conserving his power for the title of Sage King. Doesn't that mean that he's sacrificing all his subordinates? Sneered another. Ah, I see, so you keep those weaklings around to use them as sacrificial pawns. Haha, not bad, not bad. What trash. He acted so sanctimoniously, as if he was the savior of the world. What a disgusting man. Countless sneers rang out from the ranks of the human race. However, those people were all hidden, only speaking and not letting people know who they were. Shut up, you're the trash. Everyone saw what kind of person Long Chen is very clearly. On the other hand, you're hiding in the crowd, shamelessly spewing venom. What right do you have to criticize others? Finally, someone amongst the human race spoke up for Long Chen. You idiots, the devil race, blood race, and demonic beast race are trying to harm Long Chen. Anyone with eyes can see it, yet you sneer at him instead of helping. Are you even human? That's right, you're all shameful trash. If you have guts, show yourselves. Let us know which faction you are from. What? You don't dare. You must be afraid of Long Chen taking revenge on you. What useless trolls. When Long Chen is besieged, can we really just watch? This is clearly a scheme. They're trying to break us up piece by piece. If Long Chen and the others die, I guarantee that we'll be next. Are you just going to watch? That's right, we're all part of the human race. We should be united against our enemies, not watching as our fellow humans are killed one by one. If we all die, the human race will lose a portion of its power. Do you not know that people are only strong when they are together? Hee, nice words, but what do their deaths have to do with us? If Long Chen takes the title of Sage King, will he share the karmic luck with me? Anyone can say dignified words, but on the martial path, everyone is a competitor, whether it is fellow humans or other races. When it comes to the Sage King convention, other than myself, everyone else is an enemy. You want to save them? Are you joking? Said someone disdainfully. Fine, I can't outtreason you. But I know that I am human, and the human race should help and support each other. Even if we are to compete with each other, there is a bottom line. Everyone wants to become the Sage King, but I won't throw away my bottom line for this title, especially not when we are surrounded by enemies. Just look at those devils and beasts. Do you know how many humans their ancestors have slain? Have you forgotten about the sea of blood between us? Has the title of Sage King blinded you to this enmity? Are you really human? If you aren't going, then I will. Suddenly, one of the human experts really did fly toward Long Chen's camp, stunning countless people. I'm coming too. Following that, a second person, a third, a fourth, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Countless experts formed a stream rushing to where Long Chen was. Brothers of the human race, don't worry. We will support you. Seeing these people come to aid them, Yu Qingshan smiled slightly. She then looked at Long Chen tenderly. What you were waiting for was them, right? Long Chen also smiled, feeling moved. I've always said that the human race still has hope. Long Chen subconsciously clenched his fists. His blood began to heat up. Chapter 4220, Refining the Soul Through Space. Brothers, don't worry, we are here. You are not fighting alone. Heroic cries rang out one after another, as more and more humans flew to Long Chen's side. They were like a spear stabbing into the torrent of dark creatures. There were quite a few triple supremes amongst them. As the top figures of their factions, they slaughtered these dark creatures easily. An open space was quickly cleared up, and those experts managed to reach Long Chen and the others through this space. What are you doing? However, to their surprise, just as they managed to open a path, numerous people from Long Chen's side actually charged out of it. At first, they even thought that these people had come to aid them, but before they could even feel moved by that, they realized that something was off. These people didn't even greet them and just flew right by them. The brave experts had come to aid them, but these people were actually using them to flee from this place. This unexpected turn of events left these brave experts enraged. Are you even humans? Don't you have the slightest sense of loyalty in your bones? However, mere curses were unable to stop these cowards from leaving. They still fled, lowering their heads so that they didn't show their faces. Some of them even directly put on masks. So you know how to cover up your face. You already have no face at all, so what's the point? Cursed someone. He would be glad to kill these people himself. Long Chen had protected these cowards, but at this critical time, they actually abandoned Long Chen and his companions. The experts who had come to assist them were completely enraged by this. It was like they viewed them all as idiots. Ignore them. In any case, we're only doing what we want to do, said a supreme heavenly genius. Some had come to save them and some were fleeing. Who was a hero and who was a coward was clear here. Brother Long, we're here to help. The first wave of experts quickly reached their camp. After that, they began to find places for themselves within their defensive line. Words cannot express my thanks. Your arrival is my greatest motivation, said Long Chen emotionally. From a distance, Long Chen's emotional reaction made people think that he felt relieved at being saved. Hence, they sneered at him. Only Meng Qi, Yu Qingshan, Tang Wan and the others familiar with Long Chen knew that the reason Long Chen was so moved was because these people were true hot-blooded righteous men, the pillars of the human race. They let Long Chen see hope for the human race. Meng Qi and the others were all smiling emotionally. They knew that Long Chen had precisely been waiting all this time just for them. They had come to save Long Chen, all without realizing that they had managed to save themselves. As millions of experts had come to aid them, the situation was temporarily stabilized. These experts were truly not bad. There were over 100 triple supremes, and the others were also quite powerful. Brother Long Chen, you are a good person. Don't listen to those trolls. You're a real man, and we really admire you, said one of them. Ha ha ha, for you to risk your life to aid us at this perilous time is enough to show me that you're a hot-blooded man. Once the Sage King convention is over, I will definitely drink with you all until we all collapse. Long Chen laughed heroically. Ha ha ha, good. These people laughed as well, their arrival amid all this mounting pressure indicating their readiness to confront death. Every single one of them was an honest and straightforward man. You can drink in the netherworld instead. At this time, someone sneered at them from a distance, intentionally spreading their voice just to infuriate Long Chen and the others. This person was very cunning, hiding his presence within the crowd. Furthermore, amidst the sea of dark creatures, locating him among billions of experts was as challenging as finding a needle in the ocean. Long Chen suddenly shouted, his voice like thunder piercing through the crowd. Following that, one person in the crowd screamed in terror. He was holding his ears tightly, but blood continued to flow, seeping through his fingers. It was like he was being tortured. Suddenly, his head exploded, and his screams came to an end. His body then fell limply to the ground, his life extinguished in an instant. Idiot, did you really think that I couldn't do anything to you? Other than stabbing people in the back, people like you have no other skill. The human race is only forced to the brink because of idiots like you. I only let you live for so long to see just how much hope the human race really has. Now, the seeds of hope have appeared, so you are no longer useful, declared Long Chen. He then turned to Meng Qi. Meng Qi nodded and slowly raised her hands. Her slender fingers slowly made a few seals. Suddenly, a translucent ripple spread out of her, causing countless screams to ring out amongst the crowd. Hundreds of people clutched their heads and fell to the ground, screaming like pigs being slaughtered. Their whole bodies quivered, their faces full of terror. Refining the soul through space. How is that possible? Startled cries rang out, especially from other soul cultivators. Soul cultivators possess the ability to pinpoint a person's location within a crowd by the resonance of their voice and soul. However, in this vast assembly, with voices layered upon voices, and the mouth clackers intentionally blending their spiritual fluctuations, it became an immensely challenging task. Even if someone managed to locate them, launching a spiritual attack from such a distance was an entirely different matter. Unless one had previously affixed a spiritual lock on an individual while they were speaking, accomplishing this feat was virtually impossible. However, a spiritual lock would definitely be noticed. After all, everyone here was an expert. There was no way Long Chen and the others could place a spiritual lock on someone without them noticing, unless their spiritual strength was 10,000 times greater than that of the other party. Suddenly, some of those screaming guys chose to self-detonate. What made it even more alarming was the swiftness of their actions. As a result, several people were caught in the explosions and coughed up blood. What a sinister woman. Stop, that person had just spoken when his head flew into the air. No one knew what had cut off his head. Everyone was shocked. To be able to kill someone at such an immense distance, without anyone being aware of it, was absolutely terrifying. They didn't even know who did it. Just then, rumbling sounds rang out, and a lot of dark creatures with golden marks came out of the passageway. Some of those marks were actually dark gold. When Long Chen saw those creatures, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. That's the aura of Dark Lords. Guo Ran and the others cried out in shock. Sha Chen, you know what to do, said Long Chen. Hee, understood. Sha Chen laughed and waved his hand, releasing hundreds of flying talismans that formed a large sphere, which then rapidly compressed. Space began to compress until it was a palm-sized ball. After that, the ball suddenly vanished, reappearing in the devil race's territory. As the ball exploded, that strange odor once more erupted, causing the devil race's experts to panic. Chapter 4221, To not reciprocate would be rude. The explosion of the little ball didn't have much power, but it caused the expressions of countless devil experts to change. The human race has a certain saying, to not reciprocate would be rude. You should have a taste of being schemed against as well, laughed Sha Chen. The power of his formations managed to compress all the liquid and odor that the devil experts had used on the human race's side. He then returned it to the devil race. This odor was quite strange. It remained stuck in the void and couldn't be dispersed or erased. But Sha Chen was able to use a formation technique to move it. The devil experts had never dreamed that their karma would strike so quickly. Unwittingly, they had provided Sha Chen with the very noose that now tightened around their own necks. In an instant, the golden-marked dark creatures were attracted by the odor, flooding toward the devil race's side with the rest of the dark creatures. As they approached, the void rumbled and the earth shook. These dark creatures were like bloodthirsty monsters, their presence stirring a mixture of shock and fury among the devil race's experts. Human race, are you trying to start a war? Long Chen couldn't even be bothered to respond to such a thing. However, while Long Chen didn't respond, the brave experts who had come to aid Long Chen did it for him. You idiots, you were the ones starting a war when you set this up. You're the ones who provoked us. Grow a brain before you speak. The devil race's experts didn't even have a chance to reply, as the dark creatures had arrived in their midst. Moreover, these dark creatures were not only far stronger than the ones before but also incredibly numerous. Countless devil experts were torn to pieces by their sharp claws. In just a moment, the devil race's side descended into chaos. Although they roared and fought against the dark creatures with all their might, casualties still piled up quickly. At first, the disciples on Long Chen's side were laughing at their wretched state. However, They quickly stopped. These dark creatures were simply too terrifying. They weren't even comparable to the ones that the human race had just fought. The dark creatures with golden marks were stronger than the human race's double supremes. As for those with the dark gold marks, their power was comparable to triple supreme immortal kings, their sharp claws and fangs capable of even tearing through world domain divine items. Seeing these creatures, most of the disciples on Long Chen's side couldn't help feeling a burst of fear. If it weren't for Sha Chen drawing them away, they would be the ones having to deal with them. With the dark creatures brought away, Long Chen's side had it easy. Only a small portion of the dark creatures attacked them, so there was no need for the Dragonblood warriors to even do anything. Just the disciples of the Starry River sect and Battle God Palace were fighting over the straggling creatures. After all, having never encountered these dark creatures before, they needed to get some experience against them. The Dragonblood warriors had no intention of contesting them for this valuable opportunity. That should be enough karma for the devil race, said Guo Ran delightedly as he watched the dark creatures slaughter the devil race. However, Long Chen shook his head. These creatures are only able to harm the skin of the devil race, not their bones. It's nothing fatal. What? Those experts who had come to reinforce Long Chen were all shocked. There are quite a few monsters within the devil race, and a single one of them would be enough to annihilate those creatures. However, they are still concealing their power. This demonstrates that disunity is not limited to the human race alone. Turning a blind eye to the plight of fellow members of your own race seems to be a shared failing. Long Chen wore a faint smile. These bad traits did not solely belong to the human race, they extended to the devil race as well. It was evident in the way they confronted the dark creatures. They were solely fighting for themselves without coordination. Seeing that, Long Chen felt much better. Every race had their own strong points, but you couldn't only look at the strong sides while ignoring the rest. The human race wasn't the only ones with faults. One person can wipe them all out, said someone in shock. They could not comprehend just what kind of force that would require. Then what about our side? Asked the other person probingly. Long Chen simply smiled and didn't reply. Guo Ran was the one who patted that person on the shoulder and chortled, "Our boss isn't the only one who can wipe out all those creatures at once." Hearing this, that person was shocked, as well as the others who had come to aid them. "Doesn't that mean that you weren't in danger before?" Guo Ran smiled. "Weren't we waiting for you to save us?" Their expressions changed. Long Chen and the others were fully capable of dealing with these creatures. Then hadn't they risked their lives to save them for nothing? Weren't they just laughingstocks? "We really are foolish," said one person with a bitter smile. Guo Ran panicked when he heard that. He wasn't trying to brag this time, but he just didn't know how to explain it better. Long Chen looked at those people. "What you saved this time is not us, but yourselves and our people. You saved the eternal fire in the human race's hearts. The human race should precisely assist each other against our common enemies. Only when we are united can the human race continue to thrive, and only by working together can we save everyone we care about. We won't grieve the deaths of those who have lost the essence of what is most important. On the staircase, I helped save the weak, and many people thought that we were fools. After that, when we were in danger, you risked your lives to help us, and many people said that you were fools too. But the human race's eternal fire requires idiots like us to inherit it, don't you think so?" "Ha ha ha, that's right, that's absolutely right. We're all fools, ha ha ha." After Long Chen put it this way, these people broke into smiles and laughter. These were words that struck a chord deep within their hearts. In an instant, the moment of awkwardness passed. To put it frankly, they were all the same type of people. Long Chen's words ignited their hot blood. It felt like they had suddenly found a group of like-minded friends. Seeing this, Guo Ran sighed with relief. He truly admired Long Chen. The power of his mouth was not at all inferior to that of his fists. The human race has deliberately incited a war and broken the rules. Everyone, attack them together. Suddenly, a resounding cry rang out from within the devil race. The next moment, numerous devil experts left the core region and headed straight for Long Chen's side. A resonance spread with this person's lead as countless devil experts banded together. Ignoring the lives and deaths of the other devil experts, they bypassed the dark creatures and flew toward Long Chen. In an instant, numerous elites had gathered. Following this, a disturbance rose within the demonic beast race. "Kill Long Chen, eliminate this scammer of the human race," howled someone within the demonic beast race. Looking at them, Long Chen suddenly recalled how members of the demonic beast race had been amongst those who had thrown spheres of liquid at them. It seemed that those people were part of this demonic beast race. Prepare yourselves. The curtains of a great battle are about to be drawn open. This time, we'll give the 10,000 races a new understanding of the human race, declared Long Chen. The Dragonblood warriors were already prepared and had been anticipating this moment for a long time. However, at this time, a sudden change occurred. The ground in front of the devil experts exploded and sharp spears shot out of the ground, drowning this army of tens of millions. Chapter 4222, Domineering Ruyan. Countless sharp wooden spears shot out of the ground, tearing through the ranks of the devil experts. Also, those wooden spears seemed to have poison on them. As soon as someone was pierced by them, their body stiffened and fell. Dozens of devil experts hung on each wooden spear, their lives extinguished. An area of 100,000 miles became a forest of corpses, and it all happened so suddenly. The devil experts had not expected someone to attack them here. Only a small portion of extremely powerful existences had managed to sense something wrong at the start, and they either blocked or dodged the wooden spears. Undying race, what are you doing? A devil expert roared furiously, suddenly realizing that the area they were passing through was occupied by the undying race. Furthermore, these wooden spears had the aura of the undying race on them. It just couldn't be faked. I'm not doing anything, I just felt like you were displeasing to the eye, so I wanted to clear up my view. An icy, arrogant voice rang out. Following this statement, two women appeared in front of them. One was dressed in black, while the other wore a vibrant emerald green dress. It was the woman in a black dress who had spoken, causing Long Chen's heart to pound wildly. The woman in the emerald green dress was like a beautiful elf queen who had walked out of the depths of a primal forest, possessing a natural and pure aura. Her raven black hair cascaded down to her waist like a flowing waterfall, and her eyes sparkled like a constellation of stars. Long Chen couldn't help but cry out. This woman was precisely Chu Yao from the Phoenix Cry Empire. The air surrounding her had changed a great deal, but her eyes remained the same. Chu Yao looked at Long Chen emotionally. Because they were too far, she could only wave as hard as she could to him. As for the other woman beside her, she looked icy and arrogant. Guo Ran and the others stared at her in shock. Is that really Lu Ruyan? How could her aura change so much? Guo Ran and the others almost didn't dare to believe it. Long Chen himself was also unsure if this really was Lu Ruyan. If she wasn't standing beside Chu Yao, Long Chen wouldn't have recognized her. While she was dressed in black, she had an emerald crown on her head, and powerful undying qi swirled around her, forming a terrifying force field. Even though she was standing on the ground, she gave off a feeling of being high above and looking down on all others. Furthermore, behind her were countless experts solemnly bowing toward her, and they remained a respectful distance behind the two of them, seemingly very reverent toward both of them. Since when did your undying race lower yourselves to the likes of the human race? Shouted a devil expert. Die. Lu Ruyan raised her slender hand and clenched it. In an instant, that devil expert's expression underwent a dramatic shift. He immediately reacted, slashing his weapon behind him and flying forward. The next moment, the space around him collapsed. Countless willow branches flew out like serpents, attacking him from every direction. This devil expert's tough body was like a paste in front of these branches, instantly pierced through. Ah! He let out a terrified shout. After that, 3 kinds of runes appeared around him, and the aura of a triple supreme appeared. Startled cries rang out. This person was actually a triple supreme, but he was unable to block a single one of this woman's attacks. Abruptly, his body stopped struggling, and his screams vanished. Every drop of his essence blood was sucked dry. As the willow branches were retracted, the devil expert's body fell to the ground and shattered like a fallen statue. This attack was sudden, bizarre, and terrifying. Even a triple supreme was directly killed without the ability to resist. Furthermore, before dying, he had swung his weapon behind him and fled forward. That meant that his sense of danger had only been triggered from the rear, but that was wrong. Lu Ruyan's attack had come from all directions. In other words, Lu Ruyan's attack had even tricked his senses, causing countless people to be terrified of her. Lu Ruyan slowly pulled back her hand, her face just as icy as ever. This fellow Long Chen is very dislikable, but you cannot kill him. I will kill anyone who wants to kill him. Lu Ruyan's words were icy and exceptionally domineering. Adding on to how she had just easily exterminated a triple supreme, Countless people were shaken by it. How arrogant, undying race. Are you declaring war on the great devil race? Shouted a devil expert. Another powerful devil expert stepped forward, also a triple supreme. However, his wings were golden, and his eyes seemed to emit flashes of lightning. He was definitely an even more powerful existence than the last. My undying race has been arrogant for more than just a few days. If you want war, you can have it. But anyone who wants to kill Long Chen will be slain, said Lu Ruyan indifferently. Lu Ruyan's display was incredibly domineering, leaving no space for the other side to retort. However, the name of the undying race was truly frightening, so no one wished to offend her. The undying race was famous for being difficult to deal with. Furthermore, they were protective of their own members. Not only was their combat power immense, but they also possessed undying bodies that made it extremely difficult to kill him. No one wished to offend them. It seems that your undying willow race cannot represent the entire undying race, no. Lu Ruyan, aren't you overestimating yourself? Suddenly, a strange voice rang out from within the undying race's territory. This left others befuddled, but Lu Ruyan seemed to not find it strange at all. She didn't even look at that person and just said, "My undying willow race is the emperor race of the undying race and the overlord of the undying demon forest. As for your devil eye water lily race, you are nothing more than stray dogs that don't know honor. If I cannot represent the undying race, can you?" Suddenly, the undying race's experts opened a path, and a group of experts walked out. There were men and women amongst them numbering in the millions. Their auras were all powerful, and their gazes were hostile. As the time changes, some people cannot keep up. Perhaps the position of the emperor should also be changed. A woman with a 7-colored lotus hairpin walked forward and sneered at Lu Ruyan. Even if we were to abdicate the throne, it wouldn't go to your devil eye water lily race's possession. Even if you give imperial robes to a monkey is still a monkey. They don't have the slightest air of a king, retorted Lu Ruyan. It seemed that the two of them were mortal enemies and were very familiar with each other, going straight to the point. Ha ha ha, what can a sharp tongue do? Since you want to protect Long Chen, then my devil eye water lily race will cut off his head. After saying that, millions of devil eye water lily experts instantly vanished. Chapter 4223, Internal Disorder. Millions of devil eye water lily experts vanished at the same time, causing a lot of onlookers to jump in fright. Suddenly, the void exploded, and a giant willow tree soared into the heavens, its willow branches tearing through the void. The next moment, the devil eye water lily experts reappeared from the ruptured space, their teleportation forcibly interrupted. The laws of the Grand Tao quivered in front of this enormous willow, flowing around it like a waterfall. Everyone could see Lu Ruyan standing in front of this enormous willow, coldly looking at those devil eye water lily experts. Lian Wang, I know you've never acknowledged me. I also know that your devil eye water lily race has been restless lately, wanting to find a chance to compete with my undying willow race. Let us be more direct then. There's no need for pointless little moves. We can directly fight and see who is the real king of the undying race. Chu Yao slowly moved beside Lu Ruyan, and the undying willow race's experts also stepped forward. Although they numbered only a few 100,000, less than a tenth of the devil eye water lily race, they didn't reveal the slightest trace of fear. In fact, not even a trace of nervousness could be seen on their faces. Lu Ruyan's expression was completely calm in front of Lian Wang's provocation. She directly challenged her. Ha ha ha, good, then let's see who is the real king of the undying race. Just relying on what your ancestors left for you, did you think that your undying willow race could be king forever? Sneered Lian Wang. Lian Wang then raised her voice and shouted, starting today, my devil eye water lily race is on opposite sides of the undying willow race. There cannot be two kings at one time. Today, we will settle things once and for all. My devil eye water lily race has been accumulating power for billions of years to regain our dignity. We've suffered in silence all this time, and what you've seen is nothing more than the tip of the iceberg. On the other hand, the undying willow race has long since lost its former glory, but they are still lost in the past. Did you think that wearing a crown would make you the eternal king of the undying race? It's very obvious whose side you should choose. My devil eye water lily race will not accept neutrality. Follow me and prosper, defy me and die. Your choice will decide your life and death. Lian Wang's voice echoed throughout heaven and earth, eclipsing even the roaring of the dark creatures. No one had expected the terrifying undying race to suddenly fracture at this moment. It seemed that they were going to have a decisive battle soon. Other than the devil race, which was attacked by the dark creatures, all the other races were staring at them in shock. They didn't even understand what was going on. Now there will be a good show, chortled one person. After all, this had nothing to do with them. People who liked watching the fun were never afraid of a bigger mess. In a bit, some of the Undying Race's experts began to move toward Lien Wying. The Undying Race hadn't come with as many people as the other races, but they still had close to 100 million experts here. Unexpectedly, 70% of those experts actually chose to side with the Devil Eye Water Lily race. What was most astonishing was the speed and decisiveness with which they made this choice. It appeared as though they had pledged their allegiance to the Devil Eye Water Lily race long before this day. People turned to Lu Ruyan, only to see that her face remained indifferent. She didn't reveal the slightest trace of anger, let alone any hints of panic. It was as if everything was within her expectations. Under Lien Wying's pressure and threat, she remained expressionless, as if completely disdaining to respond or counterattack. Ha ha ha, do you see? Your Undying Willow race has lost the trust of the Undying race. Everyone has left you. The result is decided. Lien Wying raised her head and laughed. Over 70% of the Undying race's experts were standing on the side of the Devil Eye Water Lily race. On the other hand, the Undying Willow race's side comprised only around 25% of the Undying race's experts. The power disparity was immense. How stupid. Since when is the leadership position in our Undying race determined by democracy? Have you forgotten how the Undying Willow race used the corpses of trillions of experts to claim the throne? We killed until the heavens darkened and the rivers of blood flowed. We didn't need the people to approve of our position. At that time, those like you could only kneel toward us and beg for our protection, sneered Lu Ruyan. Ha, times have already changed, and you are still ensnared by the past. Today, I will wake you from that dream. The era of your Undying Willow race is long gone. With your pitiful numbers, you dare to say such big words. Are you trying to make everyone laugh to death? Mocked Lien Wying. Pitiful numbers. Are you blind? Do you not see all the people by Long Chen's side? Asked Lu Ruyan curiously. What are you talking about? Demanded Lien Wying. Long Chen and the others were also startled. Lu Ruyan said, although that fellow is dislikable, if you dare to attack me, he will definitely slaughter his way here. Even on his own, he can exterminate all of you, not to count his unrivaled Dragonblood Legion. And yet you dare to belittle our numbers. What the fuck? Long Chen almost fell to the ground. Before this, she had said that she would crush anyone who wanted to kill him, causing him to feel moved for the first time. However, this turned out to be a plot to ask for his aid at this moment. Furthermore, her calculations were truly accurate. If these people dared to attack her, he would immediately aid her because Chu Yao was right there. Anyone who dared to harm the woman he cherished would undoubtedly face his unrelenting fury. However, just when did Lu Ruyan become so cunning? Ha ha ha, the great Undying Willow race is actually asking for aid from the inferior human race. You've lost all the face of the Undying race. Lien Wying laughed. Long Chen, she just called you inferior. Aren't you going to beat her up? Lu Ruyan turned to Long Chen. I don't mind being called inferior. But if she dares to attack, I will help you pull off her head. If anyone dares to touch a single hair on Chu Yao's body, I will make them suffer for eternity, responded Long Chen. That response made Chu Yao's body quiver, and tears almost overflowed from her eyes. She felt like she was back in the Phoenix Cry Empire, to the time when they had first made their promise. The dragon swims across the 4 seas, the phoenix flies throughout the 9 lands, seas of blood may block us, but we will never give up our path, dragon and phoenix will both live to old age. Long Chen was still that hot-blooded youth, the fool who would protect her until the end of time, the rash man who would risk his life for her at any time. Hearing this, Chu Yao almost wept. Alright, then let's see what kind of ability the little human race has. Lien Wying snorted and raised her hand. Upon her signal, millions of Undying experts roared and launched their attack. At that moment, Long Chen almost stepped forward. Chapter 4224, Cloud's Might. Long Chen, don't move. Suddenly, Meng Qi spoke, startling Long Chen. She actually didn't want him to help Chu Yao. He then stared at her in bewilderment. Seeing his confused gaze, Meng Qi laughed and said, "Fool, leave this kind of small matter to us. You should focus on the karmic luck bead. I trust that with our power, we'll be able to handle it. Long Chen was a bit worried as he didn't want anything to happen to them. As for the karmic luck bead, it wasn't as important as his family. If something happened to them because of his lack of care, he would go crazy. Are you looking down on us? Demanded Tang Wan-er. I wouldn't dare, declared Long Chen immediately. He knew Tang Wan-er's temper. If he dared to doubt her, she'd turn her wrath on him. Meng Qi smiled and looked at Yi Ziqiu, Yu Qingshan, Tang Wan-er, Dong Mingyu, and the others. After training hard for so long, isn't it our turn to show off a bit? Hearing that, all the ladies smiled. Suddenly, Cloud let out a cry, and an enormous figure appeared in the sky. Meng Qi, Yi Ziqiu, Yu Qingshan, Tang Wan-er, Dong Mingyu, and the others jumped onto Cloud's back. Cloud's wings then flapped ever so slightly. Cloud shot out like a shooting star through the broken void, causing an ear-piercing sound to ring out. It seemed that she had broken the limits of space. As soon as he moved, she appeared before the Undying Race's territory and shot at the Devil Eye Water Lily race. Cloud was incredibly fast, crossing many miles just like that. Her enormous body was like a mountain crashing at them, courting death. The Devil Eye Water Lily race's experts roared furiously as they summoned their true bodies. The next moment, enormous lily leaves covered the sky. Their leaves were like a net, weaving in front of Cloud and exuding devil chi all around. Etched onto the leaves were runes that bestowed them with remarkable flexibility, all designed for the precise purpose of subduing raw brute force. In front of their blockade, Cloud suddenly opened her mouth and shot out a black ray of divine light. Like a celestial god's blade, this black light instantly tore through those lily leaves. The Devil Eye Water Lily race's defenses were unable to block Cloud. This was Cloud's innate divine ability. As it pierced through the lily leaves and tore through the army of the Undying Race, countless lifeforms exploded into bits. Most terrifying of all, Cloud's divine ability actually passed through their ranks and struck the martial stage's barrier. The barrier quivered. After a bit, the black light finally exploded and dissipated. This was an attack that reverberated through the heavens, leaving countless spectators in astonishment. The formidable defensive divine ability of the Devil Eye Water Lily race had, unexpectedly, been breached. There was another explosive sound as Cloud's enormous body smashed into the lily leaves net. The previous attack left a hole, and now Cloud smashed straight through it. Countless Devil Eye Water Lily experts had their bodies crumble and were blasted back, their broken leaves and flowers flying through the air. Cloud broke through their defenses in the simplest, most violent way. Cloud then let out a bird cry and raised her wings, from which a flowing five-colored divine radiance emanated. With a sudden shift in momentum, she shot upward with remarkable speed. At this moment, a sword slashed down right in front of Cloud, like a river of stars slashing down, forming a domain of death. It was Lian Weiying who had attacked. She had timed this attack perfectly, thinking that it would definitely land. But unexpectedly, Cloud's enormous body was actually so nimble, and she managed to instantly change her flying path. The sword missed Cloud, instead hitting the martial stage. Upon impact, the martial stage split open. Just then, Cloud's body turned in the sky, exuding multicolored divine radiance. She then opened her mouth once again. Lian Weiying's expression instantly changed. A black sphere of light shot down at them like a meteorite. With an explosive sound, the martial stage was blown apart, and a raging chi wave sent the Devil Eye Water Lily experts flying. Just as they were wretchedly blown back, Cloud's figure shot at them like lightning. And just like that, their ranks were easily blown through, and Cloud arrived in front of Lu Ruyan and Chu Yao. Cloud even leisurely spun in the air in a pretty arc before stopping, as if provoking the Devil Eye Water Lily race. Big sister Meng Qi, Cloud returned to human form, and Chu Yao emotionally rushed toward them. All of them embraced each other, feeling like it had been a lifetime since they had all been together. Good sisters, today is a happy day. Let's not cry, said Meng Qi. But she was sobbing as well. Tang Wan-er was the one crying the hardest. During the time when the martial heaven continent was destroyed, they had all ascended into the immortal world without a clue of the others' whereabouts. At that time, they didn't even know if any of their comrades was still alive, or if they would ever meet again. What they were most afraid of was that everyone else was gone, and only they survived. Thus, now that they were meeting again, they couldn't control their emotions. Previously, in front of Long Chen, they had done their best to hold their emotions back. But now that Long Chen wasn't here, the dams overflowed, unable to be controlled any longer. Even the icy Zichiu couldn't stop her tears. One drop after another fell from her face, turning into ice crystals the moment they fell. Yu Qingxian didn't know what had happened between them, but feeling their deep emotions for each other, she also wept. Of everyone, only Lu Ruyan wasn't crying. She just calmly watched everyone without saying a word. Now isn't the time to cry. We have to help Ruyan deal with these people, said Meng Qi, making a great effort to calm herself down. That's right, let's wipe them out. Tang Wan'er seemed to feel much better after crying. Now, she seemed refreshed and ready to fight. I actually don't need your help to deal with the likes of them. Big sister Chu Yao and I would be enough. I only asked for help from that dislikable fellow as a test, said Lu Ruyan. You wanted to see if the karmic luck bead was more important to him or big sister Chu Yao, correct? Asked Meng Qi. Lu Ruyan nodded. You foolish girl, you still don't know Long Chen's character. For you and Chu Yao, he'll throw away even his own life, let alone some karmic luck beads, said Meng Qi. What does it have to do with me? Snorted Lu Ruyan. Meng Qi simply smiled and looked at her. After that, Lu Ruyan gradually blushed. There, suddenly, Cloud let out a startled cry and pointed at the Devil Eye Water Lily's side. Chapter 4225, Warm-up. Cloud suddenly noticed that the experts she had just eliminated had somehow reappeared. Their numbers hadn't diminished at all. Don't be surprised. The Undying race has a powerful life force and almost no fatal weak points. As long as their life energy is not exhausted, they have undying bodies, explained Xu Yao. This was the most terrifying part of the Undying race, their tough life force. Furthermore, their self-recovery abilities were also astonishing. So, killing them would require exhausting all of their life energy first. The problem was that they also had vast stores of life energy. Adding to their monstrous recovery ability, this was precisely why they were called the Undying race. Within the same realm, not even 10 people might be able to beat an Undying expert. Furthermore, even 100 experts in the same realm might not be able to kill one, because if they couldn't win, they would easily flee. Killing an expert of the Undying race was as difficult as ascending the heavens. This was why only a few people in the world were willing to provoke the Undying race. They were simply too difficult to deal with. Cloud had the utmost confidence in her divine ability. Seeing those experts be blasted apart, she had thought that they were dead. But they still lived and didn't even seem injured. She was completely shocked by this spectacle. Our Undying race's forte is always a battle of attrition, not brute power. In truth, our battles aren't as dangerous as battles within your human race, where life and death are decided in an instant. For us, if we see the situation turn against us, well, you will see it a bit. These people might look mighty now, but soon you'll see what stray dogs look like, added Lu Ruyan. The Undying race's powerful life force inevitably turned normal battles into battles of attrition. These battles weren't that dangerous, as they could always retreat if they couldn't win. As a result, although Cloud had broken through their blockade and displayed shocking power, they still weren't afraid of her. Their powerful life force was enough to exhaust all other races that weren't part of the Undying race. It's because of this that we cannot let Long Chen fight them. This kind of battle would exhaust his energy. This Sage King convention is particularly dangerous, with the air of traps and danger all around. We have to be prepared for the worst-case scenario and keep our trump cards for the end, said Meng Qi. They all nodded. The Sage King convention this time was absolutely bizarre. No one knew what would happen. Conserving Long Chen's power was their safest option. Sorry, I didn't think of that, Lu Ruyan apologized. Meng Qi smiled slightly. We're all sisters. There's no need to talk like that. You stood up for Long Chen, so Long Chen naturally wouldn't just watch as you were bullied. The end results would be the same. Lu Ruyan had requested aid from Long Chen to test him. However, it seemed that she had been thinking too naively. Nevertheless, expecting her to apologize, especially now that she held the position of the young king of the Undying Willow race, was difficult. To their surprise, she still apologized despite her new status, but Meng Qi had no intention of rebuking her anyway. Whether or not Lu Ruyan had asked for aid, Long Chen would still have helped, so there was no need to apologize. Meng Qi was always looking after everyone. Suddenly, the void exploded and the giant passageway piercing into the heavens crumbled. Originally, the dark creatures had only been capable of pouring out of that passageway. But now, it was like the dam was overflowing, and the dark creatures flowed in even larger numbers. Endless dark creatures flooded out in every direction, their roars shaking the void. Did that smell stop working? When they saw these dark creatures no longer purely attacking the devil race, Guo Ran was disappointed. They were attacking all sides once again. Its effective period has probably passed. Well, the odor can't hang around forever. After a certain time, it dissipates, said Sha Chen. Prepare for battle, announced Guo Ran. The dark creatures were now attacking indiscriminately, which interrupted those lifeforms that were thinking of attacking Long Chen, including the undying race. They all retreated to their own camps. Now, there were just too many dark creatures around. They were endless, and the sight of so many of them gave people chills. There was now a veritable tsunami of dark creatures crashing down on everyone. Due to their numbers and density, some of them crushed each other, while some were even directly killed as they charged out. The experts outside the martial stage watched nervously as those terrifying dark creatures drowned out their disciples. Bai Shishi's and Bai Shaola's mother were standing anxiously. After all, their children were inside, so as mothers, it was impossible for them not to be nervous. The same sentiment held true for members of the other races. Initially, they had dispatched an astonishing number of experts, totaling over 10 billion. However, they were like a drop in the ocean compared to the overwhelming horde of dark creatures. The disparity in numbers was too immense. As a result, the people outside were undoubtedly nervous, but the ones within were even more anxious. In particular, those weaklings who had climbed up the stairs with Long Chen were trembling in fear. Even the brave experts who had come to support Long Chen couldn't help but feel fear when they looked at the dark creatures. Cold sweat formed on their palms, and their foreheads became moist. However, when they looked at the Dragonblood warriors, they saw that the latter were completely calm, without even a trace of fear or nervousness. Furthermore, this trait was not unique to just one or two of them, it applied to all of them. As long as these people were not idiots, they had to be true experts. This kind of expression couldn't be faked. Just then, the flood of dark creatures reached them, obscuring their view with nothing but twisted faces, pointed teeth, and sharp claws. Brothers, time to get up. The warm-up is starting. After the warm-up should be the real battle. Long Chen smiled and slowly reached back for the Minghong saber. As the Minghong saber flew out, a saber image swept through the wave of darkness. It was as if the world itself was being cleaved apart, leaving a long fissure in its wake. Any dark creatures caught in this rift were effortlessly sliced in two. When Long Chen attacked, he didn't notice that the golden lotus seed in the primal chaos space suddenly lit up, radiating an unprecedented divine radiance. Following Long Chen's opening attack, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, Yu Zifeng, and all the other Dragonblood warriors also made their move. Chapter 4226, Zifeng's shocking display. Long Chen swung the Minghong saber repeatedly, cleaving through the terrifying dark creatures as if they were nothing more than soft tofu. Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and Yu Zifeng also stepped forward. At this moment, Ji Yuyang's spear whistled, and the power of an eternal divine weapon shook heaven and earth. With one attack, Ji Yuyong drew everyone's attention. The experts in Long Chen's group were dumbfounded. With this attack, Ji Yuyong easily tore through countless dark creatures, overwhelming even Long Chen's light. Although this was Ji Yuyang's first time fighting using this eternal spear, it was evident that the spear and its wielder were in perfect harmony. Now, they wished to have met earlier. Filled with exhilaration, Ji Yuyong let out a triumphant roar and embarked on a rampage, using this method to celebrate their partnership. In contrast to Ji Yuyang's flash, Li Qi and Song Mingyuan assumed a more low-key role, diligently holding the flanks. An aura of astral wind swirled around them as they brandished their rods, effortlessly shattering any dark creatures that came into their path. Strangely, the dark creatures that were shattered didn't disintegrate into a mass of flesh and blood. Instead, they transformed into dust that collected beneath their feet, creating a rather bizarre sight. Heavy earth power, spirit of the earth. Suddenly, Li Qi let out a cry, causing the pile of earth beneath his feet to condense and twist into an earth giant. It was dozens of miles tall and covered in runes. When it opened its eyes, an eerie blood-red light radiated from them, granting it an uncanny semblance of life. The earth giant then let out a roar. With a single punch, countless dark creatures were sent flying, with quite a few blasted apart. As the dark creatures were blown apart, they once more turned to dust and fell to the earth. The earth giant's power was simply limitless, even possessing powerful blood chi fluctuations. The moment it joined the battle, it slew countless dark creatures. Song Mingyuan also followed up with a shout, summoning another earth giant into existence. As the two earth giants killed more and more dark creatures, the dust beneath them accumulated, giving rise to even more earth giants. In the blink of an eye, over 10 earth giants materialized on the battlefield. With each new arrival, their slaughter intensified, and their numbers grew at an accelerating pace. This scene dumbfounded people. Just what kind of divine ability was this? How had they never heard of it? Their ability could turn the flesh and blood of their enemies into dust and then mold that dust into battle puppets. Furthermore, other than mighty earth energy, this puppet also possessed powerful blood chi. Even a supreme heavenly genius might not be a match for them. Within the sea of endless dark creatures, two graceful figures flitted to and fro. They were none other than Yu Zifeng and Mu Qingyan. With a simple wave of his hand, Yu Zifeng created an enormous crack in the void, and every dark creature caught in that crack was cut apart, as if an invisible blade had slashed them. Their corpses then descended like rainfall. Every time Yu Zifeng attacked, Mu Qingyan would attack as well, and her sword chi slaughtered quite a few dark creatures. Mu Qingyan's attacks were also extremely sharp. If she were alone, she would definitely be considered a shocking genius. However, given the power of Yu Zifeng's blow, she paled in comparison. Again, ordered Yu Zifeng coldly. He waved his hand again, causing the void to split open anew. And just like before, countless dark creatures were slain. He is drawing his sword. Suddenly, a cry of disbelief came from outside the martial stage, perplexing countless others. It was on the third time of Yu Zifeng's attack that some of them finally spotted the slightest trace of him drawing his sword. At that moment, they were dumbfounded. Amongst these experts were quite a few innate heaven venerates with extensive battle experience. But despite their formidable cultivation bases, it took them 3 attempts just to catch a glimpse of Yu Zifeng's movements. If he were their enemy, they wouldn't have a chance to react before Yu Zifeng severed their heads. Everyone would say that sword cultivators possess the most terrifying killing power among all cultivators. However, no one had expected them to be this terrifying. While many had witnessed the might of sword cultivators before and acknowledged their power, Yu Zifeng's lightning-fast attacks redefined the concept of power. He could no longer be merely labeled as powerful, he had transcended into the realm of a true monster. However, despite what the senior experts said, many experts here remained skeptical. They couldn't believe it because they couldn't see Yu Zifeng draw his sword or sheath it. If Yu Zifeng were using his fingers as a sword to attack, that would still be understandable. After all, even though they had not seen an expert doing that, they had heard of them. However, they were not blind. If they couldn't even see someone draw their sword, they would be no different than fools after all. For 99% of the experts watching, they could only see Yu Zifeng wave his hand, and then a crack appeared in the void and slew countless dark creatures. Every time Yu Zifeng attacked, Mu Qingyan would also attack. Yu Zifeng was clearly teaching her the essence of the sword Tao. However, Yu Zifeng was not a man of many words, and he used even fewer words when teaching Mu Qingyan. Most of the time, he only gave her a demonstration. As for whether or not she could gain anything from it, it was all up to her comprehension ability. Mu Qingyan was focused, her expression serious. In every single attack, she used her entire mind and spirit to comprehend the Tao. Unlike everyone else, what she was looking at was not Yu Zifeng drawing or sheathing his sword. Instead, her focus was on the millions of variations that appeared the moment he slashed his sword. Yu Zifeng was using this place as a training ground to teach Mu Qingyan, but his display astonished countless experts inside and outside of the martial stage. For them to be standing right behind Long Chen, many people had assumed that they must be powerful existences. But they had not expected Long Chen's followers to be this powerful. Ji Yu Yang's heaven-shaking spear left countless innate heaven venerates in awe, while Li Qi and Song Mingyuan's earth spirit art astonished the onlookers. Everyone felt them to be terrifying monsters. When it came to Yu Zifeng and Mu Qingyan's sword Tao, it struck terror into the hearts of all who witnessed it, regardless of their faction or race. Even the innate heaven venerates were not exempt from this overwhelming fear. They had never encountered a sword cultivator with such terrifying speed and sharpness. There was no time to dodge their attacks at all. Even innate heaven venerates would meet their demise if Yu Zifeng managed to get close to them. This little fellow really is powerful. I actually misjudged him. Even the battle god Palace's palace master couldn't help but say a few rare words of praise. Bai Zontang and the others were stunned as well, having never imagined that every single one of Long Chen's followers was so terrifying. The Dragonblood Legion, not bad, murmured the palace master to himself. Suddenly, the expression of Bai Shala's mother changed, and within her eyes, 3 flowers swirled in a mysterious pattern. Dozens of figures materialized as reflections within her pupils. Shadow assassins. She recognized the origin of these lifeforms. Unbeknownst to Long Chen, they were currently sneaking up on him. Chapter 4227, Half-Step Eternal. Shadow Assassins. Bai Zontang and the others were startled. Shadow Assassins were the elites of the Shadow race, natural-born assassins with terrifying killing power and unparalleled concealment abilities. Although the human race also had assassins, when it came to fundamental talent, they were a far cry from the Shadow race. The Shadow race's experts could kill others without anyone being the wiser. They were also infamous because they were willing to do anything for money. In fact, as long as the price was high enough, they were willing to help their assassination target kill the person who had commissioned the hit instead. Their loyalty could be bought by money. From what everyone knew, the ranks of the Shadow race's assassins could also be differentiated easily. Their main force came from their noblest bloodline, and their talent was exceptional. Within this chaotic battlefield, they were actually able to conceal their auras, dodge the dark creatures that were everywhere, and even avoid the senses of the likes of Bai Zontang and the others. Bai Shala's mother was only able to sense them due to possessing the 3 flower pupils. Furthermore, she had been focused the entire time, and only then was she able to sense something wrong. By using one of her divine abilities, she finally managed to see their indistinct figures. On the High Firmament Academy's side, only she had noticed them. The others couldn't even faintly sense them. However, they knew about her divine abilities, so they believed her. Can you use your connection with Shala to warn him? Maybe you can reach him through the 3 flower pupils? Asked Bai Shishi's mother. It's no good. The martial stage's barrier is blocking everything. Even my 3 flower pupils are useless here, said Bai Shala's mother gravely. Then what else can we do? We have to warn them. In such a chaotic battle, it's all too easy to secretly assassinate people, said Bai Zontang anxiously. Shadow assassins could not be taken lightly. Many experts had died to their hands, some of whom were way older and more powerful than them. If Long Chen and the others weren't warned, they might very likely lose their lives. Perhaps Long Chen would get it if we attack the formation. After all, he should be smart enough to tell that we're doing it as a warning, proposed the other vice palace master. The palace master spat out a few words that instantly relaxed everyone. Their palace master was practically an unparalleled existence. If he said that there was no need, then there really should be no cause for concern. On the martial stage, Long Chen unleashed an enormous saber image with every slash of the Minghong saber, slaying those dark creatures rapidly. The current Minghong saber was incomparably sharp, its saber chi surging with unparalleled intensity. Its aura was crazily climbing. As Long Chen continued to kill, it entered a kind of cultivation state. Whether Long Chen killed some lifeforms or shattered other divine weapons, the Minghong saber would manage to gain some kind of mystical energy to strengthen itself. Its aura was now skyrocketing, with runes flickering around it. The sensation was akin to that of a cultivator breaking through a bottleneck. Long Chen knew that it was seeking a chance to break through, so Long Chen's full focus was on it. Whatever it wanted, Long Chen would give it. Long Chen knew that the current Minghong saber was merely one step away from an eternal divine weapon. However, this one step was vast. The Minghong saber had tried multiple times to break through this limit but had failed every time. Long Chen had slaughtered countless dark creatures back in the life-forbidden area. However, while the Minghong saber had neared a crucial breakthrough point on multiple occasions, it was consistently repelled each time, unable to make that decisive leap. Now, faced with an endless horde of dark creatures, the Minghong saber once again readied itself for a breakthrough, undaunted by its past failures. More and more runes were flickering and lighting up on top of the Minghong saber. Long Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy as he witnessed previously dormant runes finally springing to life. As the Minghong saber's aura grew explosively, a brilliant saber cry shook the heavens. It now possessed the slightest aura of an eternal divine weapon. However, its breakthrough was not complete. To use the human race's words, it had become a half-step eternal divine weapon. Now it was truly just the slightest bit away from a true eternal divine weapon. Just as Long Chen was overjoyed by this, a strange fluctuation came from the Minghong saber, causing Long Chen to look in a certain direction. When Long Chen looked in that direction, the distant Yu Zifeng also sensed something and looked toward an empty space. Both of them actually sensed the assassins at the same time. Outside the martial stage, Bai Shala's mother cried out in delight. Just as the shadow assassins got within a certain range, Long Chen immediately sensed them. She was surprised but also filled with delight. It seemed that her worries had been for nothing. However, what surprised her the most was that Yu Zifeng had also sensed the assassins. It had to be known that the shadow assassins were after Long Chen, and Yu Zifeng was far away in the tide of dark creatures. However, they were still unable to escape his senses. A sword cultivator's senses are truly shocking. No wonder it is said that sword cultivators are the bane of all assassins, sighed Bai Shala's mother. Sword cultivators were an unfathomable existence, their power surpassing all expectations. On the martial stage, Yu Zifeng looked at Long Chen, and Long Chen showed him a slight smile. Seeing this smile, Yu Zifeng turned as if nothing had happened and continued to teach Mu Qingyan. Long Chen also continued to kill the dark creatures as if he hadn't noticed anything. However, the shadow assassin became aware that he had been sensed, so he retreated. As he fell back, dozens of figures nearby retreated with him. Long Chen smiled derisively. The reason he could sense them wasn't due to his sharp spiritual perception, but due to the Minghong saber. The current Long Chen was completely focused on the Minghong saber, so his own eyes were practically closed. However, he could use the Minghong saber to sense the world around him, which was great as well because the Minghong saber's sensory abilities were devoid of emotional bias. Long Chen's own spiritual perception was focused on sensing hostility and things that wanted to harm him, but the shadow race's special talent was precisely to trick other people's senses. Even the 9-star hegemon body art's sharp senses were not very effective against them. Yet, by using his saber as a mirror, Long Chen could see through their disguises. The shadow race might be able to trick Long Chen's senses, but they couldn't escape the Minghong saber's senses. It wasn't that weapons had sharp senses, but simply that they viewed the world from a different angle. The Minghong saber allowed Long Chen to see things that he would normally overlook. The moment Long Chen sensed the first shadow assassin, dozens of hidden figures also appeared within his mind's eye. Every single one of their movements was now seen clearly by him. When the first assassin retreated, the others also followed. The next moment, Long Chen instantly learned their goal. That first person was testing Long Chen's range. Long Chen then continued to slash his saber, killing a mass of dark creatures. At that exact moment, a sword silently appeared behind him, piercing toward his back. It seems that you all want to die. Long Chen's Minghong saber suddenly unleashed a brilliant wave of light, akin to a sun appearing out of nowhere. The aura of an eternal weapon radiated throughout heaven and earth. Chapter 4228, Qualified to be my enemy. The sword appeared behind Long Chen, yet he swung his saber to the right in front of him. The void collapsed, and a burst of blood exploded as a figure shot away. Want to run? Try again in your next life. Long Chen snorted. This assassin was truly skillful. The attack toward Long Chen's back was nothing more than a shadow to trick his senses. But as soon as this trick was seen through, the assassin fled. However, he didn't manage to fully dodge Long Chen's counterattack, so half of his body was destroyed. The next moment, Kunpeng wings spread on Long Chen's back, and he vanished instantaneously. Just as Long Chen vanished, a blood-soaked figure appeared and hacked his sword down. His sword struck the Minghong saber, forcing Long Chen to reappear. At this time, the Shadow Race's assassin couldn't bother with concealing himself and could only fight with all his power. The Shadow Assassin's sword shattered as the Minghong saber slashed down, cleaving that Shadow Assassin in two. To everyone's surprise, a Shadow Assassin fell to Long Chen's saber just like that, without having a chance to escape. At first, when everyone saw that Long Chen was being targeted by the Shadow Assassins, most of the people simply thought that Long Chen's death was inevitable because these assassins were simply too terrifying. However, they didn't even have a chance to display their amazing assassination arts before being slain by Long Chen. Most shocking of all, once this person was slain, people saw 3 kinds of divine light dissipate from his body. In other words, that assassin had been a triple supreme. All of a sudden, Long Chen's body quivered, and he shot into the sky. 8 swords then pierced the space where he had stood just moments before. Those 8 swords appeared without any warning at all, attacking him from 8 different angles. If he had been the slightest bit slower, he'd have 8 new holes in his body. Suddenly, Long Chen stamped on the air and shot back. As if he had struck the ceiling of the heavens, he bounced back with even greater speed. This kind of rapid turning and acceleration was practically a defiance of the common knowledge in the cultivation world. Perhaps even a triple supreme would be crushed by their own force under this level of acceleration. However, Long Chen didn't give them a chance to be too surprised. His saber descended, reciprocating the simultaneous attack of all 8 assailants. His strike was focused yet seemed effortless, presenting a paradoxical combination of a complex technique honed to perfection and a seemingly haphazard, unskilled slash. The next moment, a giant crescent fang slashed into the martial stage, annihilating the dark creatures in the surroundings. Those 8 shadow assassins also vanished. When the martial stage split open, countless fragments flew through the air and struck many dark creatures, killing them and effectively clearing a giant area of the martial stage. Long Chen's kunpeng wings flapped once more, seemingly teleporting him thousands of miles away. The Minghong saber slashed down, tearing through space with a ferocious strike. A crimson mist then burst forth, and people vaguely saw fragments of a shattered sword. However, the master of that sword remained invisible, leaving them guessing whether the owner of this sword had met a terrible end. Without a break, Long Chen's figure vanished again, and when he reappeared, he slashed his saber to a new spot. As a result, another clump of blood mist erupted, signifying that another expert of the shadow race had been slain. Seeing this scene, all the experts watching were stunned. The shadow race's innate concealing talent was actually ineffective in front of Long Chen. Even innate heaven venerates were unable to sense shadow assassins, but Long Chen could accurately find them and launch a killing blow at them in the blink of an eye. These assassins that terrified countless people didn't even have the ability to fight back in front of Long Chen. Just who is the assassin? Exactly. Stunned expressions could be seen all over. These assassins were now the prey. Every time Long Chen's saber slashed down, another shadow assassin was slain. By the 17th one, everyone was convinced that none of the assassins could withstand his saber. Minghong saber, you really are amazing. You already have such power at the half-step eternal realm. Long Chen looked at the Minghong saber excitedly. The current Minghong saber could truly be considered a half-step eternal divine weapon. Long Chen's power could flow through and extend out of it. He could use it as his eyes, and it would grant him a perspective that allowed him to capture the flow of the heavenly Taos. In truth, the shadow assassins had exerted their full effort in attacking, defending, and fleeing. However, they were locked down by the Minghong saber, and Long Chen didn't need to bother even thinking about how to counter them. This was the result of simply being stronger. In fact, the Minghong saber was even able to sense the weaknesses of his targets. Those weaknesses were things that even Long Chen might not notice. From the outside, these assassins were like fools who just stood there as Long Chen killed them. In truth, they had done everything they could, but it was all useless. The Minghong saber could always find their mortal weakness and slay them in one blow. The Minghong saber continuously got stronger, and Long Chen's synergy with it grew in tandem. Through the Minghong saber, Long Chen felt like he was seeing a vast and boundless world. These shadow assassins had top-grade world domain divine items. But even then, they were unable to endure the blow from the half-step eternal Minghong saber. As Long Chen's kunpeng wings repeatedly quivered, his speed continued to climb, to the point that he seemed to teleport. Like a phantom, he appeared throughout every corner of the battlefield. Every time he appeared, a shadow assassin was slain. With another flash, Long Chen's saber pierced through the air, forcing a shadow assassin out of the void. The Minghong saber accurately pierced through his back and out his chest. People finally saw a complete shadow assassin, as this one wasn't blown up into blood mist like the others. This shadow assassin was skinny, and with his long hands and feet, he almost looked like a monkey. For many people, this was their first time seeing the appearance of a shadow assassin. His pitch-black eyes were now full of terror. It seemed as if he was trying to struggle, but he couldn't move. If you wanted to attack, you should have come at me directly. Sending a bunch of scapegoats to test me. You've already lost your qualifications to be my enemy like this. Long Chen looked in a certain direction and sneered. With a quiver of the Minghong saber, that shadow assassin exploded. Chapter 4229, Secrets of the Shadows. When Long Chen looked in a certain direction, through the endless sea of dark creatures, people saw some vague shadowy figures. There was no shade, no buildings to cast shadows, but these lifeforms were strangely within shadows. They were few in numbers and separated from all the other lifeforms around them. Strangely, the dark creatures neither drew near to them nor initiated an attack. It was unknown if they couldn't see these shadows or didn't dare to attack them. They were the shadow race. In terms of appearance, they were quite similar to the human race, but they were skinnier, looking delicate and fragile. It was hard to imagine that such frail-looking lifeforms were the infamous shadow assassins. The shadow race was originally part of the elf race, a branch of the spirit race. Their history could be traced all the way back to the primal chaos era. They were an extremely ancient species. The shadow race was part of the shadow elf race, but in the immemorial era, the shadow race was enticed by evil. As a result, a portion of the shadow elves were drawn into the darkness, leaving the elf race and becoming a race of slaughter. The rest of the shadow elf race were almost annihilated by them. Afterward, the entire spirit race banded together to attack the shadow race, dealing them a serious blow. However, the shadow race was specialized in concealing themselves. Unable to win, they simply hid themselves, making it impossible for even the spirit race to find them. Over countless years, the shadow assassins took the position of overlord of the shadows. They had abandoned their identity as part of the elf race, instead calling themselves the shadow race. The shadow elf race was originally very powerful and innately kind. Their powerful bloodline gave them immense killing power and healing abilities. However, when the shadow race left the shadow elf race, they abandoned their healing ability, focusing entirely on raising their killing power. After all this time, the current shadow race had essentially lost any healing abilities, but their killing power grew increasingly terrifying. The spirit race had tried to remove this scourge from the world countless times, but the shadow race was just too skilled at concealing themselves. Thus, the spirit race had no way of wiping them out. It was in the most recent million years that the shadow race truly returned to the nine heavens. However, by that point, they were no longer the old shadow race. Their numbers had grown to the point that even the spirit race didn't dare to declare war on them lightly. After all, the spirit race's branches were scattered throughout the world, and only a few major races within them could deal with the shadow race alone. Furthermore, if they were to attack, the shadow race would simply flee and unleash a bloody retribution. They would then attack the weaker branches of the spirit race, and then the spirit race would be in a constant state of worry. Thus, the spirit race also felt some fear toward the shadow race. Today, the shadow race openly appeared on the martial stage, but even the shadow elf race, with all their hatred of the shadow race, could not declare war on them. The shadow race had carved out their own territory here, ignoring all others. They were quite conspicuous, so people easily noticed them when Long Chen turned their way. They numbered only a few 100,000, but the pressure that they gave off was shocking. Despite clearly being right there, there seemed to be shadows around them. They were in a state between illusory and reality, as if they might vanish at any moment. When everyone's gaze fell on them, one of them in particular drew their attention. It was a woman who was slightly shorter than an average human woman, but quite a bit taller than the rest of the shadow race's experts. She quite literally stood out amongst them. However, what drew everyone's attention was not her larger stature, but the fluctuations coming from behind her. It was like a gate of darkness. If this gate was opened, this world would descend into endless darkness. Black ripples could be seen in her eyes that looked like the eyes of a fiend. Just staring into them would make a person feel like their soul was being stolen. She was now staring at Long Chen. However, she didn't seem to mind about the deaths of dozens of shadow assassins. Furthermore, she didn't even seem angry at Long Chen's provocation. The next moment, her lips opened ever so slightly, and an icy voice rang out. A probing test is a must. After all, this princess does not kill nameless weaklings. My adversary must reach the necessary level before they can be called an adversary. This woman spoke, calling herself a princess. It was no wonder the rest of the shadow race's experts were following her. You truly must have some qualifications. I've already decided to take your head. Don't disturb Big Brother Long Chen. You won't just be wasting your own energy, you might even forfeit your life. Your opponent is me. Before Long Chen could respond, an equally icy voice rang out. It was Dong Mingyu. Dong Mingyu was standing with the Undying Willow race's experts. But in front of the endless tide of dark creatures, she didn't feel the slightest pressure. There was no need for her to even join in. After all, only a portion of the Undying race's experts were required to stop the dark creatures. Dong Mingyu stared at the shadow race's princess coldly, and a certain hostility ignited within her eyes. For some reason, when she noticed this woman, she felt some kind of energy inside of her body quietly awakening. The Shadow Race's princess snorted. Just as she was about to reply, her pupils shrank, and she stared more intently at Dong Mingyu. You possess the Shadow Elves' divine abilities. What are you talking about? Dong Mingyu was surprised and confused by this question. Shadow Race, Shadow Elves, were they related to Yi Wusheng, the Silence of the Night? I don't need to say anything else. You just need to know that I will personally cut off your head, the Shadow Race's princess declared with a solemn expression. Her eyes blazed with frigid killing intent, looking at Dong Mingyu like she was the murderer of her father. Dong Mingyu was still befuddled, but she felt that this matter was not so simple. Was her master related to the Shadow Elf race? Well, at this moment, none of that mattered to her. Dong Mingyu didn't care. In any case, this princess had entered her list of assassination targets. Dong Mingyu and the Shadow Race's princess's conversation startled everyone. After that, they suddenly thought of something. Was the Shadow sect related to the Shadow Elves? Some senior members had heard of Yi Wusheng. It was said that she was very slender and delicate. In particular, her legs were much longer than that of an average human. Wasn't that characteristic more similar to that of the spirit race? Just as everyone was guessing the possible connection between Yi Wusheng and the Shadow Elves, an explosive sound shook the martial stage. The 9-dragon barrier at the heart of the martial stage had ruptured. Upon seeing this, countless people's expressions changed. With that barrier gone, the karmic luck bead was exposed, causing everyone to go into a frenzy. As if they couldn't see the endless flood of dark creatures, they charged toward the karmic luck bead. Chapter 4230, Mirror World. Countless people charged for the core of the martial stage, their actions seemingly driven by madness. Even the dark creatures in their way were ignored. Suddenly, terrified screams filled the air as the giant karmic luck bead at the heart of the martial stage rumbled. The next moment, the entire martial stage exploded. The martial stage was like a shattered mirror. Following that, something even more shocking occurred. Unexpectedly, another world appeared beneath the martial stage. It was an inverted image of their world, and it was also filled with countless experts. When the martial stage shattered, the two worlds instantly merged into one, and everything descended into chaos. The astonishment was not confined to those inside the martial stage alone. Even the experts outside were left dumbfounded as they realized that it wasn't solely the martial stage that had undergone this transformation, it was the entire Sage King Prefecture. Countless seniors cried out in shock. Even they, with all their experience, were unable to comprehend what had just happened. The Sage King Prefecture was like a mirror with a world above and a world below. Both of them were identical. No wonder there were so many empty sect territories. They weren't destroyed but were just on the other side. Startled cries rang out as people saw many familiar faces. They suddenly realized why so many famous powers had not appeared, why their territories in the Sage King Prefecture were empty. They had previously been curious, as they knew that some of these powers had not been destroyed. So why had they not come to the Sage King convention? Now they were shocked to see them on the other side, which was below them. Likewise, the experts on the other side were also shocked to see them. The martial stage's region had initially been a hemisphere, but now, with the stage gone, it became a complete sphere. Both worlds melded together as one. Following this fusion, everything descended into chaos. Long Chen and the others were actually standing above an army of the devil race on the other side. Hence, when the martial stage vanished, they were directly surrounded by the devil race. Closing square bracket dot. When the devil race's army saw a small army of the human race, they attacked without hesitation. Get your backs to the barrier and climb. The Dragonblood Legion will be the vanguard. Disciples of the Starry River sect and Battle God Palace, protect the wings. Everyone else, only make your moves when you see a chance. Do not throw the formation into chaos. Long Chen immediately shouted and flew out. On Long Chen's side, there was only a small portion of the human race, while the opposing force consisted of the entire devil race's army, outnumbering Long Chen and the others by dozens of times. If they were surrounded, that would be dangerous. Ha ha ha, inferior human race, resistance is futile. Ever since ancient times, your human race has always been our prey. Said a devil expert, their powerful devil chi erupting. A heaven-shaking explosion reverberated through the area as a lotus unfurled, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat. Even the people outside the martial stage could sense that heat. In front of countless horrified gazes, the lotus exploded within the core of the devil army, almost wiping all of them out of existence. In a single powerful strike, tens of millions of devil experts were obliterated, leaving only a few hundred of them remaining in the air. Furthermore, every single one of them was still wrapped in flames and in a wretched state. Huolinger, good job. During this period, Huolinger had truly grown increasingly powerful, resulting in an explosive increase in the might of the world extermination flame lotus. Hehe, this is nothing. I have even greater power. Big brother Long Chen, let me kill them all. Huolinger cried out excitedly upon receiving Long Chen's praise. No rush, you'll have your chance in a bit, responded Long Chen. After this attack, Long Chen didn't bother moving again, not even to attack the surviving devil experts. The ones that had survived this were true experts, triple supremes with immense power. However, they had made one mistake, underestimating their enemy. They had thought that having more numbers meant that they were stronger, but they hadn't expected Long Chen's attack to come even faster than their assault. As a result, they didn't even have a chance to accumulate energy before Long Chen unleashed a casual blow that wiped them out. Although they had activated their defenses immediately, they still suffered immensely. Now, they had to circulate their full power just to fend off the flames from incinerating them. If Long Chen attacked at this time, he would likely cut off a few heads. However, Long Chen didn't do so. This one attack had completely stopped the devil army's assault. Taking advantage of their shock, he returned to cover everyone as they fell back. By the time the devil army reacted, Long Chen had managed to create some distance between them and his group. His companions had retreated to the top of the barrier. Fortunately, the flood of dark creatures was still raging, obstructing the openings between the two factions. The devil race's army would have to get through the dark creatures first in order to reach Long Chen. While Long Chen and the others retreated, chaotic battles erupted in other regions as well. After all, multiple races were too close to each other now, so they were attacking and defending as they created boundaries. On top of this, some true experts were rushing toward the core, tearing a bloody path through the dark creatures with sheer force. However, when they reached the area right in front of that giant karmic luck bead, they found that there was still a terrifying barrier around it. It was emitting a terrifying divine pressure. One expert tried to attack that barrier, only for the karmic luck bead to emit a ray of divine light that directly shattered that person's weapon. However, this person could be considered intelligent. After using a long-distance attack, he directly left his weapon and hid himself. That was the only reason he managed to evade this dire situation. Someone else also tried using their soul to commune with the karmic luck bead. The outcome was a harrowing scream, accompanied by their forehead splitting open. In agony, they clutched their head and made a hasty escape. Those who could reach this place were all experts amongst experts, with absolute confidence in themselves. But in front of this giant sphere, they couldn't do much. In truth, some experts were still lurking in the shadows. Even after all these sudden twists and turns, they continued to conceal their power. Including Long Chen, they all smelled something off about this. Nevertheless, they held a steadfast belief that ultimately, the Sage King title would be determined by a contest of strength, rather than luck or positioning. Only those who weren't confident in themselves were trying to get the upper hand at this point. The karmic luck bead did appear, but just as Long Chen had expected, it could not be taken. Suddenly, Long Chen heard a cry in the distance and his body quivered. He then saw a group of familiar faces that overwhelmed him with emotion. Chapter 4231, Divine Ability Crushing. The one to shout to Long Chen was a Dragonblood warrior. He was shouting with all his might from the other end of the martial stage. He was overwhelmed with emotion. At the start, things were too chaotic for him to spot Long Chen in the crowd. However, Long Chen's world extermination flame lotus acted as a beacon, instantly catching his attention. He immediately recognized this potent trump card of Long Chen's. Moreover, this Dragonblood warrior was not alone, an entire group of Dragonblood warriors were also calling out to Long Chen. Previously, Long Chen had been wondering about why so few of his brothers had managed to reunite this time. As it turned out, a portion of them had actually been here, in the mirror world. Now that both worlds had merged, even more Dragonblood warriors were reunited. Now that Long Chen had shown up in front of them, they instantly jumped up and wanted to traverse the entire martial stage to reach him. "Wait for me," Long Chen shouted and flapped his kunpeng wings, pointing the Minghong saber in front of him. He then shot out, His body spun rapidly like a drill, obliterating any dark creatures in his path. Long Chen was incredibly fast and unstoppable. In just a few breaths' time, he had traversed half the martial stage, passing by the center. On the way, it was unknown just how many dark creatures he had killed. This time, an immeasurable number of experts, both inside and outside the martial stage, were left astounded. They couldn't fathom the technique Long Chen had employed to eliminate the dark creatures. Strange ripples were flowing out of the tip of Long Chen's saber, coalescing into a barrier of light resembling the tip of a spear. Any dark creatures that touched it were killed. That isn't the human race's magical arts. HMPH, that is my Kunpeng race's divine ability, Kunpeng Void Breaker. This little human must be killed, roared an expert of the Kunpeng race from outside the martial stage. The fact that the Kunpeng race's wings had been refined by a human was a source of disgrace for their kind. Furthermore, Long Chen was currently manifesting a divine ability that had nearly been lost within the Kunpeng race. This revelation left them both astounded and infuriated. It had to be known that this divine ability rarely appeared in the Kunpeng race, almost like a legend. Kunpeng Void Breaker was one of the Kunpeng race's strongest movement arts. It was rumored that when this technique was refined to the pinnacle, it could pierce through the very stars, transcend the boundaries of the world, and grant the user the ability to roam the cosmos. Hence, the fact that Long Chen was showcasing this technique before their eyes filled them with envy, intensifying their sense of disgrace. Damn human race, you dare to blaspheme my Kunpeng race. Die. When Long Chen passed by the central area, the void suddenly split open, giving rise to an immense figure, a gigantic Kunpeng. With a mere unfurling of its wings, it blasted apart countless dark creatures. The enormous Kunpeng then blocked Long Chen's path. It was a terrifying expert of the Kunpeng race, one who was already enraged after failing to obtain the karmic luck bead. Hence, upon seeing Long Chen using the Kunpeng race's divine abilities, its rage could only be unleashed on him. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, and divine light flowed through its feathers. The next moment, an enormous sharp blade was spat out at Long Chen. The attack was exceptionally swift and precise, leaving Long Chen with no room to maneuver. Everyone could instantly tell that this was a true expert with extensive battle experience. As the divine radiance surrounding Long Chen clashed with the sharp blade, a startling spectacle unfolded. The spinning ray of divine light that was Long Chen pierced straight through that Kunpeng's open mouth and out the back of its head. Following that, an enormous force directly blew apart that Kunpeng's body. Shocked cries reverberated throughout the area. That Kunpeng couldn't even withstand a single strike from Long Chen. Long Chen seemed to dismiss it entirely, destroying its attack and killing it in a single motion. The most shocked ones were the experts of the Kunpeng race. They were well aware of just how powerful that sharp blade was, yet Long Chen had easily shattered it. When their two divine abilities clashed, the sharp blade instantly weakened. There was only one plausible explanation: the rank difference between these two divine abilities was so immense that one was completely crushed. Within the Kunpeng race, a rigorous hierarchy was in place, determined partially by one's bloodline purity and partly by the rankings of their divine abilities. After all, the same divine ability could exhibit varying levels of power when wielded by different individuals. If that slain Kunpeng's divine ability had achieved the 3rd grade, then Long Chen's divine ability must have reached the 5th grade. A mere one rank difference between divine abilities would cause the weaker divine ability to be crushed. This kind of phenomenon was not that common among the human race but was often seen in the demonic beast race. As Long Chen was able to slay that Kunpeng so easily, his mastery of their divine abilities must be far above that of the Kunpeng. This outcome left countless Kunpeng experts feeling uneasy. The fact that a mere human could wield their divine ability to such an extent was an intolerable disgrace to the entire Kunpeng race. This interference didn't stop or even slow Long Chen down. He continued speeding through the air. In another few breaths, after slaying countless dark creatures, Long Chen had crossed the entire martial stage and finally arrived at the other world's human race's side. The Dragonblood warriors came charging out, their eyes red and even their voices choked with sobs. Likewise, Long Chen was also emotional. He then reached and embraced them one by one as fiercely as he could. These Dragonblood warriors hadn't known that Long Chen was on the other side. Seeing him arrive so suddenly, this reunion caused tears to spill to the ground. After that, Long Chen took a quick count and saw that there were close to 3,000 Dragonblood warriors here, essentially all his brothers whom he hadn't seen in the 3,000 worlds. Furthermore, Their powers were extremely uneven. Quite a few of them had very weak auras and hadn't even reached the level of supremes. Upon closer look, some of his brothers even wore tattered clothes and cracked armor, indicating they had faced tough challenges without access to good resources for growth. "Brothers, it's been tough on you," Long Chen said, his emotions welling up. Seeing his hot-blooded brothers in such a state was heart-wrenching. Many of them weren't particularly strong, and Long Chen couldn't help but wonder how many perilous situations they had faced on their journey to reach this point. Despite their weakness, they still managed to come here just to reunite with him. Thinking about this, Long Chen was filled with guilt. Long Chen cherished his brothers deeply, they were all exceptional comrades. However, he couldn't help but feel like he had failed them as their leader. They had to endure so much suffering on their journey. If it's so hard, why not just die and get it over with? Do you want this Lord to send you on your way? Just as Long Chen and the others were lost in their emotions, a sinister voice rang out. Chapter 4232, Grand Yan Human Emperor. Long Chen and the Dragonblood warriors were talking when an ear-piercing voice rang out, enraging all the Dragonblood warriors. They then looked over to see a group of yellow-robed human experts nearby. They were particularly garish. This shade of yellow was normally for emperors, believed to be intricately tied to their karmic fortune. Without the corresponding karmic luck, most cultivators would not wear this shade of yellow. In the Vermilion Bird Empire, Long Chen had learned about the origins of these yellow robes. The imperial children all wore yellow not just as a symbol of status but as a continuation of karmic luck. Even if the Vermilion Bird Empire were to be destroyed, as long as the imperial bloodline remained, they would continue to wear yellow robes to prove that the spark of their inheritance was not extinguished yet. However, if they were so afraid of exposing their status that they didn't dare to wear these yellow robes, then the final spark of their imperial line's karmic luck would be gone, along with any hope of revival. It was only after Long Chen discovered this in the Vermilion Bird Empire that he suddenly realized Sha Guhong consistently wore yellow robes. In essence, Sha Guhong hadn't abandoned all hope for the Grand Sha's revival. The experts outside the martial stage were startled to see these people. They almost couldn't believe their eyes. Descendants of the human emperors. This time, even the seniors of the High Firmament Academy were moved. They hadn't expected to see them here. The 5 emperors once reigned supreme, suppressing all factions. I didn't expect the human emperor's descendants to appear here. Furthermore, look at the karmic luck divine ring behind their heads. It is shining brightly. Their line has started its resurgence, said the Vice Palace Master. The legacies of the 5 great human emperors are mostly gone without a trace, with the sole known exception being a descendant of the Grand Sha human emperor, who resides exclusively within the Wine God Palace. I actually thought that the inheritance of the 5 emperors was already lost, with only the Grand Sha's lineage teetering on the verge of extinction. Hence, it is truly astonishing to witness the emergence of other descendants from the human emperors now. I wonder which line they're from, mused by Shishi's mother. The Grand Sha human emperor was Sha Guhong's ancestor. Legend had it that during the ascendance of the human race, they gave rise to the 5 human emperors, an era marked as the pinnacle of human glory. They brought peace to the 4 corners of the world, conquered all lands, and earned the acknowledgement of the myriad races, establishing the human race as the supreme ruler. However, one ancient battle caused the human race to decline. It was so long ago that there was no tracing its roots, leaving people without a clear understanding of what had happened. In any case, the reappearance of the human emperor's lineage, in such a formidable fashion, should have brought joy to the human race. However, for some inexplicable reasons, their descendants were actually picking a fight with Long Chen, causing the High Firmament Academy's side to worry. Within the martial stage, the Dragonblood warriors glared at the numerous descendants, their numbers reaching into the hundreds of thousands. Leading this group was a pale young man exuding an icy aura of arrogance. Despite his youth, his eyes possessed the air of someone who had witnessed the transformations of the world. Even though this person's aura was somewhat reserved, he unmistakably possessed an imperial pressure around him, a noble air. Standing within the crowd, he appeared like a crane among a flock of chickens. It was like he was an emperor, and even though they were standing at the same height, somehow people had to look up to him. At this moment, he was looking at Long Chen coldly. Those sharp words were also spoken from his mouth. What a slappable face. Did you think that a yellow tortoise shell would protect your head from being cut off? Since all of us are part of the human race, I will kindly give you one warning. Don't provoke me. I don't care what illness you have, said Long Chen icily. Long Chen didn't know who these people were, but even if he did know, it wouldn't matter. For this guy to provoke him out of nowhere, he was clearly up to no good. Long Chen could sense that this young man's aura was powerful, but he didn't care. Not provoking anyone didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. How brazen, to dare look down on the human emperor's descendants. Do you believe me when I say that 9 generations of your family will be executed? Said one of the human emperor's descendants. Most of them were provoked by Long Chen's response. However, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the one who threatened him. Even if that person wasn't a complete idiot, he wasn't much better than the arrogant young man. I don't care if you've been buried for too long, causing your heads to get affected, but I'll repeat it once more. Do not provoke me, or I guarantee that you'll regret it, said Long Chen to their leader. After Long Chen said this, many experts came to a realization. No wonder some of these people had very odd auras. This descendant of the human emperors was most likely a sealed expert. However, it wasn't just him. Quite a few experts by his side also had to be sealed experts. As for when they were sealed, no one could guess. Most likely, they were awakened for this Sage King convention. Their auras were after all different from that of the current era's experts, so they were most likely heavenly geniuses from ancient times. This revelation shocked some people, but what really astounded them was Long Chen's sharp vision that instantly discerned this fact. At this moment, the High Firmament Academy's seniors all sighed inside. Hearing his words that were filled with gunpowder, they knew that Long Chen had triggered another powerful enemy, and a very terrifying one at that. That descendant of the human emperors laughed, his voice full of arrogance. You might not have heard of me, but I've heard of you. I know that you're very arrogant, however, I particularly like arrogant people. I, Yan Wuji, am going to unite the human race, ending this era of trash fighting for supremacy. In order to do that, I get rid of any stubborn trash that can't be controlled. You will be the first. The Yan family, so he's a descendant of the Grand Yan's human emperor, Yan Nantian. When this person reported his name, many people cried out. So he was the descendant of the illustrious human emperor of the Grand Yan Empire. They finally knew his origins. Of the 5 emperors, the Grand Yan human emperor's power was ranked second, and he had a feud with the Grand Sha human emperor. However, since the Grand Sha human emperor had the Grand Sha dragon sparrow, the Grand Yan human emperor was always suppressed. Some people even said that the Grand Yan human emperor was the strongest, and if he had a primal chaos divine item, he would have been the leader of the 5 human emperors, commented one elder. That doesn't sound right. If the 2 human emperors had a feud and the Grand Sha human emperor had a primal chaos divine item, why didn't he just kill the Grand Yan human emperor and end the feud? Someone else raised a suspicion. Because someone did not permit him to do so. What person could make a human emperor obediently listen to their orders? However, there was no reply. It was unknown if he didn't know or if he didn't dare to say it. Yan Wuji shocked everyone when he reported his status, triggering a wave of discussion from the people around. However, Long Chen simply laughed. You want to unite the human race? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Your ruler Qi is simply incomparable to that of big brother Sha Guhong. You know Sha Guhong. Suddenly, killing intent exploded out of Yan Wuji, causing the people by his side to immediately clench their weapons. Chapter 4233, A Fishwife in the Streets. In front of Yan Wuji and his people's towering killing intent, Long Chen indifferently responded, "He is my big brother." "Where is he now?" demanded Yan Wuji furiously. "Are you planning to send yourself to your death?" asked Long Chen disdainfully. "Your Majesty, permit me to capture him. I refuse to believe that I can't force him to open his mouth," said one of Yan Wuji's followers, a triple supreme with primal chaos chi swirling around his body. His 3-colored divine radiance shook heaven and earth, exuding an astonishing pressure. Sensing his might, many experts jumped in fright. This person was nothing more than one of Yan Wuji's subordinates, but his aura was so terrifying. He was many times stronger than an ordinary triple supreme. Long Chen calmly clasped his hands behind his back, remaining silent as he cast a cold, disdainful gaze at Yan Wuji and his lackeys. Internally, however, his fury burned intensely. With the 10,000 races gathering in this place, countless powerful enemies of the human race could be found in every corner. But this person actually said that he wanted to unite the human race by eliminating all of their powerful experts. He was as stupid as a pig, as dumb as a donkey. Long Chen feared no one, but he wasn't so arrogant to think that he could fight all the world's heavenly geniuses on his own. This entire time, he had been holding back to conserve his energy. After all, he wanted to do his best to protect the Dragonblood Legion and the heroes of the human race. However, this descendant of the human emperor was intentionally picking a fight for no reason, enraging Long Chen. Long Chen coldly looked at the other side. If they dared to attack him, he would show no mercy. "Retreat. You aren't a match for him," said Yan Wuji, refusing to agree with that person's request. Upon hearing this, that person's expression immediately sank. He refused to accept this, as he was also a descendant of the human emperor and a member of the direct bloodline. Before being sealed, he had swept through the battlefield, unmatched in prowess. However, although he had the human emperor's bloodline, he could not defy his master, Yan Wuji. Despite retreating as ordered, he still glared at Long Chen hatefully. He refused to believe that he wasn't a match for Long Chen. Yan Wuji ignored his stubbornness and just looked at Long Chen. "Good, since you're involved with the Grand Sha's descendants, I don't need to have any misgivings. And you call yourself Sha Guhong's brother? Excellent. My Grand Yan is mortal enemies with the Grand Sha, so I'll use your head as a declaration of war." Long Chen laughed furiously. "Then there's no need to waste words. Anyone who dares to attack me will be viewed as my mortal enemy, and the only way to treat my mortal enemies is to slaughter them. From the mortal world to the immortal world, I have never said a single empty word. If you don't believe me, come and try me." Long Chen's voice grew colder and colder. If his words had previously served as a warning, now each one oozed with killing intent. However, Long Chen still had something holding him back. He wasn't concerned about his safety, rather, he was worried about these Dragonblood warriors. Once a large battle erupted, there was no way he could look after these brothers of his. Many of them only had average strength and terrible equipment. Once a battle started, there would definitely be casualties. However, given that Yan Wuji and his companions had pushed him to this extent, retreating would only place him in a more precarious position. There was simply no solution other than to fight. This time, Long Chen had decided to slaughter his opponents with the greatest speed so that they would have no chance of attacking the Dragonblood warriors. At the same time, Long Chen sent a message to Guo Ran and the others to get over here. He had originally been hoping to bring this group back to them, but now, it seemed that it was impossible. He could only hope for everyone else to join him here. HMPH, when my Grand Yan shone brightly, your ancestors didn't even know how to pick fruit from trees. How dare you threaten me? You really are naive. No matter what, I'm going to try you today. What can you do? Yan Wuji sneered, completely unmoved by Long Chen's killing intent. He then began to walk over toward Long Chen. Seeing this, Long Chen took a deep breath and reached back for the Minghong saber. The next moment, his body bent ever so slightly like a hunting leopard, and his icy killing intent locked onto Yan Wuji. Yan Wuji originally had a disdainful expression, but when Long Chen's icy killing intent locked onto him, his expression changed slightly. It was his first time being locked down by killing intent. "Brat Wuji, don't get too arrogant. Try and receive this arrow." Abruptly, an arrogant, indolent voice rang out, and an arrow appeared right in front of Yan Wuji's face. This arrow was incredibly bizarre, leaving no fluctuations or traces in the air. As a result, people couldn't even tell where it came from. By the time they sensed it, the arrow was merely 3 inches away from Yan Wuji's face. Upon hearing this voice, Yan Wuji was shocked and enraged. He then unleashed a punch to destroy the arrow in one blow. His reaction speed and punch were shockingly fast. "Damn bastard, get out of here. I will tear you into a million pieces," roared Yan Wuji, his face twisted as if he had just encountered the murderer of his father. Everyone was startled by this. Not only had someone dared to launch a sneak attack on a descendant of the human emperor, but it became apparent that this assailant was Yan Wuji's sworn enemy. The limitless palace in front of the limitless mountain, the limitless trees before the limitless gate, the dreams of heavenly genius vanish without a trace as soon as they encounter Mo Nian. That lazy voice rang out again, its volume not particularly loud, yet it managed to permeate the ears of everyone present, even amidst the clamor of the ongoing battle throughout the entire martial stage. "I knew that this fellow would come," said Long Chen as he smiled with gratification. Every time he appeared, he had to make it mysterious and eye-attracting. Other than Mo Nian, who else could it be? In truth, the moment Mo Nian spoke, Long Chen already knew it was him. "Go fuck yourself," you fucking bastard. If you have guts, get the fuck out of here. Unexpectedly, the arrogant and aloof Yan Wuji was so enraged that he began to curse like a fishwife in the streets. Everyone, including Long Chen, was dumbfounded by this. Just how much hatred did Yan Wuji have for Mo Nian to curse him like this regardless of his image? Child, now you are wrong. If I didn't dig you out, how would you be able to come here? You are practically repaying kindness with enmity. The great descendant of a human emperor actually shows no gratitude, even cursing his benefactor. You're damaging the dignity of the human emperors. Mo Nian sighed and rebuked Yan Wuji. Although his voice was echoing throughout the air, no one could lock down his position. Even Long Chen couldn't sense him. This fellow was definitely using some kind of divine ability to conceal himself. Go fuck yourself. Yan Wuji roared furiously and suddenly shot in a certain direction. Chapter 4234, Origin of the Grudge. The void was torn straight through. With a single punch from Yan Wuji, the void was shattered like a mirror, and all the dark creatures within 10,000 miles were wiped out. Yan Wuji's attacks were not only fast but also incredibly powerful, leaving countless people clicking their tongues in amazement. It had to be known that the current Yan Wuji had not even summoned his manifestation. However, just a casual punch from him was already on par with a Triple Supreme's ultimate attack. As a result, a lot of people jumped in shock, but despite the commotion, Mo Nian had yet to show up. Long Chen had also jumped just now, thinking that Yan Wuji's senses were even sharper than his. After all, even Long Chen was unable to sense just where Mo Nian was. When Mo Nian spoke, his voice drifted with no origin point, so there was no way to track it. Even his general direction couldn't be sensed. Therefore, when Yan Wuji attacked, Long Chen actually thought that he had managed to grasp Mo Nian's aura. But it seemed that Yan Wuji had been tricked by Mo Nian. You damn rat, come out and fight, roared Yan Wuji, embarrassed by his failure. This roar unleashed his powerful emperor might, shaking even the dark creatures. For the first time, they seemed to show fear and actually avoid him. TCH, even if I come out, what can you do? Weren't you powerless to do anything to me last time? Sneered Mo Nian, but he still did not appear. Listening to their conversation, everyone was startled to learn that Mo Nian had fought Yan Wuji. And based on Yan Wuji's enraged and flustered appearance, it seemed that the grudge between the two of them was not small. Last time, if you didn't run fast enough, you'd have died in the Imperial tomb. A defeated general also dares to say such big words, roared Yan Wuji. TCH, if you didn't have numbers, would I fear you? After bullying me with numbers, you dare say that I shouldn't even run? How laughable. Furthermore, you really repay gratitude with enmity. If I didn't dig you out of the tomb, would you have managed to come to this Sage King convention? Retorted Mo Nian. Hearing this, Long Chen swiftly grasped the situation. It became clear that Mo Nian had successfully reached the Yan Emperor's tomb, and in the course of his grave-robbing expedition, he had somehow awakened the slumbering Yan Wuji. In other words, Yan Wuji had not woken on his own but was disturbed out of slumber by Mo Nian. Based on Long Chen's guess, these other fellows with ancient auras were also startled awake by him. It was no wonder that they were so enraged when they heard Mo Nian's voice. Bastard, if you have guts, stop running and fight like a man. 1 against 1, no stopping until one of us is dead. Roared Yan Wuji. This flustered appearance of Yan Wuji's made countless people shake their heads inside. Despite being a descendant of the human emperor, he lacked character. While they didn't know what had gone on between Yan Wuji and Mo Nian, even if Mo Nian were the one to slay Yan Wuji's father or steal his lover, as a descendant of the human emperor, Yan Wuji displayed a disheartening lack of composure and steadiness. It was truly disappointing. Moreover, such a person wished to unify the human race. Perhaps just as Long Chen said, this fellow had been buried for too long and hurt his head during the process. Was he still living in ancient times? Give it up. You said the same thing last time, but didn't you still attack me with a group of people? The descendants of the Yan Emperor really are amazing. To use Long Chen's words, for you to take back your own crap without the slightest shame is a skill that the likes of us cannot imitate, mocked Mo Nian. Mo Nian's response nearly caused people to lose their composure and burst into laughter. This fellow didn't give the human emperor's lineage any face. Unable to contain his anger anymore, Yan Wuji roared and unleashed another devastating punch, causing space itself to shatter in the distance, obliterating numerous dark creatures. Yan Wuji then followed up with 7 consecutive punches, each one blasting apart the very void. The unlucky dark creatures were caught in his blows and died miserable deaths due to his relentless onslaught. Despite their seemingly nonchalant nature, these strikes exuded a truly terrifying might. Even a random blow possessed terrifying heavenly might, as if he was possessed by a divine emperor, one who was in command of the 10,000 laws and Taos. Every blow carried with it an apocalyptic power. However, even with all of that power, people couldn't help but laugh at how Yan Wuji was unable to strike his target. Let alone forcing Mo Nian out, he didn't even touch Mo Nian's shadow. Oh, you're not even going to let people tell the truth. In the Imperial Tomb, weren't you all attacking me? If it had been merely a group of people in the same realm, that would have been one thing. But you also deployed so many innate heaven venerates against me. Okay then, if it had been just innate heaven venerates, that would also have been one thing. But you even activated the tomb's grand formation to kill me. Is this your so-called one against one? Said Mo Nian lightly. Fuck you, you snuck your way into my Grand Yan's Imperial Tomb to steal out treasures. You shit in my tomb and even tried to awaken other slumbering seniors. Did you think that I'd let you live? Roared Yan Wuji. This roar left countless experts in shock. Mo Nian really was evil. Had he really done this? Cough, you can't blame me for that. If you have to blame something, blame yourselves for lacking any functioning toilets. Even after they went bad, you didn't switch them. I had a terrible stomachache. As a cultured person, I couldn't just relieve myself anywhere. I had to use the closest coffin to handle my emergency situation. Who would have thought that there'd be someone inside there? Cried out Mo Nian. This time, even Long Chen's jaw dropped. He finally understood why Yan Wuji hated Mo Nian so much. It seemed that Yan Wuji actually wasn't bad. If it was someone else, they would probably have gone insane. Yan Wuji roared furiously. His hair stood on end, and killing intent exploded out of him. Fine, if you want me to shut my mouth, I'll do so. This matter really was my bad. I apologize. Starting today, we can just forget about it and mind our own business, alright? Mo Nian immediately offered him a handshake agreement. Alright, my fucking ass. I'll tear you to pieces and grind you to dust before my hatred is quelled. Cursed Yan Wuji with even more crudeness than before, his fury unabated. This time, no one laughed at him for being flustered. After all, if they had to endure that kind of humiliation, they doubted that they would handle the situation any more gracefully. Fuck, I give you face but you don't give me face. Is your mouth so smelly because you ate my shit, or did you grow up eating shit from birth? This time, Mo Nian cursed back angrily. As soon as Mo Nian cursed back, Long Chen sighed inside. The moment he did so, his emotional fluctuations instantly exposed his position. I've found you. Die. Yan Wuji's gaze instantly sharpened, and with a single step, he vanished from sight. Chapter 4235, Terrifying Trap. Due to cursing angrily, Mo Nian's spiritual fluctuations spiked, revealing his position not only to Long Chen but also to Yan Wuji. Yan Wuji instantly vanished, reappearing in a certain location and smashing his fist at the void. This time, his attack was not for nothing. As the void shattered, everyone could see a coffin appeared behind it. It was a crystalline coffin covered in ancient runes, but it didn't give off the slightest aura. Mo Nian was sitting on top of the crystal coffin. Seeing Yan Wuji attacking, he summoned a shovel in his hand. The shovel looked drab and unremarkable with dirt still stuck to it. It was as if Mo Nian had just come back from a day of farming. When Mo Nian was exposed by Yan Wuji's punch, many experts clenched their teeth furiously at the sight of him. It seemed that Mo Nian had plundered these very experts' ancestral tombs as well, which caused them to put up warrants for his capture everywhere. Their collective rage was palpable, and they looked as if they wanted to tear him apart. Now let's see where you will run. Yan Wuji was surprised to find Mo Nian and immediately attacked him. TCH, in a 1-against-1, do you think that I'm afraid of you? Mo Nian sneered and stood atop his crystal coffin. He then smashed his shovel at the charging Yan Wuji. Yan Wuji's fist struck the shovel, and the impact shook the entire martial stage, causing terrifying chi waves that blasted apart countless dark creatures. After a single exchange, both of them fell back at the same time. Yan Wuji then stamped down on the void and shot back like an arrow flying from the bowstring, giving Mo Nian no time to breathe. However, just as he pounced at Mo Nian suddenly opened the crystal coffin. The moment the crystal coffin opened, he had a bad feeling. But just as he was about to retreat, it seemed that Mo Nian had expected him to run, so he shoved the crystal cauldron toward Yan Wuji. As Yan Wuji had no time to stop his momentum, he was instantly sucked inside the crystal coffin. The crystal coffin slammed shut without the slightest crack, catching Yan Wuji firmly within. "Little lamb, in a 1-against-1, I can play you to death. Other than eating my shit, what other ability do you have?" Mo Nian proudly chortled after trapping Yan Wuji in his crystal coffin. Seeing this scene, everyone inside and outside the martial stage was dumbfounded. Just as they thought that there would be an immense battle between Mo Nian and Yan Wuji, it ended in the blink of an eye. At this very moment, rumbling sounds rang out from the coffin, indicating that Yan Wuji was trying to escape. A multitude of runes then lit up on the coffin, sending waves rippling outward. However, despite his best efforts, the coffin remained shut. The other experts of the Grand Yan Imperial line were dumbfounded. How was it over before it even began? They were caught too off guard by this to even react. 0. "Save His Majesty." Suddenly, one of them shouted, and only then did the others snap out of it. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of experts charged at Mo Nian. "Just like I thought, you refuse to fight 1-against-1. If you want him so badly, I'll give him to you." Mo Nian sneered and suddenly kicked the crystal coffin over. The crystal coffin shot at those experts like a shooting star, which surprised those experts as they didn't expect Mo Nian to just give it to them. Startled and uncertain of Mo Nian's intentions, they caught the coffin and began to study it to see if they could open it. Mo Nian simply ignored them and went to Long Chen. He chortled, "Brother, I heard that you haven't been doing too well lately. As if you're doing better than me. Within the human race's territory, your picture is everywhere. A lot of people want you dead," retorted Long Chen. But to think of it, he really hadn't been doing too well lately. Even so, Mo Nian definitely didn't have the right to laugh at him for that. "Hee, well, I'm definitely doing a bit better than you. My enemies are only from the human race. As for you, haha, have you heard a certain saying that's been going around?" asked Mo Nian. "Which saying?" Long Chen, hated by 85% of the Nine Heavens experts. "Hee, I didn't believe it at first, but now I fully believe it, ha ha ha." Mo Nian eyed the countless races on the martial stage and laughed. Hearing Mo Nian's words, Bai Shishi's mother couldn't help chuckling as well. The rest of the High Firmament Academy's experts looked at him oddly. They had never heard of such a saying. However, given the current martial stage's situation, it seemed that 85% might not even be enough to include everyone who was looking at Long Chen with hostility. The Devil race, the Blood race, the Demon race, the Beast race, the Shadow race, the Netherworld race, and countless other races were glaring at Long Chen without concealing their killing intent in the slightest. Even amongst the human race, a large portion of them were hostile toward Long Chen. One reason was because Long Chen stood out so much that it made people jealous, while the other reason was because he had swindled many of them at the auction for the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. Even the people who hadn't taken losses from that auction still hated Long Chen since he had toyed with them like that. Furthermore, there were also peak powers like the Violet Blood race's Shu family, the Eternal Long family, and the Human Emperor's line, all of whom counted as Long Chen's mortal enemies. Maybe being hated by 85% of the experts here was no exaggeration. This Mo Nian is also infamous. Added together, it's probably way more than 85%. Bai Shaola's mother couldn't help but bitterly smile. Although they were mentally prepared and knew that Long Chen would have a thorny path in the Sage King convention, they hadn't expected this many enemies to appear. Alright, let's not talk about such meaningless things. Just what is going on with the martial stage? Why weren't you with us at the start? Asked Long Chen. Since Yan Wuji was trapped in the crystal coffin, no one else was bothering them. Hence, Long Chen wanted to figure this out first. "I don't know either. We also rushed over to the Sage King Prefecture when we heard about it, so we're just as baffled as you," said Mo Nian. According to him, they had also come from the various lands of the Nine Heavens. Just like Long Chen and the others, they then found each other in the Sage King Prefecture. "I don't know why it is split into two worlds, but I am sure of one thing," said Mo Nian seriously. "This is a trap," said Mo Nian. "What the fuck? It's not like I'm blind." Long Chen rolled his eyes. He had long since noticed this, but that wasn't the important point. The main thing is that this trap might be opening an even larger trap. "Perhaps it will shatter the current state of the entire world," said Mo Nian gravely. This time, Long Chen jumped in shock. If that really was the case, Then this trap really was terrifying. Chapter 4236, Legacy of the Sovereigns. What do you know? Asked Long Chen solemnly. It was no wonder he was feeling like some calamity was about to descend. Moreover, that intense feeling of unease didn't come from the surroundings but toward the distant future. I'm not sure about the exact details. However, when I surveyed the terrain of the Sage King Prefecture, I found that there was a problem. Based on just the feng shui, this is a treasure land with the very essence of the nirvana overflow heaven gathering here. Furthermore, it grows in cycles endlessly. According to reason, this is a land of life. However, it seems that someone did something to this cycle, adding traces of death chi from deep underground. Even so, the source was too deep for me to get an accurate sense of it, and it's not like I have the time to investigate. I thought that a few traces of death chi shouldn't be enough to affect this place, so I didn't even pay much attention to it. But once I entered the martial stage, I understood. The traces of death chi are nothing more than a vector. They have no power themselves, but they are gathering the blood-soul energy of all the experts dying on the martial stage. Once the blood-soul energy of the lifeforms of the 9 heavens merges with the aura of the dark creatures, it will produce an unprecedented power. As for the karmic luck bead, it is very likely the crux for detonating this power, said Mo Nian. Detonating this power? What do you mean? Is this to wipe out all the lifeforms in the Sage King Prefecture? Long Chen gasped. Was this a trap to wipe out all the elites of the 9 heavens in one go? Mo Nian shook his head. It's not so simple. Once this power detonates, it will be pointed at a spatial gate. A spatial gate? Yes, a spatial gate. But this spatial gate is too far, and the wall of the heavens is in the way. All I know is that there is a spatial gate in that direction, but I didn't have time to investigate any further. That's why I said that the Sage King martial stage is actually the small trap. The real goal of the one who set up this trap should be that spatial gate, said Mo Nian. Long Chen was shaken. Just who could possibly make such a big play? They could actually take control over the Sage King martial stage. That was a heaven-defying power. With Long Chen's understanding of Mo Nian's character, he knew that this fellow never spoke the truth when it came to small matters but never lied when it came to major matters. He definitely wouldn't spout such a thing unless he was sure. Mo Nian continued, I don't know who the person controlling everything behind the scenes is, or what their goal is, or what lies behind that spatial gate. However, considering that they are willing to sacrifice the lives of so many lifeforms for their plan, they can't be a good person. If that spatial gate opens, the 9 heavens will definitely be thrown into chaos. Chaos is one thing, but the main thing is that the person behind the scenes might have an even more terrifying plan later on, and we are all just their pawns. That is why we should think of a way to ruin their plans. To use the lives of all the lifeforms here to open a gate. The mastermind was truly brazen. Were they not afraid of drawing the wrath of all these races? Tell me, do you think there are people who know about this matter on the martial stage? Asked Long Chen suspiciously. Mo Nian immediately gave him a thumbs up. Not bad, you can think of this. Long Chen had only thought of it because of people who had repeatedly tried to cause trouble and stir up fights between factions. There definitely are some people who know, but none of us can say who they are. They also won't foolishly step forward and reveal themselves to us. For them to risk their lives to enter this trap means that there must be some benefits to fight over, and those benefits must be immense enough to take such a risk. We should keep a close eye on everyone. Once the good stuff appears, we'll take it. We won't let them take advantage of us. As for that idiot from the Violet Blood Race's Shu family, I guarantee that he doesn't know about it. If he did, he wouldn't have fought you so early, said Mo Nian. How do you know about him? Asked Long Chen in surprise. I already did some stealthy soul searches, so I know everything that happened on your side. You should pay attention to the 8 eternal clans. They definitely know, or they wouldn't be just standing around without making a move. As for the Grand Yan's imperial line, it's hard to say. They're incredibly arrogant. They might act the same way whether they know about it or not, said Mo Nian. Long Chen nodded. Just as Mo Nian said, the 8 eternal clans had been acting very low-key during this time. Other than Long Aotian saying a few words, not one of them had done anything. Even Feng Fei was in hiding. After arriving on the martial stage, Long Chen couldn't find her. It was very abnormal. Moreover, it wasn't just the 8 eternal clans. Many terrifying experts were hiding themselves as well. The current martial stage was like a slumbering volcano that could erupt at any moment. When the eruption occurred, all kinds of enemies would appear, akin to unleashed monsters. Is the greatest benefit here the karmic luck bead? Whispered Long Chen. Most likely, the karmic luck bead is related to the karmic luck of the 9 heavens. According to reason, it can't be under someone's control. Although someone was able to take control over the martial stage and borrow the power of the karmic luck bead, after they're done using it, the karmic luck bead will remain, and everyone will fight for it. I just don't know what kind of changes the karmic luck bead will undergo when the time comes. We can only keep a close eye on it, said Mo Nian. As they spoke, more and more dark creatures appeared, and the various races were forced to fight with their full power. After all, a chaotic battlefield could kill even experienced masters. Other than peak experts, anyone surrounded by these powerful dark creatures would definitely die. Brothers. At this time, Guo Ran and the others arrived, finally reuniting with everyone. Seeing them, the Dragonblood warriors were all overjoyed. They went from over 2,000 people to over 5,000 people. Feeling overwhelmed, they thought back to how they were forced to separate back in the destructive battle of the Martial Heaven continent, not knowing whether they would ever meet again. Coming along with Guo Ran and the others were those weaklings from the staircase and the brave experts who had come to support Long Chen when he was in trouble. Actually, they were a rather large group on the martial stage. However, only 30% of them could be considered true experts, so coming here had taken quite a bit of time. You still like to be so meddlesome. Mo Nian eyed the frightened cultivators amongst their ranks and shook his head. Bringing along these weaklings would affect their overall efficiency and drag them down. This isn't being meddlesome, this is a kind of legacy, said Long Chen with a smile. What legacy? Asked Mo Nian in confusion. Long Chen solemnly said, the legacy of the sovereigns. The 5 sovereigns passed this mantle down to me. They said the strong must carry heavier burdens. Big brother Yun Shang, big brother Qing Shu, big brother Mo Li, big sister Han Shui, and big brother Zi Yong. Which one of them wasn't a stunning hero? If they weren't so meddlesome, they'd have long since ascended to the immortal world and soared through the 9 heavens. Even after all this time in the immortal world, fighting countless battles and seeing billions of so-called heavenly geniuses, I have not encountered anyone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with them. If they weren't so meddlesome, the Martial Heaven continent would have long since been destroyed. Then where would we be? When Long Chen brought up the 5 sovereigns, Mo Nian immediately grew respectful. He nodded. Sorry, I shouldn't have. Just as Mo Nian was about to apologize for his words, a deafening explosion resounded, eliciting a chorus of startled cries. The crystal coffin trapping Yan Wuji was forced open. Chapter 4237, finally here. Mo Nian, you bastard. Face your death. When the crystal coffin opened, Yan Wuji came flying out and let out a furious roar. However, his appearance startled everyone. The indomitable Yan Wuji was now pitch black. His yellow robes were now black, and he looked like he had gone through a pit of coal. Along with Yan Wuji, dozens of charred corpses also flew out. Upon seeing those corpses, someone cried out, "Immemorial flame devils." Those corpses were withered like dry firewood, and the runes on their bodies had already grown dim. However, they still gave off a frightening pressure. Those are corpses that have reached the innate heaven venerate realm. With just a glance, it was clear that these corpses had died countless years ago. Most likely, they had been refined into puppets. These puppets seemed to have used up all their energy. After flying out of the crystal coffin, their bodies rotted away until they turned into dust. Everyone was shocked by this. Mo Nian's crystal coffin actually had such a terrifying mechanism inside of it. Although these puppets weren't as powerful as real innate heaven venerates, their power was not bad. As for Yan Wuji, he had probably been fighting them all this time. But although his outer appearance looked wretched, he wasn't actually injured. His true power was shocking. As soon as Yan Wuji flew out of the coffin, he turned to Mo Nian and shot toward him. Just at that moment, the Grand Yan's imperial experts let out startled cries. They were holding down the crystal coffin, but it suddenly unleashed a burst of divine light that sent them flying. The crystal coffin then vanished, reappearing right in front of Mo Nian. Yan Wuji was flying straight at Mo Nian, but when the crystal coffin suddenly appeared in front of him, his expression completely changed, and he hastily changed directions. Just now, he had suffered immensely. The inside of the crystal coffin was its own world. If he hadn't defeated those puppets, outsiders would have been unable to open the coffin. Seeing it again, he was finally afraid. This coffin was too bizarre. Inside of it, his power was greatly reduced. Fortunately, he was powerful enough that even in that weakened state, he could still defeat those puppets and escape. Still, he didn't want to get caught in this crystal coffin again. Seeing the chance, he dodged and attacked Mo Nian from a different angle. To everyone's surprise, Yan Wuji's attack speed was so astonishing that the crystal coffin couldn't catch up with him. Having utmost confidence in his speed, he directly unleashed a punch that even encapsulated Long Chen within it. "I'll deal with him." Mo Nian was the one who spoke first. The next moment, his shovel reappeared in his hand, being used like a shield to receive Yan Wuji's attack. An explosive clang then rang out in the air, accompanied by the sight of giant sparks. Mo Nian was sent flying along with his crystal coffin. "You just watch, keep an eye on the surroundings. I'll accompany this foolish child for a game," transmitted Mo Nian to Long Chen. Mo Nian suddenly put away the crystal coffin. As he flew back, he pointed his shovel at Yan Wuji and cursed, "You bastard! How dare you repay my kindness like this? If it weren't for me, you'd still be stuck in that damp coffin of yours. Keep acting this way, and I'll start taking this seriously. I could dig you out of a hole, and I can bury you back in one as well." Yan Wuji directly cursed him. Seeing Mo Nian put away his coffin, Yan Wuji was immediately reinvigorated and shot after him. "HMPH, a mouth that eats shit really is smelly. Just how much did you eat that day? Are you full?" cursed Mo Nian. "Die." Yan Wuji's fists danced through the air, unleashing wild gusts akin to blades that sliced through the void. This scene stunned most people around. It had to be known that Yan Wuji had yet to summon his manifestation and was fighting only with his most basic power. However, this force was on par with a triple supreme fighting for their life. The descendants of the human emperors really are frightening. Even after defeating so many flame devil puppets, he's not the slightest bit injured. "He's probably not even in his true combat state yet," sighed someone. "They all have the bloodline of the human emperors, inheriting the blessings of their ancestors. Who knows what kind of power he can unleash in his full power state? All that remains of the 5 emperors is the Grand Shah and the Grand Yan, but the Grand Shah has already declined. Apparently, all they have is Shah Guhong alone, a lovesick fool. After his loved one passed away, he spent the rest of his life alone. He doesn't even have any heirs. Once he's dead, the line of the Grand Shah will be fully gone." It was said that only 2 of the 5 emperors' lines had survived that ancient battle. The other 3 were so badly wounded that they ultimately faded away. Now there were only descendants from the Grand Yan human emperor and the Grand Shah human emperor. The Grand Shah's only heir was actually infatuated with love. This was something that people respected yet also felt pity for. After all, he was the hope of that entire line of the human emperor. It was a shame that this line would never continue. In any case, the human emperors were the hope of the human race. People had been excited to see that Yan Wuji was one of their descendants, thinking that the human race had finally produced a suitable leader. However, Yan Wuji's incredible arrogance was too irritating. Furthermore, when Mo Nian appeared, he began cursing like a fishwife in the streets, leaving them speechless. No matter how strong such a person was, it would be difficult for them to unite the human race. Even so, everyone was excited to see just how powerful the descendants of the human emperor were. They all wanted to know whether or not they had inherited the divine might of the human emperors. After all, the human emperors represented an entire era for the human race. They were supreme existences. The 5 emperors were both born and fated in the same era. While 2 lines still descended from them, they were only descendants, not the true human emperors. After the 5 emperors vanished, no more human emperors appeared. Even so, all members of the human race felt profound reverence for the human emperors, and they hoped to be able to see a spark of their former light from Yan Wuji. Yan Wuji repeatedly attacked with his fists, forcing Mo Nian back. But Mo Nian's unremarkable shovel was constantly blocking his blows. Although it looked as if Yan Wuji had taken the upper hand, it was clear that Mo Nian wasn't using his full power either. "What are they doing? Yan Wuji keeps saying that he's going to kill Mo Nian, but he's not even using any killing blows." Eventually, people grew impatient. The long-anticipated battle that they had been waiting for was boring. Yan Wuji is still probing Mo Nian. As long as Mo Nian reveals the slightest opening, Yan Wuji will launch an all-out killing blow. Unfortunately, Mo Nian is too crafty, and Yan Wuji isn't able to lock him down. If Yan Wuji can't lock him down, Mo Nian will just dodge any killing blow. As a result, They can only fight like this, said an expert of the senior generation, explaining the crux of this matter. Yan Wuji wanted to kill Mo Nian more than anyone here, but if he couldn't lock him down, he couldn't unleash his full power on him. However, Long Chen didn't agree with the senior's assessment. He knew that Yan Wuji was warming up to enter his best fighting state. Just then, the martial stage shook intensely and the karmic luck bead began to rapidly spin. It's finally here. Long Chen's pupils shrank. The thing that Mo Nian had mentioned was about to appear. Chapter 4238, Eternal Creature. When the karmic luck bead quivered, 9 rays of divine light shot out of it, piercing the barrier around the martial stage. As a result, 9 huge holes appeared in the barrier. Wherever that divine light went, any dark creatures in their way were wiped out. In a bit, one of those rays of divine light shot right past Long Chen and the others, making them jump in fright. Another ray of divine light also pierced through the heart of the devil race's army, instantly wiping out countless experts. Witnessing this spectacle, a sense of horror overcame everyone present. And just as their astonishment reached its peak, an even more startling occurrence transpired. The 9 holes in the barrier actually turned into 9 spatial gates. After that, the spatial gate at the very top, where the dark creatures were flooding out, also twisted, stopping the flood of dark creatures. Black chi then swirled around that spatial gate, exuding an appalling pressure that was getting closer and closer, as if some monster was about to break through. Seeing this scene, Mo Nian and Yan Wuji retreated at the same time. Neither of them was in the mood to keep fighting, so they were just staring up at the 10 spatial gates in the sky. The next moment, the 10 gates quivered and 9 giant spatial gates opened, along with the appearance of 9 enormous figures. Long Chen couldn't help gasping when he saw them. Innate Heaven Venerate Dark Domain Lords. These Dark Domain Lords not only had reached the level of an Innate Heaven Venerate, but they also had dark gold marks on their bodies. Given that Long Chen had fought multiple Dark Domain Lords in the Life Forbidden area, he was well aware of just how terrifying they were. However, the Dark Domain Lord from back then only had a few dark gold marks on its body, whereas these Dark Domain Lords had hundreds of those marks. Even before they got close, their auras already terrified the people on the martial stage. Simply being in their presence made breathing difficult, as these Dark Domain Lords were far stronger than the ones Long Chen had encountered in the Life Forbidden area. They were simply not on the same level at all. This difference was just as big as the distinction between innate heaven venerates and acquired heaven venerates. For 9 of these terrifying existences to appear at once, if they were to attack, no one knew just how many people on the martial stage would survive. Just as everyone was shocked by these 9 Dark Domain Lords, the central, largest spatial gate quivered. They could see an enormous figure forcing its way out of that gate. When they saw that figure, even the senior heaven venerates were horrified. This was an absolutely enormous dark creature. While the previous dark creatures were like large mountains, this one was a heaven-shrouding existence that dwarfed the other dark creatures. What was most terrifying, however, was that every mark on its body bore that ominous dark gold hue. Unable to contain its body, the spatial gate was fracturing as its enormous body gradually passed through. Everyone saw that it was a winged dark creature, crowned with a formidable-looking horn on its head. As its entire form was unveiled, a terrifying pressure crashed down on all of them. In response, the countless dark creatures inside the martial stage suddenly turned still, their bodies frozen. When that dark creature's pressure crashed down on Long Chen, he was filled with shock, not daring to believe what he was seeing. How can this be? That's an eternal expert. Inside and outside of the martial stage, waves of shock rippled throughout the Sage King Prefecture. This winged dark creature actually possessed an eternal aura, and its overwhelming pressure left the experts within the martial stage in a state of terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. As for the experts outside, they stood frozen in horror, their gazes locked onto the creature, rendered speechless by the scene before them. How is this the Sage King martial stage? This is clearly a trap to kill all the heavenly geniuses of the 9 heavens. Roared one person furiously. That was true. Who could possibly stop an eternal expert? If the presence of the 9 Dark Domain Lords had left little hope for survival, then this eternal creature would guarantee their demise. Let alone these young disciples, even if all the members of the senior generation in this place joined forces, they wouldn't be able to even scratch an eternal expert. Suddenly, the 9 Dark Domain Lords roared, their roars shaking the 9 heavens. As silver runes lit up around their bodies, a terrifying pressure crashed down. They immediately unleashed their full power, and their auras had an indescribable emotion to it, almost tragic. It seemed as if they were intent on dying along with everyone else here. The 9 dark domain lords were like 9 suns, unleashing a blinding light. Their murderous auras rained down like a vast sea. Surrounding the central eternal dark creature, they were like the stars around the moon. Just like that, they slowly descended upon the heart of the martial stage. Wait, that winged creature, it's a corpse. Long Chen suddenly cried out. In that instant, a spark of understanding illuminated Mo Nian's eyes, and he exclaimed with excitement, I get it. They aren't here to kill us. They're all sacrificial offerings. Long Chen, if we disrupt this ceremony, we can secure our safety. After saying that, Mo Nian suddenly shot toward one of those dark domain lords. Our fight isn't over. You think that you can run? Suddenly, Yan Wuji appeared right behind Mo Nian, launching a punch at the back of Mo Nian's head. Without even looking back, Mo Nian raised his shovel and blocked Yan Wuji's attack. As his pace accelerated, he sneered, Yan Wuji, you really are the bad sort to eat shit. You are the mastermind behind this treachery, aren't you? You're trying to kill everyone on the martial stage. Shut your fucking mouth. Yan Wuji furiously cursed him and continued attacking. If you didn't set this trap, why are you stopping me from ruining the sacrificial ceremony? As expected, you really aren't a good person. But I didn't expect you to be so treacherous. Other than eating shit, what good are you at? Mo Nian refused to get entangled with Yan Wuji. He directly shot toward those slowly descending dark domain lords as he blocked Yan Wuji's attacks. Countless people were startled and enraged by what they were hearing. If it really was as Mo Nian said, then Yan Wuji was truly treacherous. Even though many of the crowd were not aware of the plots, this was called taking the initiative. The first impression was always the strongest, and the majority of people felt more willing to believe Mo Nian. After all, Mo Nian was trying to stop this slaughter, and Yan Wuji was trying to stop Mo Nian. Just as Yan Wuji was pursuing Mo Nian, Long Chen also shot to a nearby spatial gate. However, just as he moved, a sharp ray of sword chi pierced toward him. Chapter 4239, Ultimate Battle Commence. Long Chen knew that someone would try to stop him, and his intuition was correct. This sword chi was incomparably sharp and fast, and it was aimed at his head. Long Chen paused in the air. Stamping on the air, he unleashed a punch that shattered the sword chi. After that, through the chi waves, he saw a young man with a sword on his back. He was a tall and handsome man with extraordinary bearing, but he was also surrounded by an exceedingly arrogant air. Long Chen, is it? I am Yi Wuchen from the Eternal Yi clan. Draw your sword, I will not kill those who aren't prepared. This man was a member of an eternal clan, the Yi clan's peerless heavenly genius, Yi Wuchen. The moment he appeared, he directly challenged Long Chen. It seems that the Grand Yan's imperial line isn't the only one who set this up. Even your Yi clan wants to stop us. Now it's interesting. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this matter was even more complicated than he had imagined. Moreover, to his surprise, the ones to stop him were actually from the human race and not other races. Countless people were shocked to see someone stop Long Chen. Were the eternal clans the ones behind the scenes? Yi Wuchen sneered, is yelling out this kind of slander interesting? Do you think that everyone else is stupid and only you are smart? Oh, I want to hear it then. What's your excuse for fighting me? Asked Long Chen indifferently. The 9 spatial gates had opened, but the dark domain lords were descending very slowly. If it really was as Mo Nian said and this was a sacrificial ceremony, it would indeed take some time to activate. Seeing that he was in no rush, he could learn the full story now. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, do you not know who you are? You and Mo Nian are both bandits. One is a grave robber and the other is a swindler. One steals dead people's treasures, and one snatches living people's treasures. No one would believe anything you say, sneered Yi Wuchen. This response caused quite a bit of murmuring within the human race. Quite a few people began to whisper amongst themselves. Long Chen really isn't a good person. He has repeatedly plundered the Soaring Dragon Company and even used them to trick countless people into attending an auction for his Heaven-Earth Cauldron. Mo Nian isn't better off. Did you not see all the warrants out for him? There are his pictures throughout the Sage King Prefecture. Considering that he's a grave robber, Long Chen even found an excuse to expel the experts who went to the High Firmament Academy to study. He cut them off from the Academy's knowledge that was supposed to be shared with the world. He's a petty little person who can't be trusted. Although many people were whispering, some voices were not as quiet. It was as if they were afraid of others not hearing, so they intentionally spread their voices. Hearing all this, Long Chen slowly smiled. He didn't respond, but he saw who was talking the loudest. Yi Wuchen had clearly come prepared, but Long Chen didn't bother exposing him. He just watched, waiting for him to continue his performance. You two are infamous for what you've done, yet you slander others. It's the very peak of shamelessness and treachery. Moreover, this is the Sage King martial stage, a place where everything is governed by the heavenly Taos. Your actions are nothing but a violation of the rules. In the worst-case scenario, you will cause the very heavenly Taos of this place to collapse, leading the martial stage to explode and kill us all. Tell me, what are you planning? Toward the end, Yi Wuchen's voice grew louder until he was hurling accusations at Long Chen. Now, when people looked at Long Chen and the others, killing intent gradually appeared in their eyes. Long Chen, you've offended too many people, is that it? Knowing that you can't escape, you're trying to drag all of us down with you. Shouted an expert from the demonic beast race. I understand, there are numerous factions here that hold grudges against you. You know that they won't let you leave alive, so you're going to drag us all down with you. A roar came from the devil race. How vile. Our blood race cannot live under the same heavens as you. Since this is the case, we'll just kill you first. The Netherworld's races are also mortal enemies with Long Chen. You dare to collude with Wu Tian? That is a crime worthy of the death penalty. Long Chen, since you're so malicious, there's nothing for us to say. We'll kill you. You're a swindler, a completely intolerable scammer. My ghost Dao will stop at nothing until it claims your life. Long Chen, if you're in such a hurry to meet your demise, I'll be more than happy to oblige. Unexpectedly, even the ghost Dao life form that had bought the fake Heaven-Earth cauldron appeared now. I don't care how you plan on playing around. My shadow race will accompany you to the end. However, if you're trying to drag us down with you, then keep dreaming. The leader of the shadow race also shouted. As more and more people spoke up, people realized that Long Chen's enemies were spread throughout the martial stage. Even amongst the human race, the majority had some grudge against him. With a single speech, Yi Wuchen pushed Long Chen to the heart of the conflict. Now, all the experts who had joined Long Chen's camp stared at him worriedly. After all, they weren't too familiar with Long Chen. Now that others had questioned Long Chen, they also started to have suspicions. We're only after Long Chen and won't involve innocent people. Since you didn't see Long Chen's true face before this, I'll give you a chance. Leave now and return to the human race. We can pretend that nothing happened before this. This is your final chance. If you miss it, don't blame others for being merciless. Yi Wuchen eyed the group behind Long Chen. The human race's experts actually opened up a path, as if welcoming them into their embrace. Those experts were truly enticed. Long Chen then looked back at the ones behind him. Among you are the people who I saved and people who saved me. The people who I saved, you can leave whenever you want. It didn't cost me anything to save you, so I won't ask for any recompense. However, those who saved me, I ask that you stay behind. You were able to step forward to help me when danger arose. That is enough to prove the righteousness in your hearts, the hot blood in your chests. I trust that after saving me, you also won't ask for anything from me. We are the same people. Since you could trust me once, you can trust me a second time, right? These words were spoken with utmost sincerity, causing those people to feel their blood heating up. They almost felt like doubting Long Chen was a sin. Brother Long Chen, we believe in you. You definitely aren't such a person. Don't believe him, he is a swindler. Everyone, let's go quickly. If we don't, we'll just end up dying with him. As millions of cultivators behind Long Chen left, Long Chen's side instantly shrank by almost half of its original size. The Dragonblood warriors were ashen. These were the very individuals they had rescued on the staircase, but they were just like animals. After being saved, they left at the drop of a hat and even slandered Long Chen during the process. Now, the Dragonblood warriors had the urge to kill them. However, the disturbance quickly ended. Those that wanted to leave had left, and those that wanted to stay had stayed. Moreover, those who were staying all had staunch gazes. You really are fools. Since you want to die so badly, don't blame others. Yi Wuchen sneered upon seeing so many people still believe in Long Chen. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Long Chen raised his head and laughed delightedly. Good, not one of my brothers who came to aid me left. I, Long Chen, will thank you. Long Chen cupped his fists toward these people. He was extremely moved that not one of those brave experts had left. They all chose to trust him once again. As for those whom he had rescued on the staircase, a portion of them did stay. Although they weren't as numerous, their gazes were also filled with trust in Long Chen, channeling Long Chen with endless power. You thank them, so you're going to drag them into the abyss with you. Long Chen, you really are evil, sneered Yi Wuchen. Suddenly, without any warning, Long Chen appeared in front of Yi Wuchen and slapped him in the face. The next moment, Yi Wuchen was sent flying like a shooting star. Long Chen then raised his head and shouted, his voice akin to a god's roar, resounding throughout every corner of heaven and earth. No need for any more words. Today, I, Long Chen, will break this trap of yours. If gods block me, I will slay gods, if devils block me, I will slay devils. Come, let the ultimate battle commence. Chapter 4240, Big Trouble. Long Chen's voice resounded throughout the world, causing heaven and earth to change. Color and the 10,000 Taos to rumble. His voice contained his undefeatable will, his unquestionable domineeringness, akin to the edict of the very 9 heavens, if not even greater. The 10,000 worlds quivered in response because of him. Upon seeing this scene, the countenance of countless experts directly changed, and in particular, the seniors outside the martial stage were very taken aback. What a powerful will! It actually transcends heaven and earth, forcing them to obey his orders. This person's life is tenacious. Among the senior generation, it was well known that the stronger a person's will, the greater the rejection of the heavenly Taos. It was because beneath the heavenly Taos, all things had to obey. A person's will could not be allowed to exceed the heavenly Taos. The heavenly Taos had to be obeyed, not defied. This was the common knowledge of the cultivation world. However, Long Chen's roar gave off the feeling of suppressing the very heavenly Taos. The fact that his will could reach this level of might showed just how resilient he was. After all, the heavenly Taos definitely would not permit someone with such a will to exist, so the very fact that he was still alive showed just how tough his life was. Only the senior generation understood just how frightening that was. On the other hand, the experts on the martial stage didn't even notice that Long Chen's voice had caused a change in the heavenly Taos. In front of that furious roar, countless people actually felt disdain. They thought that it was a clear attempt to intimidate them with an empty threat. Furthermore, this roar caused them to feel like Yi Wuchen was correct, and Long Chen was angry because he was exposed. Long Chen, only one of us will live after today. Yi Wuchen's lively roar rang out, a sign that he had recovered from being slapped in the face by Long Chen. However, his face twisted with fury. Long Chen's slap was powerful, but Yi Wuchen had a layer of divine light protecting him, so he wasn't severely injured. Of course, the power of this attack was always its humiliating aspect, driving him insane. On the other hand, Long Chen completely ignored Yi Wuchen's challenge. He shouted to everyone on the martial stage, "For those who trust me, there's no need for more words, and for those who don't trust me, more words would still be useless. I, Long Chen, am unafraid of going through mountains of corpses, seas of blood, mountains of blades, and seas of boiling oil. I will protect those whom I want to protect at any cost, and I don't care how you view me. I will definitely break this trap to protect those I care about. Just know that I am no saint who cares about you, and I also won't bother explaining myself to you. All I will say is that this trap will be destroyed by me, and those who block me will die." Suddenly, his wings spread, and like a bolt of lightning, he instantly appeared in front of a pillar of light. There was a dark domain lord roaring inside of it, and it was Long Chen's target. "You're the one who's going to die, you swindling idiot." Out of nowhere, a frigid gust of wind swept through, shrouded in an ominous black mist. In the wake of this eerie phenomenon, a phantom-like figure materialized and viciously thrust a black claw toward Long Chen. It was none other than the Ghost Dao lifeform. This lifeform was ephemeral, as if he didn't possess a solid body. Thus, no one knew how he had suddenly appeared here. However, Long Chen knew that these people would not sit still while he destroyed the Grand Formation. As a golden light blazed on his left hand, dragon scales appeared on top of it. With a fierce determination, he also unleashed a claw attack of his own. A golden dragon claw clashed with a black claw. The impact caused golden light and black mist to explode, sending a ripple that spread throughout the battlefield. The next moment, both Long Chen and that Ghost Dao lifeform let out a muffled grunt and retreated, being evenly matched in this exchange. After that, the ripple that spread from their exchange destroyed countless dark creatures, causing a large space to instantly open on the martial stage. Out of nowhere, sword chi came from behind Long Chen. It was Yi Wuchen. Despicable. Yu Zifeng snorted coldly. While Yi Wuchen was undeniably a sword cultivator, a strong one at that, both of his attacks were nothing more than sneak attacks. Especially the last one, it was timed just after Long Chen's clash with the Ghost Dao lifeform, exploiting the brief time when his blood chi was in turmoil from the impact. Yu Zifeng would have remained silent if another expert had resorted to sneak attacks. However, the fact that Yi Wuchen, a sword cultivator, employed such underhanded tactics deeply irked him. In response, Long Chen spun through the air, his dragon claw slamming into Yi Wuchen's sword. This unexpected maneuver elicited gasps of astonishment from everyone, as most of them had assumed that he would attempt to evade the strike. Unexpectedly, he was receiving the attack head-on, placing him at an immense disadvantage. Having just clashed with the Ghost Dao lifeform, he had yet to recover, making such a hasty confrontation a risky move. On the other hand, Yi Wuchen was in top condition with a fully prepared attack. Were Long Chen's actions not too reckless? However, in front of countless shocked gazes, the clash they expected didn't occur. Instead, there was a strange sound as Long Chen's dragon claw changed its direction. Just as his dragon claw touched Yi Wuchen's sword, instead of a clawing blow, it became a pulling force. Following that, everyone saw Yi Wuchen go flying like a shooting star. Everyone was startled. Unexpectedly, Long Chen's move was a feint, and even Yi Wuchen was tricked. Perhaps using your enemy's power to fight them was a common sight amongst normal cultivators, but in a battle between peak experts, it was very rarely attempted, as it was simply too dangerous. The tiniest flaw could reveal a person's intentions. And once a person saw through a feint, it would be like you were throwing your life to them. As everyone let out startled cries, Yi Wuchen's expression changed. He had never imagined that Long Chen's attack could shift so quickly. At that very moment, he realized that he had been tricked and outmaneuvered. His body was flying straight toward the light pillar, and he couldn't stop his own momentum because Long Chen had even added to it in that exchange. Yi Wuchen smashed right into the light pillar, leaving a dent, but his sword was unable to pierce through it. As a result, Yi Wuchen coughed up blood. As for the light pillar, it quivered and then returned to its normal state. Yi Wuchen was then sent flying once more. His clothes exploded, leaving him in a wretched state. Yi Wuchen's full power assault had been effortlessly repelled. Astonishingly, this seemingly feeble pillar of light remained unscathed, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. Just then, an explosive sound rang out. Mo Nian had attacked another pillar with his crystal coffin. Surprisingly, the light pillar wasn't even the slightest bit shaken, but his crystal coffin sustained severe cracks. Long Chen, this is big trouble. Mo Nian's expression changed when he saw this. Chapter 4241, Terrifying Lian Yuying. After receiving this message from Mo Nian, Long Chen's heart couldn't help but tremble. I underestimated this formation. This Sage King Prefecture is actually only the eye of the formation, and the entire formation might be spread throughout the entire Nirvana overflow heaven. This should be considered a heavenly grand formation, one linked to the other domains and even the netherworld. Look at my crystal coffin, it is an eternal divine weapon, but it was unable to shake the pillar of light in the slightest. Furthermore, the backlash was so intense that it damaged it. After all, our realms aren't high enough to draw out the true power of eternal divine weapons. Even if no one was stopping us, we wouldn't be able to rattle this grand formation, transmitted Mo Nian. He was still in a fight with Yan Wuji and had already put away the crystal coffin after failing. The fact that it was damaged aggrieved him to death. He hadn't expected this grand formation to be this terrifying. Even an eternal divine weapon was damaged from striking it. Long Chen was also stunned by this. An eternal divine weapon was powerless against the formation. Then it was impossible to break, unless they had an eternal expert using an eternal divine weapon. Must I use the Heaven-Earth Cauldron? Long Chen muttered to himself inside. But if he did use the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, there would be no going back. One of the 10 primal chaos divine items would be fully exposed, and he might not be able to leave the Sage King Prefecture alive. Just as Long Chen was struggling with this, a voice reached him. Big brother Long Chen, let me try it. It was Dong Mingyu. Long Chen instantly thought of the mysterious dagger that he had dragged out of the Nether River. No, your defenses aren't strong enough. You might not be able to endure the formation's backlash. Give me the dagger, said Long Chen. Suddenly, the space beside Long Chen quivered, shocking Long Chen. With a random swipe of his hand, a dagger appeared in his grasp. Long Chen was shocked. It seemed that Dong Mingyu was right beside him, but he was unable to sense her at all. Dong Mingyu had originally been with Meng Qi, Yu Qingshan, Tang Wan and the others, helping Chu Yao and Lu Ruyan. However, at some point, she had arrived beside him, and he himself hadn't even noticed it. Even so, he wasn't the only one. Even the Ghost Dao lifeform and Yi Wuchen had not noticed it. Dong Mingyu's skill in concealing herself had truly grown to a terrifying realm. Once again, a dragon claw sliced through the void, colliding head-on with the Ghost Dao lifeform's claw. This time, sparks ignited, and an unexpected metallic ringing reverberated through the air. In this clash, it seemed that Long Chen was at a disadvantage, as he shot back toward the pillar of light. Furthermore, his momentum was even greater than when Yi Wuchen had been sent smashing into it. In front of countless shocked gazes, Long Chen smashed into that light pillar. Seeing this scene, Yi Wuchen smiled vengefully. Only he knew just how terrifying the backlash was. Just then, Long Chen's body suddenly became covered in dragon scales, and a pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand, stabbing toward the light pillar. Black light stabbed into the pillar, rending it as if it were mere paper. The once seemingly impervious pillar of light, which neither Yi Wuchen nor Mo Nian had been able to break, now appeared incredibly weak in front of this black dagger. The next moment, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. His wings then blazed like a sun, and he shot back with his absolute greatest speed. The pillar of light exploded like a volcano that had been accumulating power for billions of years, unleashing all of it through a tiny hole. The released power surged uncontrollably, running rampant in all directions. Moreover, the moment Long Chen attacked the light pillar, the Dark Domain Lord came flooding out of it, its enormous body akin to a meteor falling from beyond the heavens. Long Chen dodged as quickly as possible, barely avoiding being crushed by the Dark Domain Lord. Just the wind from its falling body cut his face. Seeing that enormous body flying toward him, the Ghost Dao lifeform panicked. He then transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from heaven and earth. He had just vanished when the Dark Domain Lord crushed the space where he had just been. The Ghost Dao lifeform managed to avoid it, but the experts behind him weren't as lucky. Countless experts were crushed to dust by the Dark Domain Lord's enormous body. The enormous body ran through over half of the martial stage, and the Blood and Devil races experts were the most unlucky, their troops being cut in two by it. The Dark Domain Lord then smashed into the barrier around the martial stage, unleashing such a loud booming noise that countless people covered their ears, blood pouring out from between their fingers. They could no longer hear the slightest thing after that. The Dark Domain Lord seemed to be struck dizzy by that impact and then looked around in confusion. Suddenly, it let out a heaven-shaking roar and started a slaughter. This Dark Domain Lord's giant body was like an unstoppable Vajra. It pounded its arms into the ground, leaving countless experts with no room to evade, resulting in their immediate death. Seeing this scene, countless people panicked. That was an existence on par with innate heaven venerates, and not just any, but the cream of the crop. It was clear that ordinary individuals stood no chance against such a formidable force. Long Chen, you goddamn bastard, you're trying to get us all killed. Curses rang out as people fled. After all, the Dark Domain Lord didn't seem to care about anything. Its eyes were scarlet, looking insane as it pursued everyone. Suddenly, the Dark Domain Lord quivered. An enormous black lily had appeared in front of it, and its lily leaves rapidly covered it. The Dark Domain Lord was absolutely enormous, but in front of the heaven-shrouding lily leaves, it still appeared small. It was instantly covered. The Dark Domain Lord roared, its sharp claws tearing through the lily leaves. However, before it could escape, more leaves covered up the opening. They were like layers of silk firmly wrapping it. More and more layers quickly covered the Dark Domain Lord. In the blink of an eye, 18 layers had firmly surrounded it. At first, the Dark Domain Lord had been crazily struggling and occasionally tearing through the bindings, but after the 10th one, it could only wiggle inside of its prison, unable to tear through its bindings. By the 18th one, it seemed fully sealed, unable to even move. Just then, they heard a strange sound, akin to a beast gulping down water. It was a sound that made people's hair stand on end. The next moment, the lily leaves slowly opened, one layer at a time. When all the leaves were gone, people saw that the Dark Domain Lord was no more, and a pile of bones clattered to the ground. This sight sent shivers through their spines, as they stared in horror at that enormous lily. The lily then vanished, transforming into a woman. She was the Devil Eye Water Lily's princess, Lian Huaying. Lian Huaying still had some blood at the corner of her mouth, and her aura had grown even more terrifying. With a devilish light flickering in her eyes, she smiled, radiating sheer bloodlust from her smile. This farce has gone on long enough. All subordinates of the Undying race, kill Long Chen and everyone connected to him. After Lian Huaying gave the order, millions and millions of the Undying race's experts flooded toward Long Chen. Chapter 4242, This World Requires Reverence. Lian Huaying had personally taken action. Using absolute force, she directly exterminated one of the terrifying Dark Domain Lords, shocking everyone. Even more shocking than that, she gave the order for the Undying race's experts to attack, and they flooded toward Long Chen. Millions and millions of Undying experts poured toward Long Chen like a flood. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan's side also shot into motion. The Undying Willow race led another faction of the Undying race's experts, rushing toward Long Chen's side as well. However, curiously, Lu Ruyan didn't directly intercept Lian Huaying's troops. Instead, the two of them directly rushed toward Long Chen practically side by side. Brave warriors of the Devil race, Long Chen has our blood on his hands. He is the mortal enemy of the Devil race. Anyone who kills him will be a true warrior of the Devil race. Following that, the Devil race's army also began to move. Although they had repeatedly taken heavy losses on the martial stage, they were still numerous. Warriors of the Blood race, the time to avenge our race's people has come. Slaughter them. The Blood race's experts also made their move. Long Chen is brothers with Wu Tian. Anyone who cuts off his head will be favored by the Nether Emperor. It's just up to who has that ability. A furious roar came from the Netherworld's experts. Shadow race's warriors, the target is right there. Long Chen's head is mine. As for the heads of the others, take them as you please. The Shadow race's princess led hundreds of thousands of experts from the Shadow race to suddenly vanish into midair. Long Chen's life belongs to the demonic beast race. We won't let other races take it first. The time for my demonic beast race to rise has come. Warriors, it's time to show this world the new demonic beast race. A roar came from the demonic beast race, but in truth, countless demonic beast experts had been rushing toward Long Chen before this person shouted. Enemies flooded Long Chen's camp from all sides, immediately singling him out as their primary target. This sudden shift in the situation left the majority of observers utterly stunned. What is going on? Why are they targeting Long Chen all at once? Demanded Bai Zontang. Because Long Chen has the ability to destroy those pillars of light. Thus, they have to eliminate him as quickly as possible, said the palace master. Could they all be? Bai Zontang was shocked. It seemed that all these people were acting under the banner of avenging enmity while concealing their true intentions. They're in danger. Bai Shishi's mother clenched her fists, her palms sweaty. Long Chen's scant group was now the target of practically all the race's powerful experts. Ha ha ha. However, upon seeing all these enemies charging toward him, Long Chen actually raised his head and laughed. A pack of fools. Even when you're being used, you don't realize it. There's no need for more words. Let us speak with our weapons. Long Chen turned toward the Dragonblood warriors. Seeing the familiar faces, Long Chen was filled with intense emotion. Brothers, in the martial heaven continent, we ended up together because of battle, and now we are reunited in battle once more. We live for battle, to cut down all the injustices beneath the heavens. Others view us as pawns, ants, and fools, but we know that while a person's life might be as weak as a piece of paper, a person should live like an unyielding stone. We have fathers, mothers, and brothers, and in their eyes, we are not ants. We are the sun and moon, the pride of their lives. Without us, their world would become dark. Thus, we cherish our lives more than anyone. It is precisely because of this that we cultivate with our lives on the line, that we fight with our lives on the line. Only then can we live with dignity. Brothers, open your throats and roar. Take out your weapons and kill. On the battlefield, there is no right and wrong, only victory and defeat, life and death. Anyone who wants to take our lives is an enemy, and there is only one thing to do to our enemies. Kill. Long Chen's voice gradually intensified as he spoke until it was like rolling thunder splitting apart the heavens. His final word in particular caused the entire world to dim and a haze of blood to appear in the air. The next moment, the entire world turned scarlet, both inside and outside the martial stage. It was like a bloody air was growing, as if foretelling something. The Dragonblood warriors drew their weapons and roared, forming a resonance with Long Chen's command. In that moment, the Dragonblood warriors' souls seemed to have become closely connected. There were also the disciples of the Starry River sect, the High Firmament Academy, the Battle God Palace, and the other heavenly geniuses who had come to assist Long Chen. This speech set their blood ablaze. As of now, there was no longer any fear in their hearts, only an overflowing will to fight. As death was no longer able to make them afraid, with their blood blazing, only by killing their enemies could they unleash their emotions. Just as Long Chen finished raising their morale, a sword slashed down like a meteorite at him, its power shaking the martial stage. It was Yi Wuchen. This time, Yi Wuchen's manifestation was present, and his blood qi was blazing. With the three-colored divine radiance flowing around him, his aura was dozens of times stronger. Yi Wuchen no longer wanted to conceal his power. In his full power state, he prepared to kill Long Chen in an instant. On the other side, the fabric of space twisted and turned. That ephemeral ghost Dao lifeform appeared once more, his manifestation flowing, resembling a giant skeletal structure. Sinister ghost qi swirled around it, accompanied by the anguished cries of countless ghosts. As his aura erupted like a volcanic eruption, he let out a claw that caused his manifestation to tremble. Following that, a white bone claw also reached out of his manifestation. The two claws seamlessly fused together, giving rise to thousands of claw-like images that materialized in the air. 10,000 claws returned to one. Suddenly, the ghost Dao lifeform shouted, and those thousands of claw images merged into one, a single normal-sized white bone claw. After shrinking, this claw didn't make any sound. It was deathly silent, like the silence before death. Long Chen slowly turned his head to them. As if he didn't even see both of their terrifying attacks, he coldly said, "This world requires reverence, for it is only through reverence of power that people can learn to cultivate a respectful heart." Dragon King Battle Armor. When Long Chen's seven-colored divine ring appeared, it was accompanied by a majestic dragon cry. With his body covered in 108,000 dragon scales, he was like a blazing golden sun illuminating the world. Chapter 4243, Most Trusted Companions. Long Chen's blood qi ignited, unleashing a torrent of violent power in the form of a golden sphere of light. To everyone's surprise, Yi Wuchen and the ghost Dao lifeforms' attacks simply exploded on contact with that sphere of light. Moreover, the sphere of light wasn't affected at all and continued growing in every direction. What? Their attacks were simply crushed by Long Chen's aura. Shocked cries echoed through the crowd. Long Chen had only unleashed his aura, yet it had shattered both of their powerful attacks. This scene left everyone utterly stunned. With Long Chen's blood qi raging, waves of astral winds radiated outward in all directions. He was in the eye of a hurricane, with the tempest of astral winds swirling wildly across the entire martial stage. At the same time, the deafening rumblings shook people's ears. Yi Wuchen and the ghost Dao lifeform, being the closest to Long Chen, found themselves steadily pushed back by the force of the astral winds. The space beneath their feet quaked as they tried to stabilize themselves, but they were still continuously forced back. The current Long Chen seemed like a dragon god looking down on the rest of the world. Moreover, there was an enormous figure within his divine ring, a figure of a giant golden dragon. However, it was so big that people were only able to see a portion of its body through the divine ring, not its full body. At this time, the various races, armies were terrified by what they were facing, so they involuntarily slowed their assaults. "Don't be afraid, we will crush him in one blow." It was unknown where this shout came from. Following that, the experts of multiple races crashed toward Long Chen. In front of that endless tide of experts, Long Chen suddenly raised his head and roared. Dragon roars at the nine heavens. Simultaneously, as he let out a thunderous roar, a dragon's roar resonated from his divine ring. These roars then intertwined, producing a voice that seemed to echo from the primal chaos era. It carried the power of time and a wild bloodlust. Soundwaves then rippled in front of Long Chen, resembling a tsunami. Witnessing the soundwaves distort and rupture the very void, the expressions of many experts underwent a drastic change, and they hastily retreated. Wherever the waves went, countless experts blew apart. These soundwaves killed all enemies, regardless of their race and affiliation. As a result, the various races fell into chaos. The ones at the front were trying to retreat, while those at the rear didn't know what was happening and were still trying to advance. In the chaos, they could neither advance nor retreat. The ones who witnessed the unfolding catastrophe were horrified, as they had never encountered such terrifying soundwaves before. Even supreme experts didn't have the slightest ability to resist them. Countless experts were directly slain, turning the inside of the martial stage into a scene of scarlet chaos. No one knew just how many experts had carelessly lost their lives to this one roar from Long Chen. Just then, the void quivered and lily leaves covered the sky. Hundreds of thousands of experts from the Devil Eye Water Lily race had summoned their true bodies and raised their defensive formation. However, those lily leaves were directly blasted apart by the soundwaves. Even the Devil Eye Water Lily race was unable to resist that attack. Even so, after passing through their defenses, Long Chen's roar had lost much of its power. Despite it continuing onward, it no longer had much killing power, at least not enough to threaten these experts. An insignificant trick. You dare to act arrogant with just this? I'll deal with you. As the Devil Eye Water Lily race managed to suppress Long Chen's dragon roar, Lian Huaying shot forward, her manifestation bursting into existence. Within an endless immortal pool, a heaven-shrouding water lily bloomed. The lily glowed, and in an instant, she traversed the battlefield. In her hand materialized a peculiar weapon, a lily seed pod, within which flickered a divine radiance of 5 colors. With the speed of a meteor, she hurled it at Long Chen. The void directly crumbled before the onslaught of this seed pod, leaving behind a visible scar in the void. The 5-colored divine radiance contained 5 kinds of divine energy: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although you aren't a person, you also need to know reverence. Long Chen snorted and directly reached out a hand, his 5 fingers like claws closing in on the 5-colored lily seed pod. A burst of 5-colored divine radiance erupted, causing the heavens and earth to shake. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as Long Chen securely caught Lian Huaying's 5-colored seed pod. Observing the surging energy waves, everyone was left in awe and disbelief. What level of power is this? Even innate heaven venerates felt afraid in front of them. Lian Huaying's strength was unquestionable. After all, she had crushed a dark domain lord all on her own, easily slaying it. As for that 5-colored lily seed pod of hers, it caused even the heavenly Taos to crumble, which meant that this attack was absolutely terrifying. However, Long Chen had forcibly received it. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Lian Huaying's expression remained unchanged upon witnessing her weapon being caught. Her manifestation quivered as she recalled it back. The void beneath their feet then shattered like ice. Lian Huaying was calling back her weapon, but Long Chen didn't even budge. That 5-colored lily seed pod seemed to have melded with Long Chen's hand. Long Chen, this Lian Huaying is mine. Just then, Lu Ruyan's voice rang out from behind Long Chen. She had already led the Undying Race's experts over to Long Chen's camp, increasing their power. That isn't important. What is important is that you have to protect my brothers, said Long Chen without looking back. And why is that? Demanded Lu Ruyan furiously. Because we are companions who can trust each other, said Long Chen. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's expression became odd. She couldn't help grumbling, only a ghost would be your trusted companion. However, Lu Ruyan did not continue acting stubborn. Although she wanted to personally fight Lian Huaying, she actually endured it because of Long Chen. Those who can risk their lives to help me are all my brothers and sisters. If they are willing to risk their lives for me, then I am also willing to risk my life for them. Please help me. Long Chen's voice softened. There was even a pleading note to it. All the experts who had come to help him were moved when they heard this. It was now clear that with Long Chen's power, there had been no need for them to help him. Hence, these words struck them in the softest parts of their hearts. It felt like even if they had to die for Long Chen, they would be willing. Lu Ruyan was also startled. In all her years knowing Long Chen, it was her first time hearing him speak like that to her. As a result, her own heart softened. Don't worry, I will personally guarantee their safety, promised Lu Ruyan. Hearing that, Long Chen fully relaxed. But then, a violet sword pierced through the air out of nowhere, striking Long Chen. Long Chen released the 5-colored lily seed pod and shot back like a shooting star. Shu Yifeng, Guo Ran and the others were enraged. The attacker was the heavenly genius of the violet blood race's Shu family, Shu Yifeng. He had been hiding for a long time, only to suddenly launch a sneak attack at this moment. Long Chen was actually struck by him. Suddenly, a shriek rang out. People were stunned to see Long Chen actually flying toward another light pillar. After that, Long Chen slashed a black dagger at that light pillar. Chapter 4244, Violet Blood Divine Abilities. No one had expected that after being surrounded and attacked by so many people, rather than thinking about how to survive, Long Chen was still planning on breaking those pillars of light. Furthermore, he succeeded. Borrowing the power from Shu Yifeng's sneak attack, he arrived in front of a second light pillar before anyone could react. Long Chen's black dagger slashed through the light pillar, tearing it open. The next moment, its divine light flowed out, and another dark domain lord emerged, surging into the fray. The radiant light then crashed toward those in the vicinity. Long Chen, having learned from the previous encounter, directed the opening toward his enemies this time. A startled cry rang out, warning the others. However, that dark domain lord already smashed down like a shooting star, its enormous body filled their entire line of sight. The dark domain lord descended with tremendous force, and the resulting astral winds obliterated numerous experts. However, just at that moment, there was an immense explosive sound. Astonishingly, the dark domain lord had struck an even larger entity just before touching the ground. It was a black tortoise. When the dark domain lord landed on the shell, an immense power sent the dark domain lord tumbling back. The black tortoise also tumbled through the air a few times, yet not even the faintest scratch marred its resilient shell. Its incredible durability was apparent, so it must be something on par with an eternal divine weapon. Suddenly, the black tortoise opened its mouth. As its four claws slid it across the martial stage, its mouth snapped down toward the dark domain lord. However, just as it was about to bite the dark domain lord, an enormous lily leaf wrapped around the dark domain lord. "Lian Weiying, that is mine," roared the black tortoise. "It belongs to whoever can get it," sneered Lian Weiying. With a pull, the dark domain lord's body was sent flying, and the black tortoise's mouth snapped down on nothing. After that, more lily leaves appeared, wrapping around the dark domain lord, leaving it with no room to struggle. Perhaps because this dark domain lord had not recovered from the immense impact just now, it didn't manage to break through a single layer of leaves this time. The lily leaves then opened, and the dark domain lord was gone. All that remained was a pile of bones that tumbled to the stage. "Lian Weiying, you are courting death," roared the black tortoise. His prey had actually been snatched from his jaws. Furthermore, after devouring a second dark domain lord, Lian Weiying's aura strengthened once more. As a peak immortal king, her aura vaguely showed signs of breaking through the limits of this realm. On the other hand, Lian Weiying didn't even respond and just looked at Long Chen. Long Chen was as quick as lightning, already shooting toward another distant light pillar. "Stop him, 2 of the 9 pillars have been broken. If another is broken, the formation will become completely unbalanced," shouted someone. The next moment, a violet gold bell appeared, shattering the void in front of Long Chen. It was the Violet Blood Race's eternal divine weapon wielded by Shu Xianxia. Right at the start, she already used her eternal divine weapon, seeming like she intended to fight Long Chen to the death. Long Chen snorted. He could easily tell that this bell might look to be unleashing a mighty strength, but its power was secretly reserved so that she could pull it back instantly. In this case, Shu Xianxia was quite crafty. She only did this as a show, wanting Long Chen to go around. She had no intention of actually fighting Long Chen. Long Chen then pushed forward, stabbing the black dagger toward the bell. As expected, Shu Xianxia didn't dare to use her bell to receive that black dagger and hastily fell back. After all, Long Chen's black dagger was capable of breaking the pillars of light, things that not even eternal divine weapons managed to shake. Hence, no one else dared to use their precious weapons against Long Chen's black dagger. Long Chen pierced through the remaining violet chi, but suddenly, divine light erupted in front of him. A sharp sword-like violet divine radiance then pierced toward Long Chen. Facing this attack, a sensation of death swelled within him. In an instant, he understood that Shu Xianxia's attack had not been an attempt to intimidate him but rather a prelude to Shu Yifeng's imminent strike. Their cooperation was perfect. Shu Xianxia's violet chi had completely covered up Shu Yifeng's attack. By the time Long Chen noticed it, it was too late to dodge. The violet divine radiance pierced through the sky, striking the martial stage's barrier and tearing through it. The violet divine light was like a sword stabbing the river of stars high above. Everyone was shocked. Up until now, no one had been able to shake the martial stage's barrier, but Shu Yifeng's attack could directly pierce it. However, the barrier swiftly mended the breach as if nothing had happened. However, the undeniable truth remained that he had succeeded in penetrating it, leaving everyone in astonishment. The sheer sharpness of that attack was absolutely terrifying, possessing the potential to obliterate even an innate heaven venerate in one go. When people looked back at the battlefield, they saw Long Chen standing in the air. However, his arm was now stained with blood. Long Chen was staring at his arm coldly, his eyes reflecting peculiar fluctuations. He had been injured by the violet blood race's divine ability. While the wound appeared severe, it was in fact only superficial, though it bore a frightening appearance. What Long Chen found incomprehensible was that the surrounding violet qi actually flowed into his arm, seemingly helping him heal. Your body once had violet blood flowing through it. Furthermore, it was even more domineering and purer than his. It's like a subject accidentally hurting the emperor without realizing it. After mistakenly injuring the emperor, the subject does his best to make up for it. However, don't absorb this violet qi. It will affect the purity of your bloodline. You should keep your body thirsting for its original blood. Remember, your violet blood is in Long Aoshan's body, reminded the dragon expert. Long Chen was startled. It was no wonder he felt such a thirst when looking at this violet qi. It seemed that his body was urgently anticipating the return of his violet qi. However, this violet qi wasn't his. If he was going to absorb anything, it should be his own violet blood. Just as Long Chen was staring silently, Shu Yifeng and Shu Xin'er, as well as the rest of the Shu family's experts were dumbfounded. Shu Yifeng's attack had perfectly and directly struck Long Chen, who had only blocked with a single arm. According to reason, Long Chen should have died from this attack. It had to be known that this attack had directly pierced the martial stage's barrier, and that was after passing through Long Chen. In other words, Long Chen had received its full power. The martial stage's barrier was pierced through, but Long Chen only suffered such a light injury. The Shu family's experts found it unbelievable. Long Chen slowly raised his arm, and the shattered dragon's scales quickly recovered. All traces of blood that had been dripping from the wounded arm disappeared, leaving it as if nothing had occurred. Suddenly, Long Chen's kunpeng wings flapped, and she shot toward another pillar of light. However, the moment he shot toward it, the black dagger in his hand vanished. Lian Weiying appeared in front of that light pillar. Her lily leaves then rose, blocking Long Chen's way. Just as everyone was anticipating the battle between Long Chen and Lian Weiying, in the distance, another light pillar exploded. Everyone was startled. Looking over, they saw Mo Nian with a black dagger in his grasp. Chapter 4245, Kill until rivers of blood flow. Mo Nian waved the black dagger and laughed. You idiots, what Long Chen can do, I, Mo Nian, can also do. Yan Wuji, you shit-eating idiot, you fell for it. Yan Wuji had been pursuing Mo Nian the entire time, but after Shu Yifeng attacked Long Chen, he was startled and slowed down. He didn't realize that the moment Long Chen let go of the black dagger, an invisible figure brought it to Mo Nian. Moreover, everyone's attention was on Long Chen, not Mo Nian, which enabled Mo Nian to succeed with ease. Another pillar of light was gone. This time, the entire martial stage grew unstable, shaking as if it might crumble at any moment. Now, a lot of experts panicked. 3 of the 9 light pillars were already destroyed. When the first 2 had been shattered, the martial stage wasn't affected at all. However, upon the destruction of the 3rd pillar, the entire martial stage began to tremble. Even the very fabric of space grew increasingly unstable. They're trying to drag us all with them. Kill them quick, kill them, or we're the ones who are going to die. If the martial stage explodes, none of us will survive. Stop watching and kill them. Countless people grew terrified and began to shout crazily. In their eyes, Long Chen and Mo Nian were trying to kill everyone. Long Chen and Mo Nian are the ringleaders, but they also have comrades. Don't let them off. Kill all these evildoers together. This roar came from one of the human race's factions. This faction's experts then took out their weapons and pointed them at the Dragonblood warriors. Kill them all. Then Long Chen will be distracted. That's right, there are many of Long Chen's women there. If he wants to kill us, then we'll kill his loved ones. Kill them, tear them to pieces, make Long Chen pay a bloody price. The experts of the human race, who were closest to the Dragonblood Legion, brandished their weapons, their faces twisted with fury. Idiots, Long Chen and I are saving you. If these pillars are not broken, the formation in the martial stage will turn into a blood ceremony, opening some unknown gates. Then everyone will die. Mo Nian cursed those human experts. Scram, you grave-robbing bastard. Who would believe your lies? Blood ceremony. Unknown gates. Your lies are getting more and more absurd. Do you think we'll fall for your nonsensical tales? What we know is that you are destroying the martial stage, trying to get us all killed. A vehement curse erupted from the human race's side. Just then, a furious roar rang out, as their anger and fear were all unleashed on Long Chen's faction. Countless experts wielded their butcher's blades and charged forth with murderous intent. What infuriated the Dragonblood warriors the most was that some of these people were the ones whom they had saved on the staircase. However, those weaklings didn't dare to actually attack, so they were shouting in the crowd. Boss ever said that weaklings can only cast their anger out on even weaker people. But the strong wield their blades against the strong. Whether it is in the human race, demon race, devil race, or others, this statement stands true. When reason cannot be discussed, you must use your fists. We live for slaughter, only slaughter will teach this world respect. Guo Ran slowly raised his giant crossbow toward those experts. Brothers, use their blood to illuminate this world. Guo Ran's crossbow unleashed a bolt of divine light that exploded amongst the closest experts. The next moment, blood flew everywhere as the curtains to an immense battle were opened. Guo Ran's arrow was unable to stop them and only provoked their wrath even further, turning them into angry beasts. How satirical. The human race respects the devil race, the ghost Dao, the demonic beasts, but doesn't respect themselves. They don't have the courage to fight other races, but will raise their butcher's blades against other humans without mercy. Kill them until the heavens darken, until rivers of blood flow, until mountains of corpses form. Ji Yu Yong raised his spear, his eyes filled with fury. He didn't know why the human race had to kill each other, why they couldn't trust themselves, why at this time, they would continue to fight amongst themselves. It was the peak of idiocy. However, even if you had overwhelming intellect, such a thing could not be avoided. Right now, they could only resolve their problems with the most primitive, barbaric method. When the opposing experts from the human race charged over, Ji Yu Yong took the lead in confronting them head-on. As his eternal spear let out a heaven-shaking cry, his blood chi ignited. A triple supreme was directly blown apart along with his weapon in a single strike. With his manifestation behind him, Ji Yu Yang's blood chi soared, and strange runes lit up all over his body. He looked as though he was possessed by a primordial beast. Ji Yu Yang's spear was unstoppable, dealing fatal blows to anyone it struck. He effortlessly crushed multiple triple supremes with just one strike each, displaying his exceptional combat prowess. Suddenly, Ji Yu Yang's spear struck another spear, and this blow caused the void to shatter. Shockingly, this mysterious spear was another eternal divine weapon. Both experts continued to clash fiercely, their spears locked in a deadly contest and their eyes locked onto each other, emanating a ferocious killing intent. Eternal Clan, Zhao Chengqin. Remember this name, because you will die in my hands, said that person coldly. Long Chen's subordinate, first captain of the Dragonblood Legion, Ji Yu Yong. You don't need to remember my name. I've killed too many people, so I don't require others to remember it. Ji Yu Yong snorted and unleashed a burst of power. The two of them simultaneously withdrew, creating some distance between them. However, just as they separated, they swiftly converged once more, colliding like two shooting stars in a fierce clash. This time, the collision became even more intense. The clash between two eternal divine weapons sent shockwaves rippling through the outer Sage King Prefecture, causing it to tremble and quake. The two retreated and crashed together again. With absolute confidence in their brute power, they didn't bother to use flashy techniques, relying only on the simplest, purest form of strength to overpower the other side. The repeated collisions sent shockwaves through the spectators' hearts, inducing a throbbing pain in their heads. It felt like their heads might explode just from the sheer impact. After all, this was not only a clash between two people but also between two eternal divine weapons. This Ji Yu Yong really is powerful. Zhao Chengqin is the eternal Zhao clan's top heavenly genius, born with divine power and undefeated in battles. He's even a candidate for the next clan leader. Yet, Ji Yu Yong is able to fight him evenly. A startled cry came from outside the martial stage. Zhao Chengqin's reputation and power were well known, while Ji Yu Yong was just one of Long Chen's subordinates. Hence, for him to be able to fight an expert like Zhao Chengqin on equal footing shocked countless people. Not too far from them, Li Qi and Song Mingyuan also made their moves. Their opponents were also terrifying heavenly geniuses with their own eternal divine weapons. Eternal Yi Clan, Yi. At this moment, another expert from the Yi Clan appeared. As 3 of the 4 captains had found opponents, this expert shot toward Yu Zifeng. Yu Zifeng didn't wait for the individual to finish uttering his name. His sword directly sliced through the air, and blood sprayed forth. The voice of the Yi Clan's expert abruptly ceased. Chapter 4246, One Shocking Sword. No one saw him draw his sword or heard the sound of a sword coming out of its sheath. However, this time, they did see a flash of sword light. It appeared for one graceful flash before disappearing. When it was gone, that expert of the Yi Clan stiffened. Following that, his manifestation slowly split apart along with his body, and his blood overflowed in a straight line down the center of his body. The experts watching from outside the martial stage shot up, unable to believe what they were seeing. Yi Qi has been slain. Yi Qi was a peak expert of the Eternal Yi Clan, and his power was second only to Yi Wuchen. Other than against Yi Wuchen, he had never tasted defeat. Even his manifestation was cut through. The sight of Yi Qi being slain left everyone in shock. What was even more astounding was that his manifestation was severed in 2 as well. After all, a manifestation was not a solid object, it could be considered an intangible power. Despite most cultivators possessing manifestations, their comprehension of them was rather superficial. Nevertheless, it was well known that manifestations couldn't be harmed in this manner. They would only disappear when their master was slain or their energy ran out. Even an eternal expert, someone who could easily slay an immortal king, couldn't destroy an immortal king's manifestation like this. Yi Qi's manifestation was like a painting that had been cut by a sharp blade, slowly separating. This scene stunned countless people and also toppled their understanding of what manifestations were. Suddenly, Yi Qi's body split apart, and blood sprayed through the air. At the same time, his manifestation exploded, transforming into nothing. On the other hand, Yu Zifeng's expression was as cold and aloof as ever. Upon seeing Yi Qi be slain, all the experts that had been charging toward Yu Zifeng's side turned around and fled in terror. Of the 4 captains, only Yu Zifeng's side was completely calm, as no one dared to attack him. Looking at the apathetic Yu Zifeng, the enemies all felt chills run down their spines. He was a truly vicious character. With one blow, Yu Zifeng had scared away millions and millions of experts. They then avoided where he was and attacked the other sides. However, as soon as they approached, they were met by the Dragonblood warriors. The moment both armies met, countless broken limbs flew through the air, their blood dyeing the sky red. The Dragonblood warriors were like a killing machine of flesh and blood. Upon contact, countless experts were slain in droves. The Dragonblood warriors were like tigers or wolves, but they were orderly and cooperated well. When they were together, they unleashed unimaginable killing power. With every blink of an eye, millions of experts were slain, their flesh and blood scattering across the battlefield. The Dragonblood warriors displayed a savage and terrifying demeanor that struck fear into their foes. It appeared as though the opposing forces were simply surrendering themselves to their deaths like lambs to the slaughter. The enemies at the front fell back, as they were slaughtered without the slightest ability to resist, while the people at the rear were still pushing forward, unaware of the death toll up ahead. At this moment, the Devil race, Blood race, Demonic Beast race, Netherworld race, Shadow race, and Undying races experts also arrived on the battlefield. Now, the opposing human experts were caught in between them, and the battlefield grew completely chaotic. After all, the Devil race and so on were already mortal enemies with the human race. They wouldn't be allies just because they had the same goal. Upon seeing experts of the human race, these monsters didn't care if they belonged to Long Chen's side or not. They simply killed everyone on sight. You fucking demonic beasts, grow a brain. Our target is Long Chen, and you. The human experts hurled curses at them, but they didn't even have the chance to complete their curses before being slain. As more and more enemies appeared, the pressure on the Dragonblood Legion instantly shot up. However, the side Yu Zifeng was defending was still untouched, no one dared to approach him. All on his own, he blocked an entire side. The battlefield was in chaos, but not every race was actively engaged in combat. Many members of the Demonic Beast race, the Undying race, and the Netherworld race chose to remain on the sidelines, observing the ongoing conflict. The same was true for the human race. Although many people had joined in the battle, even more were standing where they were, patiently watching everything that was happening. Even within the devil race, which hated Long Chen the most, they were holding back some of their forces. Only half of them were participating in the battle, and many of their branches remained neutral at this time, not helping either side. Despite that, the Dragonblood Legion was already fighting with various races whose experts were 10,000 times their number. The pressure they faced only continued to mount. Even so, the Dragonblood warriors' sharp attacks still frightened their opponents, rendering them afraid to press on too far. They thought about finding a different area to break through, but the region Yu Zifeng was defending was too frightening to approach. Also, all the other areas had the Starry River Sect, the High Firmament Academy, and the Battle God Palace's disciples guarding them. Millions of disciples from the Starry River Sect were present, and this marked their first time fighting alongside Long Chen. The sheer determination exhibited by the Dragonblood Legion in battle spurred them on, causing them to go all out against anyone who approached them. The Starry River Sect's disciples then unleashed their Starry River manifestations, which interlinked to form an iron wall that blocked their enemies. Although the Starry River Sect's disciples had always been renowned for their strength, measuring themselves against the Dragonblood warriors ignited an unprecedented battle fervor within them. Because of this, no matter how their enemies assaulted them, they were unable to break through their ranks. Instead, countless enemies simply threw their lives away. Being equally formidable, the Academy and the Battle God Palace's disciples who stood alongside them were all experts amongst experts. After all, the weaker ones were not qualified to participate in this battle. As for the tens of millions of experts that had gone to help Long Chen, only a few thousand of them had the power to join this battle. The others were standing at the rear. The battle raged on, escalating in ferocity. As the land became drenched in blood, the air was thick with its acrid scent. The brutal atmosphere drove people crazy. At this moment, personal survival was no longer a concern. The intoxicating scent of blood drove them to the brink of insanity. Focus on the left, fill up the gaps on the right. Guo Ran gave orders from the sky, controlling the tempo of the entire battle. With his golden crossbow, wherever he saw a problem, an exploding arrow would immediately deal with it. These exploding arrows were his latest divine weapon. Since a single arrow was equivalent to the detonation of a world domain divine item, their power was so great that even triple supremes would be severely wounded if struck, assuming they survived the onslaught at all. These exploding arrows were priceless treasures to Guo Ran, but now that he had unleashed them, they instantly cleared up whole areas of the battlefield upon impact. Their power was astonishing. Although an immense battle had already started, Guo Ran wasn't the slightest bit worried. That was because Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, and the others were free and could still deal with any unexpected events. Suddenly, a huge explosive sound rang out, and a figure came flying out, crashing into the top part of the barrier. A spurt of blood erupted from their mouth. This wretched and injured individual was the Violet Blood Race's Shu Yifeng. When people looked at where he had come from, they saw a figure ensnared by a bunch of lily leaves. It was Long Chen, chapter 4247, receiving an eternal divine weapon barehanded. As the assault on the Dragonblood Legion unfolded, Long Chen's fight also started. However, amidst the chaos, most people couldn't have a clear view of the battles. In the end, an explosive sound drew everyone's attention back to him. They then saw Shu Yifeng smack into the barrier and cough up blood. The one to send him flying was Long Chen. However, just as Long Chen sent Shu Yifeng flying, countless lily leaves wrapped around him. Before this, when Long Chen had faced off against Lien Wang, Shu Yifeng had taken that chance to launch a sneak attack, resulting in him suffering a severe injury at Long Chen's hands. Meanwhile, Lien Wang had also exploited the situation to unleash one of her formidable trump cards against Long Chen. Although the observers didn't see the full thing, they could guess. Shu Yifeng was extremely sinister. He had gambled about whether or not Long Chen would dare to focus on him. Shu Yifeng's main goal when launching the sneak attack was just to distract Long Chen. If Long Chen chose to dodge, he would use a follow-up move that would push Long Chen into a passive state. And if Long Chen didn't dodge, he predicted that Long Chen wouldn't dare to use his full power against him, or Long Chen would expose an opening to Lien Wang. Hence, he believed that this sneak attack was foolproof. However, he hadn't expected Long Chen to directly kick him as soon as he got close. This outcome deviated entirely from his predictions. He was perplexed as to how Long Chen had detected him so quickly, particularly when Long Chen should have been preoccupied with Lien Wang. Furthermore, Even if Long Chen had sensed him, Shu Yifeng couldn't comprehend how Long Chen had managed to strike him before his own attack had a chance to connect. Baffled by these circumstances, Shu Yifeng found himself grievously injured, his bones shattered and blood gushing from his mouth, all without a clear understanding of what had just occurred. However, one thing that Shu Yifeng had predicted came true. His actions had indeed created an opening for Lian Weiying, and she directly unleashed her terrifying trump card. The lily leaves wrapped around Long Chen. This was the very technique that had turned the Dark Domain Lords into white bones. Those who cared about Long Chen felt their hearts skip a beat when they saw Long Chen being enveloped by the lily leaves. To their astonishment, the emerald leaves suddenly became encased in frost before bursting into flames. These leaves then shattered and cascaded through the sky like shards of ice, each fragment bearing white flames burning on it. The rank 8 heavenly flame, the ice soul divine flame. A startled cry rang out from someone who recognized this terrifying flame. This technique is useless against me. Long Chen instantly freed himself from the bindings of the lily leaves, not giving Lian Weiying a chance to complete her technique. However, before dealing with you, there's something more important that I have to do. Long Chen's kunpeng wings quivered, and he shot toward the injured Shu Yifeng. Upon seeing this, Shu Yifeng's expression completely changed. He was still injured, and his blood qi was in disarray. To sum it up, he was not in a battle-ready state. However, without hesitation, he slashed his sword at Long Chen and rapidly fell back. In response, Long Chen twisted his body, skillfully dodging the sword qi without slowing down. Shu Yifeng was shocked. He hadn't intended to harm Long Chen with that attack but rather to buy himself some time. In his current condition, he simply couldn't fight. He had to wait until his blood qi settled. Seeing that his attack had no effect at all, his heart sank even further. To make matters worse, despite the presence of numerous experts in the vicinity, many of whom were focused on Long Chen, not a single person helped him. Long Chen's claw then slammed toward Shu Yifeng. A violet gold bell appeared, whistling toward Long Chen. HMPH, Long Chen snorted. This bell might be an eternal divine weapon, but it was not an offensive one. Effortlessly, Long Chen's left hand clawed down on Shu Yifeng, while his right hand punched the bell. A deafening resonance then echoed, shaking people's ears. Long Chen's punch sent the violet gold bell flying. What, did he just receive the attack of an eternal divine weapon barehanded? Startled cries rang out once again. Long Chen had managed to send the bell flying with a punch. However, Long Chen was also sent flying by an immense force. But just before that, his dragon claw had already grabbed Shu Yifeng's sword. Just as Long Chen was sent flying, his right hand trembled, and the immense power of the violet gold bell surged through his arms, channeling into his left hand before releasing through the sword. As though struck by a bolt of lightning, Shu Yifeng spewed blood from his mouth. His previous wounds had yet to heal, and this injury added to his misery. He could no longer keep a hold of his sword and was sent flying along with Long Chen. Long Chen's dragon claw then switched from his sword to his neck, freezing Shu Yifeng. Just like that, he fell into Long Chen's grasp. Long Chen, if you dare to harm Yifeng, I will slaughter everyone in the High Firmament Academy. Outside the martial stage, the Shu family head instantly shot up. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and he appeared as if he had gone insane. All the Shu family's experts surged to their feet, feeling tense. After all, Shu Yifeng was extremely important to the Shu family, being their hope of rising in the future. This fellow from your family is definitely dead. However, slaughtering us is a dream that you can never achieve, sneered Bai Zantang. He understood Long Chen far too well. First, the martial stage was blocked off, so the ones inside couldn't see or hear what was happening outside. But even if Long Chen did hear, he wouldn't care about this threat. Furthermore, this Shu family head had the audacity to declare that he would annihilate the High Firmament Academy, an act that had thoroughly incensed Bai Zantang. Just who did he think he was threatening? High Firmament Academy, do you realize how few of you will survive if you provoke us? Asked that powerful man who had previously stood beside the Shu family head. Is that so? Then let's try it. Bai Zantang sneered at him. The Shu family's arrogance had long since irritated him. The palace master was still silent. However, his mouth slowly curled into a dangerous-looking smile. Outside the martial stage, the Shu family's experts almost couldn't breathe. However, inside the martial stage, Yi Wuchen, the ghost Dao life form, Lian Weiying, and the other experts seemed to have no intention of saving Xu Yifeng. They merely observed the unfolding events. Only Xu Xin'er was shocked and enraged. Xu Yifeng's power was far greater than this, but he had miscalculated. After being so badly injured, he had no chance to unleash his power. Now, his life was hanging by a thread, and there was nothing she could do. All she could do was shout, but she had no idea what to threaten Long Chen with. Long Chen, release him, otherwise. Long Chen suddenly turned to Meng Qi, who immediately understood. She then closed her eyes and formed hand seals. A beautiful figure appeared behind Long Chen. It was an illusory Meng Qi. Long Chen then extended a finger. That finger pierced Xu Yifeng's forehead in front of countless shocked gazes. Chapter 4248, Tidying Up the Bloodline. Xu Yifeng screamed and twitched in pain. It seemed that he was suffering unimaginable pain. Seeing this, the Xu family's experts were all enraged. Long Chen wasn't killing Xu Yifeng but was doing a soul search. The Xu family head gritted his teeth, his voice coming from the cracks between his teeth. If everyone looked at him, they would be able to see that the veins on his forehead threatened to explode, and his killing intent seemed almost tangible, akin to burning flames. Xu Yifeng's screams resounded throughout heaven and earth. However, the Xu family's experts were too horrified to do anything, including Xu Xin'er. Xu Xin'er quivered, her face as pale as paper. It was unknown if that was from rage or fright, but she didn't dare to move. When Meng Qi pressed a hand on the back of Long Chen's head, ripples spread through Long Chen's body and out his finger, entering Xu Yifeng's head. All of a sudden, Xu Yifeng's screams came to a stop, but his body was still quivering. The torment persisted, however, he could only suffer in silence, unable to let out his anguish amidst excruciating pain. Long Chen simply closed his eyes, and information poured into his brain. The next moment, the hole in Xu Yifeng's head began to crack, and his body shook even more intensely. Long Chen was currently extracting the memories in Xu Yifeng's soul, learning the core secrets of the Xu family. Long Chen obtained a great deal of information. While it wasn't the complete information on the Xu family, it was enough for Long Chen to confirm his suspicions. He ascertained that the Xu family was indeed a traitor of the violet blood race. They had colluded with the devil race to stimulate their violet blood by utilizing the devil blood, therefore unlocking their divine abilities. In truth, the Xu family had long since declined, and their violet blood was no longer pure even before this. There was even a danger of their violet blood completely drying up. The specific generation when this began was unclear, but the Xu family had actually chosen to cast their loyalties to a certain person to preserve their bloodline divine abilities. That person was Lord Brahma. Currently, the divine shrines within the Xu family did not house statues of their own ancestors but, instead, the statue of Lord Brahma. Under Lord Brahma's guidance, the Xu family used the devil race's essence blood to stimulate their violet blood. With that stimulation, their violet blood's sense of danger was triggered, causing it to burst forth with power to protect itself. However, the Xu family's violet blood had declined before this and was no longer pure. Although the devil blood caused it to awaken its latent power, making it seem as if it was growing increasingly powerful, in truth, it was like drinking poison to quench their thirst. The essence of their violet blood gradually dwindled, consumed by the essence blood of the ancient devil that they obtained. As they continuously imbibed it, their violet blood mutated, becoming completely different from before. Empowered by this mutated violet blood, the Xu family's people became extraordinarily arrogant. They grew temperamental and gradually became bedeviled without even realizing it. Most frightening of all, they were all Lord Brahma's pious followers. They believed that everything they had was bestowed upon them by Lord Brahma, so they were willing to do anything for him. It had to be known that the violet blood race was one of the strongest bloodlines of the primal chaos era. For their descendants to become Lord Brahma's followers was innately a kind of betrayal. They had forgotten that everything they had came from their ancestors. Other than this information, Long Chen also found some information about this Sage King convention. The Xu family head had called Xu Xin'er and Xu Yifeng over to tell them about this information. According to what he said, this Sage King convention was a sacrificial ceremony, and there would be both offerings and tributes. The offerings were the lives of the lifeforms on the martial stage. As for the tributes, it was the karmic luck bead. When the ceremony was complete, the karmic luck bead would explode. Hence, the Xu family head had told the two of them to gather as much of the karmic luck energy as possible at that moment. After all, the Shu family's violet blood had declined. Perhaps if they could obtain enough karmic luck energy, they could rekindle the vitality of their violet blood once more. Thus, the Shu family had repeatedly urged them to keep their cool and maintain their power for that final fight for the karmic luck energy. However, Shu Xin'er and Shu Yifeng were spoiled and pampered. Although they agreed, they still did whatever they wanted. Once they were on the martial stage, they treated the family head's words as wind whistling through their ears. Shu Yifeng had previously lost against Long Chen because he hadn't wanted to expose his full power. But now he was unwilling to accept it. Thus, when Long Chen faced off against Lien Wang, he grasped the chance to plot against Long Chen. Unexpectedly, he was a genius in plotting. He directly plotted away his own life. At this moment, Shu Yifeng fell from Long Chen's grasp, his eyes vacant. With the fire of his soul extinguished, the greatest heavenly genius of the Shu family had breathed his last. Long Chen was a bit disappointed that Shu Yifeng only possessed this much information. Either he hadn't bothered remembering all of it, or the Shu family head had only told him this much. In any case, there was nothing about the pillars of light in his memories. Long Chen was sure that some people in this place knew something about the pillars of light. After all, when he broke the pillars, some people were clearly nervous. They had to know something. Yifeng. Shu Xin'er seemed to awaken from a stupor. She grabbed Shu Yifeng, but he was now a lifeless, cold corpse. Long Chen, you sinister bastard, my Shu family won't let you off. She shrieked. Long Chen turned to her with a chilly gaze. A group of idiot dogs brainwashed by Lord Brahma and infected by devil blood, do you think that I'd let you off after you betrayed your ancestors? Long Chen had an irreconcilable enmity with Lord Brahma. The image of the martial heaven continent's annihilation was forever etched in his memory, and the cries of the continent's spirit, beseeching him to safeguard the lives upon her, still resonated in his ears. Back then, Long Chen had been utterly powerless to confront Lord Brahma. It was the dragon expert that had saved everyone, although it couldn't save the martial heaven continent. Long Chen had always blamed himself for this. Yu Qingxian's death had also been orchestrated by Lord Brahma. It was from that point onward that Long Chen had made his determination. Lord Brahma had made Yu Qingxian a divine daughter, using her to keep an eye on 9-star heirs. After that, the 9 underworld halls hunters came, and Yu Qingxian died in Long Chen's embrace. All of these events had solidified the enmity between Long Chen and Lord Brahma, a hatred so profound that it could only be washed away by blood. Hence, when Long Chen knew that the Shu family was actually on Lord Brahma's side, as a fellow member of the violet blood race, he was furious. In this life, he hated traitors the most. After learning of this, Long Chen directly understood why the Shu family had wanted to bring away Luo Bing and Luo Ning. They wanted their blood. Luo Bing and Luo Ning's violet blood purity could only be considered above average amongst the Luo family's disciples. There was no way for them to compare to Luo Zichuan. However, their bloodline purity was enough to entice the Shu family. They hoped to use the two of them to dig out the entire Luo family. As for their goal, it was too terrible to say with words. With Meng Qi's help, Long Chen completed the soul search. Although he didn't learn everything he wanted, it was enough to know that the Shu family had betrayed the violet blood race. Today, Long Chen would tidy up his bloodline. You goddamn bastard, do you think that my Shu family is easy to bully? You blind dog, you will pay for this with your blood. Shu Xin'er suddenly shouted, and her violet gold bell floated in front of her. She suddenly spat a mouthful of blood onto it. After the violet gold bell grew, one terrifying figure after another walked out of it. Chapter 4249, Shu Xin'er's Trump Card. The violet gold bell quivered and rapidly grew. From within it, a spatial gate opened, and enormous figures appeared one after another. Their terrifying pressure crashed down on everyone. Storm Heaven Devouring Python, Blue-Eye Golden Scale Eagle, Blood-Marked Saber-Tooth Tiger. Heavens, those are all beasts with immemorial bloodlines. Aren't they extinct long ago? These 3 immemorial beasts had desolate chi around them and were ancient species with pure bloodlines. These beasts should have gone extinct in the immemorial era. But now, 3 of them had appeared at once. These 3 immemorial beasts gave off terrifying auras. However, their cultivation bases were locked into the immortal king realm. They were clearly Shu Xin'er's housepets. After all, a housepet's cultivation base couldn't be higher than its master, or it was all too likely for it to devour its master. But even though their cultivation bases were suppressed to the immortal king realm, their auras caused countless triple supremes to quiver. These three beasts came from ancient times, so their combat prowess undoubtedly exceeded that of the current era's heavenly geniuses. After all, back in that time, the laws of the heavenly Taos were complete, and the density of spiritual chi couldn't be compared to now. After summoning these three immemorial beasts, Shu Xin stood atop the blood-marked saber-toothed tiger. It let out a roar, its eyes turning scarlet, as it instantly entered a state of bloodthirsty frenzy. The other two immemorial beasts followed suit, enveloped by a whirl of blood chi. "Long Chen, are you prepared to die?" shouted Shu Xin. "I'm always prepared to die. But not because of you," said Long Chen indifferently. Long Chen had long since been mentally prepared. He knew that Shu Xin'er's violet gold bell was not a fighting eternal divine weapon. From the moment she first used it to grab the violet pupil nine-tail fox, Long Chen already knew that it was a special treasure with its own internal space. Although these three beasts were powerful, they didn't possess the level of power to instill fear in Long Chen. "You fool, do you think that Yifeng lost to your hands? He only lost to his own carelessness, unable to even unleash a tenth of his power. A single mistake set off a chain reaction from which he couldn't recover. If you were to truly fight, you wouldn't be a match for him," declared Shu Xin. It seemed that she felt that Shu Yifeng's death was extremely unfair. "If your Shu family has a way to drag him from hell, I'll give him a chance to fight me fairly," said Long Chen. Shu Xin quivered with rage. After all, Shu Yifeng was fully dead. Just how were they supposed to drag him back? "Idiot, even now, have you not noticed? Everyone who exchanged blows with you was holding back. That's the only reason why you're still alive." "Oh, is that so?" Long Chen acted like he had no idea. Shu Xin sneered, "They're all holding back to fight for the karmic luck bead at the end." "Stop spouting nonsense." In the distance, Lian Wang's expression changed. She shouted sternly, sensing a foreboding unease creeping over her. "I'm spouting nonsense. You idiots, you just watched as Shu Yifeng died. Now you're going to criticize me." Shu Xin sneered. Clearly, Shu Xin harbored a deep-seated resentment toward everyone present. After all, they had only watched as Shu Yifeng was slain. He can only blame himself for his death. He lacked the ability to fight yet still had to make himself stand out. "His death cannot be blamed on others," sneered Lian Wang. "His death cannot be blamed on others. Then I can say whatever I want, and it won't have anything to do with you. So shut the fuck up," cursed Shu Xin. "You are courting death." Lian Wang's killing intent rose. "You want to kill me? Let's see if you have that ability," taunted Shu Xin. She then turned back to Long Chen. "All the peak experts here are holding back. They haven't even used half of their power because their goal is the karmic luck bead. Once the ceremony is complete, the karmic luck bead will explode. Then its fragments will fly out in every direction. Anyone who grabs them can absorb their karmic luck, and with that karmic luck—" "Shut up, you crazy bitch." Yi Wuchen roared furiously. He had the urge to kill Shu Xin right here and now. Numerous experts on the battlefield fell into a stupor. Shu Xin actually knew why this Sage King convention was different. Furthermore, it seemed that quite a few others also knew of it. Shu Xin seemed to have gone insane. It seemed that she was going for broke, wanting to expose this secret so that every person knew it. Hearing this, even the people attacking the Dragonblood Legion slowed down their assault. "Shut up. Why should I shut up? You just watched as Shu Yifeng died. You thought that it was a good chance to get rid of one of your competitors, didn't you? Fine, Shu Yifeng is dead now. I, Shu Xin am no longer interested in the karmic luck fragments. I only want Long Chen's death, but I won't let you take the upper hand either." Those who knew this secret in the Shu family were only me and Shu Yifeng. Less than 100 people in total knew of this. Hee, but rather than 100 people splitting the karmic luck bead, have fun splitting it with every single person here. "Hey, you idiots, others incited you to throw your lives away, and you didn't even realize why. You've all fallen for their trap." Suddenly, the void twisted, and a sword slashed through the air. Yi Wuchen finally couldn't endure it any longer. Even when Yi Wuchen attacked, Shu Xin didn't turn to look at him. Instead, the giant python beside her stuck out its long tongue, accurately wrapping it around him. Yi Wuchen's expression changed as a chill ran down his spine. At this moment, a sensation of death welled up within his heart. Yi Wuchen suddenly vanished, and the python's tongue missed. However, at that moment, countless people let out startled cries. The python's tongue had left a dark streak in the air as it swept past, resembling a spatial crack that didn't heal for a long time. Heavens, even the laws are being corroded. That python's tongue had to have some powerful poison on it. If one were ensnared by it, there might not be even a trace of their bones left behind. You want to silence me? Keep dreaming. The Shu family's power isn't something that you can imagine. If you think that just because Shu Yifeng is dead, the Shu family is easy to bully, you are truly blind. In any case, I'm no longer after the karmic luck bead. But if I can't obtain it, I'm not going to let the rest of you obtain it for free. You idiots that are still fighting, stop being used by others. Your lives and blood are the key to activating the ceremony. Wouldn't it be better to save your energy for the final competition for the fragments of karmic luck? Your leaders view you merely as tools and sacrificial lambs, announced Shu Xin. Don't listen to her, she's gone insane. However, those shouts were ineffective. The people attacking the Dragonblood Legion retreated, all of them warily looking at each other. They didn't know who to listen to, but they felt that Shu Xin's words sounded more believable. A strange atmosphere covered the martial stage. Chapter 4250, Using Lives to Make Up for the Pillars. Doesn't this mean that Long Chen and Mo Nian were right? Is this to say that Long Chen and Mo Nian were the ones trying to stop this and save everyone? But are they really that kind-hearted? Shu Xin is retaliating against Lian Weiying and the others for just watching as Shu Yifeng died. She seems more believable. Countless experts began to discuss this amongst themselves. The human race in particular was in an uproar. Previously, the schemers had encouraged the human race's experts to attack Long Chen and the others. As the human race's experts had been the closest, they had taken the most hideous losses. Furthermore, they were then caught in the middle when the other races, experts arrived, and those experts also killed them indiscriminately. Now, from hundreds of millions of experts, they were reduced to a few 100,000. Those people were dumbfounded, their shock quickly transforming into fury. You fucking bastards, who was the one shouting just now? I'll kill you. These people didn't blame themselves for being brainless, but they blamed those people who had been encouraging them. But in this chaotic battlefield, how could they know who was shouting? Everyone, don't believe her. She's on Long Chen's side. She's trying to help him out of his predicament. However, as soon as this person shouted, he sensed something off as countless scornful gazes turned his way. How could he possibly shout something so brainless? Long Chen and Shu Xin were on the same side. So he killed Shu Yifeng. Did this idiot not see Shu Xin about to throw her life against Long Chen? That was the only reason why she had told everyone this. She didn't want her enemies to get the upper hand. Lian Weiying, Yi Wuchen, the Ghost Dao lifeform, and others had gloomy expressions, looking as if they wanted to tear Shu Xin apart. However, those three terrifying monsters around Shu Xin stopped them. Unless they all went together, those three monsters might have the ability to kill them if they made any rash moves. Moreover, although they hated Shu Xin, they were also peak experts with their own pride. They had never lowered themselves to working together with their peers. If you don't want others to get the upper hand, why not break the ceremony? Then no one will get a share of karmic luck. Wouldn't that be better? Asked Long Chen lightly. Shu Xin laughed. Long Chen, do you take me for a fool? Do you want to use me? You idiot, did you think destroying 3 light pillars would stop the ceremony? Once the ceremony starts, it cannot be stopped. Even if you break all the light pillars, it's useless. Blood soul energy is enough to activate the ceremony. Have you not noticed that the broken light pillars have reappeared? Long Chen was startled. Looking in the direction of the broken light pillars, he was shocked to see that they really had reappeared. However, those light pillars were different from before. They were very dim and had a faint layer of blood light on top of them. Without looking closely, it wouldn't have been noticeable. If the light pillars aren't enough, that can be made up for with people's lives. As long as enough people are killed, even if you destroy all the light pillars, the sacrificial ceremony will still go through. Of course, breaking 3 of the pillars means that more lives have to be sacrificed. If you were to break them all, 99% of the people here would need to lose their lives. This is a death trap with no way out. Until the karmic luck bead explodes, the martial stage's barrier will not disappear, and everyone will be trapped here until they die. All your struggling is useless. If you hadn't destroyed those 3 light pillars, the karmic luck bead might have already activated, said Shu Xin coldly. Long Chen's heart shook. His soul search hadn't provided him with this information, so it seemed that Shu Xin knew more than her brother. Long Chen didn't know if that was because Xu Yifeng hadn't bothered memorizing this information or if the family head simply pampered Xu Xin'er, resulting in him giving her access to exclusive knowledge. Long Chen, this woman might be telling the truth, transmitted Mo Nian. His battle with Yan Wuji had reached a stalemate. Mo Nian was dispirited. He had been keeping an eye on the entire martial stage all this time, but it seemed that just as Xu Xin'er said, there was no way out. The atmosphere inside of the martial stage was tense now, but the people outside were even more shocked, eyeing each other warily. They finally understood that this martial stage was only a sacrificial ceremony. Everyone inside was treated as a sacrificial lamb. The current Sage King convention was a trap, an absolutely enormous trap. However, they were powerless to do anything from outside. Forcibly attacking the barrier would only cause their own deaths. Hence, a lot of experts panicked like ants in a boiling pot, not knowing what to do. After all, not many factions had known of this secret. And now that they all realized that they had been used, they were enraged but also felt profoundly helpless. On the other hand, the High Firmament Academies sighed with relief upon seeing the battle come to a pause. Almost all of the seniors had sweaty palms out of worry for the Academy's disciples. Just now, that battle had really been frightening. The Dragonblood Legion's side had been fighting against half of the lifeforms on the martial stage. That was an overwhelming force. Fortunately, they had managed to endure it. After a moment of shock, they couldn't help praising the Dragonblood Legion. Their combat power was absolutely astonishing. From top to bottom, they were experts amongst experts, elites amongst elites. Most shocking of all was that their cooperation was practically flawless. It was like thousands of them had the same heart, so all their power was perfectly concentrated. If they worked together, their killing power could even make innate heaven venerates quiver. With the fighting paused, the experts outside sighed with relief, and their attention switched to Long Chen and Xu Xin'er. Their next actions would affect the entire martial stage. What is your goal in telling me this? It seems that you are helping me. It couldn't be that you disliked Xu Yifeng from the start, so you're grateful to me for getting rid of him, right? Asked Long Chen curiously. Xu Xin'er gritted her teeth furiously. Grateful to you? I want to tear you apart and drink your blood. I'm telling you this to end this senseless battle of attrition. Let's get to the main course. Oh, what main course? Asked Long Chen. Using some worthless lives to activate the karmic luck bead is essentially meaningless. Instead, I'm going to use all of your allies to activate the karmic luck bead. I want you to watch as everyone beside you dies one by one, said Xu Xin'er sinisterly. With your power, this grand aspiration will probably never become reality, said Long Chen indifferently. Is that so? I don't think so. The useless trash no longer wants to keep fighting and lose their lives. Now, they want the karmic luck as well. But if we slaughter your side, it'll be enough. We only need the peak experts to make their moves, and all of you will be killed, declared Xu Xin'er. Will they listen to your orders? Asked Long Chen. Of course not, but they have no other choice. Otherwise, we'll just be wasting time. Your people just went through a large battle and are exhausted. If the peak experts attack now, they won't stand a chance. Well, if they want to give your people some time to recover instead, I can't do anything about it. We'll just see whose patience is greater. Xu Xin'er turned to Lien Weiying and the others. You think you can just take advantage of the situation without putting in any work? Lien Weiying and the others' expressions were dark. They didn't reply. Acting as if victory was in her grasp, Xu Xin'er turned back to Long Chen. You killed my brother, so I will let you watch as your family is killed one by one in front of you. I won't kill you right now, but I won't let you assist them. I'll show you what despair is, what it's called to feel powerless. Suddenly, Xu Xin'er's three beasts moved, surrounding Long Chen in their midst. Chapter 4251, Wild appears. The three beasts surrounded Long Chen. No matter where Long Chen positioned himself, he would be attacked in the back by one of them. Just now, Yi Wuchen had almost been struck by one of them, but fortunately, he had retreated quickly. And now that all three of these beasts surrounded Long Chen, he was forced into a disadvantageous position. However, his expression still didn't change, his eyes didn't even twitch. I've surrounded Long Chen. As for whether or not you'll make your move, it's up to you. In any case, no one likes to be used as cannon fodder. Whether or not you want to activate the karmic luck bead is up to you, announced Xu Xin'er coldly. These words were clearly for Lien Weiying and the other peak experts. After all, Shu Xin'er's goal was only Long Chen, and she didn't care about the rest. As for what choice people made, it would be up to them. Lien Wang and the others' expressions were dark, as they hadn't expected to be perfectly schemed against by Shu Xin'er. Originally, they had wanted to conserve their power for the final fight. But now, Shu Xin'er was forcing them to take action early as vengeance for them for sitting still while Shu Yifeng was slain. Actually, Lien Wang and the others weren't afraid of fighting, but they were hoping to conserve their energy until the very end. At the very least, they wanted to be in top condition when the fight for the karmic luck fragments started. After all, those karmic luck fragments didn't just relate to their futures but also the prosperity of their factions. Since that was the case, they didn't dare to be careless. The original plan was to use the lives of the weaklings to activate the karmic luck bead. Everything had been going well, but Shu Xin'er just had to ruin things. As expected, these weaklings were not idiots. After hearing about this scheme, they were unwilling to throw their lives away. They also wanted to stay alive for the ultimate showdown. Although weaklings like them had extremely remote chances to get the fragments, there was still a glimmer of hope. Also, even if the odds were stacked against them, it was better than being manipulated and losing their lives needlessly. A hushed stillness enveloped the martial stage. Lien Wang and the others remained still, primarily for two reasons. First, they wanted to conserve their energy for the big battle, and second, they didn't like being used by Shu Xin'er. Long Chen also didn't move, waiting for news from Mo Nian. Mo Nian had told Long Chen to stall for time to see if he could think of a way to break this formation. Time passed by slowly. Finally, it was Lien Wang who lost her patience. Shu Xin'er, when the Sage King convention ends, if you're not dead, I will teach you what is more painful than death. With a wave of her hand, hundreds of undying experts stepped out. They were all triple supremes, the strongest heavenly geniuses of the races within the undying race. When hundreds of these peak experts gathered, Lien Wang didn't say anything else. She only looked at the others. Yi Wuchen snorted and also stepped forward with over 100 heavenly geniuses of the Yi clan. At the same time, the void quivered as the ghost Dao lifeform appeared with hundreds of ghost-like figures behind him. Next, over 10 experts of the devil race stepped forward, leading thousands of other heavenly geniuses of their races. Several of them also walked out of the neutral area. At this crucial time, they were no longer permitted to conserve their power. The Black Tortoise race also stepped forward, then the Heavenly Tiger race, and the Kunpeng race. Dozens of experts within the Demonic Beast race stepped forward, actually outnumbering the Devil race. However, when the Full Moon race stepped forward, startled cries rang out. They weren't assembling with them but were walking toward the Dragonblood Legion's camp. Countless people were stunned. In front of their dumbfounded gazes, Shu Chengchuan led the Full Moon race's experts into Long Chen's camp, settling down amongst them. Full Moon race, are you betraying the Demonic Beast race? Do you take others as idiots? My Full Moon race exists to fight people like you, not the Demonic Beast race. We will get justice for the brave Demonic Beast warriors who died wrongful deaths because of you. Is there a problem? Sneered Shu Chengchuan. The one shouting was left at a loss for words. There was nothing he could do. Shu Chengchuan was now standing on the side of the Dragonblood Legion, and he was going to fight them. As for the Demonic Beast standing on the opposite side of the Full Moon race, although their individual races were powerful, they still couldn't represent the entire Demonic Beast race. By stepping forward at this time, they had essentially admitted that they had long since known about this sacrificial ceremony. In other words, they had allowed other demonic beasts to die in order to quicken the pace of the ceremony. There was no room for them to criticize the Full Moon race. Aligning with Long Chen at this juncture couldn't be regarded as a betrayal toward the entire demonic beast race. In fact, it was a decision made under the banner of justice, righteousness, and seeking retribution for the wrongs done to the fallen demonic beasts. At this moment, the void quivered and thousands of large men over 10 meters walked over. All of them were thick and muscular, wearing beast hides like savages. When the onlookers saw these people, they were stunned badly. These giants were from the barbarian race. Having been at the edge of the martial stage, the entire time, no one had paid them any attention. But now that they stepped out, they made everyone jump in shock. In fact, the barbarian race's history could be traced all the way back to the Primal Chaos era. It was said that they had once been in command of an era, and their power was not something that anyone dared to question. However, in the recent era, they almost vanished without a trace. Many people thought that they had gone extinct. Now, seeing these large muscular men with blood chi practically exploding out of them, the onlookers almost couldn't believe what they were seeing. However, what they found curious was how no one had noticed such conspicuous figures before this. Their footsteps caused the void to quiver. They were like elephants walking across wooden planks. People were even worried that one of their steps would cause the void to collapse. They only had a few thousand people on their side, a paltry number compared to all the other races here. But to everyone's surprise, 8 of them were actually carrying a giant bed, on which lay a large man covered in blood-colored marks. This man was sleeping blissfully on the bed, his snoring like thunder. He was completely unaware of being lifted and carried by these experts as he was lost in dreamland. Upon seeing that large man, Long Chen couldn't help getting excited, his eyes reddening. He had been worrying a long time about this foolish oaf, and he actually appeared at this time. Furthermore, he seemed very comfortable. Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the others all shouted in excitement. They hadn't seen Wild in a long time, and the latter had grown a great deal. Although he was sleeping, they could see that he was far larger than the barbarian experts carrying him. "Our king is still asleep. He can't be awakened," said one of the barbarian warriors a bit helplessly. Guo Ran and the others hastily welcomed Wild and his entourage. All the Dragonblood warriors were emotional. Although Wild was normally very amiable and had a simple disposition, when they saw his current state, their hearts were shaken. Wild had grown even more than before, his blood chi akin to a slumbering volcano. Once it erupted, it could destroy the entire world. Standing beside him, they could sense the blood flowing through his body. It was like lava, and they could even hear its rumbling. Wild remained in deep slumber, and his body was in its lowest energy state. Even so, his body still thrummed with power. If he were to be roused, just what kind of state would he be in? "When is he going to wake up?" asked Guo Ran. "Our king encountered a group of heavenly tigers 10 days ago. After eating his fill, he fell asleep and has been sleeping ever since," said that barbarian warrior. "What, you were the ones who killed Snow Mountain's heavenly tiger branch?" A roar came from the heavenly tiger race's ranks. Chapter 4252, Eating Too Much. The heavenly tiger race actually had 2 major branches, one stationed in the Life Forbidden area and the other stationed in the Thousand Gate Snow Mountain. For the Sage King Convention, both branches had made plans to come together. However, the branch from the Life Forbidden area had arrived at the meeting spot and waited for a long time, but the Snow Mountain's branch failed to show up. After that, they were unable to find them. Now hearing that this branch had encountered the barbarian race, the heavenly tiger race's experts were enraged. "We didn't kill them." That barbarian warrior shook his head. "Then where are they?" "Here." The warrior pointed at Wild's stomach. "What are you talking about?" demanded the heavenly tiger race's experts. "Our king ate them." 300,000 tigers were consumed. "He ate to the point of bursting, which is why he's been sleeping for 10 days, said the warrior. The Dragonblood warriors' jaws dropped. They were well aware of Wild's appetite, but to have devoured 300,000 demonic beasts. It was an astonishing feat beyond their wildest expectations. However, all the barbarian race's experts seemed like the honest sort. They didn't come across as individuals who would fabricate such a claim. The people outside the martial stage were dumbfounded as well. That was the heavenly tiger race they were talking about. Their branch had to have dispatched multiple innate heaven venerates and thousands of world kings to stand guard over their group. How could they all be eaten? How could they believe that? "You're spouting bullshit," roared the heavenly tiger race's expert. "No, our barbarian race doesn't spout bullshit. It's barbarian shit," said the barbarian race's warrior openly. "You." That heavenly tiger expert quivered with rage, believing that he was being deliberately taunted. However, in truth, he was wrongly blaming this pure warrior. The barbarian race's people didn't have the brain capacity for that. "Brother, what's your name?" Guo Ran particularly liked this group of barbarian experts. "I'm called Windy. When my mother gave birth to me, the wind was particularly strong, so she called me Windy," said the barbarian warrior a bit awkwardly, scratching his head. That appearance was practically identical to that of Wild, so those familiar with Wild instantly felt close to this barbarian warrior. "Hey, what is your barbarian race doing? Are you planning on joining Long Chen's side and becoming enemies with all of us?" shouted Yi Wuchen. Windy shook his head. "I don't know. Our leader already told us to listen to our king, and our king has said to listen to his brother Long for everything." "What kind of nonsense is that?" Yi Wuchen frowned. He didn't even understand what this barbarian warrior was saying. Sorry, my head is slow. I don't really know how to explain it. Why don't you wait for our king to wake up? Then you can just ask him yourselves, said Windy apologetically. Shut up, since you want to stand on that side, just await your death, shouted someone impatiently. Although the barbarian race had a terrifying reputation, these warriors looked like fools. Hence, despite being frighteningly large, they didn't seem threatening. Thank you for your care. Our barbarian race likes eating meat and we have large appetites. We have plenty of fat, so we won't starve to death, said Windy obediently. Looking at his sincere appearance, Bai Shishi and the others almost burst into laughter. As for the one speaking, he gritted his teeth in rage, thinking that Windy was intentionally making fun of him. Brother Windy, don't waste words on him. When they come, just beat them up, said Guo Ran. All right, Windy smiled simply. The barbarian race joined their ranks just like that and found a place for Wild to lie down. This large oaf was still snoring loudly. According to Windy, their king particularly liked to eat. One meal for him was a full day's food for thousands of them. However, last time, he had eaten too much. Thus, he needed to enter a state of slumber to properly digest it. When they asked them just how many powerful experts Wild had consumed, Windy and the others could only look at them in confusion. They didn't know cultivation base realms and only knew the size of the meat. The others were also stupefied by this response, so they had no way to figure out just what level of experts Wild had consumed. During this time, more powerful experts had gathered. The Shadow Race's princess, the Netherworld's experts, and the Blood Race's heavenly geniuses all stepped forward. Within the human race, the other experts of the Eternal clans other than Yi Wuchen also came forward. The only ones who didn't were the Zhang clan and the Long clan. What are the Zhang and Long clans planning? We're all moving out. Are you still planning to conserve your power? Are you not afraid of being attacked by everyone when the time comes? Sneered a heavenly genius of the Zhao clan. This Zhao clan expert had not made a single move during this time. Although other heavenly geniuses of the Zhao clan had fought, he had remained hidden this entire time. But now that everyone was forced to make their move, he had no choice but to also come forward. The Zhang clan does not wish to participate in this matter. Feng Fei stepped forward with a smile. What does that mean? Demanded the Zhao clan's heavenly genius. Nothing. My Zhang clan's guts are small. To tell the truth, I'm a bit afraid of that fellow. I don't want to offend him. But you, Zhao Xingtian, don't need to worry. When I say that the Zhang clan does not wish to participate in this matter, it means that we won't attack Long Chen, and we also won't participate in the fight for karmic luck fragments. To put it frankly, we are waiving our right to this opportunity, said Feng Fei lightly. Countless people's expressions changed. Just what was going on with the eternal Zhang clan? Including Feng Fei, the Zhang clan had 3 peak heavenly geniuses. That might not be the strongest lineup amongst the 8 eternal clans, but in terms of the overall power of the junior generation, they could rank in the top 3. With this power, they chose to give up this chance. It was incomprehensible. It had to be known that despite the barbarian race and the full moon race joining Long Chen's side, the situation was still dire for them. The power disparity was so immense that there was no comparison between the two. After all, this would be a battle of the strongest experts. Ordinary experts would be instantly slain. Perhaps Long Chen's people could endure a bit longer, but the Starry River sect, the High Firmament Academy, the Battle God Palace, and the other disciples who had gone to reinforce Long Chen would be instantly wiped out. Furthermore, with their deaths, their blood soul energy would activate the karmic luck bead. After that, everyone would be able to easily snatch its fragments. In other words, there was no need for them to kill an apex expert like Long Chen. They just needed to kill the weaklings beneath him to get all the benefits. However, Feng Fei didn't want such an opportunity. Alright, you're the one who said that. If you can't help but join in the fight at the end, don't blame us when we crush you together, sneered Zhao Xingtian. Don't worry, my Zhang clan always keeps our word. In this aspect, your Zhao clan cannot compare, retorted Feng Fei. You, Zhao Xingtian's expression sank. Feng Fei was mocking the Zhao clan, slapping them in the face in front of all these people. However, Zhao Xingtian could at least count as smart and didn't argue with Feng Fei. Instead, he turned to Long Aotian. Just as he was about to speak, Long Aotian coldly said, "Shut your mouth, or I'll kill you." Chapter 4253, Long Clan's Grand Elder. Long Aotian had spoken to Long Chen in the beginning and then never made a move again. He had been in the Long clan's camp the entire time, watching everything play out. After Zhao Xingtian eyed the Zhang clan and the Zhang clan said that they would not participate, he turned to the Long clan, only for Long Aotian to directly threaten him. You, Zhao Xingtian was naturally enraged. Shut your mouth. I, Long Aotian, do not need anyone to judge my actions, nor do I need to explain my actions to anyone. Do what you want to do, and I will do what I want to do. No one can force me to do anything. My target is Long Chen. I will kill Long Chen, and I will also take the karmic luck fragments. Anyone who blocks my path will be slain by me. You, Zhao Xingtian, should do your best not to test me, or this day next year will be the anniversary of your death, said Long Aotian coldly. Long Chen is already being dealt with by Shu Xin. Are you not just trying to take advantage while everyone else fights? Sneered Zhao Xingtian. Shu Xin. That trash, she thinks that a snake, a chick, and a kitten are enough to stop Long Chen. What a joke. If Long Chen really was so weak, I'd have long since killed him, sneered Long Aotian. The immemorial beasts, the storm heaven devouring python, the blue-eye golden scale eagle, and the blood-marked saber-toothed tiger were actually called a snake, a chick, and a kitten by Long Aotian. Who do you think you are to criticize my house pets? Shouted Shu Xin. You are all idiots. You don't even know how foolish you are, sneered Long Aotian. Ignoring her, he looked at Long Chen. How long are you planning on hiding your power? Is it interesting constantly pretending to be the pig to eat the tiger? I have never pretended to be the pig to eat the tiger. I disdain doing such a thing. However, my battles are never fair, and I always have so many enemies. It's never one against one, so I have no choice but to use my power smartly in order to deal with unknown dangers. If the heavens gave me a chance to have a fair fight, I'd directly unleash my full power in the simplest, most direct manner. Unfortunately, the heavens do not give me such a chance, said Long Chen indifferently. Long Chen was different from others. In a fight like this, he had to conserve his energy. Not only did he have to calculate his own energy stores, but he also had to calculate the energy of his companions as well. He couldn't afford any miscalculations because every mistake meant the loss of lives. Long Aotian and the others could fight recklessly because they had numbers. They had no misgivings and also didn't care about the life and death of the ones around them. What a joke. In front of absolute power, all schemes are worthless, sneered Long Aotian. That's right, since you're so confident, why don't you directly kill all the others, and then we can have a fair one-on-one fight? Proposed Long Chen, who doesn't know how to brag. You want a fair fight with me, but you're also afraid of it. You've already lost to me countless times. You have no confidence to win against me, so you are waiting for me to exhaust a certain amount of energy before fighting me, said Long Chen disdainfully. This time, Long Aotian's face twisted with anger. After all, Long Chen's words were like a poison needle stabbing his heart. That was because all those words were true. Last time, in the underground tomb, he and Long Chen had fought a heaven-shaking battle, and that had been the moment when he was the most confident, because he had improved immensely. From the mortal world to the immortal world, he had long since undergone a complete transformation and was no longer the old Long Aotian. He had been 100% confident back then but was still defeated by Long Chen. This time, he had once more made major breakthroughs. Even the Long clan's ancestral patriarch said that he was the most talented genius that he had ever seen in this lifetime. In the current world, it was very difficult to find someone who could fight him in the same realm. It could be said that in the entire Long clan, he was the only one to receive the recognition of the patriarch. Hence, he had come to the Sage King convention with great confidence, but for some reason, the moment he saw Long Chen, that rock-solid confidence began to shake. In truth, at this moment, there were two voices in Long Aotian's mind, one telling him to attack Long Chen right now, to crush him in the most convincing manner. However, there was also another voice telling him not to be brash, that he wasn't a match for Long Chen, that if he wanted to beat Long Chen, he had to wait until Long Chen had revealed some weakness. Long Aotian had not said anything all this time precisely because these two voices were arguing inside of him. They were like the whispers of the devil, almost driving him insane. Although he looked calm on the surface, his inner heart was in turmoil. He didn't know what to do. To have this vulnerability laid bare by Long Chen left Long Aotian fuming and in a state of panic. He could no longer maintain control over his emotions. There was no way around it as he had been defeated by Long Chen too many times, leading to the birth of a heart devil. Although the Long clan had used every means necessary to help him suppress his heart devil, he was still unable to fully erase his fear of Long Chen. In fact, someone in the Long clan even suggested sealing Long Aoshan until Long Chen was dead. However, someone in the Long clan also said that this was the worst possible choice. If Long Chen did die, Long Aoshan's heart devil would never be fully erased. Thus, Long Aoshan had come for Long Chen. He had to personally defeat Long Chen, as that was his only way to become a peerless expert. However, Long Chen's words had struck him in his weakest spot. Seeing his twisted expression, the Long clan's experts outside the martial stage couldn't help but sigh. If there really is no other choice, perhaps we must injure Long Chen for Long Aoshan to kill him, said one of the Long clan's elders. If Long Chen was present, he would instantly recognize that this person was the 8th protector elder of the Long clan who had gone to see him. Other than him, there were several other elders with auras as vast as seas. They were all clearly innate heaven venerates. One elder in particular looked like the leader. This elder's expression was solemn, and he appeared dignified and imposing. They are both sons of the Long clan. Why must they kill each other? The patriarch's vision does not go far enough this time, said the elder, looking at Long Chen with a complicated expression. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding elders underwent drastic changes. Was this not criticizing the patriarch? Grand Elder, that's a bit rebellious. Are you not afraid of the patriarch hearing of it? Said the 8th protector elder. It is the truth. What can he do if he hears of it? Good criticism is hard to swallow, and the words of the most loyal people are the hardest to take. Unfortunately, the patriarch always has people who only know how to sweet talk around him. Those people have truly harmed the Long clan. That elder snorted coldly. This elder was the leader of the 8 Grand Protector Elders, and his status was exceedingly high. In fact, it was said that he was of the same seniority as the patriarch. Thus, his status was particularly special in the Long clan. The other elders' expressions twitched, but they didn't say a word. Inside their hearts though, they resented this elder. However, despite this, they didn't dare to even look at him for fear of him sensing it. The Grand Elder also didn't look at the 8 elders. Instead, he was staring at Long Chen and Long Aoshan. At this time, Long Aoshan's hand slowly clenched the hilt of his sword, and his terrifying killing intent slowly flowed out. Chapter 4254, Boss 9's Power. Long Chen looked at Long Aoshan and indifferently said, "In your eyes, I see your anger, and I also see your fear. You wish to beat me, but you are also afraid of failure. You want to attack me in my top condition to fully wipe out your heart devil, but you also don't feel guaranteed to win. You don't want to fail, and you don't dare to fail. You fear that if you fail once more, you will never rise again, having no courage to fight me again. You feel very conflicted. The most important reason for this conflict is that you have no confidence in beating me. Shut your mouth." Long Aoshan roared. The hand holding his sword quivered, but he didn't draw it. "How cowardly. You don't even have the courage to fight, but you act like some big shot. Long Chen's life is mine. None of you can take it. If you keep wasting time talking, those people will fully recover. Do you even want to activate the karmic luck bead anymore?" interjected Shu Shin'er impatiently. "Long Chen, you've really pissed me off. Hee, well done. I'll show what a life worse than death is." Long Aoshan suddenly smiled sinisterly, his gaze turning to the Dragonblood Legion. The next moment, 5-colored divine radiance appeared behind Long Aoshan, and a powerful pressure erupted. In an instant, Long Chen's expression changed, and a cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. "Long Aoshan, you despicable animal." Long Aoshan sneered. He instantly found Long Chen's weak point and shot toward the Dragonblood Legion. Courting death. Long Chen was enraged. Not daring to fight him directly, Long Aoshan actually went to attack the Dragonblood Legion. "Stay behind." Just as Long Chen moved, Shu Shin'er sneered and the 3 immemorial beasts attacked him at the same time. With a resounding dragon roar, Long Chen's dragon claw extended out of his divine ring. This giant dragon claw reached toward the tiger that Shu Shin'er was sitting on. To her surprise, she found that her tiger was suddenly unable to move. Long Chen's roar contained the divine true dragon's might. As a true dragon was the emperor of all beasts, even immemorial beasts were intimidated by it. As a result, these 3 immemorial beasts were instantly suppressed by Long Chen's dragon might. Although Long Chen did not belong to the dragon race and did not possess a true dragon's physique, his indomitable will, when combined with his dragon blood, gave rise to a unique form of dragon might that was equally capable of subduing other beasts. This dragon might would only last for the blink of an eye and might not have as much range, but it was enough for Long Chen. When the dragon claw fell, the blood-marked saber-toothed tiger didn't even manage to make a sound. It was torn apart by the dragon claw, its blood and bones flying through the air. What? The ones watching were shocked. Such a terrifying existence was killed in one blow. This made them think of what Long Aoshan had just said, that Shu Xin'er was dreaming if she thought that these three beasts could block Long Chen. Now, this scene proved that Long Aoshan was right. Shu Xin'er fled the moment the dragon claw fell, narrowly avoiding this attack. Her face turned pale. She had just been a bit away from being annihilated. Spiritual seal made of blood, I call you back. Violet chi erupted out of Shu Xin'er, and her other two beasts suddenly had runes explode on their foreheads. The seals suppressing their strength were undone. Astonishingly, Shu Xin'er undid the restraints on their power, ignoring the danger of them potentially rebelling against her. At this moment, those two beasts exploded in power. People were shocked to find that they were both existences in the innate heaven venerate realm. After their seals were undone, the storm heaven devouring python opened its mouth, causing a giant vortex that enveloped Long Chen and Shu Xin'er. Shockingly, with its seal undone, it no longer cared about its master. Long Chen had been planning on chasing after Long Aoshan after killing the blood-marked saber-toothed tiger, but that vortex was actually pulling at him, trying to suck him in and preventing him from flying away. He was enraged. Boss, leave these three to me. Just then, some light flowed around Long Chen, and he was pulled outside of that vortex. Long Chen turned to see that Bai Shaola had come, his eyes bearing three swirling flowers. Long Chen could also see a little fox sitting on his shoulder. Will you be all right? Long Chen was a bit worried. Don't worry, her violet gold bell is a treasure, and it's going to be mine. As two brothers will avenge our previous disgrace, said Bai Shaola before the violet cupel nine-tail fox could say anything. That damn woman, after offending Boss 9, your retribution has come today. All of a sudden, the violet cupel nine-tail fox's body expanded, reverting to its original size. As a legendary desolate species, it was renowned in history. Now, with its true form summoned, it emanated an intimidating aura, its nine tails flickering like soaring flames. The next moment, the violet cupel nine-tail fox opened its mouth, and a blood-colored ray of divine light shot toward the vortex of the storm heaven devouring python. The storm heaven devouring python's divine ability was interrupted, and it was sent flying. Die. Shu Xin'er was startled to see the violet cupel nine-tail fox coming. Standing atop the blue-eye gold scale eagle's head, she made it attack the violet cupel nine-tail fox. However, Shu Xin'er was pale now, and violet blood oozed out of her eyes. Having undone the seals on her immemorial beasts, once more gaining control of them came at a terrifying price. When the violet cupel nine-tail fox shouted, Bai Shaola immediately formed hand seals. 3 flower marks also appeared in the violet cupel nine-tail fox's eyes. 3 flower wall. Both the violet cupel nine-tail fox and Bai Shaola shouted at the same time, and the 3 flowers in both their cupels spun. The void then quivered, and a giant 3-flower diagram appeared in the void like a translucent shield. This shield appeared out of nowhere, catching everyone off guard. Alas, Shu Xin'er had sent the blue-eye gold scale eagle charging over, leading it to smash into this 3-flower shield. The impact caused the shield to shudder and giant ripples to spread along with an explosion of feathers. The collision tore apart nearly half of the blue-eye gold scale eagle's body. As for Shu Xin'er, she had managed to summon the violet gold bell just in time, bouncing off the shield. Although she had preserved her own life, she was left dazed. Shu Xin'er was horrified, having never expected the little fox that she had wanted as a housepet back then would actually possess such terrifying power. It was even capable of unleashing cupel arts. With her courage broken, she no longer had her previous arrogance or confidence. She actually turned around and fled. Where do you think you're going? Hand over that bell first. The violet cupel nine-tail fox roared. Its 9 tails quivered, and it prepared to chase after her. However, just then, the storm heaven devouring python appeared beneath its feet, binding it. 9-tail lock shed. The violet cupel nine-tail fox's tails then lit up in various vibrant colors. Before the storm heaven devouring python could unleash any divine ability, it was blown apart by the 9 tails. Hand over the bell. After escaping the bindings, the violet pupil 9-tail fox shot after Shu Xin'er. Chapter 4255, Mysterious Gate. Bai Shala stood on the violet pupil 9-tail fox's head, their pupils interconnected, their souls unified. This was a merger art that only existed in legend, so no one had personally witnessed this technique. Bai Shala's soul had melded with the violet pupil 9-tail fox's soul. Hence, it was no longer a contract, but a mutual trust and unwavering support in one another. The violet pupil 9-tail fox's power began to unfurl gradually, and its former strength gradually resurfaced. Most importantly, it was now linked with Bai Shala's 3 flower pupils. That was like adding wings to a tiger. Previously, it had always been dissatisfied with Bai Shala, feeling like it had been tricked. It wished that it could undo the contract between them. However, last time, when Shu Xin'er wanted to take it, Bai Shala had unleashed his full power, at the risk of destroying his eyes to resist an eternal divine weapon, and that had finally won the violet pupil 9-tail fox over. Without that blockade in its heart, it sincerely accepted Bai Shala, and the two finally formed a resonance. The violet pupil 9-tail fox chased after Shu Xin'er rapidly. In just a short moment, it caught up. The violet pupil 9-tail fox's claws raked across the violet gold bell, sending it flying. As for Shu Xin'er, she coughed up blood and was blown away. At this time, countless experts of the Shu family came charging over to help Shu Xin'er. However, the violet pupil 9-tail fox's aura was overwhelming them. Seeing that they stood no chance against the two of them, Long Chen didn't worry about them anymore. With a flap of his wings, he shot after Long Aotian like a bolt of lightning. His speed was higher than Long Aotian's. The void collapsed. However, Long Aotian snorted and suddenly dodged to the side, refusing to fight Long Chen. You want to conserve your energy. We'll see if you have that ability. Long Chen once more shot after him. Long Chen left behind a series of lingering afterimages. In just 3 swift turns, he appeared right in front of Long Aotian. His speed was astounding, rendering him nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. A golden fist shot out of those afterimages and smashed into Long Aotian. Long Aotian was sent flying, but what shocked Long Chen was that the moment his fist landed, 5-colored divine radiance lit up on top of Long Aotian's body, blocking 80% of the force behind his attack. It had to be known that Long Chen's attack power was incredibly concentrated, so he was amazed that this 5-colored divine light could dissipate so much of his force. On the other hand, although Long Aotian was sent flying, he wasn't injured at all. Seeing Long Chen's shocked expression, he sneered, "Do you see? This is the power of the 7-color supreme blood. With the Patriarch's help, I have fully activated it. Shu Xin'er's words really helped me see the light. Killing you directly is letting you off too easily. I will only kill you once you are suffering endless pain. You don't dare to fight me directly, so you make up a bunch of excuses." "Long Aotian, you really fail to live up to your name," retorted Long Chen. "You want to anger me? Once I kill your women one by one in front of you, we'll see if you're still in the mood to do such a thing, ha ha ha." Long Aotian suddenly shot in another direction, attacking the Dragonblood Legion from another angle. "Kill everyone related to Long Chen." Just then, Lian Weing shouted coldly. She then led the Undying Race's experts in a direct charge against the Dragonblood Legion. "Ignore Long Chen, we just need to crush them, and in a few breaths' time, they'll all be killed," shouted the leader of the Black Tortoise race. "Attack together. Don't hold back," shouted Yi Wuchen, leading the Yi clan's disciples over. Hundreds of thousands of experts attacked at once, causing the entire martial stage to shake. The next moment, immense pressures rose, as if they would blow up the barrier. All the lifeforms inside the barrier were stupefied by what they were seeing. Even before the great battle actually commenced, their auras already stunned them. These experts were the strongest heavenly geniuses present, each of them a triple supreme. In unison, they summoned their manifestations, causing the world to change color. The real battle starts now. Meng Qi and the others also grew serious, and all of them entered their combat state. Suddenly, Long Chen stopped pursuing Long Aotian. With a flash, he appeared in front of the Dragonblood Legion, his hand raised and a clump of white flames rising in his palm. Sacred chanting reverberated, their echoes spreading throughout heaven and earth. At the same time, the martial stage's barrier quivered, and flame energy poured through the barrier toward Long Chen. What? Long Chen can absorb the outside world's energy through the barrier. In an instant, a white flame lotus grew in Long Chen's hand, radiating terrifying heat that washed over the martial stage, making numerous experts feel like they were in a sea of fire. However, within this sea of fire, snowflakes materialized, imparting a dual sensation of scorching heat and bone-chilling cold, leaving those within it feeling as if they might combust from the intensity of these conflicting extremes. Seeing that white lotus, Lien Wang and the others were horrified. Moreover, Lien Wang had already experienced the power of the ice soul. At that time, Long Chen had used it in a very simple manner to escape her bindings. However, now that he was using its full power, the difference between the two was enormous. Block it together, Zhao Xingtian and the others cried out, as that white lotus made them smell the scent of death. As a result, hundreds of thousands of experts came to a stop together, summoning an array of protective shields in the air while their manifestations raged on. Hundreds of thousands of peak experts had summoned defenses for one person's attack. Just this point alone had proved the terrifying power of Long Chen's technique. Long Chen shouted, and his enormous white lotus descended with a resounding crash that rattled the ears of everyone present. Just as everyone was expecting an immense collision, a flabbergasting scene played out. Long Chen's world extermination flame lotus actually flew over their heads, avoiding their defenses. He missed. Everyone inside and outside the martial stage was dumbfounded. How could he miss with a technique of such immense scale? No, his target is. Suddenly, a shocked cry pierced the air, and the white lotus fell toward a large group of individuals, who happened to be the Devil Race's army. Horrified screams rang out from the Devil Race's army. However, by the time they realized what was going on, they found that the space around them was twisting, and they felt like their bodies were bound by stars. They simply couldn't run. The flame lotus exploded amongst the Devil Race's army, and huge flames devoured an enormous space. In this space, the flames raged uncontrollably, reducing countless devil experts to ice fragments. The ice fragments then drifted, akin to snowflakes set ablaze. Not a drop of blood, nor a single scream echoed. All the others could see was the fiery remnants of the Devil Race's army in ice. The intense heat actually caused the barrier to buckle, as if it was melting. Following that, an even more shocking scene occurred. The karmic luck bead at the center of the martial stage exploded. Sha Chen shouted, and the Dragonblood Legion vanished, reappearing right beside the karmic luck bead. The entire martial stage was thrown into chaos as people saw runes flying out of the karmic luck bead. Those were the karmic luck fragments that everyone wanted. Grab them. All the lifeforms on the stage went crazy, flooding toward the karmic luck bead from all directions. However, Long Chen wasn't even looking at the karmic luck bead but below it. A dark gate had appeared there. Long Chen, it has appeared. Mo Nian's voice resounded in Long Chen's mind, trembling with fear. Long Chen, too, felt a chill when he saw that ominous gate. An intense feeling of mortal crisis overwhelmed him. When the gate slowly opened, a sinister voice rang out from the other side. Ha ha ha, I'm finally free. Damn human race, kneel and repent. Chapter 4256, Behind the Giant Gate. When the giant gate slowly opened, it felt like the gates of hell were opening. A terrifying voice then came from the other side, shaking everyone. Along with that voice, there was also a surge of primal chaos chi. It just burst out of the gate, practically filling the entire Sage King Prefecture. This primal chaos chi rejuvenated all the lifeforms present, no matter the race. Even the senior heaven venerates felt their bottlenecks loosening. Every lifeform present instantly felt full of power. After all, the primal chaos chi possessed a powerful connection with the laws of heaven and earth, silently nourishing every expert present. The complete laws of heaven and earth. Screams of excitement rang out. This surge of primal chaos chi actually contained the complete laws of heaven and earth. It was what loosened the bottlenecks that had bound them for countless years. In other words, many experts who had resigned themselves to never making further progress in their lifetimes now saw a renewed hope of reaching greater heights. However, the human race's experts were unable to shout in excitement. They also sensed that dense primal chaos chi and their bottlenecks loosening, but compared to that terrifying voice, none of that counted for anything. An eternal expert. A terrified cry rang out from amongst the human race. Although that voice came from through the gate, they could still sense the air of eternity coming from the voice, terrifying them. The master of this voice might very likely be an eternal expert. The karmic luck bead at the heart of the martial stage had exploded, sending fragments of karmic luck flying out in every direction. However, the core of the karmic luck bead was still intact, as what had exploded was only its outer edge. The karmic luck bead still slowly spun, though it appeared to struggle, as if some unseen force constrained its movement. The enormous gate slowly creaked open, but the gate seemed far too heavy. Only the tiniest crack opened, rendering everyone guessing what was inside. However, as it opened, more primal chaos chi gushed into the world, stimulating the Sage King Prefecture's vegetation to grow crazily. Just like that, the entire world thrummed with life as the primal chaos chi caused this place to completely transform. At this moment, countless lifeforms charged toward the karmic luck bead. The gate was of little concern to them, their sole focus was on acquiring the karmic luck fragments. As the runes flew through the air, people reached out and grabbed them. The moment someone made contact with one of the runes, it would seamlessly merge into their bodies. However, just as they grabbed them, they were quickly slain, and the runes were once again set free. When people saw that they could get the runes through killing, madness overcame the crowd, leading to a brutal bloodbath. As they crazily grabbed the runes, they also mercilessly slaughtered one another. As a result, the weaker ones who managed to grab even a single rune were killed ruthlessly. It didn't matter whether they came from the same race or family. They got the most. Kill them. A human expert eyed the Dragonblood Legion's side. As they were the closest to the karmic luck eruption, their bodies had divine radiance flowing around them, clearly a sign of absorbing many karmic luck runes. Hence, everyone's eyes went red when looking at them. Long Chen had long since told Sha Chen to be prepared. The moment Long Chen killed a large batch of the devil race's experts, Sha Chen activated a transportation formation. As a result, they arrived just in time for the karmic luck fragments to erupt, successfully snatching the first wave. Shortly thereafter, they had managed to get a lot of those fragments. The likes of Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the others had each acquired tens of thousands of those runes. As Sha Chen shouted, space twisted and everyone on the Dragonblood Legion's side once more vanished. Those attacking experts wound up attacking nothing but air. As for the Dragonblood Legion and the others, they had already arrived beside the martial stage's barrier. This was where they had originally been. Sha Chen had used a fixed transportation formation to bring them back to the same location. It was precisely because it was a fixed transportation formation that he was able to do such a large-scale transportation. Although the distance wasn't particularly far, due to their numbers and strength, it was incredibly taxing. Sha Chen's heart was dripping blood from the 3,000 formation discs he had just used for these two transportations. After all, crafting each formation disc required a considerable investment in both materials and labor. Such an enormous expenditure aggrieved him. Nevertheless, this expenditure allowed them to devour the majority of the runes, so every single one of them had profited immensely. Unfortunately, the crowd had come too quickly, giving them little time. If they had been given a bit more time, they could have devoured all the runes. Sha Chen and the others managed to successfully retreat. However, the core region was now in chaos. These lifeforms were crazily slaughtering each other for the karmic luck fragments. The situation was too chaotic. More blood was spilled with every passing moment, resulting in an incredibly gory scene. Long Chen paid no heed to the chaos around, his gaze fixated on the gate. However, he still couldn't see anything through the small crack. Although primal chaos chi was pouring out of it and replenishing the energy of this world, filling the whole of this world, Long Chen kept feeling an intense sensation of crisis. Just then, an explosive cry came from the violet cupel nine-tail fox and a shriek followed. Shu Xin-er was killed by its sharp claw. As Shu Xin-er had been slain, the violet gold bell was grabbed by the violet cupel nine-tail fox. It then shouted in excitement, directly hanging the bell around its neck. "Shaola, little nine, let's work together to see what's behind the gate," transmitted Long Chen. "Piece of cake." The violet cupel nine-tail fox laughed. It was particularly arrogant now, as if it felt unrivaled. The very fabric of space quivered, and Long Chen appeared atop the violet cupel nine-tail fox's head. Bai Shaola then formed hand seals, and the three flowers in his eyes spun, looking at that crack in the gate. Long Chen and the violet cupel nine-tail fox closed their eyes together, borrowing Bai Shaola's eyes to look at that crack. Through the crack, Long Chen saw a thriving world. The sky was a perfect azure blue, as if freshly cleansed. The verdant mountains and cerulean waters crafted a scene of a wonderland. Look down. Long Chen couldn't look further, so he had Bai Shaola look down. As their line of sight descended, Long Chen suddenly let out a pained grunt, while Bai Shaola and the violet pupil nine-tail fox screamed. The violet pupil nine-tail fox's eyes were bleeding. "What did you see?" asked Mo Nian. "Endless monsters of the devil race. They're right at the gate, and just a look almost made our souls collapse," responded Long Chen. "We must destroy the karmic luck bead. Otherwise, once the gate opens, we'll all be doomed," said Mo Nian anxiously. Long Chen might not have managed to sense that person's aura, but for just a look to almost make his soul collapse, the latter probably was an eternal expert. Long Chen took a deep breath. "Let's attack it together. No matter what, we must destroy the karmic luck bead." Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, Dong Mingyu, Lu Ruyan, and the others made their preparations. Long Chen then shot toward the karmic luck bead with a bronze cauldron in his hand. Chapter 4257, A Sword That Breaks the Heavens. Long Chen had no chance to examine that other world. However, he had seen endless devil creatures inside. If that gate fully opened, the human race in this region would probably be annihilated. Mo Nian was correct. This was a complex trap, an absolutely enormous and cunning one. Everyone here was being manipulated and ensnared within its web. After all, the karmic luck bead had blinded people's eyes. It was the bait, as well as the key to opening the gate. The gate was slowly opening, powered by the karmic luck bead. Furthermore, the karmic luck bead's power stemmed from the blood-soul energy in this place. Amidst this chaotic battle, countless lifeforms were dying, accelerating the opening of the gate. Thus, Long Chen could not wait any longer. He had to destroy the karmic luck bead immediately. Wielding the earth cauldron, Long Chen charged toward the karmic luck bead, streaking through the air, unstoppable. Countless lifeforms in the midst of slaughtering each other were blasted away by the astral winds around him, and he smashed the earth cauldron at the karmic luck bead. The karmic luck bead quivered, exuding a burst of divine light that shocked everyone. Their attention shifted to the bronze cauldron, and many people recognized it. Didn't he sell that cauldron? How does he still have it? Just as everyone was bewildered by the bronze cauldron, the karmic luck bead bounced Long Chen back along with his cauldron. What? Long Chen's expression completely changed. This was the earth cauldron. How could it not shatter the karmic luck bead? His mind turned blank. "Ha ha ha, fool, do you think a counterfeit is the real thing? Do you take that broken cauldron of yours to be the true heaven-earth cauldron?" Sneered some people upon seeing his dumbfounded shock. Suddenly, a black streak pierced through the air, striking the karmic luck bead. The karmic luck bead once more caved in, and then a delicate figure was also sent flying. Dong Mingyu had also tried to attack with the black dagger, but it was useless, causing her to be filled with disbelief. This mysterious dagger had yet to fail her. She had never encountered anything capable of blocking its attack. "Senior, what's going on? Even the heaven-earth cauldron can't break it," cried out Long Chen in a panic. The earth cauldron is known for its gentle nature, and the karmic luck bead is also a flexible entity. Soft against soft, it lacks the strength to shatter the bead. That black dagger is capable of breaking it, but with your current power, it is impossible. "Your offensive power is not concentrated enough," said the dragon expert. Not concentrated enough. Long Chen's heart shook. At this moment, a wind blade slashed onto the karmic luck bead. Tang Wan refused to believe that it was impervious, but she was also unable to damage it. Long Chen found that as they attacked the karmic luck bead, the likes of Long Aotian, Lian Weiying, Yi Wuchen, Zhao Xingtian, the Shadow Princess, the Ghost Dao Lifeform, and the others were not stopping him. Instead, they were just watching disdainfully. The runes around the karmic luck bead had been all absorbed, and the core of the karmic luck bead could not be touched by anyone. Since that was the case, countless experts turned their attention to the Dragonblood Legion, wanting the runes that they had just absorbed. Long Chen suddenly shouted. Yu Zifeng's figure appeared in the air. He looked at the giant karmic luck bead, and his hand slowly reached back for the hilt of his sword. He can't possibly. Are they crazy? This scene stunned the onlookers outside of the martial stage, but then contemptuous expressions appeared on their faces. Sha Chen. Long Chen only needed to glance at Sha Chen, and he instantly understood. Clenching his teeth, he stealthily took out a whole pile of formation discs. Yu Zifeng stood atop the karmic luck bead. In front of this enormous sphere, Yu Zifeng was as small as an ant. Yu Zifeng's white robes began to flutter, despite the absence of any wind. Two sharp sword images appeared in his eyes. To everyone's surprise, strange sounds rang out around Yu Zifeng, and black threads materialized in the air, swaying around him. Upon closer inspection, the expressions of the onlookers completely changed. Those are spatial cracks. Yu Zifeng had not even unleashed any manifestation or mighty aura, but many spatial cracks already appeared around him. Furthermore, those cracks were not straight, akin to threads flying around him. 1, 2, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Countless black threads flew through the air, allowing the supreme experts to see the world inside those cracks. These spatial cracks emitted no sound whatsoever, plunging the world into absolute silence. Mu Qingyun watched worshipfully, using her heart to memorize every single one of Yu Zifeng's movements. Everyone in the Dragonblood Legion held their breaths. Only Long Aoshan, Lian Weiying, and the others had contemptuous expressions, clearly knowing that this karmic luck bead was unbreakable. At the very least, no one in the Sage King Prefecture was capable of such a thing. Yu Zifeng's voice was icy and aloof, like the murmuring of the Sword God, like the edict of heaven and earth echoing throughout the 9 heavens. 9 heavens, 10 lands, 3 Dao worlds, there is nothing that I cannot cut. Yu Zifeng unsheathed his sword, and this time, he wasn't fast. His movements were clearly visible to everyone. As Yu Zifeng's sword slashed down, ripples cascaded in heaven and earth. Everyone witnessed a crescent moon-like streak of sword chi slashing through the wall of the heavens. In that moment, the 10,000 Daos, the laws governing the world, were all instantly erased. All runes of the Grand Dao vanished, leaving only a sword that shocked heaven and earth, a sword that made both ghosts and gods weep. It carried a certain will, a certain determination that proclaimed nothing could stop it. Even as the sword cut through the air, an eerie silence prevailed, devoid of any audible friction. Time seemed to slow down, and everyone saw with utmost clarity as the crescent moon slashed the karmic luck bead. As the silence was gone, in front of countless shocked gazes, the karmic luck bead that Long Chen and Dong Mingyu hadn't been able to harm exploded. The next moment, countless runes flew through the air, like a grand Dao flower blooming. However, the eruption looked somewhat slow. Along with the explosion of the karmic luck bead, space twisted around the core region, and a group of people appeared. They were the experts from Long Chen's faction, and they had returned once more. Without delay, they swiftly devoured the karmic luck runes that emanated from the explosion of the karmic luck bead. Seeing this scene, the onlookers finally recovered from their shock. As for Long Aoshan, Lian Weiying, and the others, they were both shocked and incensed. They couldn't believe that the indestructible karmic luck bead would be destroyed by one slash of a sword. Quick! Take them! A furious roar rang out, but following that, a shocking scene appeared. Chapter 4258, Catching Everything in One Net. Lian Weiying and the others also rushed to the core region. However, they were shocked to find themselves moving very slowly. It was like they were moving through water, as if their legs were made of lead. All their movements were slow and clumsy. Moreover, everything around them was slow. Even the sound of breathing was intermittent, sounding very odd. What? Did his sword cut the laws of space? Cried out an innate heaven venerate from outside the martial stage. It didn't. If it did, time would already stop in that region. His sword only managed to disturb the flow of space there, and that's why the time inside the martial stage is flowing differently than outside, said someone, feeling equally shocked nonetheless. To affect the laws of time and space, isn't that something only eternal experts can barely accomplish? That's what the legend said. But sword cultivators are existences that can break all laws. Sword cultivators were truly an inconceivable existence. They couldn't be judged according to common sense, nor did they fit in the standards of the cultivation world. They were a bunch of existences that broke common sense. After this one slash, the sword images in Yu Zifeng's eyes faded, and his complexion turned as pale as paper. Blood suddenly sprayed out of his mouth. However, he wore a light smile on his face. I've finally touched that level. After saying that, Yu Zifeng's eyes dimmed and he fell unconscious. That sword contained his full heart and spirit, he hadn't held back in the slightest. In the cultivation world, perhaps the only existence capable of unleashing every single trace of their power in one blow would be sword cultivators. Other than them, no one could break this rule, including Long Chen. He had countless big moves, but not one of those could concentrate every single trace of his energy into one blow. If such a move existed, his meridians would be shattered and his soul would be exhausted after using it. It would be like a brilliant firework containing his life's achievement before he faded into eternal darkness. Only the strongest sword cultivators possessed the ability to concentrate all of their energy into a single, concentrated blow. This was why they were widely acknowledged as the greatest offensive force in the cultivation world. Their superiority in this regard was undisputed. Long Chen caught Yu Zifeng and sensed his body. He found that Zifeng's essence, qi, and spirit were in a severe deficit, causing him to pass out. Fortunately, his body was not injured. Qingyan, look after Zifeng. Long Chen passed Yu Zifeng to Mu Qingyan. At this moment, the flow of time on the martial stage had normalized. Without delay, Lian Weiying, Long Aoshan, Yi Wuchen, and the rest came charging over with their eyes ablaze. After all, the karmic luck bead had exploded, and most of its fragments had been absorbed by the Dragonblood warriors and their allies. However, there were still many karmic luck runes flying in the air outside the core, so their first target was those runes. After taking them, they would start a slaughter to obtain the rest. Suddenly, a giant golden net spread through the air, instantly wrapping around all of those runes, provoking Long Aoshan and the others. When they looked at the source of the net, they saw a wretched face with a sinister smile. The one to cast this net was Mo Nian, who was relaxing on his crystal coffin. He was leisurely pulling in his net, which material remained a mystery, but any runes that touched it were caught, including all the runes that hadn't been absorbed yet. This was truly catching everything in one net. Seeing this scene, Long Aoshan and the others' eyes turned red with greed and rage. Previously, when the outer edge of the karmic luck bead had exploded, they hadn't participated in the fight, fully aware that those were only small fragments. Their true target was the core. They had thought that the core would need to absorb even more blood-soul energy before it could erupt, and the real fight would start then. Thus, they had allowed everyone else to slaughter each other for the leftovers, as it was their blood-soul energy that would drive the eruption of the core. However, they had never expected the circumstances to change because of Yu Zifeng. The karmic luck bead had been destroyed, and over half of its essence was absorbed by Long Chen's people. As for the other half, it was now caught by Mo Nian. If Mo Nian really succeeded, then they would have obtained nothing in this Sage King convention. The first to close in on Mo Nian was Yan Wuji, the descendant of the human emperor. As he struck, his manifestation abruptly came into being. From it, a majestic figure materialized, unleashing unparalleled emperor might. The heavens and earth seemed to resonate with him as he launched a fist toward Mo Nian. Yan Wuji was finally panicking. Although he had been chasing after Mo Nian this entire time, he had been conserving his real power to fight for the karmic luck essence. Now, seeing half of that essence be captured by Mo Nian, he didn't hold back the slightest. He directly summoned his human emperor manifestation. Yan Wuji had just arrived when a golden figure, radiating an endless dragon might, intercepted him. Long Chen unleashed a powerful punch on his own, resulting in an explosive collision. Yan Wuji's body then shook intensely and flew back, while Long Chen shot back like he had been struck by a shooting star. "Good brother, buy me some time," shouted Mo Nian as he hastily dragged in the net. This net was something Mo Nian had prepared as soon as he knew that the karmic luck fragments would appear. It was perfect for gathering karmic luck fragments. However, now he felt a bit regretful. That was because he had been too greedy. He had drawn so many karmic luck fragments that pulling in the net became extraordinarily taxing. Now that so many people were attacking him, he was nervous. "Do what you need to do," Long Chen shouted and shot toward Long Aoshan and the others. Raising a hand, Long Chen channeled his thunder force, and a lightning sphere rapidly grew. Long Chen's attacks were executed with remarkable swiftness and precision, all without the need for any hand seals. His ability to unleash such a powerful technique immediately after exchanging blows with Yan Wuji left observers baffled, defying people's understanding. A giant sphere of lightning left Long Chen's hand. It then rapidly grew and exploded amongst Long Aoshan and the others. Wild lightning ravaged them, transforming into a sea of lightning that directly turned many experts into dust. Heavens, this is heavenly tribulation lightning. He can actually control heavenly tribulation lightning. However, although this lightning was terrifying enough to slaughter triple supremes, it was not enough to stop the likes of Long Aoshan and Lian Weiying. They directly pierced through the sea of lightning. They had barely passed through the sea of lightning when a giant flame lotus smashed toward them, once more devouring them. After passing through the sea of lightning, they were met by a sea of fire. Although these attacks weren't strong enough to kill them, under this twisted space, their speed plummeted. Just then, Mo Nian finally managed to pull in his net and then packed it inside his crystal coffin. By the time Long Aoshan and the others flew through the sea of fire, Mo Nian was already putting away his net. As a result, Long Aoshan's expression instantly changed. Long Chen, Mo Nian, I don't want those karmic luck runes. I just want you both to die in endless pain. Long Aoshan bellowed. Suddenly, his 5-colored manifestation became a 7-colored one, and his aura surged exponentially, growing dozens of times. The void beneath his feet exploded. However, what shocked people was that he didn't attack Long Chen or Mo Nian. Instead, he charged toward the Dragonblood Legion. Kill these people. They just absorb the runes, and they'll come out as soon as you kill them, shouted Lien Wying. Following that, everyone on the martial stage charged toward the Dragonblood Legion from all sides. Seeing this scene, Long Chen clenched his fists, his gaze turning ice cold. All of a sudden, the golden dragon scales on his body seemed to be stimulated and slowly opened, endless power flowing on top of them. Long Chen roared, channeling all his strength into his dragon claw. He then plunged it directly through the fabric of space, striking Long Aoshan. Chapter 4259, 7 Peak Slash. Long Aoshan was leading the charge toward the Dragonblood Legion, and the Long clan's heavenly geniuses were following close behind him. But at this moment, a dragon claw enveloped all of them, bringing with it the air of death. Long Aoshan had repeatedly targeted the Dragonblood Legion to antagonize Long Chen. As a result, Long Chen was fully enraged and no longer cared about how the rest of the battle would go. He directly unleashed his killer move, 7-color Supreme Blood Shield. Knowing that there was no dodging this dragon claw, Long Aoshan's 7-colored Divine Radiance condensed into 18 barriers in front of him. Even the experts beyond the martial stage could sense the terrifying power of the barrier. Remarkably, each of the barriers actually contained metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang energy with incredible purity. Even the innate heaven venerates, with all their experience, had never seen anyone capable of using so many elements simultaneously. Triple Supremes typically only had 3 kinds of energy, yet Long Aoshan actually used 7, and every single one of them was incredibly powerful. When the power of his 5 elements flowed, yin and yang energy bolstered them. Due to this, each of those barriers was comparable to a grand formation, and breaking through it would be incredibly difficult. However, Long Aoshan had summoned 18 at once. To everyone's surprise though, these mighty barriers were as weak as paper in front of the dragon claw. They were torn through one by one. The experts of the Long clan were left dumbfounded. The 8th elder even leapt to his feet, staring in disbelief. He was well aware of Long Aoshan's immense power and had regarded the 7-colored Supreme Blood as a monstrous, unrivaled existence. Long Aoshan's 5-colored shield was a formidable defense that was hard for most Triple Supremes to breach. This was due to the flow of the 5 elements within it, which dissipated about 80% of a person's attack power or even rendered it ineffective if their power wasn't concentrated enough. As for the 7-colored shield, it had the power of yin and yang on top of the 5 elements. The 8th elder had personally tested it and found that even he would need to use his full power to break one of those shields. Hence, he knew just how powerful Long Aoshan's 7-colored shield was and had even thought that Long Aoshan was taking Long Chen's attack too seriously by summoning 18 shields at once. There was no need for such a thing. However, those shields then shattered one by one, and the dragon claw continued. In front of countless astonished eyes, it tore through all 18 shields in one go. Seeing this scene, Long Aoshan unsheathed his sword, and its cold light tore through the heavens. This was an eternal divine weapon, and its might was so formidable that even gods would think twice before confronting it. Long Chen's dragon claw continued onward, and with a heaven-shaking explosion, Long Aoshan's sword chi was forcibly crushed by this dragon claw. Finally, the expression on Long Aoshan's face changed. This claw had gone through 18 of his shields. According to reason, it should have exhausted all of its power. This is the way. Well done. The dragon expert's praise rang out in Long Chen's mind. It was extremely excited. This display from Long Chen got full marks from it. Long Chen was also excited. It was only thanks to the dragon expert's guidance in front of the bone steel that he had managed to master this divine technique. Long Chen had finally understood the proper form of the dragon race's divine abilities. Before this, Long Aoshan's protective divine radiance would have blocked over 90% of Long Chen's dragon claw energy. After all, the 7-colored Supreme Blood was too overpowering. Fortunately, it was powerless against the true Cloud Dragon Immolation Claw. Long Chen had channeled his full might, concentrating his power at the tips of the dragon claw. As a result, the 7 colored shields were unable to absorb or dissipate the force, and Long Chen's claw pierced through Long Aoshan's defenses like a nail. In the end, the 18 shields were broken, with the dragon claw still retaining around 80% of its original power. This attack was bordering on perfection, so it was no wonder the dragon expert would praise Long Chen. Even amongst the dragon race, those capable of mastering this technique to such a degree were as rare as a phoenix feather or Qilin horn. With his sword chi crushed, in his fury, Long Aoshan raised his sword. Within his manifestation, the image of a sun and moon came into view. The next moment, yin and yang interwove through the 5 elements, causing divine radiance to flow around his sword. A sharp aura then rose out of it, so sharp that it was like the world would be cut apart by it. He then cut Long Chen's dragon claw with it. He's finally using his full power. Long Chen's death is at hand. This 7-peak sword is an immemorial divine weapon that perfectly matches Aoshan's attributes. It immediately recognized him as master upon seeing him. When Aoshan unleashed this sword's divine might, even innate heaven venerates would avoid him. No one on the martial stage can rival him. The 8th elder smiled when he saw this scene. 7-peak slash. Long Aoshan roared. His sword then quivered and suddenly slashed down. However, the moment Long Aoshan's sword fell, Long Chen actually appeared right in front of him in a flash, shocking Long Aoshan. Long Chen was actually able to escape the lock of the 7-peak sword. Now his attack had yet to be unleashed, but Long Chen was already right in front of him. Long Aoshan would never have dreamed that this 7-peak sword, an eternal divine weapon from ancient times, would be unable to lock down Long Chen. Stunned, Long Aoshan suddenly altered the angle of his 7-peak sword, turning his slash into a horizontal cut. It had to be said that Long Aoshan was truly a peak genius. He was able to switch techniques quickly. However, to everyone's astonishment, Long Chen was cut in 2 by this one sword strike. "No, that's a fake. Aoshan has fallen for a trap," exclaimed an expert from the Long clan. Long Chen was still in his original location, not moving at all. What appeared in front of Long Aoshan was merely a clone. Amidst his preparations for a powerful attack and with the 7-peak sword's lock on Long Chen, Long Aoshan had never thought that Long Chen would use a clone to attack him. He instinctively changed his attack to match Long Chen's move. But as a result, just as he cleaved the Long Chen before him in half, he realized that he had fallen for it. Long Chen's clone was destroyed, but that 7-colored divine radiance was like a crescent fang sweeping through the air, heading straight toward the experts pouncing on the Dragonblood Legion. These experts were focused on the Dragonblood Legion, but before they even got a chance to attack, Long Aoshan's strike reached them, catching them off guard. The next moment, countless lifeforms were struck by the 7-color divine light, and this stunned countless people both inside and outside the martial stage. The power of Long Aoshan's attack was absolutely shocking. It passed through the entire crowd and struck the martial stage's barrier, slashing through it and leaving a massive cut in the process. Nevertheless, despite the sword's formidable might, it had landed on the wrong target. Thanks to him, the number of experts from the 10,000 races was instantly halved. The surviving experts experienced a whirlwind of emotions, initially shocked, followed by fury, and eventually overtaken by terror. The survivors only lived thanks to luck. Only peak experts had the power to react and dodge in time. In contrast, numerous experts lost their lives without even knowing what was going on, lost in the craze for the karmic luck runes. Lian Weiing, Yi Wuchen, Zhao Xingtian, and the other experts roared furiously, killing intent exploding out of them. Chapter 4260, Heaven-Shaking Chaotic Battle. Long Aoshan's attack killed so many people, regardless of their status or race. It even claimed the lives of numerous members of the Undying race. Although the Undying race's powerful life force allowed them to revive even upon being obliterated, Long Aoshan's attack seemed to have absorbed all of their life force before killing them. Long Aoshan, you attacked too early. Didn't we say that you'd only switch sides at the very end? In the distance, Mo Nian shouted at Long Aoshan with exasperation, causing everyone to look at Long Aoshan with new wariness and anger. Long Aoshan was enraged. He had fallen for Long Chen's trick, killing many of Long Chen's enemies in one blow. Now, Mo Nian even slandered him, and he didn't know how to respond. Long Aoshan didn't bother explaining and furiously slashed the 7-peak sword at Long Chen. He would use his actions to prove himself. Long Chen brandished his fist to receive this blow. With an explosive sound, the sword was knocked aside, but the scales on his fist shattered and golden blood oozed out. The seven-peak sword was clearly different from the violet gold bell. Long Chen would naturally be at an immense disadvantage if he caught it barehanded. However, after this attack, Long Chen grew even more confident. He was now unafraid of eternal divine weapons. At the very least, eternal divine weapons in the hands of immortal kings were unable to cause him fatal injuries. As Long Aoshan let out a resounding roar, waves of sword images came flying out of the seven-peak sword. Long Aoshan then crazily attacked, tearing through the void with every slash. In contrast, golden light blazed from Long Chen's body, and his dragon cry kept resounding throughout the heavens. He fought against the seven-peak sword with his fists. The astral winds and sword chi from their exchanges actually penetrated the martial stage's barrier. The entire Sage King Prefecture was quivering because of their battle. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They were finally experiencing a genuine battle between unrivaled heavenly geniuses. Long Chen and Long Aoshan's exchanges started a chaotic battle on the martial stage. Lian Wang's lily leaves covered the sky as they fell on the Dragonblood Legion, only to be blocked by an enormous willow tree. The willow's branches were like sharp swords piercing back toward Lian Wang. As both Lian Wang and Lu Ruyan had summoned their true bodies, the martial stage didn't seem to be able to fit both of them at once. It instantly became packed. Space quivered. The next moment, a sword silently pierced toward the unconscious Yu Zifang. Mu Qingyan was holding him, but by the time she noticed this sword, that sword was almost at his head. Just as it seemed like he would be pierced through, a dagger blocked that sword. Seeing this, Mu Qingyan was pale with terror and hastily retreated with Yu Zifang. Mu Qingyan was shocked and flustered. She was also a sword cultivator, but she hadn't even sensed an assassin getting close. Two figures then appeared from the void. The sword-wielding sneak attacker was the Shadow Race's princess. As for the one to block her, it was the delicate Dong Mingyu. "Why aren't you using that black dagger?" The Shadow Princess was like a phantom. She had managed to silently appear in the Dragonblood Legion's camp. In a clash between assassins, there's no need to rely on a weapon advantage. "I don't need it to kill you," responded Dong Mingyu coldly. After saying that, she turned to the horrified Mu Qingyan. "Don't worry about it, she is the Shadow Race's princess, and her bloodline is special. Only she is capable of sneaking over here. Concentrate yourself. Maintain the absolute calmness of a sword cultivator. After all, the heart reflects the sword. Don't let other things disturb you." After saying that, without anyone seeing how she moved, the Shadow Princess suddenly raised her sword to block. Only when some sparks flew did Dong Mingyu's figure slowly fade away. One was the Shadow Race's princess, and the other was the Shadow Sect's top assassin. After one clash, both of their figures vanished. Sparks flew throughout the void as they would appear in different spots each time. However, no one was able to see their actual figures. In fact, they didn't even see their weapons and only saw sparks when their weapons clashed. A large battle erupted. Ji Yuyong wielded his spear against Yi Wuchen, and Guo Ran summoned his battle armor, his sabers dancing as he fought Zhao Xingtian. As for Sha Chen, he was throwing talismans that blocked the ghost Dao lifeform. Mo Nian was finally fighting seriously, his mischievous smile gone. Behind him, his manifestation of an ancient divine bow and ancient pine swayed. He was going all out. His opponent was Yan Wuji, who was wielding a halberd. At some point, a golden crown had appeared on his head, and the human emperor manifestation behind him supported him with its emperor might. Each of his blows caused heaven and earth to quiver. Mo Nian and Yan Wuji's battle shocked countless people, especially the factions that had arrest warrants out for Mo Nian. Their jaws dropped. They hadn't expected the wretched fellow whom they had pursued for so long, the shameless fellow who had no ability other than fleeing, would possess such immense power. He was fighting on par with the human emperor's descendant. After seeing that, they felt a burst of fear. If Mo Nian hadn't chosen to flee and instead fought against them, their families would probably have been destroyed. However, what they were unable to understand was that if Mo Nian was so powerful, why did he always like to do something as shameful as robbing graves? At this moment, a bird cry rang out, shaking the heavens. Cloud had summoned the body of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow and spread her wings. Rainbow light was flowing on top of her feathers as her sharp claws raked the heavens. She was fighting a bloody battle with a Kunpang. This Kunpang was the strongest heavenly genius of the Kunpang race. These two immemorial divine birds were locked in an exceptionally intense battle, their skirmish causing blood and feathers to scatter in all directions. Tang Wan'er had wind blades all around her. Like a storm goddess, she blocked the entire heavenly tiger race all on her own. The heavenly tiger race's greatest heavenly genius was completely suppressed by Tang Wan'er. Without the aid of the rest of his race, he wouldn't have been able to survive her assault. Tang Wan'er was fierce and immediately launched her killing blows. This girl was venting all of the rage in her heart, and the only place for her to vent was on the heavenly tiger race's experts. In contrast, Yi Ziqiu wielded a sword of ice and was fighting the black tortoise race's expert. That expert's defense was astonishing. His shell in particular was so strong that he didn't even fear eternal divine weapons. However, Yi Ziqiu's ice energy did frighten him, and he was never able to escape her blockade. Next to their battlefield, a heavenly lightning violet salamander summoned a sea of lightning, but it was blocked by a sea of rainbow flames. Yu Qingshan had summoned the heavenly rainbow flame. As the heavenly rainbow flame was ranked 9th on the heavenly flame rankings, it was an existence that most people had only ever heard of but never seen. Its rainbow flames possessed the astonishing capability of incinerating heavenly lightning, leaving onlookers bewildered. Engaged in combat against a group of devil race experts, Meng Qi's spiritual strength surged, and her hand seals moved with the swiftness of lightning. Billions of swords encircled her opponents, their patterns and forms in constant flux. Within the confines of her formidable attack, no one could advance even a single step. As Long Chen's side planning on fighting the entire world on their own. Seeing this sight, the human experts outside of the martial stage were stunned. Long Chen's side had actually managed to face everyone's attacks. Chapter 4261, Life is Grass. All the experts of the various races had charged over. There were countless triple supremes and also the peak experts like Zhao Xingtian, Yi Wuchen, the Ghost Dao Lifeform, the Shadow Princess, and others. Just peak experts on their level numbered in the dozens. However, the Dragonblood Legion's side had forcibly received their assault head-on. How could people not be shocked? Countless chi waves crashed throughout the martial stage, and the barrier was constantly shaking as if it would explode at any moment. The entire Sage King Prefecture was shaking as well, like a boat in the sea that would capsize at any moment. This was a truly heaven-shaking battle. All the heavenly geniuses on the martial stage were fighting. On the other hand, the seniors' hearts clenched just by watching, especially on the side of the High Firmament Academy. The hands of Bai Shishi and Bai Shaola's mother were shaking, as this battle was on an entirely different level of intensity. The battle had just started, but the only members of the Dragonblood Legion who weren't busy dealing with enemies were Bai Shishi and Chu Yao. But just a few breaths later, Bai Shishi was also forced to join. Gaps were appearing in their defenses, and a group of the Netherworld's experts forced their way through. Upon seeing this, golden lotuses bloomed beneath Bai Shishi's feet as she stepped forward. With a slash of sharp sword chi, she directly wiped out a triple supreme. However, there were just too many enemies. Even as Bai Shishi locked down this region, more danger sprang up all around. After all, their enemies were everywhere, and they trickled through any openings they could find. They seemed crazy. Seeing everyone on Long Chen's side having divine radiance flowing around them, it was a clear sign that the karmic luck runes had yet to be fully absorbed. In other words, as long as they were killed before they could fully absorb the runes, those karmic luck runes would be masterless items that anyone could take. Gradually, more and more experts managed to break through the front lines. Over 2,000 Dragonblood warriors comprised the first line of defense, slaughtering the strongest experts that they could find. Their rays of sword chi obliterated countless experts. Many people personally saw triple supremes being wiped out by the Dragonblood warriors as soon as they clashed. These Dragonblood warriors were incredibly powerful. As for the other 3,000 Dragonblood warriors that had been in the mirror world, they were spread throughout the rear, assisting the others. Behind the 2,000 Dragonblood warriors were the elites of the Starry River sect, the Academy, and the Battle God Palace. The experts that the Dragonblood warriors didn't have time to kill became their prey. After going through the Dragonblood warriors, there weren't that many fish left to kill. Furthermore, they were mostly the weaker ones, so the weaker Dragonblood warriors and the brave experts who had come to assist them slaughtered those leftovers. This was a chaotic and bloody battle, and the Dragonblood Legion's side was under immense pressure. There were simply too many enemies, and they were all crazy. To obtain karmic luck runes, these people were willing to throw their lives away. As soon as one batch was killed, another 3 batches came. As a result, the defensive line was constantly pulling back and shrinking. But at a certain point, there would be nowhere else to fall back to. Without that slight buffer, it would be a direct clash, and their casualties would soar. Everyone was forced to go all out, with the Dragonblood Legion doing their best to slow down the shrinking of their defensive line. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Ji Yuyong, and the others were killing the enemies as fast as they could to reduce the pressure on all the others and buy more time. Time was what they were fighting for. At this moment, the martial stage was shaking, and strange runes had appeared on the barrier. Since the karmic luck bead had been destroyed by Yu Zifeng, it signified that this Sage King convention was ending. Thus, the martial stage was on the verge of vanishing. Once the martial stage vanished, nothing could stop them from running. Thus, both sides were fighting for time. After all, once the martial stage vanished, the karmic luck runes would be impossible to take. Even if they killed these people, it would just be venting, and they wouldn't get anything out of it. Time was what pressed everyone to go into a craze, causing countless powerful attacks to be unleashed. On the martial stage, lives held as much value as blades of grass, and blood drenched the ground, creating a ghastly and horrific sight. On the border of the martial stage, a few experts were still watching. A few million human experts were in a corner, and the Zhang clan's disciples were amongst them. Big Sister Feng Fei, shouldn't we join in? The tentative balance of the battlefield will be instantly broken by us, said the long-haired man beside Feng Fei. This person was one of the Zhang clan's 3 great heavenly geniuses. His power was actually above Feng Fei's, but Feng Fei's position in the Zhang clan was particularly special. Despite Feng Fei's power ranking at the bottom of the 3, she was the leader. Currently, it appeared as if both sides were evenly matched. But everyone could see that the Dragonblood Legion's side was being pressed back and would quickly collapse. If the Zhang clan were to join in, they would instantly break through their defenses. Just the 3 of them could reach the center and seize countless karmic luck runes. Feng Fei indifferently said, "First, the Zhang clan must always keep their word. We cannot become petty people without integrity. After all, our Zhang clan is not the Zhao clan. Second, what you see is only the surface. The greatest variable on the battlefield is not the Dragonblood Legion but Long Chen himself." Long Aoshan even said it himself, saying that this fellow specializes in pretending to be the pig to eat the tiger. Long Aoshan has suffered at his hands many times, so do you still want to eat the pig after hearing that? Third, Long Aoshan might look to be using his full power, but this fellow is extremely sinister. He is only waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for an opportunity. He is waiting for Long Chen to unleash his full power. In other words, he doesn't dare to fight Long Chen in his peak state and is waiting for Long Chen to weaken before revealing his true fangs, said Feng Fei. The Zhang clan's disciples were shaken. This terrifying battle still wasn't the climax. Other than that, how do you know that none of these spectators are Long Chen's friends? Feng Fei eyed the other spectators from the other races. And this is the most important one, even if we were to join in and kill those people, we wouldn't be able to kill Long Chen. Once Long Chen flees, I guarantee that the Zhang clan will be doomed. That can't be. How could our Zhang clan be afraid of an immortal king? Demanded that long-haired man. Long Chen's power isn't something that you can imagine. Although you might not believe me, as disciples of the Zhang clan, I have no choice but to risk offending you with the truth. Zhang Fei looked at that man and sighed. I refuse to believe it. That heavenly genius snorted coldly. But at this moment, the expressions of the Zhang clan's experts underwent a drastic change. Just as he was about to charge into the battlefield, a ruckus came from the demonic beast race's side. Following that, hundreds of thousands of demonic beast experts charged into the battlefield. Heavenly River Blood Crocodile, Gold Tusk Wild Mammoth, Six-Horn Barbarian Bull. In an instant, this heavenly genius recognized these famous demonic beasts. So others had decided to make their move before him. Chapter 4262, Wild Awakens. Heavenly River Blood Crocodile, Gold Tusk Wild Mammoth, and Six-Horn Barbarian Bull were all extremely terrifying existences within the demonic beast race. Their power was not much weaker than the Black Tortoise, Heavenly Tiger, and Kunpeng races. However, these 3 races were crafty, acting like everything beforehand was none of their business. They hadn't drawn anyone's attention before. Now that they saw their chance, they immediately pounced on it. After watching for so long, they knew precisely where the Dragonblood Legion's defenses were most vulnerable. Their target was the gap between Tang Wan'er and Yi Zichou's blockades, and they planned to instantly charge through that opening. Tang Wan'er and Yi Zichou were enraged. These experts came too suddenly, giving them no chance to react. However, neither of them could move from their current positions. As soon as they did, the experts they were holding back at this moment would charge forward, and their defensive line would be forced to rapidly fall back. Leave them to me. Just then, giant figures arrived from the core of the Dragonblood Legion. Windy and the others had appeared, and this group of warriors from the barbarian race directly charged at the Heavenly River blood crocodiles, gold-tusk wild mammoths, and six-horned barbarian bulls. Damn barbarians! Scram! One of the gold-tusk wild mammoths roared, letting out a heaven-shaking cry. After summoning its true body, it looked like a mountain charging forward. Its golden tusks were shining brightly and thundered through the air. What terrifying blood chi! Shocked cries rang out. This gold-tusk wild mammoth's pressure was not at all inferior to that of Zhao Xingtian, Yi Wuchen, and the others. It possessed a terrifying momentum as it charged forward. That gold-tusk wild mammoth reached the barbarian race's experts in the blink of an eye, smashing into them in the most direct and violent manner. The rest of Heavenly River blood crocodile, gold-tusk wild mammoth, and six-horned barbarian bull races were following as well, intending to pierce through the Dragonblood Legion's blockade to throw their formation into chaos and ruin their tempo. However, at this moment, Windy shouted and his body explosively grew. His form enlarged dramatically, resembling a giant, and he wielded a white bone hatchet in his hand. Just like that, he smashed it down at the first gold-tusk wild mammoth. Windy's body was covered with bulging muscles and shining golden runes, while his blood chi surged forth from within. Bracing the impact, Windy's body quivered and he was pushed back. Seeing this, the barbarian warriors behind him also transformed into giants, pressing on Windy's body, working together to resist the attack. What shocked people was that the barbarian race's warriors were using the simplest, clumsiest fighting style of a human wall to block this assault. The gold-tusk wild mammoth pushed hundreds of barbarian experts back, but only managed to take a few steps before its speed plummeted. At that moment, a giant crocodile unleashed a ray of light out of its mouth at the barbarian warriors. Their combined defense was blown back again, and the ray of light was shattered in the process. Their formation was now in disarray. Just as their formation was tumbling down, a furious roar rang out. A bull with 6 horns on its head pounced through the air, charging toward them with explosive blood chi. 3 peak-level demonic beasts had attacked, their combination flawless. This level of cooperation could not be achieved without practice. On the other hand, the barbarian warriors were powerful enough to receive these attacks, but their cooperation was extremely clumsy. Only a dozen barbarian warriors were in place to intercept the 6-horned wild bull. There was no way that their paltry numbers could block this attack that had been charging up energy for so long, but they still fearlessly raised their hatchets. The 6-horned wild bull's horns lit up, blasting through them, sending those barbarian warriors tumbling back. They were unable to stop it. However, to everyone's surprise, even after receiving such a terrifying attack, those barbarian warriors once more stood up, not looking injured at all. People stared in shock at their terrifying physical bodies. It had to be known that this peak expert of the 6-horned barbarian bull race had just used one of its innate divine abilities, and that attack was not inferior to the blow from an eternal divine weapon. However, it was unable to harm them. The 6-horned barbarian bull was also shocked that they weren't even injured, but it didn't bother wasting time on them. With a shout, it charged through to the Dragonblood warriors. With the barbarian warriors' defenses torn apart, the 3 armies of the demonic beast races poured through like lava. The peak expert of the 6-horned barbarian bull race roared. In its eyes, the Dragonblood warriors weren't people but clumps of karmic luck runes. It was the first to reach them. Just as it prepared to attack them, a pair of large hands caught its horns, and it came to a grunting stop. Following that, a cracking sound rang out as its horns were directly snapped by those hands. The 6-horned barbarian bull screamed and shot back. Now, a giant figure could be seen standing in front of the Dragonblood Legion. King. When that figure stood, all the barbarian warriors and Dragonblood warriors cheered. Wild was awake. Wild's eyelids were still drooping. He clearly had just awoken and was staring at the 2 horns in his hands foolishly. He then looked around in a daze. Wild instantly spotted Long Chen. His voice quivered, and his eyes instantly reddened. "Brother Long, Wild missed you. Good brother, I also missed you. But now isn't the time to talk. Help everyone deal with the enemies," shouted Long Chen emotionally. He was overjoyed to see that Wild had awakened. Wild excitedly looked around and began to cry out one name after another in delight. Big Sister Meng Qi, Big Sister Chu Yao. Watch out, Tang Wan suddenly cried out. That six-horned barbarian bull took advantage of Wild's distraction, and its 4 horns lit up. 4 rays of divine light then shot toward Wild. Despite Tang Wan's warning, no one knew whether Wild was still groggy from sleep or if his reflexes were genuinely that sluggish. Those 4 rays of divine light simply struck his chest. As a result, Wild's body quivered, and he took a step back. 4 black spots appeared on his chest. That 6-horned barbarian bull was completely shocked. This was its innate divine ability, and it had supreme killing power. However, it only burned a bit of Wild's skin. There wasn't even any blood. That hurts. I'll eat you. Wild held his chest and roared. The next moment, a giant bone club appeared in his hand, and he smashed it at that 6-horned barbarian bull. That 6-horned barbarian bull's head was instantly smushed. Chapter 4263, Unmatched Wild. With a single strike of Wild's club, the peak expert of the 6-horned barbarian bull race had its head destroyed. This scene stunned countless people. That was a peak expert within the demonic beast race, but even such an existence was killed in one blow. Most inconceivable of all, when that club smashed toward it, that expert seemed to have become stupid. It didn't dodge or defend, simply allowing that club to crush its head. Wild suddenly grabbed one of its legs and yanked it, forcibly tearing off a leg and biting it. A large chunk of that bloody leg instantly entered his stomach. Yes, bull meat is really good. Wild mumbled as he chewed. After a few more bites, the leg was gone, and he didn't even leave any bones. The bones of the 6-horned barbarian bull race had runes carved into them, making them incredibly tough, but Wild's teeth simply crushed them. That crunching sound was like he was eating deep-fried fish. After eating the leg, Wild hung the rest of the corpse on his waist where a leather belt could be seen. Upon seeing that belt, countless people quivered. It was not a mere belt but rather a dragon's corpse. Wild had been slumbering before, so no one had noticed it. But now that he was in his giant form, they saw that a dragon corpse was wrapped around his waist. Furthermore, based on its aura, it was on the level of an innate heaven venerate, and it didn't seem to have died that long ago. Its skin was peeled, turning it into a belt. The heavenly river blood crocodile, gold tusk wild mammoth, and 6-horned barbarian bull experts had all turned and fled after Wild killed. That peak expert. Wild smashed his bone club down on the gold tusk wild mammoth expert. This peak expert had charged the furthest in, only to now be fleeing. Wild's bone club rapidly closed the gap between them, and the gold tusk wild mammoth's body quivered. Terror filled its eyes, causing it to lose control over its body. It felt like some kind of energy had locked onto it, making its blood freeze inside of it. It could only let out a terrified scream, but no one went to help it. Wild's bone club smashed down without hesitation. Just like that, another peak expert was slain. Its head caved in, its golden tusks exploding, while its body twitched a bit before it stopped moving. Wild then reached out and grabbed its corpse by the nose, placing it on his waist. Now, he had the corpses of 2 peak experts on his waist. Originally, Wild's body was about the same size as these corpses. But once Wild killed them, their bodies shrank until they hung on his waist like rabbits on a normal person's body. What is going on? The way Wild killed 2 peak experts stunned everyone inside and outside the martial stage. Killing the 6-horned barbarian bull might be attributed to catching it off guard, but slaying the gold tusk wild mammoth, which was already fleeing for its life, with a single blow was just unbelievable. People had no idea what was going on. After all, every peak expert had to have some skill. Just what kind of existence was this giant of the barbarian race? With a few steps, Wild crossed thousands of miles, chasing after the heavenly river blood crocodile expert. This expert instantly fled as soon as it saw Wild. However, when Wild started chasing it, its body quivered, and its speed plummeted. What? When everyone saw that, they were shocked. Wild's club fell once more. Just like before, the heavenly river blood crocodile's protective divine light shattered, and its head exploded. Another peak expert was slain, and it didn't have the slightest ability to resist. These 3 races were instantly crushed by the deaths of their leaders. Wild grabbed the heavenly river blood crocodile's tail and hung it on his waist as well. In the blink of an eye, 3 peak demonic beasts had been killed. In an instant, the heavenly genius from Zhang clan who had wanted to join in as well became dumbfounded. He was now thanking the heavens that he hadn't done so. Demonic beasts, be careful. This fellow might very well be from the legendary descendants of the barbarian king, the blood barbarian race. As soon as he sets his eyes on you, the pressure of the barbarian king crashes down on you, and your blood chi will come to a stop. Also, your runes will lose effect, and you can't even use divine abilities. Shouted an expert from the demonic beast race. Blood barbarian race, descendants of the barbarian king. How is that possible? The blood barbarian race went extinct a long time ago. After the final barbarian king died, there was never any remnant of the blood barbarian race. Exclaimed an elder outside of the martial stage. When it came to these seniors, the majority had some knowledge of history. Moreover, the barbarian race's history was no great secret. The barbarian race had tens of thousands of branches, and they were one of the strongest races within the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Uniquely, the barbarian race's experts didn't need to cultivate, and they possessed natural titanic strength. All they needed to do was eat, and their power would grow limitlessly. The barbarian race's experts were natural warriors with unmatched power and defense. They were practically flawless. As for the blood barbarian race, they were the emperor race of the barbarian race. All branches of the barbarian race accepted them as their leader and were fully loyal to them. Unfortunately, in a great battle millions and millions of years ago, all the blood barbarian race's experts fought to the death. Having lost their leader, the barbarian race gradually declined. The legend said that while the barbarian race was powerful, their fatal weakness was their low intelligence. It was all too easy to scheme against them. Furthermore, the demonic beast race, which had constantly been hunted as food by the barbarian race, also launched a fierce attack on them. They weren't a match for the barbarian race in terms of power, but through scheming, they split up the barbarian race, crushing them one at a time. In the end, the barbarian race's experts were reduced to the point that they were in complete disarray. It was said that only a few of their branches still survived to this day. The rest had gone extinct. As for those surviving branches, they went into hiding, not daring to walk in the outside world. However, for the Sage King convention, they re-emerged, which was already astonishing. What was even more unbelievable was the reappearance of the long-extinct blood barbarian race. It left everyone in disbelief. The barbarian race didn't know how to cultivate or use magical arts, so it was impossible for them to seal away any heavenly geniuses. Anyway, it was said that it was impossible to seal them because their physical bodies would wither away and they would die. Sealing them was no different from killing them. This is impossible, exclaimed someone in disbelief. The blood barbarian race treats all beasts as food. Even the kunpangs and true dragons are food to them. Anyone whose ancestors were eaten by blood barbarians will feel a terror deep in their souls as soon as they're targeted by blood barbarians. This fear becomes a kind of lock when attacked by the blood barbarian, and it's very similar to a bloodline suppression, said a human expert. After killing 3 peak experts in a row, Wild suddenly spotted a giant black tortoise in the distance. In an instant, his eyes lit up, and he charged over with his bone club. Chapter 4264, Let Me Have a Bite. The black tortoise race's peak expert was in the middle of a fight with Yi Ziqiu. Endless ice flew about this region, and he had tried to break through her defenses countless times, only to be repelled repeatedly, causing him to bellow in frustration. Suddenly, he felt a chill. It was as though a primordial beast had set his sights on him. He then turned to see Wild salivating over him, and his soul fled in terror. He hastily turned and ran. Stop, let me taste the flavor of a black turtle. Seeing him run, Wild hastily shouted and sped up. With Wild's huge body, a single step made him cross many miles and caused the martial stage to quiver. The black tortoise expert felt a sense of mortal danger, and his 4 legs rapidly brought him away. Just because his legs were short didn't mean that his speed was slow. He almost pissed himself in terror. The only reason why he was still capable of running was because he was far away from Wild. Once Wild caught him though, his instincts told him that he would undoubtedly die. Don't run, I won't kill you, just let me have a bite. I want to see if you're as delicious as what my grandpa said. Shouted Wild as he ran. Suddenly, the void exploded, and countless vines twined around Wild like pythons. Get out of my way. Wild furiously smashed the vines apart with his club. However, more vines quickly wrapped around his arm as well. Wild furiously fought against the vines, blasting them apart over and over. However, they were limitless, causing Wild to shout his fury. These vines came from the experts of the Undying race. They saw Wild's weakness, and hundreds of thousands of them were tying him down at once. Their goal wasn't to kill him. They only wanted to tie him down and prevent him from participating in the battle. Over time, more and more veins bound Wild. These vines were shockingly tough. An ordinary triple supreme would have no chance of escaping once they were fully wrapped. As for Wild, he easily broke them apart, but there were just too many of them, and they also possessed powerful life force. As a result, Wild was caught. Seeing Wild tied down, the Black Tortoise experts sighed with relief and once more returned to the battlefield. The advantage Wild had brought instantly vanished. At this moment, the barbarian warriors were dealing with the experts of the Heavenly River Blood Crocodile, Gold Tusk Wild Mammoth, and Six-Horn Barbarian Bull races. These three races had their peak experts slain by Wild. But now that Wild was tied down, they frantically attacked again, trying to break through their formation. The barbarian warriors numbered merely in the thousands, and while they were powerful, there was an immense number disparity. At this time, the martial stage's barrier began to grow unstable. Countless people's hearts clenched nervously. Hold on, the martial stage is about to fall apart. Bai Zontang clenched his fists. He was so nervous that his forehead was sweaty. As long as the martial stage broke, everything would be over, and they would be able to reinforce Long Chen and the others. However, this was also the most dangerous time. The experts within also saw the martial stage changing, and so they grew even more frantic. Are you just going to watch? The martial stage is about to vanish. If you keep sitting there, the karmic luck runes will be fully absorbed, and you'll have no other chance. Roared Yi Wuchen. Currently, quite a few people were just watching, looking harmless. But no one knew just how many experts were hidden amongst their ranks. These people were still watching. Previously, the Heavenly River Blood Crocodile, Gold Tusk Wild Mammoth, and Six-Horn Barbarian Bull races had been amongst them. It was unknown just how many people like them were amongst these spectators, still waiting for their chance. However, the martial stage was quivering, indicating that the martial stage was about to vanish. The majority of these spectators had weaker cultivation bases and didn't have the power to compete for the karmic luck runes, so they directly gave up on fighting for them. The only reason they had managed to survive to this point was thanks to Shu Xin'er. She had exposed the truth about this ceremony, and the cannon fodder that should have been sacrificed managed to survive. With Yi Wuchen's roar, one figure after another came flying out of their midst. They numbered only a few hundred and came from many different races. To everyone's surprise, when they flew out, they summoned their manifestations that looked like blazing suns, which meant that these hundreds of people were all top experts. However, it seemed that they were all solitary figures. Once they appeared, the balance of the battlefield would be instantly shattered. Zhang Feng, what are you doing? Feng Fei's shout came from the human race's side. Zhang Feng was that expert who had wanted to attack the Dragonblood Legion before but hadn't. His power was second within the Zhang clan and above Feng Fei. However, his authority simply wasn't as high as hers. Seeing so many experts suddenly make their move, he joined them. HMPH, when a woman is in charge, the walls collapse. What can you possibly accomplish when you're afraid of every little thing? If we still don't make our move now, how long are you going to wait? You guys can keep cowering like tortoises. I, Zhang Feng, am not going to let such an opportunity pass, sneered Zhang Feng. Bastard, you are killing yourself, shouted Feng Fei. I will use my actions to prove that women can only see as far as their own fingers, sneered Zhang Feng. He was already shooting out at the Dragonblood Legion. Feng Fei was pale, quivering with rage. The Zhang clan's experts looked from Feng Fei to Zhang Feng. They were envious of him. They were also extremely enticed. After all, those were karmic luck runes, priceless treasures that could change a person's life. Yet, all they could do was observe. What a torture. However, the Zhang clan's rules were strict. The family head had personally ordered them to listen to Feng Fei, and they lacked the audacity to defy the clan head's commands, unlike Zhang Feng. Long Chen and Long Aoshan were still fighting. With a heaven-shaking explosion, Long Aoshan was sent flying back, while Long Chen shot back to the Dragonblood Legion. Want to save them? Keep dreaming. Long Aoshan sneered and chased after him. A flame lotus suddenly appeared in Long Chen's left hand, and he shouted, "Wild." Long Chen then tossed an enormous flame lotus at Wild. White flames devoured Wild, as well as the vines binding him, instantly incinerating them. Wild then gritted his teeth because of this burn, but other than his skin reddening slightly, he wasn't injured. After escaping, Wild roared and smashed his club at Long Aotian. All his anger at being trapped was unleashed on Long Aotian. Chapter 4265, Zhang Feng. Long Aotian had been fighting Long Chen the entire time, unaware that Long Chen's ultimate goal was to free Wild. By the time he reacted, Wild's bone club already smashed toward him. He found that the space around him instantly froze, as though he was frozen in an ice block. Only then did Long Aotian understand why those demonic beasts had just let themselves be killed by Wild like fools. The moment Wild attacked, the space around his target solidified. Moreover, Long Aotian's manifestation was also suppressed to the limit. Long Aotian wasn't even a demonic beast and wasn't suppressed by the barbarian race's bloodline suppression. However, Wild's club's power could change the laws of space. It was extremely uncomfortable. Long Aotian didn't dare to tarry. Seven-colored light lit up on his sword once more, and he slashed it down with his full power. Wild's bone club had a large cut slashed into it. Bone fragments flew about. Wild's bone club was unable to match Long Aotian's eternal divine weapon. The webbing of Wild's hand split open, and blood flowed. However, Long Aotian did not have it easy either. He was sent flying from Wild's club, coughing up blood in midair. Wild's power was truly tremendous. Despite it clearly being pure physical power, it affected even the laws of space. This seemingly simple smash of his club had reached a realm that was incomprehensible to most people. Long Chen helped Wild escape, and so he managed to throw off Long Aotian. His Kunpeng wings then flapped, and he shot toward the powerful experts who were now joining the battlefield. Divine Dragon Tail Pendulum, Long Chen bellowed, and his voice resonated like a dragon's roar. His glistening golden scales gleamed, and his leg burned more brilliantly than the sun. Just as Long Chen's leg kicked, space quivered and the image of an enormous dragon tail appeared, following Long Chen's leg forward. This one attack encapsulated all the hundreds of peak experts charging over, causing them to feel shocked and enraged. The fact that Long Chen was targeting all of them at once was clearly treating them lightly. These hundreds of experts had long since summoned their manifestations and were in a combat state. The next moment, rays of divine light shot toward Long Chen. Wild waves of qi surged, causing the void to darken. Long Chen's colossal dragon tail then disintegrated, while the attacks launched by the hundreds of experts also dissipated like smoke in the wind. Seeing Long Chen block all of them on his own, countless people were shocked. Long Chen was even more powerful than they had anticipated. The moment Long Chen unleashed his kick, he also drew the Minghong saber. Just like that, he dived into their midst. The Minghong saber cried out, and a devil expert was cut in two. Long Chen's saber danced through the air as quickly as lightning, like a phantom teleporting through their midst. He slaughtered dozens of experts in one go. These experts had charged to the very front and launched the sharpest attacks. However, they also received the strongest backlash. Long Chen's divine dragon tail pendulum had contained his full might. Otherwise, he wouldn't have managed to shatter all of their attacks at once. As a result, these people had their blood qi flipping inside of them, and they almost coughed up blood. Although they seemed fine on the surface, they would actually be in a weak state for a brief moment. With Long Chen's combat experience, he instantly took advantage of this, slaughtering as many of them as he could. He was like a tiger descending upon a flock of sheep. Every stroke of his saber killed a peak expert without exception. As a result, these peak experts were cut through like melons. Seeing the unstoppable Long Chen, the High Firmament Academy's experts felt their blood boiling with excitement. For many of them, this was their first time seeing Long Chen fight at full throttle. All other heavenly geniuses appeared insignificant in comparison, powerless to resist in the slightest. Kill him together, otherwise, the consequences will be untenable. The person shouting was precisely the one who refused to listen to Feng Fei's orders, the Zhang clan's heavenly genius, Zhang Feng. He was finally afraid after bearing witness to Long Chen's terror. Even after fighting for so long, Long Chen's aura hadn't dropped at all. In fact, it was continuously growing. As a result, Zhang Feng regretted coming. He was afraid, but there was no stopping now. The hearts of the remaining experts trembled with fear. Long Chen was undeniably terrifying. If they failed to eliminate him at this moment, they were certain he would unleash a vengeful bloodbath upon them later. If they couldn't kill him now and his Dragonblood Legion and women were slain, then they would never be able to live a peaceful day again. The others also roared, their line of thought being mostly the same. Taking advantage of their numbers, they had to take down Long Chen. Failing wasn't an option. A heaven-swallowing toad opened its mouth, spitting out a clump of black mist at Long Chen. The black mist corroded even space, unleashing a disgusting stench. The heaven-swallowing toad unleashed this black mist in order to force Long Chen back, to stop his assault. However, Long Chen actually ignored it and passed straight through the black mist. White flames could be seen on top of his body. With the protection of the ice soul, he didn't fear this poison. The heaven-swallowing toad didn't expect Long Chen to pass straight through. It hadn't even closed its mouth when Long Chen threw a flame lotus into its mouth. The flame lotus blazed like a sun. It was actually condensed from the sun flame, and it exploded inside of its mouth. The heaven-swallowing toad didn't have time to do anything. Its body exploded, and black liquid splashed in every direction. Screams rang out. This black liquid was its core venom, and it was incomparably toxic, capable of corroding even the void. The experts who didn't have time to dodge were directly struck by it. Their protective layers of divine light had almost no effect on it, so the black liquid instantly corroded their bodies. One expert was so close that he was splashed across the face and barely managed to scream before being corroded into a pool of disgusting water. The other experts weren't quite as unlucky but were still touched by a bit of it. They then tried to cut the flesh that was touched by it, but Long Chen didn't give them that chance. The Minghong saber once more cut down over 10 experts in an instant. The explosion of the heaven-swallowing toad ruined their tempo, and they fled from the detonation, leaving their formation open. Zhang Feng was one of the fortunate ones. There was a large demonic beast that became his umbrella, so he wasn't touched by the venom. However, the large demonic beast was then fleeing in pain, exposing Zhang Feng. He suddenly saw a pair of icy eyes staring at him. A chill then ran through Zhang Feng's spine, and he turned to flee. However, just as he was turning, he felt a sharp pain in his back as the Minghong saber stabbed through his body. The expressions of the Zhang clan's experts all contorted, and Feng Fei looked on helplessly. What she had been most worried about finally happened. Chapter 4266, The Minghong Saber's Limit. Upon seeing that Zhang Feng was impaled by Long Chen's saber, everyone knew that his fate would be decided by a single thought from Long Chen. Feng Fei's expression changed, as did the other members of the Zhang clan. In particular, the Zhang clan's people outside of the martial stage had grim expressions. Although Zhang Feng had not listened to Feng Fei's orders, rebelling against the family head's orders, in the end, he was still a member of the Zhang clan and was even one of their 3 great heavenly geniuses of the junior generation. However, Zhang Feng was unable to even unleash a single blow before being vanquished. He was one of their 3 most outstanding geniuses, and his power was even above Feng Fei's. While he might not have been Long Chen's equal in terms of raw power, it shouldn't have been to the extent where he couldn't even land a single blow. This was clearly the result of Zhang Feng's courage already being broken. He hadn't dared to fight Long Chen directly, and in his terror, he had made the most foolish decision. Even if he were to flee, he had to make his preparations beforehand, like holding off his enemy's attack while falling back. But what made the Zhang clan's experts speechless was that Zhang Feng had directly shown his back to his enemy. It was like he was just throwing his life to Long Chen. They were unable to comprehend how a heavenly genius of the Zhang clan could put on such an idiotic display. He had lost the face of the Zhang clan. Long Chen, don't kill me. I'm from the Zhang clan. Feng Fei is your friend, cried out Zhang Feng, his face pale with terror. Long Chen shook his head. Feng Fei is neither my friend nor my foe. At least up until now, I have not received any help from her, so I owe her no debt. If you think that I'll let you off because of her, you should give up on that thought. I, Long Chen, am always clear on what I owe others, whether that is a favor or a grudge. If others respect me, I'll respect them. If others want to kill me, I will kill them without hesitation. Weren't you shouting very loudly just now, telling everyone to join forces to kill me, or they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences? Since you wanted to kill me and even tried to kill me, don't blame me for being cold-hearted. If you kill me, the Zhang clan won't let you off. Zhang Feng's pleading became a threat. My enemies are spread throughout all 9 heavens and 10 lands. One Zhang clan makes no difference to me. With a quiver of Long Chen's arm, Zhang Feng screamed. His body exploded, and his Yuan spirit was annihilated along with him. In the end, Long Chen still killed Zhang Feng, causing the Zhang clan's experts outside of the martial stage to release their killing intent. By killing Zhang Feng, Long Chen was provoking the entire Zhang clan. Feng Fei couldn't help but sigh. This was the result that she had wanted to avoid the most, but it still occurred. With Zhang Feng's death, the Zhang clan definitely wouldn't let matters rest. Perhaps the Zhang clan would become mortal enemies with Long Chen due to this incident. Feng Fei understood Long Chen too well, and that was why she felt so helpless. She had been constantly working to avoid a conflict with him, but things still developed to this point. In any case, the Zhang clan would need to reclaim their honor after Zhang Feng's death, and they intended to do so by confronting Long Chen. Although it was Zhang Feng who had set himself against Long Chen first, giving Long Chen a reasonable excuse, in the end, reason was something that required power to mean anything. If you had power, reason was on your side. If you didn't have power, reason was absolutely meaningless. The cultivation world had no reason to speak of. After Zhang Feng was slain, the chaos of the heaven-swallowing toad's detonation settled. Long Chen's power had shaken all of these peak experts. Although they had numbers, they felt a profound terror against Long Chen. Now, they knew that killing Long Chen was unrealistic. Feeling intimidated, some of them directly charged toward the Dragonblood Legion from a different angle. Their confidence in killing Long Chen was shaken, but they still believed that they could avoid risking their lives against him by killing the weaklings. After all, their target was the karmic luck runes. As for Long Chen's revenge if he survived this, that was a matter for the future. Getting the karmic luck runes now was more important. Following that, they all scattered, so Long Chen couldn't stop them all at once. As for who he would kill, that would be up to luck. A human expert wielding a massive eternal shield was blown apart by Long Chen's saber. Unfortunately, immortal kings were unable to draw out the power of eternal divine weapons, so while his eternal shield remained unharmed by this clash, his body exploded. Even so, his Yuan spirit managed to survive thanks to the protection of his eternal shield. Having lost his physical body, he fled for his life. Long Chen simply ignored him and ran after an expert of the devil race. With a slash of his saber, despite that peak expert's full power counterattack, the latter was still slain with a single stroke of the Minghong saber. However, after killing him, Long Chen's heart sank upon noticing a peanut-sized nick in the Minghong saber. During their confrontation, that devil expert had been wielding an eternal devil weapon. But while the devil expert was slain in the end, the Minghong saber suffered some damage as well. The Minghong saber had reached the cusp of becoming an eternal divine weapon, but it hadn't fully crossed that threshold. Sadly, it seemed to have reached its limit and couldn't progress any further. At this moment, runes flowed all along the Minghong saber's body as it unleashed immense saber chi. Although it was damaged, it seemed to be in a crazed state where its will to fight was growing explosively. Seeing it behaving like this, Long Chen felt pain in his heart. This weapon that had been following him for so long had been constantly advancing, only to reach its limit now. It was just like a cultivator who had reached a certain realm and suddenly found that their talent was limited, and they could no longer further advance. That kind of blow was indescribable. Long Chen then shot after an expert of the blood race. This time, he didn't use the Minghong saber, and his left hand reached out as a dragon claw toward his opponent. However, the Minghong saber suddenly quivered and slashed toward that expert on its own accord. That blood race expert received Long Chen's dragon claw with a blood-colored spear, shattering the claw. However, he himself almost coughed up blood. The Minghong saber then slashed apart his head, killing him. Minghong. Long Chen couldn't help feeling pain upon seeing this. The blood-stained Minghong saber let out an explosive cry, as if it was speaking to Long Chen. Even though the Minghong saber was now damaged, its fighting spirit was still overflowing. It would rather die on the battlefield than accept being stuck at this level. Looking at it in this state, Long Chen thought of Dragonbone Evilmoon. Back then, Dragonbone Evilmoon had done the same. Knowing that it could no longer advance, the Minghong saber was pleading with Long Chen to unleash the most brilliant, glorious firework of its life. Just then, those peak experts managed to reach the Dragonblood Legion's defensive line, and the Dragonblood Legion's defensive line was shrinking rapidly. Wild was called back by Guo Ran, while Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Lu Ruyan, and the others were all falling back, switching from offense to defense. Now, the martial stage was shuddering crazily, on the verge of exploding. They were in the most critical moment. Following that, cracks appeared on the martial stage, and primal chaos chi erupted out of them. Ha ha ha. Long Aotian suddenly raised his head and laughed. It's finally here. Long Chen, it's time for our real battle. Today, we shall settle everything between us. Long Aotian seemed to have become an entirely different person. When the sun and moon in his manifestation flowed, the five-colored divine radiance instantly merged into one, as if it had become primal chaos. The sun and moon were hazy within this primal chaos manifestation. This was completely unprecedented. When this manifestation appeared, a sacred pressure surged, capable of making all lifeforms quiver. Chapter 4267, Activated 7-Color Supreme Blood. When the primal chaos chi surged from the martial stage, Long Aotian underwent a transformation, much like a dragon returning to the sea or a tiger returning to the mountain forest. His aura was greatly enhanced. His manifestation became a mass of primal chaos with the sun and moon revolving within it. From it, a sacred aura radiated, shaking the surroundings, and 7-colored ripples constantly scoured heaven and earth. Long Aotian's aura had completely transformed, emanating the presence of an undefeatable battle god that seemed to have transcended time to be present here. Everyone was stunned to see him like this, including even the Long clan's experts. They had no idea what had just happened. Now, Long Aotian's aura was dozens of times stronger than before. When the surge of primal chaos chi flooded the inside of the barrier, he fused with it to such an extent that, if one were unaware of his origins, they might even suspect him to be a sealed heavenly genius from the immemorial era. 7-colored divine radiance rippled, causing the world to appear as if it were ebbing and flowing along with it. Long Chen, do you see? This is the 7-color supreme blood after merging with primal chaos chi. It is one of the strongest bloodlines of the world and contains the power of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, and dark. Unfortunately, this world's spiritual chi is sparse, and the primal chaos chi is almost gone. Thus, I have never managed to activate this 7-color supreme blood. Now though, the gate to another world has opened, and primal chaos chi is flooding this space, finally activating my 7-color supreme blood. Now, do you understand? I'm not afraid of you. I've simply been waiting for this chance to crush you in my strongest state. Long Aotian then slashed his sword, and a 7-colored ray of sword chi pierced the dome of the heavens, slashing a hole in the martial stage's barrier. Seeing this scene, countless people were stunned. Long Aotian actually possessed the power to destroy the barrier. Just how strong had he become? With one stroke of his sword, Long Aotian shocked countless people. Long Aotian smiled, very pleased with himself. So, do you feel resentment? Anger? This 7-color supreme blood was once yours, but it would have gone to waste in your hands. It can only display its true brilliance in my grasp. Countless startled cries rang out as they didn't dare to believe what they were hearing. They then looked toward Long Chen. This 7-color supreme blood was originally Long Chen's. Then didn't it mean that Long Aotian had ripped this supreme blood out of Long Chen's body? The experts of the High Firmament Academy, along with those who were familiar with Long Chen, gazed at him in utter disbelief. In the hearts of the Academy's disciples and the Starry River sect's experts, Long Chen was an undefeatable war god. It was beyond their wildest imagination that Long Aotian's 7-color supreme blood had been extracted from Long Chen. As a result, their emotions swirled in a tumult of shock, anger, and profound sorrow. Don't be angry, the 7-color supreme blood would have gone to waste in your hands. My parents possessed remarkable foresight. Your spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone were all extracted immediately after your birth and implanted into my body. Now you also see just how wise their actions were. These treasures can only display their light in my body, said Long Aotian arrogantly. The current him seemed to be in no rush to kill Long Chen. Instead, he was soaking in the feeling of being far above Long Chen. How sinister. Bai Shishi's mother couldn't listen to this anymore. Long Aotian's father and mother were so sinister that they were even willing to do such a thing to a newborn baby. Were they animals? I didn't expect this child Long Chen to have such a sad childhood. Bai Shala's mother couldn't help sighing. Looking at Long Chen's back, she found that there were bitter tears of blood behind that staunch back. He had no other choice but to be strong, for had he not been able to do so, he might not have survived to this day. His resilience and fortitude were born out of necessity. To everyone's surprise though, Long Chen didn't reply to Long Aotian's provocations and was staring blankly at the Minghong saber in his hand. It was as if he couldn't hear Long Aotian. Long Aotian continued, do you know just how much effort the Long clan has put into perfectly awakening your spirit root? Almost half of their resources amassed over millions of years were used on me, and only then did your spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone spring to life. Yet, fully awakening them required an unimaginable amount of primal chaos chi. With the opening of this gate, my rise is set in stone. From this day onward, no one within the 9 heavens and 10 lands can compete with me. The 10,000 races will be forced to accept me as their master. Long Aoshin's voice resounded throughout heaven and earth, being domineering and wildly arrogant. Hearing it, most people were irked, but heaven and earth were resonating with his voice. It was like the world was changing due to his voice, as if it was turning him into the ruler of the world. A little brat also dares to spout such big words. The human race really is too arrogant. Have you forgotten the time when your human race was only fit to be enslaved and preyed upon? Countless other races were enraged by Long Aoshin's arrogance, especially his declaration that they would all serve him. However, they could only voice their displeasure. Seeing that Long Aoshin was surrounded by primal chaos chi and his terrifying aura was even spreading beyond the barrier, they were too intimidated to actually attack him. The current Long Aoshin was absolutely terrifying. Long Chen, you trash, all your talents would have been wasted if not for me. Tell me, how do you want to die? Thanks to your contributions, I am willing to let you choose how you will die, said Long Aoshin as he pointed the 7-peak sword at Long Chen. Nevertheless, as Long Aoshin continued his boastful speech, Long Chen's attention remained fixed on the Minghong saber. His gaze was one of mourning. The Minghong saber trembled incessantly, enveloped in an air of solemnity, almost as though it was begging Long Chen. Long Chen felt like his heart was stabbed as he looked at the Minghong saber. Have you given up? You really don't know how to appreciate kindness, so I guess that I'll spare you for now. Instead, I'll kill all your women first. Long Aoshin smiled sinisterly. The next moment, the 7-peak sword lit up, and Long Aoshin's gaze instantly locked onto Meng Qi with a surge of sharp killing intent. On the other hand, veins throbbed on Long Chen's forehead as he gripped the Minghong saber's hilt. Suddenly, the Minghong saber's sheath on his back detonated in a burst of energy. When it exploded, countless runes poured into the Minghong saber, causing all the runes on its blade to light up. The next moment, a berserk battle intent erupted like a volcano. The Minghong saber's sheath had always been its foundation for advancing. So, now that it exploded, the bottleneck that the Minghong saber had never been able to break through was instantly blown away. A resounding saber cry rent the heavens as the aura of an eternal divine weapon burst forth from the Minghong saber. It had at last attained that pinnacle, yet its unleashed power carried a poignant tragedy. Long Chen moved as quickly as lightning, blocking Long Aoshin's back. Heaven and earth quivered as he raised his saber, projecting an aura of unparalleled dominance, a testament to the overwhelming might of both man and weapon. The Minghong saber then slashed down with a whistling gale. Chapter 4268, Bitter Advancement. As the Minghong saber cleaved through the air, it embodied the essence of returning to the peak of simplicity. Long Chen and the Minghong saber shared an intense resonance, their energies intertwining seamlessly. With the Minghong saber's ascent to an eternal divine weapon, Long Chen's explosive dragon power finally found an outlet to be unleashed. You're only an ant, sneered Long Aoshin. The 7-colored divine radiance around his body burst forth, accompanied by a surge of primal chaos chi. After that, the 7-peak sword descended in a slashing motion. Sword chi and saber chi clashed like two shooting stars. With a resounding explosion, the world seemed to lose all its color. Following that, a wild chi wave smashed into the barrier like a tsunami, deforming the entire martial stage. As for the experts on the martial stage, they felt like a meteorite had fallen amongst them, leaving countless weaker people coughing up blood. This one exchange greatly affected the battlefield. Its immense impact caused most people to be unable to stand steadily, and their auras were thrown into chaos. Up in the sky, Long Chen and Long Aoshin stared at each other. The Minghong saber was pointed at Long Aoshin, its battle intent burning fiercely. Having detonated its sheath, the Minghong saber had successfully reached the level of an eternal divine weapon, but this was tragically a self-sacrificing method of advancing. Once these runes were used up, it would be dead, and this world would no longer have a Minghong saber. It was a choice the Minghong saber had made on its own, and Long Chen was powerless to prevent it. The Minghong saber had stood by Long Chen for so long, becoming his closest companion, his most trustworthy comrade. Having tried countless times, the Minghong saber finally had to face the truth. This was its limit as a divine item, and it would never be able to become a true eternal divine weapon. Such was its fate. On the martial stage, Long Chen had been constantly fighting peak experts, but he had been forced to fight many of them barehanded, because in a clash against eternal divine weapons, the Minghong saber would be in danger. However, the Minghong saber had its own dignity, its unique pride. It was unable to accept being hidden away and protected. It would rather perish with dignity on the battlefield. Once it had been damaged, it had finally accepted that it was still weaker than eternal divine weapons. Yet, it harbored no fear, its fighting spirit blazed brighter than ever. It had pleaded with Long Chen to let it unleash its final explosion of brilliance, letting it leave with its dignity. Now, it had become an eternal divine weapon. Long Chen's dragon power then poured through its body, allowing it to directly clash with Long Aoshan's seven-peak sword. The Minghong saber rumbled and quivered. It was cheering in excitement. Long Aoshan looked at Long Chen contemptuously. "You are sacrificing your own saber to raise your power. Long Chen, it seems that you really are out of options." Long Chen didn't say anything and simply raised the Minghong saber. Long Chen slashed the Minghong saber 3 times. Curiously, none of them caused any whistling gales or surging chi waves. However, with every slash, the Minghong saber's aura rose to a new level. While everyone else stared at Long Chen oddly, Long Aoshan's expression changed. All of a sudden, Long Aoshan's primal chaos manifestation quivered, and the seven-peak sword suddenly had a sun and moon appear on it, letting out a heaven-shaking cry. Long Aoshan then shouted and slashed the seven-peak sword at Long Chen, unleashing endless divine radiance. It was evident that Long Chen was employing a layering technique to increase the power of his final blow, and Long Aoshan had no idea how strong the final slash would be if he simply let Long Chen continue. Thus, he had to interrupt Long Chen at all costs. As Long Aoshan pressed on with his attack, Long Chen had no chance to keep going. Thus, he slashed the Minghong saber down, conjuring 4 saber images in an instant. These 4 saber images rapidly merged into a singular, unified force, causing all the rumbling sound to instantly vanish. Supreme seven-peak slash. His manifestation suddenly dimmed as all of its power seemed to be sucked into this attack. This was a world-shaking collision. When these 2 divine weapons clashed, the entire world lost its color. Both inside and outside the martial stage, everything became dark, and no one could see anything. Following that, the world brightened, becoming a world of muted grays. Within this ashen world, a singular speck of light emerged. That speck of light was the epicenter of the clash between the Minghong saber and the seven-peak sword. It expanded, radiating beams of light that resembled swords, puncturing the barrier of the martial stage. Startled cries rang out as the experts outside the martial stage were forced to hastily block this unexpected wave of attacks. In their hasty block, a few weaker people were directly killed by those rays of light. The Sage King Prefecture was thrown into chaos. Following that, 2 explosive sounds came from inside the martial stage. Long Chen and Long Aoshan were both blown back, smashing into opposite sides of the barrier. The impact sent ripples through the barrier, causing massive fractures to form. The once sturdy barrier was now riddled with holes and cracks, looking like it would shatter at any moment. Long Chen and Long Aoshan then stamped down on the barrier, shooting back toward each other like shooting stars. Heavens! Even after such a terrifying clash, neither of them was injured. The onlookers were shocked. Most of them had assumed that after such an attack, they would essentially be half crippled, but they once more attacked each other as if that exchange had been nothing. The 2 of them shouted at almost the exact time, channeling their immense power into their weapons. This was a clash with no trickery or flashiness, it was a pure competition of who was stronger. As the 2 of them crazily clashed, sword chi and saber images ran rampant, shattering the void everywhere. One saber image happened to strike a crack in the barrier and went straight through, heading toward the human race's side. More specifically, it was headed for the Shu family. Seeing it, the Shu family's experts let out furious shouts. After that, an innate heaven venerate wielding a divine weapon struck that saber image, only for him to hack up blood, left grievously wounded by the ferocity of the blow. The spectators were all shocked. The majority of the saber image's power had been lost after Long Aoshan's block, but it was still enough to severely injure an innate heaven venerate. This kind of power was absolutely terrifying. With another world-shaking exchange, Long Chen and Long Aoshan shot back once more. Their gazes were electric, eyeing each other like leopards eyeing their prey. Their auras are finally starting to fall. After exchanging over 100 blows, Long Chen and Long Aotian were finally slightly out of breath. You're out of energy. Isn't that a bit too early? The real battle has yet to start. Long Aotian laughed. He then shouted, "Violet blood heaven overflow." Following Long Aotian's shout, violet chi erupted into the sky. The eyes of the Shu family's experts almost popped out of their heads. Chapter 4269, Astral Power. When violet chi burst out of Long Aotian, the violet blood race's Shu family shouted in disbelief. Violet chi swirled around him in the heavens. The laws of the heavenly Tao's seemed to be worshipping him. The violet divine radiance then extended beyond the barrier, enveloping the entire Sage King convention. It was an endless tide of violet chi that covered the heavens. Never before had anyone witnessed such a grand manifestation. This endless violet chi resonated with the 10,000 Taos and 10,000 laws. How can this be? How can he have violet blood power? And how can it be so pure? Demanded the Shu family head. The violet blood was one of the strongest bloodlines within the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but it was different from the 7-color supreme blood. It could not simply be produced out of nowhere and was inherited through bloodline inheritance. In other words, 7-color supreme blood was a kind of rare talent mutation that could only be produced by chance, but violet blood had a source and couldn't randomly appear. This was precisely why the Shu family head's expression contorted. He was afraid. After all, their Shu family had betrayed the violet blood race. With Long Aotian possessing such a terrifying violet blood power, how could he not be afraid? Moreover, Long Aotian's violet blood fluctuations were incomparably pure. They simply couldn't compare to him. There was a qualitative difference. The Shu family's experts finally understood why Long Aotian had said that Shu Yifeng simply could not represent the violet blood race when he had fought Long Chen. Now, they understood that Long Aotian was a true expert of the violet blood race. That swirling violet chi covered the very heavens, and it also covered people's hearts with fear. Long Chen, your aura is already starting to fall. It seems that I overestimated you. This time, you are definitely dead. Long Aotian's primal chaos manifestation was still present, and now there was endless violet chi within it as well. Long Aotian's aura, which had been starting to fall before, instantly reached its peak state once more. Do you see? This is the power of activated violet blood. As long as heaven and earth are not destroyed, my power is limitless. I am the very heavens. How will you fight the heavens? Long Aotian shouted, his voice echoing throughout heaven and earth. How will you fight the heavens? His voice was like an imperial edict. Heaven and earth spread his word to every corner, and it penetrated deep into people's souls, causing them to feel pain in their souls. Although it was simply a shout, it somehow contained a powerful spiritual attack. Those with weaker wills would have their souls directly crushed. So what if you are the heavens? I, Long Chen, have always lived by defying the heavens. When have I ever been afraid? If you feel like you are the strong one, then why are you so afraid of me? After fighting to this point, you are still holding back. What are you afraid of? Asked Long Chen. Me, afraid of you? Bullshit. Long Aotian's face twisted. In an instant, his previous arrogance transformed into a fierce malevolence. Long Chen had struck him in the weakest spot of his heart again. Long Aotian truly was afraid of Long Chen, and he couldn't afford another failure. Thus, even with all this power backing him, he was still afraid. The limitless power welling up within him failed to provide him with a sense of absolute ease. Even as powerful as he was, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Whether it's the 7-color supreme blood or the violet blood, I am their master, not you. No matter how your father and mother despicably stole them from me, these things will return to their master sooner or later. What is mine will be reclaimed by me. In a bit, I'll let you experience what it feels like to have your spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone taken. I'll let you experience what it feels like to be trash. Long Chen pointed the Minghong saber at Long Aotian. What? This violet blood is from Long Chen as well. Just what kind of origin does Long Chen have? How can he have 2 such terrifying bloodlines? What's terrifying is that after losing them all, he still has this much power. If he were to reclaim it, the experts present were left feeling utterly drained after hearing their conversation. This one battle seemed to have depleted their lifetime quota of shock. Today, Long Chen had given them far too much shock. They were almost numb now. Cut the crap, you're the one who's going to die here. Long Aotian shot toward Long Chen once more. With a single step, ripples appeared in the void beneath his feet, and his violet chi seemed to seethe. It was as though one could witness the flow of Grand Dao runes converging toward him. Seeing this scene, countless experts were stunned. Long Aotian was indeed telling the truth. The current him could truly be called the heavens. Heaven and earth obeyed him, and the 10,000 Daos were his to command. Long Chen was not only fighting Long Aotian's power but also the limitless power of the heavenly Daos. In contrast, countless stars suddenly lit up behind Long Chen, forming a starry sea. It was as if the very cosmos had appeared behind him. Even the most experienced innate heaven venerates were startled to see that sea of stars. They had never seen such a manifestation before. While it was said that the highest realm of the starry river of the sky art was a starry river manifestation, it had remained a mere legend, unseen by any living soul. In truth, Long Chen's manifestation was a starry sea, not a starry river. However, the outside world's experts couldn't tell the difference, and even the disciples of the starry river sect were unable to discern the subtlety. Drawing stars into the body, Long Chen's dragon scales then lit up, each one having its own individual star. At the same time, 108,000 stars within the starry sea behind him began to flicker in rapid succession, forming a pattern that resembled a mystical formation. Long Chen's whole body was blazing with astral light, as if he had donned a starry sky battle armor. The starlight lit up on the Minghong saber as well. Once again, Long Chen and Long Aotian shouted at the same time, their divine weapons roaring with them. One possessed the laws of the heavenly Daos, and the other contained the power of the stars. In front of everyone's rapt gazes, those two divine weapons clashed again, forming a heavenly explosion of sword chi and saber chi. This time, their powers didn't cancel each other out, instead, they slid off one another's forces, crashing into the barrier of the martial stage. A horde of experts fled in panic for their lives. The divine radiance from these two divine items cleaved the martial stage in two, leaving behind an unfathomable chasm that extended deep into the very Sage King Prefecture. This attack had already exceeded the scope of people's understanding. Even innate heaven venerates were now pale with terror. There was no blocking such an attack, as anyone who tried would die. Terrified screams rang out. This time, their explosive power was slanted, rushing toward the buildings out of the martial stage. One particular ray of sword chi was headed toward the High Firmament Academy's side. Bai Shala's mother was raising her hands to form seals when the palace master slammed a palm forward, causing Long Aotian's sword chi to be shattered. As for Long Chen's saber chi, it rushed toward a group of experts as well. Amongst those experts was a man wearing yellow robes and a golden crown. However, in front of Long Chen's overwhelming saber chi, he just stood there instead of fleeing like everyone else. Long Chen's saber chi directly slashed onto that person's head. Chapter 4270, Grand Yan Emperor, Yan Wudao. With an explosive sound, Long Chen's saber image simply exploded, and that yellow-robed elder was completely unscathed. In fact, he didn't even bat an eye. Countless people stared at him in shock. It had to be known that Long Chen and Long Aotian's attacks had reached the point of easily slaying innate heaven venerates. However, this person hadn't done anything at all, simply allowing Long Chen's attack to land on him. At the very least, the palace master had used a palm to crush Long Aotian's sword chi. That had been stunning enough to most people, but this yellow-robed elder gave them even more shock. That's the Grand Yan Empire's emperor, Yan Wudao. Suddenly, a startled cry rang out from an elderly expert as he recognized this person's identity. Yan Wudao, as in Yan Wuji, are they brothers? 1. No, they aren't from the same generation. Yan Wuji is a sealed heavenly genius from long ago, and Yan Wudao is the current emperor of the Grand Yan. The reason they have the same Wu character in their name is because in the Grand Yan's inheritance, the Wu character appears every 36 generations, said that elder. Palace Master, it seems that he's here for you. Bai Zontang eyed Yan Wudao solemnly. This was a terrifying figure. But as always, the Palace Master was expressionless and just glanced at Yan Wudao indifferently. Just as everyone was shocked by Yan Wudao's display, explosive sounds on the martial stage drew their attention once more. The entire barrier was already filled with holes, but in the end, it hadn't completely fallen. Despite looking to be on the verge of collapse, it still stood. As Long Chen and Long Aotian continued their battle, violent waves of chi buffeted the experts within the martial stage. Numerous individuals sought refuge as far back as they could, trembling in fear. As for the Dragonblood Legion's side, they had gone into a state of absolute defense. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, Guo Ran, Sha Chen, Ji Yuyong, and the others held the line. Lian Weiying, Zhao Xingtian, and the others were still attacking them, but they were powerless to break through the formation. Most terrifying of all was this one giant on the outskirts of the Dragonblood Legion's defenses. Wild was still slaughtering all enemies in his path. Any demonic beasts, devil creatures, or even experts of the undying race, as long as they weren't human, would be consumed by him after he killed them. After fighting for so long, Wild showed no sign of running out of energy. Instead, he was fighting fiercer and fiercer, charging through the enemy ranks with no one capable of stopping him. Wild's defenses were truly remarkable. Even eternal divine weapons could only barely penetrate his skin, but no more than that. Ordinary weapons weren't even an inch when they landed on him. As for magical art attacks, they were essentially useless. With a monster like Wild running rampant, Lian Weiying and the others couldn't launch a proper concentrated attack to pierce through the Dragonblood Legion's defenses. Sometimes, they would barely manage to create an opening when Wild came charging over, ruining their attack. As a result, Lian Weiying and the others were incensed. Wild wasn't smart enough to even know what a hole was on the formation. However, one of his strong points was that he listened well. With Guo Ran directing him, his power was unleashed right where they needed it. Wild was now unstoppable on the battlefield. As the undying experts capable of stopping him had been slain by Long Chen, there was now no one capable of restraining him. Even Lian Weiying's attacks could be destroyed by Wild's bare hands, and he was even able to tear through her lily leaves. He then used those leaves to wrap his meat for flavor and efficiency, driving Lian Weiying crazy. On another battlefield, Mo Nian was fighting Yan Wuji, and the battle was equally intense. Mo Nian had finally taken out his bow, and the two were evenly matched. But compared to Long Chen and Long Aoshan's battle, they were fighting very conservatively, competing with movement arts, techniques, skills, and speed. They left behind tens of thousands of afterimages as they shot through the air. There was no way to see their movements clearly. This intense battle was also extremely dangerous. One mistake could instantly decide the victor and the loser. However, if the two continued to be evenly matched, then this battle would be drawn out into a battle of attrition. They weren't using an exceptionally large amount of energy, so a battle like this could last for a while. Long Chen and Long Aoshan once more clashed, unleashing wild chi waves that buffeted the martial stage once again. The barrier was like a broken spider web now, with cracks and sagging sections, but it staunchly refused to crumble. Within the barrier, countless experts wanted to flee. However, when they tried to charge through the holes of the barrier, they were still exterminated by the laws of the barrier. Even triple supremes were unable to pass through. Although the barrier looked like it was half gone, it still possessed terrifying power, and it was impossible to pass through it. As for Feng Fei, she led the Zhang clan's experts to one corner and bitterly endured. Their full focus was on Long Chen and Long Aoshan's attacks, doing their best to dodge them. The shockwaves coming from their battle were something that Feng Fei could easily dodge, but the majority of the Zhang clan's disciples couldn't. If she were to dodge by herself, most of the Zhang clan's disciples would be wiped out. She would have to bear the consequences of such a thing. Now, the Zhang clan's disciples no longer felt the slightest resentment toward Feng Fei. Even those who had been thinking the same thing as Zhang Feng understood just how foolish their line of thinking was. It was Feng Fei who was smart enough to make the Zhang clan's disciples remain neutral this entire time. Against a terrifying expert like Long Chen, it would be one thing if they really could kill him. But if they couldn't, then once he grew in the future, the Zhang clan would really be doomed. While they rejoiced inside, they also laughed at the Zhao, Yi, Long, and other eternal clans. They had all participated in attacking the Dragonblood Legion. As a result, they had taken countless casualties without gaining the slightest thing from those sacrifices. Furthermore, they had fully offended Long Chen. It went without saying that there would probably be a good show to watch in the future between them and Long Chen. Although the Zhang clan's disciples hadn't gained anything either, other than Zhang Feng, not one of them had died foolishly. They could be considered the most fortunate among these factions. However, this fortune might vanish at any moment, so they had to preserve that luck. In order to make sure that they all survived, they had to avoid getting swept up in Long Chen and Long Aoshan's attacks. It could be said that everyone was watching Long Chen and Long Aoshan's battle seriously. Their battle was the determinant of whether or not they would see tomorrow's sun. Suddenly, both Long Chen and Long Aoshan retreated at the same time. The two stared at each other coldly, and heaven and earth seemed to freeze. I know that you are still holding back, said Long Aotian coldly. I also know that you are holding back, responded Long Chen. Are you afraid? Long Aotian smiled mockingly. 1. In the three-character naming convention, the first character is the family name, and then the second character is usually shared between siblings. Thus, Yan Wudao and Yan Wuji. Chapter 4271, 7-star Battle Armor. I really am afraid. On such a complicated battlefield with so many enemies, I'm afraid that I can't protect them. So I've been holding back, making sure to use every bit of my power effectively. As for you, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid that you can't beat me? Is that why you are waiting for an opportunity, waiting for others to help you? The barrier doesn't seem like it will disappear for a while, so you shouldn't hope for the outside world's experts to help you. As for within the barrier, those people are focused on the karmic luck runes, so you also can't count on them, said Long Chen lightly. Long Chen and Long Aotian had faced each other many times, leading them to be very familiar with each other. Due to this, it was difficult to determine a victor between them in an instant. If no one else interfered, in the end, the ultimate winner would be decided by absolute power. Both Long Chen and Long Aotian still hid their trump cards, but both of them had different goals and reasons for doing so. You are wrong, said Long Aotian coldly. How am I wrong? Asked Long Chen. You are wrong in that you are too conceited. You think that I'm holding back because I'm waiting for an opportunity. I'll tell you, I haven't unleashed my full power because I was unable to unleash it before. Do you not find it curious? I obtained your spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone, but up until now, I've only used the power of your spirit blood. Why is that? Said Long Aotian. If my guess is right, you need to rely on the primal chaos chi from this gate to gradually activate them. At the start, the primal chaos chi was only enough to activate the 7-color supreme blood. After you managed to activate the violet blood, you finally started using it. But after this much time, the spirit root and spirit bone should have absorbed enough primal chaos chi. You should be able to activate them now, right? What are you waiting for? Asked Long Chen lightly. You knew. Long Aotian was startled. Long Aotian suddenly felt like Long Chen had seen through everything. Impossible. You're definitely randomly guessing, roared Long Aotian, panicking slightly. If you feel that way, whatever, said Long Chen. If you really knew, you would have gone all out to kill me from the beginning. You wouldn't have let me activate them, shouted Long Aotian. If I killed you then, my spirit root and spirit bone would have stayed dormant. If I were to reclaim them then, it would damage their spirituality. I wouldn't do something so foolish, said Long Chen lightly. People were stunned to hear their conversation. They still had trump cards. Moreover, Long Chen's goal was to extract Long Aotian's spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. Just what made him so confident? What nonsense. There's no way you were thinking so much. You're just acting calm to cover up the fear in your heart, said Long Aotian. He suddenly spread his arms and roared, causing a thunderous sound to come from his dantian. Following that, the sound of his bones creaking erupted, and divine light slowly lit up on his abdomen. Heavens, he's not a true triple supreme yet. Suddenly, a startled cry rang out in the surroundings. The audience had been so consumed by Long Aotian's overwhelming might that they failed to notice that, unlike the other peak experts present, he had yet to merge his 3 supremes. At this moment, the power of Long Aotian's spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone merged together, and the violet chi and primal chaos manifestation behind him twisted, condensing into a giant multicolored flower. The mysterious flower bore 3 rotating petals, its presence eerily silent and devoid of any aura. However, as it revolved, it set heaven and earth into motion. The 10,000 Taos and laws danced in its wake, forming halos of light that enveloped Long Aotian, as if the very cosmos was worshipping him. 3 flowers merge, one with the heavens. Even the 10,000 Taos offer worship. This is a manifestation of an original triple supreme. If he does not fall, he can even aim to become a human emperor. It was unlike everything people had ever seen. None of the triple supremes present had been able to evoke this phenomenon where the 10,000 Taos worshipped them during the merging of their 3 supremes. This was a legendary manifestation. Seeing this scene, the Long clan's experts cried out excitedly. This signified that the Long clan would produce a human emperor. A human emperor, that was in existence at the apex of the world. The 10,000 races would be forced to submit to them, and the Long clan would stand at the very peak of the world. The other experts were taken aback, a mixture of awe, envy, and a hint of killing intent. Everyone knew that the other races would not permit a human emperor to appear again. Long Aoshan was surrounded by divine radiance as the laws were worshipping him. The 10,000 Daos enveloped him as if he were a heavenly emperor, a sacred existence that could not be offended. Suddenly, Long Aoshan's sword pierced toward Long Chen, unleashing a ray of sword chi instantly. The 10,000 Daos and laws were all absorbed into this one blow. The sword light narrowly missed Long Chen's cheek. Following that, a black channel appeared, stretching beyond the horizon. This narrow black channel hung in the air, with countless runes coursing through it, emitting terrifying ripples. People were utterly shocked by this blow. The power behind the sword light contained the terrifying power of the world laws, and it completely toppled the understanding of many individuals. It was no longer adequate to describe this sword simply as powerful. Do you see? This is my true power. If I had aimed my sword half a foot to the left, you would already be dead. Long Aoshan pointed his sword at Long Chen, his eyes filled with confidence. Long Aoshan could feel endless power flowing within his body. In that instant, all traces of his fear and anger vanished, replaced by unwavering confidence. With a single stroke of his sword, he broke through the dome of the heavens, a sight that moved even ghosts and gods into tears, instilling fear and astonishment in all who witnessed it. If you had aimed half a foot closer, I'd have dodged. You know that you cannot lock me down, which is why you are acting arrogant. This arrogance is an act because you are not confident enough. This only proves that no matter how strong you get, you cannot erase the fear in your heart, said Long Chen lightly. The reason Long Chen hadn't moved just now was because he had read through Long Aoshan's intentions. He hadn't even batted an eyelid. However, even if he had read Long Aoshan's intentions, people couldn't help but admire his guts. If this attack had landed, not even 10,000 lives would be enough to withstand it. Long Chen was truly confident. Bullshit, you damn mixed breed. Long Chen's words swiftly knocked Long Aoshan from his lofty throne. His face twisted, and his three-flower manifestation quivered as he directed his sword toward Long Chen. Your mouth really is repulsive. Did your parents die too early before they could teach you some manners? After stealing someone else's things, you still dare to act so arrogant. Today, you will pay the price in blood. Following that, Long Chen's gaze sharpened. His black robes and long hair began to flutter, and an explosive power welled up within him. 7-Star Battle Armor, Chapter 4272, 7 Stars Converge, Strongest Attack. Explosive chi waves rose from beneath Long Chen's feet, transforming into a pillar of light that soared into the sky. As it did, the void cracked and creaked as terrifying astral winds cut through the world like sharp blades. Not good, defend, Feng Fei shouted. After all, there was no dodging such a thing. Following her orders, the Zhang clan's top experts shot to the front and summoned a giant shield. The other experts also reacted similarly, summoning their own defenses to receive those wild astral winds. The giant ripples swept through the battlefield, pierced the barrier, crossed the sea ring around the martial stage, and crashed toward the Sage King Prefecture's buildings. Upon impact, countless buildings instantly collapsed. The astral winds crushed the buildings in every direction. Some innate heaven venerates had activated their full-power defenses but still felt their blood chi churning uncontrollably within them, as if it might erupt at any moment. They were filled with terror. Chi waves continued to scour the world as the barrier was completely obliterated. However, some invisible law still separated the martial stage from the outside world. Long Aoshan was blown back, his feet dragging on the void as he tried to stabilize his body. He was shocked and enraged at being involuntarily pushed back. When the astral winds finally settled and Long Chen's aura stabilized, people saw Long Chen's 7-color divine ring revolving, but the astral sea inside of it was no longer moving. Instead, 7 stars within that sea of stars blazed as brightly as suns. These stars emitted a sacred and majestic radiance that bathed Long Chen in their glow, akin to the brilliance of 7 suns concentrated solely on Long Chen. It was so bright that people could no longer see Long Chen's face. However, just his figure alone possessed the power to shake their very souls, causing them to have a sense of reverence deep within them. At this moment, Long Chen was like a celestial emperor, a transcendent existence that could look down on all others, exuding an indescribable air. As Long Chen raised the Minghong saber, its saber cry shook the very heavens. The Minghong saber was crying out in excitement. Blinding stars then illuminated on the Minghong saber. With every star that lit up, its aura grew explosively. Long Chen looked at the Minghong saber with a hint of sadness. His heart was unwilling, but he knew that this was what the Minghong saber wanted most. As 7 stars lit up on the Minghong saber, all the murderous aura within heaven and earth was sucked dry, and an infinite apocalyptic power was concentrated in the Minghong saber. Upon seeing this, Long Aoshan's expression darkened. With a bellow, he raised his sword with both hands, and the 3 petals manifestation behind him spun rapidly, releasing a torrent of runes and brilliant divine radiance that flowed into his sword. Simultaneously, his manifestation rapidly dimmed. Long Chen and Long Aoshan then roared at the same time, their killing intent erupted. This was the clash between 2 destined archenemies. With each of them set on victory, there was no longer any possibility of retreat. Wild, get back! Upon seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan shouted, and Wild obediently rushed back. The next moment, Lu Ruyan's true body spread out, and countless willow branches gathered in front of them. Chu Yao then placed her hands on Lu Ruyan's back, pouring immense wood energy into Lu Ruyan's body. Her willow branches then weaved together into thousands of barriers protecting everyone. Li Qi, Mingyuan, shouted Sha Chen. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan clapped their hands together, conjuring earthen walls to layer on top of Lu Ruyan's defenses. Unfortunately, Li Qi and Song Mingyuan couldn't use much power because the martial stage was suspended in the air. Since there was not much earth energy for them to draw on, they could only rely on their own core energy. After they finished, Sha Chen gritted his teeth. Hundreds of formation discs suddenly appeared in midair, forming a giant shield on top of Li Qi and Song Mingyuan's defenses. The Dragonblood Legion's side moved very smoothly as their cooperation was great. On the other hand, Lian Weiying and the others' expressions darkened. Quick, set up defenses! Yi Wuchen and the others shouted in terror. Seeing the Dragonblood Legion set up this absolute defense, they instantly had a bad feeling. Just as they were hastily putting up defenses, Long Chen's Minghong saber clashed fiercely with Long Aoshan's 7-peak sword. The outcome was a colossal explosion that shattered both divine weapons. This explosion triggered a massive mushroom cloud, its berserk power spreading in every direction, overwhelming even eternal divine weapons. The martial stage finally collapsed, and numerous experts were wiped out of existence despite having summoned their strongest defenses. Only some stronger factions were able to survive this blow. When the martial stage exploded, they were sent tumbling through the air. The terrifying ripple then continued through the Sage King Prefecture, flattening the land and sending countless experts flying miserably. Within the chaos, it was unknown just how many people were crushed to death. Once the terrifying ripple passed, Sha Chen's grand formation instantly exploded, and the immense power crushed Li Qi and Song Mingyuan's earthen barriers. Under this overwhelming force, Lu Ruyan's defenses quickly caved in. Given the vast number of people she was protecting in the extensive area, it was as if she was enduring dozens of times the impact that others were facing. Fortunately, when their outer barrier exploded, Lu Ruyan's weaving branches sent them bouncing out like a ball, reducing the pressure. In the end, her defenses did not break. However, as they bounced back, the people inside were in a difficult spot. Some almost coughed up blood, but at least, they managed to survive. When Lu Ruyan undid her defenses and everyone saw the scenery before them, they were all dumbfounded. They didn't know where they were. The martial stage was gone, and the sea ring no longer existed. Countless buildings lay in ruins, leaving no trace of anything familiar behind. If they could not see countless figures in the surroundings, they would even think that they had been teleported to some foreign land. Guo Ran and the others looked around for the center of the battlefield and cheered when they saw Long Chen still standing. He was covered in blood but still standing in the air like an undefeatable battle god. Long Chen suddenly moved, his kunpeng wings flapped, and he shot down. Chapter 4273, Lightning Flame World Extermination. When people saw the figure that Long Chen was flying toward, they were shocked. Long Aoshan lay on the ground, covered in wounds, some of which were so deep that they revealed bone. His aura was listless, and it was evident that the last attack had exhausted too much of his power. Upon seeing Long Chen coming at him, Long Aoshan's face twisted. He then shot off the ground and smashed a fist at Long Chen. 3 colored marks manifested on it, while heaven and earth trembled in response. Even on his last legs, Long Aoshan was still terrifying. As for Long Chen's fist, 7 stars lit up on it as he unleashed a simple punch. Long Aoshin's shriek rang out upon the explosive collision. His arm was blown apart. Long Aoshin has been defeated. Gasps of disbelief swept through the crowd. Someone as strong as Long Aoshin, who had unlocked the three-flower heavenly merger manifestation and harbored the potential to ascend as a human emperor, was actually defeated. Just what kind of monster is Long Chen? Long Aoshin's power had exceeded everyone's expectations, but he still lost to Long Chen. Furthermore, it was a complete and total defeat without any room for excuses. After that immense clash, both of their auras had dropped, but Long Chen still had more energy than Long Aoshin. Who won and who lost was all too clear. In other words, Long Chen's power was not just slightly greater than that of Long Aoshin. After destroying Long Aoshin's arm, Long Chen turned and shot after Long Aoshin once more, reaching a claw toward Long Aoshin's throat. However, space suddenly quivered, and a spear appeared out of nowhere, piercing toward Long Chen's back. That frightening void-piercing sound told him that an innate heaven venerate was attacking him. Furthermore, this person had grasped the timing very well. If Long Chen wanted to avoid this attack, he would have to give up on pursuing Long Aoshin. Long Chen's hand swung around and firmly caught the spear tip. Upon looking back, Long Chen's gaze grew even colder. The one attacking him was the arrogant 8th elder of the Long clan. Seeing Long Chen turn his attention to him, the 8th elder's hair suddenly stood on end. He crushed a jade talisman, causing spatial energy to wrap around him. Clearly, the 8th elder was crafty and had prepared his way out from the start. Knowing that he wasn't a match for Long Chen, he directly used a talisman to escape. As spatial energy wrapped around the 8th elder, Long Chen shoved the spear back at him. The immense power propelled it through his body, piercing him straight through. However, just as Long Chen was about to kill him, the spatial energy activated and sent him away. Still, Long Chen's blow was devastating. Even though the 8th elder wasn't blasted apart right there and then, the chances of him surviving were not high. Just as the 8th elder vanished, Long Chen tossed the spear in his hand at Long Aoshin. At that moment, a jade talisman appeared in his left hand. However, before he could crush it, the spear blew apart the talisman in his remaining hand. Long Aoshin then screamed and ran for his life. "Grand Elder, save me!" Long Aoshin cried out in terror, devoid of any air of an expert. Instead, he seemed more like a wild dog. Observing this sequence of events, countless experts sighed inwardly. Long Aoshin was now utterly defeated. The battle had shattered his confidence and entrenched his inner demons. All his extraordinary talent would go to waste, and his future achievements would be severely limited. It was clear that, at this point, Long Aoshin would have considerable difficulty even attaining the status of a heaven venerate, let alone aspiring to become a human emperor. This talent was completely wasted, all thanks to Long Chen. Suddenly, Long Chen's expression changed. He saw countless experts from the devil race, blood race, demonic beast race, undying race, shadow race, netherworld race, and countless others flooding toward the Dragonblood Legion. In an instant, Long Chen understood their intentions. Their goal was to kill the experts who had managed to absorb the karmic luck runes. These experts might not be able to use those runes now, but once they grew up, they would be a serious threat to the other races. In the future, perhaps all the other races would be suppressed by the human race. Just as Long Chen was pursuing Long Aoshin, an immense chaotic battle also erupted on that side. The High Firmament Academy, Starry River Sect, and Battle God Palace's experts had all joined in the fray. However, there were too many enemies flooding toward them from all sides. They clearly wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill them all, not giving them any chance to grow. Long Chen looked at the fleeing Long Aoshin and then his surrounded comrades. He had a difficult decision to make. If he pursued Long Aoshin, perhaps the Dragonblood Legion would be able to protect itself, but as for the others, they would all be slain. However, if he gave up on chasing Long Aoshin, such a good opportunity would probably never present itself again. Long Chen had always been decisive, but now he didn't know what to do. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, go. Kill that ingrate Long Aoshin. We'll be fine. Seeing Long Chen pause, some people saw the clues and shouted at him. They were the ones who had come to assist Long Chen. After learning about Long Chen's tragic experience, their hearts brimmed with fury on his behalf. If only they possessed the strength, they would have been the ones charging out to tear Long Aoshin apart. Fine, I'll let you live a bit longer. Long Chen clenched his teeth and suddenly turned back, spreading his kunpeng wings as He rushed back to the Dragonblood Legion. With lightning in his left hand and flames in his right, he summoned rolling thunder that surged above the 9 heavens and chanted a flame sutra that resounded throughout heaven and earth. Lightning Flame World Extermination. As Long Chen brought his hands together, a lotus of annihilation created of fused lightning and flames smashed toward the experts below. Explosions of lightning and flames directly devoured and turned innumerable experts to dust. Not even innate heaven venerates were able to endure the onslaught. Kill him. This person cannot be left alive. Countless experts howled and turned on Long Chen. Although this attack from Long Chen was terrifying, it no longer had the power of his final blow against Long Aotian. Thus, it was evident that Long Chen's power had started dropping. Once a person's power started to drop, it would continue to diminish. This was their best chance to kill Long Chen. After the lightning and flames devastated the battlefield, they transformed into 2 enormous dragons. Now, Lei Linger and Huo Linger were free to attack the enemies themselves. Both dragons unleashed a wave of dragon breath, causing lightning and flames to weave together once more, slaying countless experts. Afterward, Lei Linger shot toward the heavenly lightning violet salamander race and began a slaughter. On the other hand, with flames swirling around her, Huo Linger shot toward the experts blocking Long Chen's way. With both sisters unleashing their full might, they transformed the battlefield into a scene of absolute carnage. Long Chen broke through their encirclement and returned to the ranks of the Dragonblood Legion. Chapter 4274, Half-Step Eternal Experts. Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen, why did you give up on your vengeance? Why didn't you kill Long Aotian? Shouted one expert angrily. Even his eyes were red. Long Chen laughed, killing him means nothing. In my heart, your lives are more important. After all, we are comrades who have fought alongside each other, brothers who share life and death. You were willing to risk your lives to help me. Naturally, I must be able to do the same for you. As for Long Aotian, I can kill him whenever I want at a later time. Big brother Long Chen, some of them began to weep. They had never expected that such a small decision on their part could win them the favor of a peerless expert like Long Chen. Good brothers, follow me out. Every single one of you is the hope of the human race. If you really treat me as a brother, you will leave this place alive. As he shouted, he took out a devil weapon in the form of a saber, as he couldn't be bothered to pick anything better. He then directly led everyone to charge out of the blockade. After all, time waited for no one. Long Chen had to lead everyone out as fast as possible. If they were completely caught, there was no way that he could protect everyone. They charged toward a human race's camp, as this would force their assailants to encircle a larger area if they intended to trap them. This offered them a glimmer of hope to kill their way out successfully. Long Chen, leading the vanguard with his devil saber, was like a god of war. With stars flickering on his saber, he was unstoppable. Even innate heaven venerates were unable to halt him in the slightest. Long Chen was at the front, while the Undying Race's experts were at the rear. They charged out, leaving mountains of corpses and rivers of blood in their wake. Quick, leave. Just then, the human race's side also charged over to reach them. Bai Zontang was the first to reach them with the Academy's experts. You won't be leaving today. Just then, Violet Qi burst out as the Shu family's experts attacked them. Violet Qi reverberated through the heavens, causing Long Chen and his comrades to stagger. A terrifying pressure made them feel like their blood was about to freeze. A half-step eternal is attacking a group of juniors. Have all your years been squandered living like a dog? Just then, an icy snort rang out, and a bone spear pierced toward the Shu family head. Seeing this scene, Shu Chengchuan and the rest of the Full Moon Race's experts were overjoyed. Their race leader had also come to rescue them. The bone spear pierced the dome of the heavens, causing the expression of the Shu family head to change. His violet saber then slashed the void. The world quaked as a result of the collision, and the staggering force left countless individuals with the sensation of being trampled upon by some enormous beast. As a result, many experts hacked up blood. They were terrified. This was the power of a half-step eternal expert. The earth began to crack and cave in. The collision between half-step eternal experts caused the very land to deform. When did the Full Moon Race become the human race's pets? Shouted the Shu family head furiously. Your mouth really is repulsive. Shu Jianshang snorted and attacked him once more. Long Chen, bring them away. Shouted Bai Shaola's mother. Originally, she had been planning on using pupil art to directly transport them away. However, She was afraid of some powerful expert interrupting her technique. That would be too dangerous to the people being transported, and they might even be crushed by spatial energy. Additionally, space was in constant flux on this battlefield, so it would still be quite dangerous to do so. Furthermore, with even half-step eternal experts starting to fight, the spatial laws were constantly being broken, rendering even spatial transportation talismans ineffective. With Bai Zhantang and the others helping, the pressure on the Dragonblood Legion instantly lightened. As long as they weren't surrounded and locked in, they still had options. At the rear, 2 dragons were still wreaking havoc. Lei Linger was slaughtering the Heavenly Lightning Violet Salamander race's experts with the Wild Blade, and every time she killed one, she would pluck their scales. After all, those scales possessed the heaven-defying ability to absorb the world's thunder force. They were essentially miniature spirit-gathering formations to Lei Linger. In Lei Linger's hands, these scales could unleash power 1,000 times more potent than in the possession of the Heavenly Lightning Violet Salamander race, providing her with an inexhaustible source of power. At first, the Heavenly Lightning Violet Salamander race's experts were still crazily attacking her, but they soon came to recognize the absolute terror that Lei Linger embodied. She practically had an undying body. The race leader relied on his eternal divine weapon to blow apart Lei Linger's wild blade. But just at that moment, he was shocked to find that the ancestral eternal divine weapon of their race suddenly fell out of his control. It actually escaped him and appeared in Lei Linger's hand. The race leader was still befuddled by what had just happened when Lei Linger cut him in two with one slash of her new sword. During the fight, Lei Linger used her soul to commune with this lightning sword. As a result, the item spirit of the eternal divine weapon was awakened, and it chose to directly accept Lei Linger as master. With this eternal divine weapon, the experts of the Heavenly Lightning Violet Salamander race were cut down like cabbages. Every blow of her sword killed them in droves. As a result, the Heavenly Lightning Violet Salamander race was now retreating. On Huo Linger's side, she had also communed with a flame attribute eternal divine weapon from some unlucky Heaven Venerate, and it was also a sword. With eternal divine weapons in their hands, the two were like killing goddesses crazily slaughtering experts of various races. It was only because of them that those experts didn't dare to go too far, which lessened the pressure on Long Chen and the others. More and more experts flocked to their side. Some came to help Long Chen and the others to escape, but most of them wanted to kill them. The battlefield continued to move as Long Chen and the others dashed away, quickly leaving the scope of the Sage King Prefecture. Although Long Chen and the others were fast, their pursuers were not slow either. Hence, the battlefield continued to move, leaving endless corpses in its wake. Suddenly, space quivered as a devil expert appeared in front of them and attacked Long Chen. Everyone was startled. This was a terrifying half-step eternal expert. Furthermore, he had managed to conceal himself perfectly, waiting for them to run into him. However, just as he revealed himself, his body was suddenly ripped in two by a pair of large hands. Chapter 4275, Torrential Tempest Cloud-Piercing Arrow. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at. A half-step eternal expert had just appeared but was forcibly ripped apart by a pair of large hands, causing devil blood to spray out. All this blood instantly transformed into runes, with not a single drop touching the ground. The half-step eternal expert was ripped apart, but his Yuan spirit managed to escape. Feeling frustrated, he then let out a furious roar, but it was cut off midway when a black claw crushed his Yuan spirit. From within those spinning runes, a large man like an iron pagoda appeared. Palace Master! Long Chen cried out. The Palace Master had slain a half-step eternal expert in an instant, his eyes full of excitement. It should be no problem for me to fight now, right? The Palace Master looked at his own hands and muttered to himself. He then shouted, "Those who dare to touch my academy's disciples will die." With a roar, a heavy dragon cry exploded like a tsunami washing over people, exuding a thick aura and raging blood chi. What shocked Long Chen was that the Palace Master was actually a terrifying half-step eternal expert. Long Chen, leave. The Palace Master isn't that reliable. Once he goes crazy, he won't look after others, transmitted Bai Zhantang hurriedly. After all, he understood the Palace Master far too well. Thus, he was worried that Long Chen would misunderstand the Palace Master, thinking that the latter would be following and protecting them. With that reminder, Long Chen continued barging his way through his enemies with the Devil Saber. The barbarian dragon race has actually become the human race's pet. What right do you have to be arrogant? I'll deal with you myself. A giant kunpeng then appeared, its vast wings stretching across the sky, and as it did, stars came into view beyond its majestic wings. This kunpeng was a manifestation brought forth by the current leader of the kunpeng race, and he was also on the cusp of achieving eternal status, being a half step away from it. The next moment, the kunpeng race's leader unleashed a claw at the palace master, sending an enormous claw image his way. Seeing this, the palace master responded with a disdainful snort and unleashed his claw as well. The clash between these two colossal forces caused the very void to explode. As the void contorted, the earth beneath them crumbled, and a terrifying vortex appeared in the air. It resembled a devil's maw that would devour the world. The Sage King Prefecture is sinking. A terrified cry rang out, and as the land was constantly subsiding, countless rune fragments scattered into the air. The very laws of heaven and earth had descended into chaos. Long Chen and the others had originally been flying through the air, but as the laws were thrown into chaos, they lost their ability to fly through space. Other than half-step Eternals, no one could fly, so they had no choice but to run with their legs. Even Long Chen was unable to fly with his kunpeng wings, thus, he could only lead everyone in a wild rush. On the other hand, Mo Nian's speed didn't change. Those worn-out boots of his were very strange as they actually weren't affected. Long Chen, how much energy do you have left? Mo Nian came to Long Chen's side and spoke to him spiritually. Less than 30%. Long Chen didn't know what Mo Nian was planning to do with this question, but he answered him honestly. Damn, that little. That's no good. The most important thing for a man is endurance, said Mo Nian. Long Chen almost stumbled to the ground. Even at this time, this fellow was still in the mood to joke. Then what about you? Long Chen couldn't help asking. 95%, said Mo Nian proudly. Don't brag. Are we even brothers? Why would I lie to you? Don't misunderstand. I wasn't able to kill Yan Wuji, but he was also powerless to do anything to me. In terms of endurance, I could beat 3 of him. Do you not see that he has vanished? He has less than 50% of energy left, so he got afraid, said Mo Nian with immense satisfaction. You're that badass. Hee, I thought that you would at least have 50% of energy left. Why don't you take a break and let me take the lead? You should conserve your energy, said Mo Nian with a smile. Long Chen nodded. That final clash with Long Aoshan had been the final wish of the Minghong saber, so Long Chen hadn't held back. As a result, that one blow had used up 40% of his energy stores. In truth, in that final blow, Long Chen didn't need to use that much energy. After all, the Minghong saber was already falling apart by then, so most of his energy was wasted because it couldn't be channeled properly. However, Long Chen didn't regret it. He willingly bid farewell to his battle comrade with his greatest power, ensuring that there were no lingering regrets on either side. To conserve his energy, Long Chen deactivated the 7-star battle armor, leaving only the Dragon King battle armor active. This adjustment caused his aura to instantly plummet. All of a sudden, Long Chen's heart jolted, prompting him to scan the surrounding areas. His expression remained unchanged, but now a chilly light appeared deep in his eyes. Long Chen's out of power. Kill him. When Long Chen put away the 7-star battle armor, many of his enemies felt his aura plummet and announced it loudly. After all, other heavenly geniuses like Lian Weiing, Yi Wuchen, and Zhao Xingtian were still pursuing him. However, while they were in hot pursuit, they refrained from attacking and were quietly recovering their energy, instead having others exhaust Long Chen and the others. Thus, seeing Long Chen put away the 7-star battle armor, they felt like their chance had come. Torrential tempest cloud-piercing arrow. Mo Nian stamped on the void, and his boots lit up. Unaffected by this chaotic space, he appeared in the air and drew his bow with precision. The next moment, a hail of arrows shot out. They were as fine and dense as the hairs on a bull but tore through the air like lightning. Lian Weiing and the others were shocked to find that every arrow possessed a terrifying death chi. It was so terrifying that Lian Weiing's leaves rapidly rotted upon being struck by one of them. The experts around them directly let out hair-raising screams. However, they didn't manage to struggle for more than an instant before they turned into rotting corpses. Corpse poison. Long Chen was shocked. Mo Nian often spent time in ancient tombs and had to deal with this kind of corpse poison regularly. Long Chen had even helped him dispel that poison from himself with Thunder Force. Corpse poison was a constant problem for Mo Nian. In his ventures as a grave robber, he often encountered terrifying kinds of corpse poison. Once infected by this poison, removing it was very difficult. However, Mo Nian had managed to turn this corpse poison into a divine ability, adding it to his arrows. He could now remove the poison from him and get a terrifying killer move in return. Just as Mo Nian was showing off his divine abilities, a heaven-shaking explosion came from the distance. When Long Chen looked over, his eyes widened in shock. Chapter 4276, Terrifying Palace Master. The Palace Master was surrounded by 8 half-step Eternals. Among them, an elder from the blood race had the grim misfortune of having one of their arms brutally torn from their body. However, just as the Palace Master ripped off that blood expert's arm, a sword silently appeared, stabbing through his back and out his chest. Shadow Assassin. Long Chen seethed with fury. The attacker was a half-step Eternal Shadow Assassin, a foe so formidable that not even the Palace Master could avoid their attack. Long Chen felt like his heart was no longer beating, the sudden turn of events leaving him in shock. The Palace Master then looked down at the sword piercing his body and slowly turned back. A ferocious smile spread across his face. The Shadow Assassin was a seemingly wizened elder. When he saw the Palace Master smiling at him, his hair stood on end, and he felt like a devil had set its sights on him. He tried to pull but was shocked to find that his sword seemed to have taken root inside the Palace Master's body. He couldn't pull it out. The Palace Master suddenly let out a furious roar, and that sword exploded out of his body along with fresh blood. The Shadow Assassin met its demise as it was skewered by its own sword, resulting in a detonation. While the Shadow race held formidable offensive abilities, their defenses were notably weak. His Yuan spirit then transformed into a streak of light, flying away. However, he had barely gotten anywhere when his Yuan spirit was smacked apart by a palm from the Palace Master. Just like that, another half-step Eternal was slain. The Palace Master had killed 2 half-step Eternals already, terrifying countless people. As for the wound on his chest, it was healing rapidly, and in just a moment, it was like nothing had even happened. A wound caused by an Eternal divine weapon held by a half-step Eternal was gone just like that. All the experts attacking the Palace Master were horrified. They had never seen such a terrifying existence before. The sweeping elder ordered me not to pick fights with others. However, if someone is to attack me, I'm allowed to fight back without restraint. Hee, after so many years, my chance has finally come. The Palace Master looked quite frightening. His smile was terrifying, and his eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. He was like a devil god that had been sealed for countless years and was finally free from that seal. It was as if he wanted to slaughter the entire world. The Palace Master shot into motion, sending a claw that tore through the void and enveloped all 7 half-step Eternals in the air. A ripple of death then spread in every direction, gradually weakening as it expanded. However, even in its weakest state, it could still transform into a terrifying astral wind that sent countless experts flying. The earth was constantly caving in. As most experts were unable to fly, they could only sink into the abyss after being overtaken by the collapsing ground. Run! Run faster! Guo Ran shouted in fright. Looking back and seeing countless experts falling into that collapsed space, he felt a chill. Battles between half-step Eternals were absolutely terrifying, they were like ants in comparison. One slip and they would be crushed to death. Long Chen finally understood why Bai Zontang had said that they couldn't rely on the Palace Master. This fellow was battle-crazed, so once he started fighting, he didn't care about other people's life and death. Even 1 against 7, the Palace Master was forcing his enemies back. There was no need to worry about him. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion and the world descended into darkness. The direction of that sound was the sunken Sage King Prefecture. Within the darkness, a speck of light rose like a shooting star. It hung in the air for a breath's time, and runes began to rapidly flash around it. That's the karmic luck bead. A startled cry rang out. This light had the exact same appearance as the karmic luck bead on the martial stage. This is the true karmic luck bead. Now that the Sage King convention is over, a new Sage King is about to be crowned. This phenomenon was recorded in history. After the Sage King convention ended, the winner would be bestowed with the karmic luck bead, becoming the Sage King. Suddenly, the karmic luck bead shot toward Long Chen's side. Seeing this, countless experts roared in fury and tried to stop it. However, the laws of heaven and earth were in chaos, so they couldn't jump that high. They could only watch as the karmic luck bead flew over all of their heads. Suddenly, a half-step eternal shot out to reach the karmic luck bead. He was an expert of the human race, but he was wearing a mask and concealing his aura. And the moment his hand touched it, his arm exploded. The karmic luck bead could not be stopped. Upon seeing this scene, countless experts' hearts shattered. If not even a half-step eternal expert could stop the karmic luck bead, then there was no stopping it from reaching the true Sage King. The karmic luck bead then came to a stop above Long Chen's head and slowly fell into his body. Long Chen felt his body quiver as a strange energy flowed through his body. At that moment, Long Chen's divine sense stretched out limitlessly, instantly encapsulating the 9 heavens and 10 lands and all worlds within them. However, this state only lasted for a fleeting moment, leaving Long Chen with the sensation of being in a dream. Oddly, this dream carried an eerie sense of déjà vu, as if he had encountered something similar in the past, yet he was equally certain that he had never come remotely close to such an experience before. Following that, countless dense runes appeared on top of Long Chen's body, radiating a brilliant glow. They bore a striking resemblance to the runes that the Dragonblood Legion and the others had obtained back when the karmic luck bead first exploded. Quick, kill Long Chen. As long as he is slain, we can get the Sage King runes, shouted Yi Wuchen. Following that shout, people went insane as they charged at Long Chen. Although the Sage King martial stage was already gone, the laws of the martial stage persisted. Otherwise, the Sage King karmic luck bead wouldn't be sent to Long Chen. In other words, Long Chen had obtained the recognition of the martial stage, and that was why it chose him to be the Sage King. Countless heavenly geniuses went crazy because of it. They were envious, but most importantly, if they could kill Long Chen, the karmic luck bead should choose a new master. Then they would have a chance as well. Suddenly, the space in front of Long Chen exploded, and a masked elder with an eternal spear attacked Long Chen. Bastard, you don't dare to reveal your face. Why don't you show yourself if you have the guts? Cursed Mo Nian when he found that another half-step eternal expert was present. This person seemed to be from the human race. Was he assisting enemy races to kill the human race's Sage King? It enraged countless people. Mo Nian shot in front of Long Chen, intercepting the elder's attack with his bow. As a result, his bow bent, and Mo Nian felt an immense force pour into him, threatening to explode inside of him. Long Chen suddenly pressed a hand on Mo Nian's back and sucked away half of that explosive power, causing the two of them to cough up blood at the same time. Both of them had joined forces to receive the attack of a half-step eternal, but they were injured by it. Showing no mercy, the masked elder sent another slash of his blade over. Suddenly, a ray of sword chi shot toward the masked elder, causing him to be startled and hastily switch to defend. He managed to shatter the sword chi, but a streak of it grazed his face, leaving a bloody line from his forehead to his mouth. His mask then slipped off, revealing a panicked face. Chapter 4277, Long Aotian Scheming. Long Chen and the others were delighted to see his aggressive assault, as it was a clear indication that Yu Zifeng had regained consciousness and recovered. Given the formidable intensity of his sword chi, even half-step Eternals could not fully block it. As a result, this Eternal expert's mask was gone. Shocked and enraged, he hastily attacked once more, his blow covering all of them. He didn't want others to recognize his identity. "You're the one who's going to die." Suddenly, a resounding cry pierced the air as a menacing black dragon claw extended toward him. The elder was startled and directly countered by slashing his sword at the approaching dragon claw. The elder was blown apart. As for his eternal divine weapon, it pierced into the ground and vanished from sight. The palace master had actually attacked from a great distance, leaving countless people perplexed. While engaged in a fierce battle against 7 half-step Eternals, how could he spare the attention to look after them? However, the aftereffect of his care wasn't something that just anyone could endure. This claw shattered space, unleashing explosive astral winds that sent Long Chen and the others flying. Fortunately, Lu Ruyan had long since been prepared. Her branches covered everyone, preventing them from scattering through the air. Nevertheless, this strike took a toll on Lu Ruyan, leaving her with a slightly pale complexion. All her branches were destroyed. Just then, dozens of powerful auras rose as experts from various races appeared, each one of them having the aura of a half-step Eternal expert. "Kill these humans. They cannot leave this place alive. We'll stall this fellow," shouted a devil expert wielding a white bone shield. After that, all of these powerful experts were rushing toward the palace master. That devil expert was then sent flying by a claw from the palace master, but his shield managed to block it. After that, the devil expert shot back once more. This devil expert seemed to be specialized in defense. Having no confidence in beating the palace master, he only wanted to stall him and create chances for others. The palace master was now surrounded by over 30 half-step eternal experts. With such a concentration of power in one location, the air crackled with the reverberations of eternal divine weapons, causing the palace master's figure to disappear amid the chaos. It seemed as if the world would explode. "Kill Long Chen and take the title of Sage King," roared Yi Wuchen. He was the first to reach Long Chen. On the other hand, Lian Weiying, Zhao Xingtian, the Shadow Princess, the Ghost Dao lifeform, and other powerful experts from the various races were crazily charging over as well. After dealing with that half-step eternal expert, Long Chen and the others were forced to pause, allowing their enemies to instantly surround them. Just like that, they had lost their chance to get away. "Brothers, it seems that we're out of luck today. Being able to fight alongside you is my honor. If we don't die, let us all meet again. But if we do all die, let us be reborn and fight together once more." "Kill," Long Chen roared. At this moment, any kind of plot was useless. They could only rely on power to fight and survive. The Dragonblood warriors and the other experts roared at the same time. They knew that they couldn't kill their way out anymore, so they wanted to see how many enemies they could drag down with them before they died. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and the others were no longer holding back, so their powerful techniques came out furiously. Long Chen roared and summoned the 7-star battle armor once more. As his powerful aura erupted again, his devil saber whistled toward a half-step eternal expert. A half-step eternal expert from the blood race had just charged forward when Long Chen swiftly closed the distance to confront him. Long Chen's devil saber struck his opponent's divine weapon. The power of his 7 stars then poured into the saber, causing it to suddenly shatter. As a result, Long Chen's blood chi flipped inside of him, but his opponent also staggered back, startled. A little immortal king like Long Chen was actually able to fight him evenly. If Long Chen were to grow up, it would be a disaster for the blood race. Hence, killing intent suddenly exploded out of the blood expert. He pounced on Long Chen while Long Chen fell back. With his devil saber gone, Long Chen summoned an eternal devil spear. 7 stars then surged upon it, and it emitted a thunderous, earth-shaking roar. Ignoring the spear's resistance toward him, Long Chen simply smashed the blood race's eternal expert with all his power. As a result, that spear exploded, while his enemy was sent staggering back 3 steps. Long Chen was at a disadvantage as he lacked a suitable weapon. After all, the power of his 7 stars was too domineering, causing weapons below the eternal level to be unable to endure it. Devil weapons bore the devil race's inscribed runes, imbuing them with a potent yin energy. In contrast, the power of the 7 stars was a supreme yang force. Naturally, using both together would result in contradicting power resisting each other. Indeed, Long Chen was able to use the power of the 7 stars to forcibly subdue the devil saber, but suppressing it also caused its power to weaken. As a result, it was destroyed in one clash, and it was the same thing with the spear. While the blood expert was still stumbling back, Long Chen took out a shield and smashed it at him. The shield exploded in front of the blood expert. From within those fragments, a sword pierced out like a viper's fang, stabbing the expert in the chest. The immense power directly tore through his body. As a result, he screamed and hastily fled. The relentless brute power clashes rapidly drained Long Chen's energy, causing his aura to fall. In his peak condition, the moment that sword pierced the blood expert's body, Long Chen's power would have erupted and taken his life. However, Long Chen was currently fatigued, and even though his attack pierced his opponent's body, he lacked the strength to obliterate it, allowing his foe to escape. Damnable human race, just die. The blood expert felt a burst of fear as he had almost died just now. However, he also saw that Long Chen was exhausted. With that, he forcefully slashed his sword at Long Chen, shattering Long Chen's weapon. Long Chen then coughed up blood and staggered backward. Seeing Long Chen injured, Mo Nian tried to rush over to help, but another half-step eternal was blocking him. The blood expert's face twisted sinisterly. He closed in on Long Chen and smashed his weapon at him, leaving no room for anyone to intervene and save Long Chen. Star Soul Shield. All of a sudden, Meng Qi cried out, her eyes filled with an infinite number of stars. After she swiftly formed her hand seals, a translucent starry shield appeared in front of Long Chen. The blood expert's attack struck the shield and actually deviated to the side, causing him to miss. However, the shield then disintegrated upon impact, and blood trickled from Meng Qi's lips. Her face was devoid of color. Seeing that Long Chen was unconscious, countless experts went crazy in an attempt to launch the killing blow. Then, in a sudden burst of violet energy, a figure manifested like a phantom. When everyone caught sight of this figure, they cried out, "Long Aotian, you dare!" roared Mo Nian. The one to appear at this crucial moment was Long Aotian. At some unknown point, he had returned to the battlefield, and now, his fingers reached toward Long Chen's head. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "Did you truly believe you had bested me? Everything you possess belongs to me," Long Aotian sneered with a sinister grin. Long Chen's eyes abruptly snapped open, revealing a profound darkness within. Within that abyss, the image of 3 ominous flowers bloomed. Long Aotian was instantly seized by terror, his soul almost leaving his body. Chapter 4278, Taking Back What Is Mine. A golden dragon claw then pierced Long Aotian's chest, while he just foolishly stood there, not even able to move. It was like his soul had been extracted. "Did you think that I didn't know you were holding back? When I was going to kill you, you clearly still had the power to fight, but you chose to give up. I knew you were holding back so that others could create a better opportunity for you. You aren't a match for me, so you could only hope for others to exhaust me first before you attack. That would be your only chance to kill me, and I have also been waiting for this chance as well, to tell the truth. If I had chased you back then, my chances of killing you would have been very low because of the Long clan's interference. But as usual, you have never disappointed me," explained Long Chen, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Suddenly, Long Chen pulled his hand from Long Aotian's chest, holding a bone within his grasp. Multicolored light then began to flow on the surface of this bone. It was only the size of a thumb, but it illuminated the world in its light. That tiny bone actually caused the entire world to change. Just then, the blood race expert recovered from his moment of shock and attacked Long Chen once more. Long Chen closed one eye, while the other displayed 3 spinning flowers. In the air, a 3-flower diagram materialized, ensnaring the half-step eternal expert within it. After that, the 3 flowers entwined and the surrounding space contorted. That blood expert was instantly killed by the 3 flowers, shocking everyone. They hadn't expected Long Chen to have such terrifying pupil arts, capable of one-shotting a half-step eternal. Blood flowed out of Long Chen's eye. The attack of the purgatory eyes was terrifying, yet the backlash was equally dreadful. However, Long Chen didn't mind. He returned his attention to Long Aotian while still wearing his sinister smile. "Back in the underground tomb, you had lost to this move, and now you still fell for it. In terms of power, you aren't a match for me, while in terms of intelligence, you can't even compete. What qualifications do you have to take what is mine?" Long Aotian was quivering, clearly terrified. However, he still wasn't moving. The onlookers then noticed that at some point, a 3-flower diagram had manifested in his pupils as well. Only then did everyone grasp the situation. It seemed that the moment Long Aotian attacked, he was struck by Long Chen's pupil art, rendering him paralyzed. Blood was still pouring out of Long Aotian's chest, and his face was covered in fear. It seemed that he was struggling, but his body wasn't listening to him. "Long Chen, release Aotian. We're all members of the Long clan. We can talk about this." Finally, the Long clan's Grand Elder spoke. Following that, the 8th Elder appeared beside him. Although he had survived, his face was as pale as paper, filled with intense hatred. Long Chen's attack had actually damaged part of his cultivation base, causing him to drop from an innate heaven venerate to an earth venerate. He cried out furiously, "Long Chen, release him. Don't forget that your father is in our hands. If you kill Aotian." Long Chen furiously clenched Long Aotian's neck, raising him in the air. His face twisted savagely. "You dare to threaten me with my father? If anything happens to him, I will slaughter the Long clan until no one remains." Suddenly, Long Aotian's body stiffened, and countless fluctuations flowed out of his body into Long Chen. "Long Chen, you are courting death," roared the 8th Elder. "Long Chen, can we really not talk about it? By doing this, you are making the situation worse," advised the Grand Elder earnestly. "There is no room to talk about this. This talent was a gift from my parents, so everything he stole belonged to me from the beginning. I'm merely taking back what's rightfully mine. What do you have to say about that?" raged Long Chen. The Grand Elder was at a loss for words. Long Chen, if you dare to kill Long Aoshan, just wait. You will regret it, shouted the 8th Elder. Long Chen suddenly opened his injured eye once more. Seeing this, the Grand Elder was horrified and hastily shoved the space in front of him. Unfortunately, he was one step too slow. The space around the 8th Elder already twisted, crushing him to death. To kill someone from such a distance, without them even sensing it, this scene left the Long clan's experts utterly silenced in terror. The Grand Elder couldn't help but sigh. In the end, he was still helpless to do anything. He knew that Long Aoshan was definitely dead now. Suddenly, Long Chen released his hand, and Long Aoshan fell like a dead fish. The 3 flowers in his eyes were gone, replaced by a bewildered look. Long Aoshan no longer had any of his former arrogance. His aura was incredibly weak, even weaker than that of a divine flame disciple. Contrary to everyone's expectation, Long Chen left him alive. I won't kill you. I disdain killing you. You are now a cripple, and I want to see how you will live in the Long clan. What kind of revenge will the people you bullied take on you now that you've lost your identity as a peerless heavenly genius? Suddenly, space twisted and Long Aoshan vanished, reappearing in front of the Grand Elder. Take your people, look after him and make sure to look after his mental health. Don't let him kill himself. The Grand Elder caught Long Aoshan and sighed. His spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone were all gone. As a result, Long Aoshan's physical body would slowly wither. He was fully crippled. Even with all the Long clan's abilities, they couldn't save him. Even if they paid a huge price, he would still be crippled. Most importantly, even after all those efforts, he would only live for at most a few months. By not killing him, Long Chen tortured him even more than killing him would. A peerless heavenly genius had fallen from the peak of the heavens into the depths of hell. That kind of disparity would make him live a life worse than death. Even if you take his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone, so what? They've been apart from you for so many years. You can't even use them. I refuse to believe that you can have them support you. Lian Huaying appeared, rushing at Long Chen with her manifestation at full power. A 5-color seed pod then appeared in her hand, and specks of divine light flowed around it. To everyone's surprise, Lian Huaying's power still seemed to be at its peak. She had actually been holding back as well. Looking at her rushing figure, Long Chen simply extended a hand, and a 7-colored sword appeared in his hand. It was Long Aoshan's 7-peak sword. At the same time, the 7-colored divine ring behind Long Chen blazed with power, and the image of a sun and a moon appeared behind him. The sword in his hand then rumbled, and a ray of sword chi rose into the heavens and slashed down. Chapter 4279, Slaying Peak Experts. What? Wasn't the 7-peak sword destroyed? A startled cry rang out. After all, the sword in Long Chen's hands looked very similar to the 7-peak sword. No, it's not a weapon. That's condensed from essence blood runes, exclaimed someone in disbelief. Impossible. If it was made of essence blood, how could it have the aura of an eternal divine weapon? When Long Chen's 7-peak sword slashed down, 7-colored light cleaved through the air. Lian Huaying's 5-colored seed pod was instantly cut apart, along with the enormous lily leaves that were in her manifestation. What? A manifestation could not be broken. That was an iron law. But today, that iron law was broken twice. The first time was when Yu Zifeng cut through it, and now it was Long Chen. People stared at the sword in Long Chen's hands. Someone as powerful as Lian Huaying was unable to even block a single blow from Long Chen. The 7-color supreme blood can only display its greatest power in my hands. Long Aoshan is nothing. The supreme blood was only temporarily stored in him. Long Chen's gaze roved over the peak experts like an emperor looking at his subjects. While holding the 7-peak sword, multicolored divine radiance flowed around him, causing him to appear incredibly imposing. Suddenly, the 7-peak sword became a 7-colored spear, and an aura that caused heaven and earth to quiver rose. 7-peak pierce. Startled cries rang out when everyone saw the sword become a spear. So it really was condensed from Long Chen's 7-colored supreme blood. Furthermore, this spear's aura was even more domineering than that of the sword. The 7-colored spear left Long Chen's hand, shooting toward Lian Huaying like a shooting star. Lian Huaying had just been cut apart by Long Chen's sword, and her body had yet to recover. Long Chen gave her no time to heal. The 7-color spear then stabbed into her body with a supreme divine might and exploded. The spear's detonation was like the detonation of an eternal divine weapon, blasting apart everything in 1,000 miles. Everyone watched as Lien Wang's figure was destroyed. Suddenly, within that void, a 5-colored lily seed shot out. Everyone was surprised as Lien Wang had reverted to her original state. In other words, this attack of Long Chen's had managed to harm her core, erasing her entire cultivation base. She had reverted to the first state of her evolution, a seed. This seed was Lien Wang. With the final wisp of her will, she used the last dregs of her power to fly to the Devil Eye Water Lily race's side. This was the terrifying tenacity of the undying race. However, this was still a serious blow to her. She would need to start over from zero, with even her memories erased. Seeing this scene, Long Chen simply waved his hand, and that lily seed was caught in his hold. Want to run? Keep dreaming. Long Chen tossed it into the primal chaos space. After dealing with Lien Wang, a 7-colored divine light flashed, and Long Chen seemed to teleport right beside Mo Nian. When Long Chen extended his hand, the 7-peak sword appeared once more. He then slashed it at the half-step Eternal fighting Mo Nian. Surprised, the half-step Eternal chose to ignore Mo Nian, his weapon smashing toward Long Chen with all his power. However, to everyone's astonishment, this attack landed on nothing but air. Taking advantage of his dumbfounded shock, Mo Nian roared and smashed his shovel onto this half-step Eternal's head. The half-step Eternal screamed as Mo Nian's shovel was firmly embedded into his head. Although people were used to seeing fighting and killing, for this strange weapon to be fully embedded into someone's head was a sight that made them cringe and quiver with fear. The half-step Eternal's head rapidly darkened, followed by his entire body as corpse poison invaded. This shovel was often used to do some unclean things. As a result, it was stained with corpse poison and ancient rust. This was Mo Nian's most toxic weapon. Normally, Mo Nian only used it to smack people around, not to kill them. That was because he had never encountered anyone worth using the corpse poison on. But now, he could finally use it. Just as Mo Nian's shovel was firmly implanted in that half-step Eternal's head, in the distance, blood splashed, followed by startled cries. To everyone's surprise, Yi Wuchen was impaled from behind by a 7-colored sword, with Long Chen being the assailant. It was at this moment that people realized that appearing by that half-step Eternal expert was nothing more than a diversion. Long Chen's real target was Yi Wuchen. This would have never worked during normal times, as a half-step Eternal wouldn't fall for such a thing. However, Long Chen had just crippled Long Aoshan and Lien Wang, shocking everyone with his terrifying power. With his nerves tense, the half-step Eternal's judgment lapsed, causing him to be conned to death by Long Chen easily. Also, Mo Nian and Long Chen were old partners in crime, so their cooperation was flawless. Long Chen hadn't even told Mo Nian anything, yet Mo Nian had predicted what would happen with uncanny accuracy. Thus, Mo Nian attacked before Long Chen's figure had faded away. On the other hand, the half-step Eternal was baffled, while Yi Wuchen was unaware that a death god had arrived by his side. If a tiger doesn't show his might, do you take him to be a cat? I, Mo Nian, have killed plenty of half-step Eternals. If I don't show my real power, it seems that you'll get the wrong opinion about me. Shouted Mo Nian arrogantly. He pulled out his shovel from the elder's head. After that, he slowly turned away, not even looking at him. Guo Ran and the others suddenly cried out. That half-step Eternal had raised his weapon and stabbed it at Mo Nian. However, Mo Nian didn't even look back. He casually swung his hand back and caught that eternal divine weapon, as if he was receiving a gift from someone. After that, he directly put it away. The half-step Eternal suddenly collapsed, stunning many people. Mo Nian's corpse poison was absolutely terrifying, but they also had to admire his guts. If that half-step Eternal had some secret art to last just a bit longer, wouldn't he have managed to kill Mo Nian then? He was a bit too crazy. Long Chen had killed a half-step Eternal with a pupil art, slain the Long clan's 8th elder from a great distance. Crippled Long Aoshan and Lien Wang, and now conned a half-step Eternal to death. All of these feats left everyone utterly astounded. As a result, countless enemies who were crazily attacking them were scared away, weakening the pressure on the Dragonblood Legion. People just stared at Long Chen as he lifted Yi Wuchen with the 7-peak sword. Immediately, the expressions of the Yi clan's experts transformed from tense to outright panic. Don't bother with pleading or threatening me. I'm tired of hearing it. If I want to kill someone, no one can save them. Long Chen's hand quivered, and a burst of rainbow light erupted. Yi Wuchen didn't even make a sound before he directly exploded. Chapter 4280, Do Not Chase Cornered Enemies. Yi Wuchen was slain without having the slightest chance to resist. A generation's genius died just like that. Long Aoshan was crippled, Lian Huaying's condition was unknown, and now Yi Wuchen was slain in one blow. Somehow, even peak heavenly geniuses appeared extremely weak in front of Long Chen. Long Chen, the Yi clan can no longer exist underneath the same heavens as you. The Yi clan's experts roared furiously, but they were not attacking Long Chen and were just watching. After all, the Yi clan was one of the human race's 8 great eternal clans. Just like the Long clan, they represented the human race, and so they couldn't attack Long Chen at this time. When Long Aoshan and Yi Wuchen attacked Long Chen, it could be regarded as a competition to get more karmic luck, which was an integral aspect of the martial path. Even if some people felt that they were going too far, they were in no position to criticize them. However, it was different for the senior experts. If they were to attack, it would not be part of the struggle of the martial path. It would be slaughtering their own race, and they would be denounced. This was also the reason why that human race's half-step eternal expert had worn a mask to cover his face before attacking Long Chen. The Yi clan's camp was rather far from the battlefield, and they neither attacked nor assisted Long Chen. As a result, they were in no position to save Yi Wuchen once he was in danger. Don't offend me, or you won't even get a chance to beg for mercy. Long Chen snorted and swung the 7-peak sword, pointing it at Zhao Xingtian. Zhao Xingtian's soul almost fled out of his body. No longer caring about face, he turned and fled like a stray dog. That was quite the wretched appearance. With Zhao Xingtian making a hasty retreat, the Zhao clan's experts followed suit. In fact, most of the eternal clans, including the Long and Yi clans, also chose to depart from the scene. Long Chen then pointed his sword at the heavens, causing countless experts to flee in terror. Once the human race's experts had fled, the other races also retreated, fully terrified of Long Chen. Long Chen, don't let them escape. Kill them. Don't worry, even if you're out of energy later, your big bro will lift you up. I don't dare to say anything else, but if I want to bring you away, not even an eternal expert would be able to stop me, transmitted Mo Nian. Do you think that I don't want to kill them? I'm already out of energy. Think of a way to run soon, responded Long Chen irritably. In truth, Long Chen had long since run out of energy. If it hadn't been for Long Aoshan essentially delivering himself on a silver platter, Long Chen would have fainted long ago. Long Chen had saved the purgatory eyes just for Long Aoshan. After reclaiming his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone, Long Chen found that he was in far too weak of a state. As a result, he had only managed to merge with his 7-color supreme blood. He didn't even have the energy to assimilate with his violet blood, as merging with the 7-color supreme blood had used up a huge amount of his spiritual strength. Also, with his energy reserves, he had barely managed to do that and still couldn't fully control it. If it wasn't because the 7-color supreme blood originally belonged to him, there was no way he would be able to control its immense power. However, that was already his limit. After killing Yi Wuchen, he was out of energy and could only put on a tough appearance. In fact, due to his exhausted soul, whether or not he could maintain his current condition was already difficult to say. Damn, no way. Mo Nian was startled. Long Chen's powerful aura had even tricked him. He had thought that Long Chen had managed to undergo a phoenix-like rebirth upon merging back with his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. Unexpectedly, his current appearance was fake, and no one had noticed this. They were all too terrified by Long Chen to even see through any clues. To tell you the truth, although I managed to reclaim what is mine, I only have half of my energy left. If you want to kill me, just come. I want to see just how many of you I can drag down with me. Long Aoshan, Lian Huaying, and Yi Wuchen, if I can kill another 100 geniuses like them, I suppose leaving my life behind would still be worth it, announced Long Chen. These words horrified countless people. If Long Chen had said that he was in his peak condition, perhaps some of them would still have enough wits to doubt him. But by saying that he only had half a tank left, people had no choice but to believe him. With his terrifying killing power, who knew just how many people he could drag down with him? Even half-step Eternals were slain by him, so who could stop him? Even if all the experts here were to charge forward together, they might not be enough to exhaust Long Chen. Even if they could kill Long Chen, most of them would likely die in the process. While everyone harbored a desire to capitalize on the situation, no one was willing to make the first move. Those who dared to do so would be the first to die. Their desire to kill Long Chen stemmed from various reasons. On one hand, they didn't want a peak expert to rise within the human race, and on the other, they wanted to test their luck and seize the karmic luck bead. Thus, when they had flocked over before, they had viewed Long Chen as a flab of fat meat that their mouths watered over. But now, they knew that in front of Long Chen, they were the prey. Brothers, it's our turn to kill, to avenge our fallen brothers and sisters. Seeing that the enemy experts had retreated and paused at a certain range as if hesitating, Mo Nian suddenly raised his arms and shouted. He then raised his bow and shot toward those experts. The experts on the Dragonblood Legion's side were baffled. Avenge their fallen brothers and sisters. Up to now, although they had many injuries, it didn't seem that anyone was slain, right? However, with Mo Nian taking the lead, they began to raise their own weapons and roared, charging over with Mo Nian. When the Dragonblood Legion came charging over with their weapons raised, those experts' expressions finally changed, and they fled for their lives. Do not chase cornered enemies. At this moment, Long Chen acted as if victory was already in grasp and shouted for everyone to stop chasing. Why not kill them all? The blood of our brothers and sisters cannot be spilled for nothing. Roared Mo Nian. Long Chen almost broke character. This fellow's acting skills were definitely not inferior to his grave robbing abilities. However, Long Chen couldn't break character now. Acting solemn, he replied, "They're nothing more than a group of ants. Killing them is meaningless." Long Chen beckoned, and the Dragonblood warriors flew away with Long Chen, pulling away from the battlefield. Once they were away, they would no longer be affected by the ripples of the battle between half-step Eternals. Either Sha Chen or Bai Shaola could use a formation or pupil art to transport them away instantly. After that, they really would be the fish that had leapt over the sea and become a flying bird. Long Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. However, he didn't dare to retreat too fast, as that would make some people think that he was just scaring them. If any half-step Eternal experts were to test him, he would be fully exposed. Hence, Long Chen was comforted to see that as they slowly left, no experts pursued them. Long Chen finally sighed with relief. As soon as he did, he felt like the world was spinning around him, a clear sign of his soul being overdrafted. However, he kept his act up, forcing himself not to collapse. He didn't even let Meng Qi help him, or that would also expose him. Just as Long Chen was bitterly enduring and had reached the edge of the battlefield, space twisted. 3 figures appeared in front of them at once. When they appeared, Long Chen sighed and sighed. Chapter 4281, 8 Great Divine Commanders. 3 figures appeared at the same time, unleashing terrifying pressures that made it so that Mo Nian and the others couldn't move. The 3 of them had auras of half-step Eternal experts. However, their auras were 10 times stronger than that of ordinary half-step Eternals. Their presence instantly made people feel despair, as if 3 colossal mountains were blocking their path. You really are amazing. Unsurpassed talent, limitless potential, yet also infinitely cunning. The entire battlefield is under your control. Long Chen, I really admire you. One of the 3 was skinny and tall, wearing a black robe and carrying a strange spear on his back. Perhaps it shouldn't even be called a spear because it was just too thick. It was more like a pillar and was as thick as a normal person's thigh. With how skinny he was, the thick spear looked extremely off in contrast. This person's eyes were as sharp as a falcon's, seemingly capable of seeing through everything. When he looked at Long Chen, it felt like he could see through all of Long Chen's secrets. Strikingly, there were actually 2 pupils within each of his deep eyes. It's too bad. Whether you are wildly arrogant or overwhelmingly domineering, you shouldn't have gone against Lord Brahma. All those who went against Lord Brahma ended up with the same fate, dead, said the large man beside the black-robed man. This man was extremely well built and wore sleeveless beast hides. His exposed skin had a copper-like hue and was covered with such dense runes that they resembled scales. His blood qi was overwhelming, and his voice was like thunder. Although he was only speaking with a normal voice, it still rumbled in people's ears, giving them a splitting headache. If my guess is correct, you should be 2 of Lord Brahma's 8 great divine commanders. Said Long Chen coldly. Ha ha ha, not bad. I didn't praise you for nothing. You really are smart. Talking to smart people really does save energy. The black-robed man laughed. He suddenly turned to the 3rd person. Brother Yan, what do you say? Do you want to personally avenge your little brother? That man stepped forward. He was wreathed in black flames and looked at Long Chen coldly. Hand over the golden lotus seed. Ah, I understand, you are also a son of Yan Shu. You're Yan Hong's big brother. Long Chen's killing intent was instantly triggered. His enmity with Yan Hong stemmed from the latter's intention to devour Yu Qingshan. Furthermore, the Yan Shu flame was innately a sinister, evil flame. It wanted to devour all other flames. It possessed terrifying devouring abilities, but the golden lotus seed in Long Chen's primal chaos space seemed to be able to counter it. So this fellow had come for it. However, even if Long Chen did hand over the golden lotus seed, this fellow would definitely still kill him and Yu Qingshan to take their flames. I, Yan Chong, do not like smart people, nor do I like wasting words. Hand over the golden lotus seed, or I will start killing the people beside you one by one. This person was Yan Shu's third son, Yan Chong. He stared at Long Chen coldly, and black flames rose behind him. It was like the flames of hell. Then why don't you just try it? Long Chen roared furiously, his killing intent erupted in front of this threat. As his killing intent raged, golden divine radiance gradually appeared around him. This golden divine radiance was different from the light of the Dragon King battle armor. It was very gentle, like a holy light, not overbearing at all. When this golden light appeared, Yan Chang's pupils shrank slightly. A cruel and savage smile then appeared on his face. Good, very good, excellent. This trip wasn't for nothing. It is still on you. You too, I want the golden lotus seed in his body. As for the rest, it's up to you too. Then this will be simple. The black-robed man smiled. He suddenly extended a hand straight toward Long Chen. The instant he extended his hand, everyone, including Long Chen, coughed up a mouthful of blood. A strange energy then poured into their bodies through every opening, there was no resisting it. Brahma's power. Long Chen was incensed. This was Lord Brahma's faith energy, a force beyond the confines of laws, something that couldn't be defended against or resisted. Yan Chong was after Long Chen's golden lotus seed, but its divine radiance was something he didn't dare to go against. Hence, he used this black-robed man to kill Long Chen instead. Long Chen clenched his teeth and disregarded his overdrafted spiritual strength. His bronze cauldron then came flying out, smashing at the black-robed man. When it appeared, the 10,000 Daos crumbled, and the faith energy above the 10,000 Daos was instantly shattered. The black-robed man was shocked to see Long Chen smashing this bronze cauldron at him. The next moment, his arm exploded along with half of his body. The black-robed man cried out in terror and retreated, blood spraying out of his mouth. The remaining half of his body was covered in cracks, on the verge of collapse. This sudden turn of events made everyone on the battlefield jump in shock. They stared in terror at the bronze cauldron in Long Chen's hands. Is that the real heaven-earth cauldron? People's jaws dropped, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If that wasn't the heaven-earth cauldron, how could it possess such terrifying power? Long Chen once more smashed the bronze cauldron at that black-robed man. At this point, Long Chen had set his heart on smashing him to death. The black-robed man was shocked and filled with fury. The thick spear on his back then lit up, exuding an explosive and radiant divine glow alongside a burst of immense faith energy. This was an eternal divine weapon and also a sacred faith symbol. Its aura was thousands of times greater than other eternal divine items. Other eternal divine items also had the eternal aura, but they didn't have the eternal power if the user had not reached the eternal realm. Without that eternal power, they couldn't unleash an eternal divine weapon's power. However, there was one method to draw out this power, and that was by using faith energy. It was practically cheating. In front of countless terrified gazes, the bronze cauldron smashed into that eternal spear. The cauldron then rumbled, and milky white divine radiance erupted into the air, obliterating the spear. However, when the power that exploded out of it filled this world, Mo Nian and the others instantly smelled the scent of death coming for them. Suddenly, the sound of a zither rang out and a strange ripple spread. The next moment, both Long Chen and the bronze cauldron vanished. The black-robed man was caught in the center of those ripples and was directly blown out of existence. As for Yan Chong and the other divine commander, they were powerless to intervene and fled out of the core region as fast as they could. We're doomed. Mo Nian and the others could only watch as that explosive power crashed toward them. Since it had instantly killed that black-robed man, then there was no chance they would survive. Suddenly, the void quivered and multiple barriers appeared in front of the Dragonblood Legion. Following that, a beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. When Tang Wan'er saw that figure, she cried out in delight. Chapter 4282, Heartless Wind Moon, Silence of the Night. This woman had summoned multiple barriers with a wave of her hand. The next moment, terrifying ripples smashed into her defenses, unleashing explosive rumbling sounds. But they were unable to get through. It wasn't just Tang Wan'er who was excited, all the Wind Sect's disciples also cried out in excitement. When this woman appeared, Yan Chang's expression changed. Suddenly, he extended his hand, and space contorted, allowing a black hand to reach into the Dragonblood Legion, aiming directly for Yu Qingxian. The Dragonblood Legion's people found that they were unable to move. The moment Yan Chang attacked, they could only watch as that hand fell. Suddenly, a cold light slashed through the air, and that hand exploded. Ripples like a water screen then appeared in the air along with an enchanting, short-haired woman. She wore skin-tight black leather armor, her short hair accentuating her striking features. Yet, her face sent shivers down people's spines. She was like a grim reaper, a harbinger of death. Her bone-chilling aura rendered her beauty inconsequential, leaving only a sense of dread in those who saw her. Yan Chang shouted furiously. Long Chen had been saved and brought away by some mysterious expert, so he decisively switched targets to Yu Qingxian, only for this person to cut off his arm. The Heartless Wind Moon, Feng Xinyue. The Silence of the Night, Yi Wusheng. These two beautiful women announced their identities at the same time and silence permeated the world. The Wind Sect's master, Feng Xinyue, and the Shadow Sect's master, Yi Wusheng. They were existences who had made a name for themselves countless years ago. Yet, most people didn't even know what they looked like. Even half-step Eternals hadn't recognized them. When the two of them became famous, these half-step Eternals were still playing in the mud. Most of them hadn't even been born yet. These two had shaken the 9 heavens while in the Immortal King realm. After setting up their own sects with a chosen few disciples, they withdrew from the public view. Only their disciples occasionally roamed the world and were seen by people. Having dominated their own respective eras, they were called unrivaled existences. It could be said that they were the strongest experts of their time, their light overwhelming everyone born in the same era. They had risen like a shooting star. Even though they had chosen to seclude themselves, there were still countless stories about them in the cultivation world. The monikers, the Heartless Wind Moon, and the Shadow of the Night, represented an entire era. Barbarian dragon splits the heavenly dome. Just then, a roar rang out and the 9 heavens were torn apart by 2 enormous dragon claws. In an instant, all the half-step Eternals attacking the Palace Master were torn apart, dozens of them killed in one blow. How boring. There wasn't a single decent opponent. Brahma's dogs, get over here and fight. The Palace Master walked over, his battle intent still blazing. Every step he took caused the world to shudder as if it would break apart. The Palace Master has made another breakthrough. Bai Zontang stared at the Palace Master in shock. It seems that he comprehended something in the High Firmament Palace, resulting in this breakthrough, said Bai Shishi's mother. Bai Shaola's mother smiled and the tension left her body. So we were worried for nothing. It seems that everything is under control. Bai Zontang and the others nodded. The Palace Master had actually been concealing his power the entire time. This was something unbelievable to them. After all, the Palace Master was not such a cool-headed person. They had no idea what had caused this madman to endure all this time. My Yan Shu line will remember this debt. We will settle it with your human race another day. Yan Chang snorted and suddenly transformed into black flames before vanishing. Feng Xinyue, Yi Wusheng, do you really want to challenge Lord Brahma? Shouted that large expert. He had just lost one of his comrades and was clearly afraid of the two of them. Thus, although he shouted, he was clearly not as arrogant as before. Have Lord Brahma say that to me personally or even fallen day night. As for you, you aren't qualified. Go back and tell Lord Brahma that no matter how deep he schemes, no plan is foolproof. The plans of a man cannot match the plans of the heavens. This gate was ultimately not opened. Let him think about his next step, responded Yi Wusheng coldly. We won't kill you. Scram, added Feng Xinyue indifferently. I also won't kill you. However, I heard that you have the ability to use a portion of Lord Brahma's power. Why don't we exchange some pointers before you go? Asked the Palace Master. HMPH, I'll report your words to Lord Brahma. Just wait. That large expert flew away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yanchong ran away, one of the 8 great divine commanders was slain, and the other one fled. To top it off, all the half-step Eternals attacking the Palace Master had been slain. At this moment, the experts of the various races found that the situation had taken a drastic turn for them. Everyone else had long since scattered like birds and beasts, so now all that remained on the battlefield were them. How boring. Why didn't you just kill them all? So many of them got away. The Palace Master frowned irritably. At this time, Feng Xinyue had walked over to Tang Wan and held her hand with a pampering look. She indifferently said, "If you want to blame someone, blame your Dean Bai. He was the one who asked us not to take action until the critical point." "Master, where is Long Chen? Did you send him away?" Tang Wan pulled on Feng Xinyue's hand anxiously. Feng Xinyue shook her head. "I didn't save him, it was another woman in violet robes who did." "Violet robes? I didn't see anyone like that," said Tang Wan in surprise. Meng Qi and the others also stared in disbelief. They had only heard the sound of a zither and then a ripple spread. Following that, Long Chen vanished. "Master, why didn't you show yourselves sooner? Why not deal with all those people at once? We almost died from fright," complained one of the Wind Sect's disciples. That disciple's complaints didn't anger Feng Xinyue, and she simply smiled. This battle was actually a test for Long Chen. "What test?" Tang Wan cocked her head in confusion. "A test to see if he was worth us risking our lives for." "Him," answered Feng Xinyue solemnly. "And the results?" asked Tang Wan hastily. Just then, a rumbling sound rang out, and the world was shaking. The sound was coming from the Sage King Prefecture. Feng Xinyue and the others brought them back to the Sage King Prefecture. The disciples then felt the space quiver for a bit and found themselves at the core in the blink of an eye. This was where the martial stage had been. However, the earth had collapsed, leaving only darkness in sight. Within that darkness was a giant gate with a tiny, yet discernible, crack in its surface. This gate was rumbling as if some terrifying creature was trying to push it open. "Damn human race, when this gate opens, it will be the day of your destruction." Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from the other side of the gate. After that, startled cries rang out. Chapter 4283, Primal Chaos Divine Item Heavenly Devil Zither. This terrifying voice had come from the other side of the gate before. However, at that time, everyone's focus had been on the Sage King martial stage. They guessed that it was the voice of an eternal expert. Now that they were right next to the gate, that voice was even clearer. The gate blocked most of its power, but they could still sense its terrifying eternal fluctuations. "Ignorant fool, if you have the guts, come out and fight. Let me see just how powerful an eternal expert is," shouted the Palace Master in response to this unknown lifeform's provocation. The Palace Master was a battle-hungry madman. Even in this battle, he hadn't used his full power. As a result, he was displeased by the lack of opponents and wanted to fully vent. Hearing this, the unknown lifeform on the other side of the gate seemed to be enraged and crazily attacked the gate. However, the gate simply rumbled without budging an inch. Everyone was shocked by this. Even an eternal expert was unable to open this gate. Just what did this gate signify? Lord Brahma's schemes are never small. He used outside forces to forcibly activate the Sage King martial stage, wanting to use the power of karmic luck to open this gate. Unfortunately, he didn't anticipate this plan being ruined by Long Chen. The gate only opened the slightest bit, causing primal chaos chi to pour out, filling the 9 heavens. Also, before the primal chaos chi on both sides is stabilized, this gate cannot be opened. Long Chen has bought the human race quite a bit of time. At the very least, the human race will be able to freely absorb primal chaos chi to cultivate for a year. But with this 1 year of buffer time, the human race will be able to raise a group of powerful experts. At this moment, this was the best result possible. Feng Xinyue examined the gate and smiled. 2 of the primal chaos divine items have appeared, the Heaven-Earth Cauldron and the Heavenly Devil Zither. The others will probably surface soon. A new era is coming, so powerful geniuses will rise and fight. However, the 9 heavens and 10 lands are still recuperating, yet a new primal chaos battle is on the horizon. It remains uncertain whether the 9 heavens and 10 lands will endure or vanish for all eternity. Another voice rang out at this time. "Dean!" The Academy's disciples cried out. Dean Bai Lishan had also appeared, and it seemed that he had been present this entire time. Feng Xinyue shook her head. In truth, of the 10 primal chaos divine items, only the heavenly devil zither has appeared. Furthermore, from what we saw, it seems to have recognized a master. That violet-robed woman should be one of Long Chen's lovers, no? Wan you should know her. A violet-robed woman, could it be Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, Dong Mingyu, and the others cried out at the same time. Only Ziyan was known for wearing violet robes. If it really was Big Sister Ziyan, why didn't she greet us? Wondered Tang Wan disappointedly. Ziyan was deceived by the elusive music Immortal Palace and fought against Long Chen several times. Perhaps she has yet to resolve that knot in her heart, so she doesn't want to see us, guessed Meng Qi. Hearing that, everyone understood her feelings. Although Ziyan had ultimately walked alongside Long Chen and fought alongside them in the final battle of the Martial Heaven continent, they could still sense that Ziyan didn't fit in amongst them perfectly. After all, her inner self remained plagued by guilt and self-reproach. Meng Qi and the others even worried about her becoming bedeviled due to this burden. If the person who had saved Long Chen was a violet-robed woman who had made one move and instantly vanished, unwilling to be seen by others, then it was most likely Ziyan. Upon coming to the conclusion that Ziyan had saved Long Chen, their hearts relaxed. No matter what, Ziyan would not harm Long Chen. If that violet-robed woman is this Ziyan of yours, then she really is amazing. She has obtained the approval of the primal chaos divine item, the heavenly devil zither. Although she only plucked a single string of her zither, that is proof that the heavenly devil zither has recognized her as its master. The heavenly devil zither is the only one of the 10 supreme divine items to appear in full so far. As for Long Chen's earth cauldron, it can only count as half right now. His earth cauldron is not a fighting weapon, so he cannot utilize its divine abilities. Right now, it can only be said that 1.5 primal chaos divine items have appeared, as well as a bit, said Feng Xinyue. What is that bit? Asked Tang Wan The Wind sect's disciples were quite different from the disciples of other sects. They got along very well with their sect master and didn't hold back when speaking to her. Feng Xinyue simply looked at Dong Mingyu and smiled, not saying anything. However, this one look was enough to shock Dong Mingyu. Actually, she had once asked her master about her dagger, but her master refused to tell her anything. Now that Feng Xinyue said this, Dong Mingyu realized that the strange dagger that Long Chen had given her was actually a primal chaos divine item. However, it was most likely only a fragment of the original. This explained its extraordinary power to pierce through anything. A warmth welled up within Dong Mingyu as she realized that Long Chen had bestowed such a precious artifact upon her. This act alone served as evidence that Long Chen had always cherished her deeply. Meng Qi cupped her fists to Feng Xinyue respectfully. Senior, you said that you were watching over us the entire time and that this was a test for Long Chen. What were the results of this test? Feng Xinyue smiled. You're all Wan sisters. We're a family, so there's no need to be bound by formality. Actually, it doesn't really count as a test. We just want to see if Long Chen is worthy of us risking our lives for him. Also, Wan has long since told me everything about him. She praised him into the heavens, saying that he was the most charismatic man ever. Tang Wan cried out with embarrassment. Feng Xinyue smiled and continued, when I saw Long Chen, I found that he really was a man with shocking charisma. If I were still young, perhaps I'd also want to be Wan sister. Then I'll call you Big Sister in the future. Giggled Tang Wan Feng Xinyue lightly slapped Tang Wan rear. You bad girl, don't mess around with seniority. Haha, getting back to the point, other than testing Long Chen's aptitude, talent, and potential, what we cared most about was his character. Throughout history, the human race has produced no lack of shockingly talented heavenly geniuses or overwhelmingly intelligent strategists. However, the human race has never produced anyone capable of uniting the entire human race. All those heavenly geniuses lack the charisma that made others willing to follow them to their deaths. Thus, the human race has always been a plate of loose sand, unable to come together. That is the only reason the human race is bullied by the other races and has declined to the point of being on its last breaths. Tang Wan giggled and asked, so what were the results of the test? Did you not see for yourself? Even people who didn't know him were willing to risk their lives for him. Is there any need for us to say anything more? Feng Xinyue looked at the people by the Dragonblood Legion's side. We are willing to risk our lives for Brother Long because he is willing to do the same for us. We are all true brothers. shouted one of those experts. Even in front of experts like Feng Xinyue and Yi Wusheng, these people still let out a loud shout of agreement. Furthermore, their voices were full of pride. Today was the day that they would never forget. To be able to fight alongside a peerless heavenly genius like Long Chen was their life's greatest honor. Furthermore, Long Chen had even risked his life for them several times in this battle. In the end, he risked everything to protect them, so they were fully won over by Long Chen and were willing to risk their lives for him as well. Damn human race, if you have the guts, get in here and let's fight. That terrifying lifeform's roar once more came from the other side of the gate. It seemed that their conversation was too noisy, disturbing it. You're noisy. Mo Nian snorted and suddenly loaded his bow. An arrow then shot through the crack in the gate. Chapter 4284 Black-Hearted Old Ghost, the Immoral Taoist. Mo Nian's arrow shot straight through the crack in the gate. .0. Buzz. .0. The arrow was instantly blasted apart by some terrifying astral wind, but just as the arrow was destroyed, an object like a pine needle went through the crack. .0. Damn human race brat. 0. A furious roar came from the other side of the gate. It was unknown what Mo Nian had done to enrage that lifeform. .1. Despite them not knowing about it, people were still amazed that Mo Nian managed to attack that lifeform through the gate. .0. Senior, what about me? Maybe you should test me too. You can't leave all the good things to Long Chen. Mo Nian cupped his fists to Feng Xinyue. .0. Feng Xinyue looked at him and shook her head. Child, you like showing off too much and aren't steady enough. It will be difficult for you to be a leader. 0. What? I'm actually very steady as a person. At least, I'm steadier than Long Chen. Just look, I only have a single fiancé. I have never gone around picking up more flowers like Long Chen. Mo Nian patted his chest proudly. .0. That's because you don't have the ability. Only Lu Zongying doesn't dislike you, so don't act like you're some holy man, raged Tang Wan. On the martial heaven continent, didn't you try to seduce Yi Lingshan? Did you forget the message she gave you? As long as you're well, it's like spring thunder. Are you really that oblivious about yourself? 11. Fuck, that fellow really isn't a good brother. He even told you about this. Mo Nian was instantly embarrassed. .1. You have the wicked heart, and the wicked guts, but not the wicked abilities. And you dare to critique our Long Chen. As I see it, you're a bad influence. I'm going to tell Long Chen to sever ties with you, declared Tang Wan ruthlessly. .3. Seeing Mo Nian being playfully humiliated by Tang Wan's sharp words, Meng Qi and the rest burst into laughter. However, deep down, they all knew that Mo Nian was just joking. After all, his bond with Long Chen was akin to that of true brothers. Only Tang Wan was taking it too seriously. .1. Feng Xinyue said, in truth, your talent is not inferior to that of Long Chen, and your character isn't that bad. However, you are lacking Long Chen's daring and charisma. Still, it can't be blamed on you. Considering that you are following that immoral Taoist, it's natural for you to inherit his legacy. The immoral Taoist never accepts suffering a loss. In fact, in his opinion, as long as he isn't getting an advantage, it counts as suffering a loss. But focusing so much on immediate profit affects one's ability to see further and isn't favorable in the long run. 0. You're right, you're absolutely right. That old fellow, he's far too short-sighted and unscrupulous. He's a petty little cheater, a shameless hoodlum. Mo Nian nodded vigorously. .1. Hearing this, everyone was startled. Everyone knew that a master had to be respected, but Mo Nian actually spoke about his master this way. Wasn't that too unfilial? 0. However, you should not provoke your master. He has many abilities that he has not shared with you yet, advised Feng Xinyue. .0. He has more abilities. Mo Nian was surprised. .0. Do you think he only knows how to run and rob graves? I know your master all too well. His power is very shocking, so you should learn more from him. I've watched your way of fighting, so I know that he hasn't imparted a single one of Limitless Palace's peak techniques to you, said Feng Xinyue. .0. Mo Nian raged, that black-hearted old ghost. I've handed over so many treasures to him, and he didn't even give me anything. 2. In reality, the immoral Taoist had assured Mo Nian that he had imparted his complete legacy to him. However, this entire legacy was only about grave robbing and fleeing, nothing more. .1. As a result, Mo Nian's current accomplishments in combat were all thanks to his own efforts. He could be said to have finished his apprenticeship and started making a living for himself. But whenever he encountered the immoral Taoist, he would be plundered of all his new treasures. 1. The immoral Taoist even shamelessly said that those were tuition fees, saying that it was a tradition of the limitless palace, an investment for the future. 0. Thinking of how many times he had been robbed in vain, Mo Nian was furious. It would be one thing if Mo Nian hadn't even given him anything, but to take all his treasures and teach him nothing. Now, Mo Nian felt like he was on the brink of exploding. 0. Senior, what is behind this gate? Asked Mo Nian. 0. This gate leads to another planar world. Other than the human race, the world has experts from all other races, said Feng Xinyu. 0. It doesn't have the human race. Are you saying, 0? Yes, in that world, the human race has been exterminated. Thankfully, Long Chen has stopped the gate from opening, essentially granting the human race a year to prepare. Around 1 year from now, the primal chaos chi and the laws of both worlds will reach an equilibrium, and it will be possible to push the gate open. When that time comes, the human race will be facing the terrifying experts of the various races. I should note that these are experts who were born and grew up in a world with complete laws and bountiful primal chaos chi. They have an immense advantage over us. In the same realm, they have absolute superiority. Even so, Long Chen has bought us 1 year, so everyone should cherish this chance and cultivate hard. Otherwise, when the gate opens, the human race will simply be slaughtered, warned Feng Xinyu. 1. Ziqiu. 0. Just then, a voice rang out. As they heard the voice, a chilling sensation gripped everyone's souls, making them feel as though they were on the brink of freezing. 4. Yi Ziqiu trembled. She then turned to Meng Qi and the others sadly. My master is calling me. 0. Good sister. Go. We'll see each other soon, consoled Meng Qi. 0. Yi Ziqiu nodded and waved goodbye. After that, she flew off in a certain direction. 0. Little Yu. 0. Yi Wusheng looked at Dong Mingyu and called her as well. Dong Mingyu hesitantly walked out. She wanted to stay, but in the end, she still said tearful goodbyes to Meng Qi and the others. 0. The Shadow Sect's disciples didn't say a word and just went to Yi Wusheng's side. No one saw what Yi Wusheng did, but all of them suddenly vanished into thin air. 0. Everyone had just reunited, but they had to separate again. Although they knew that Long Chen was fine, they were still sad. 0. Big sister, we have to leave too. With primal chaos chi filling this world, our undying willow race's altar can be activated. We need to advance to the World King realm there, said Lu Ruyan to Chu Yao. 0. Chu Yao nodded. Both Meng Qi and Chu Yao had tears in their eyes, feeling helpless. Long Chen had risked everything to secure this precious year for the human race. They couldn't waste it. 0. In the end, they tearfully left. Lu Ruyan led the undying race's experts away, and Meng Qi also helplessly bid farewell to Tang Wan Bai Shishi, Yu Qingshan, and the others. She implored Bai Shishi and Yu Qingshan to look after Long Chen before leaving with Cloud. 0. Brothers, let us meet again. First, I'm going to settle things with that old ghost. I'll force him to hand over his top techniques. Just wait, next time I'm back, it will be the return of the king. The 4 seas will submit. I won't let Long Chen stand out by himself. Mo Nian also swiftly left. 2. Just then, a thunderous shout rang out. 0. Wild, it's time to return home and eat meat. 0. No, I'm not leaving. I want to be with Brother Long. Wild immediately shouted back. 0. Another group of giants had appeared in the distance, their heaven-shaking blood chi suffocating everyone present. Every single one of their steps made the world shake. 0. Wild, be obedient. Once you mature, it will be time for us to marry and have children. 4. A gentle, affectionate voice rang out. As Guo Ran and the others traced the voice's origin, their jaws fell open in astonishment. 0. God damn, Chapter 4285 Reincarnation of the Barbarian King. Among these new experts of the barbarian race, one female warrior in particular stood out, making Guo Ran and the others' eyes pop out. 0. This woman was even larger and sturdier than Wild, and her blood chi was many times stronger as well. Her aura was not at all inferior to half-step Eternals. 0. Although she was extremely large and robust, her figure was still well proportioned. If she became a normal-sized human, she would be considered a beauty. 0. However, her overwhelming blood chi made it seem like a wild dragon was slumbering within her body, leaving people awestruck and too afraid to approach her. 0. Wild seemed to instantly become a coward when he saw this woman. He then hid behind the Dragonblood Legion, shouting, "I'm not going back. I want to be with Brother Long." 0. The mighty and indomitable Wild who had shaken the 10,000 races was now like a child that was throwing a tantrum, making countless people speechless. 0. "And where is your Brother Long?" asked that woman. 0. My brother Long is," Wild didn't know how to reply. 0. "Wild, listen, your brother Long had to leave. Once he's back, we'll find him together. You also saw that with your current power, you still can't help your brother Long much. You need to eat more, sleep more, and grow into a powerful man. Only then can you beat up the bad people," comforted the woman gently, just like speaking to a child. 0. She also cast a glance at Guo Ran and the others, causing them to understand what was going on. Wild's position in the barbarian race was very particular, and no one could force him to do anything. Hence, they had to advise him to return to the barbarian race. 0. Long Chen had bought them a year, and no one should waste this time. After all, Wild's best cultivation environment was in the barbarian race's land. 0. Wild, listen to this, big sister. Go back for now, and when boss is back, we'll come find you. Go and eat the best meat. We'll see each other soon, said Guo Ran. 0. Really, don't trick me. They're always tricking me, saying that they'll bring me to Brother Long tomorrow, but tomorrow never comes. Wild suddenly began to cry. It seemed that he was venting all of his grief. 0. Guo Ran and the others felt bad. Tricking such a kind and naive child like Wild was too cruel. 0. However, if they didn't say this, Wild wouldn't leave. Thus, Guo Ran forced his tears to stop and smiled. Good brother, how could we trick you? Go back, eat a few meals, sleep a few naps, and we'll be there. 0. Alright, I'll listen to you. You have to come find me. Wild finally assented. 0. Only then did the woman from the barbarian race walk over to them and pull Wild up. To Guo Ran and the others, she gave a warning glance. To tell the truth, we dislike the human race, and we don't agree with Wild going with you guys. We won't let our future king follow a human. However, Long Chen has changed our opinion of the human race, so we are willing to give you one chance. I hope your human race won't disappoint us again. 0. Guo Ran was lost, not knowing what she was talking about. However, he solemnly swore, I may not know what you're talking about, but since boss is not here, I will respond with boss's words. First, Wild is our brother, and we will walk through mountains of blades for any of our brothers. We will sacrifice our lives and be crushed to dust for our brothers. Second, from top to bottom, our Dragonblood Legion is full of iron-boned men. We do not fear seas of blood or mountains of corpses. We don't need anyone's pity or aid. Third, our Dragonblood Legion's word is worth its weight in gold. Enmities must be avenged, and kindness must be repaid. Anyone who does help us will be remembered. If you do not like us, you don't need to join us because of Wild. We can each mind our own business. But if Wild is in trouble, you must tell us. Even if we must cross the 9 heavens, we will come to help you. You must promise me this, otherwise, even if boss isn't present, our Dragonblood Legion will fight to the last person to prevent you from taking Wild away. 0. Guo Ran's words were polite but unyielding. That was because the barbarian woman's words irritated him. It was as if she was speaking to them from a high position and practically taking pity on them, as if they were trying to beg the barbarian race for help, like they were trying to rise with the barbarian race's help. 0. After all, every person in the Dragonblood Legion had immense pride in themselves, so they were unable to accept such an insult. Perhaps if Wild wasn't here, they would have turned hostile. 0. Wild's expression also changed. Although he wasn't very intelligent, he could clearly distinguish people's emotions. 0. What are you doing? Are you trying to make them angry? Shouted Wild at the barbarian woman. 0. That woman was baffled. She didn't even know what had made them so angry. 0. I'm not going back with you. I don't want you. I'm not going to marry you. I hate you. 0. Wild furiously threw off her hand. Caught off guard, she stumbled back. 0. Young friends, please calm down. Youngsters just don't know how to talk, so let me take over. At this moment, an elder from the barbarian race walked over. This elder was also large and had a shocking blood chi. However, he had a very kind face, and his voice was also particularly gentle. It was unlike the rest of the barbarian race where their normal voice was like raging thunder. Grandpa. That woman's eyes reddened and she cried out sullenly. In truth, this person was the leader of the barbarian race. However, all disciples of the barbarian race called him Grandpa, not race leader. The leader of the barbarian race waved his hand at the woman, indicating her to be silent. To Guo Ran, he said, "You are all good children. It has been many years since heavenly geniuses like yourselves have emerged among the human race. I hope that you won't blame Lovely. Our barbarian race once suffered greatly at the hands of your human race, leaving a very deep wound. But these are things of the past, so let's not bring them up now. You should all work hard on raising your cultivation bases. Do not waste the time that Long Chen fought so hard to secure for us." 1. Guo Ran and the others' hearts shook when they heard this. It seemed to be related to some history that was covered up by the human race. After all, there was no deep-seated hatred without a cause. Perhaps the human race really had done something terrible to them. We will follow Senior's instructions. Guo Ran cupped his fists to him. Wild, say goodbye to your friends, said the race leader. Wild unwillingly waved goodbye to Guo Ran and the others. It seemed that this grandpa was the only existence that Wild didn't dare to rebel against. However, when Lovely reached out to hold Wild's hand again, it was thrown off once more. Wild was still angry with her. The race leader couldn't help but shake his head when he saw that. He then waved goodbye to Guo Ran and the others before leading the barbarian race's experts away. However, he didn't even glance at Feng Xinyue, the palace master, the dean, or the others. It seems that this Wild is the reincarnation of the blood barbarian race's barbarian king. The blood barbarian race's former glory might shine once more. 0. Feng Xinyue murmured as she watched them leave, her voice filled with emotion. The reincarnation of the barbarian king. Everyone cried out in shock. Chapter 4286. One father, one son. Feng Xinyue chose not to say anything further and instead looked at Tang Wan-er. Tang Wan-er's expression immediately turned sour, fully aware of what her master wanted to convey. In the end, Tang Wan-er also left with Feng Xinyue and the disciples of the Wind sect. At this moment, the experts of the remaining factions began to walk over. Please tell Long Chen that my Crow Mountain's Zhang family is profoundly indebted to him. In the future, as long as he says a single word, all my Crow Mountain's 30 million experts will come. If even a single person is missing, let me, Zhang Wanming, be cleaved by lightning. An elder cupped his fists to Guo Ran and the others. This elder was an innate heaven venerate and was covered in blood and wounds. A while ago, he had fought to protect the Dragonblood Legion in their hasty escape. After all, the Dragonblood Legion was protecting the 300 elite disciples of his Zhang family who had absorbed many karmic luck runes. Even if he were to die, he had to protect them. It could be said that all these elders here were filled with gratitude to the Dragonblood Legion. Even if they had to die on the battlefield for Long Chen, they wouldn't frown in the slightest. Senior is too courteous. Only a hero like Senior could raise such heroic sons and daughters. They were willing to fight for the Dragonblood Legion, so how could our Dragonblood Legion not do the same for them? Seniors, you should rest. For now, when my boss returns, we will meet once more and have a feast with everyone, said Guo Ran, also feeling moved. Since Long Chen was gone, he was placed into the solemn position of overseeing the Dragonblood Legion. Seeing so many people looking at him with gratitude and worship, Guo Ran felt like everything had been worth it. Good, good, with heroes like you in this era, it is a blessing for our human race. My Snow Reflection Gate will listen to the Dragonblood Legion in the future. Although my Snow Reflection Gate is no famous power, we still have 10 million disciples. We will fight for the Dragonblood Legion at any moment, declared another sect leader. Despite being drenched in blood, and with one of his arms missing, he paid no heed to his wounds. With unwavering determination, he firmly declared his allegiance. In the future, if Long Chen needs anything, we will walk through fire to get it for him. 0. The other factions also shouted their promises as well. All of them had helped fight for the Dragonblood Legion, and they were deeply moved by the Dragonblood Legion's heroism. As the representative of the Dragonblood Legion, Guo Ran thanked all of them. Many of the heavenly geniuses who had gone to assist Long Chen also cupped their fists to the Dragonblood warriors and bid them farewell. 0. They had fought alongside each other, slaughtering their way out of a sea of powerful enemies. This was really a case of heroes flocking together. 0. In a bit, tens of millions of experts left with reluctant gazes. The Sage King convention had come to a close. Yet, for them, the most significant gain this time wasn't the karmic luck runes, it was the opportunity to meet Long Chen. 0. Meeting Long Chen showed them what a real hero should be like. Moreover, he had illuminated the path before them, showing them their futures. It was as if their souls had undergone a transformation, causing them to understand the true essence of cultivation. Now, they knew their future goals and were no longer lost. 0. In the end, the Starry River sect's experts also left. They were the ones to benefit the most from Long Chen. Furthermore, they had taken Long Chen's words to heart and strived to spread the Starry River of the Sky Art, allowing it to flourish across the 9 heavens and 10 lands and enabling even more people to learn of its existence. 0. Now, all that remained were the Dragonblood Legion, the High Firmament Academy, and the Battle God Palace. 0. Zifeng, you're not leaving this time, right? Asked Guo Ran. 0. Yu Zifeng shook his head. I'm not leaving. Starting today, I will be properly accompanying my 4th regiment. 0. Hearing that, the 4th regiment's Dragonblood warriors cheered loudly. 0. Ji Yuyong, Ming Yuan, Li Qi, are you leaving? Asked Guo Ran. 0. No, we already handled our affairs before coming. We've learned everything we had to learn, so we're going to accompany boss throughout the 9 heavens. The 3 of them exchanged a look and laughed. 0. This response invigorated the Dragonblood warriors. The Dragonblood Legion had finally reunited. 0. Ha ha ha, then I, the general, am going to have a meteoric rise to the top of the world. Guo Ran laughed, more excited than anyone. Brothers, just leave the matter of your weapons and armor to me and Sha Chen. 0. The Dragonblood warriors let out heaven-shaking cheers. This reunion had indeed been an arduous journey. 0. I welcome everyone to join us as a representative of the High Firmament Academy. Let's go. The 18th Branch Academy has already been activated, and you will be our first guests, said Bai Lishan with a smile. 0. Everyone cheered and finally left. The Dragonblood Legion, the Academy's disciples, and the Battle God Palace's disciples were in high spirits from their victory. 0. Once Bai Lishan and the others departed, a group of people stared in their direction. After that, one of the elders in this group let out a heavy sigh. 0. These people were the Long clan's experts, and the one sighing was the Grand Elder. He a complex expression, marked by both regret and helplessness. 0. One father, one son. Could it truly be fate? The 7-peak sword originally derived from a divine ability found in Long Zontian's 7-color supreme blood. However, Long Aoshan was unable to harness his own blood to condense the 7-peak sword despite possessing the same 7-color supreme blood. We had no choice but to create a separate 7-peak sword for him to use. However, when Long Chen reclaimed the 7-color supreme blood, he instantly mastered this technique. Not only that, but he even condensed a 7-peak spear. A 7-peak spear. We can tell our forging masters in the clan not to waste their effort. The Grand Elder sighed, looking at the dejected Long Aoshan, whose spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone had been extracted. The Grand Elder was filled with a sense of helplessness. 0. Grand Elder, what do we do with Long Aoshan? Will you help him with the blood soul replenishment? Only you can save him, said another elder. 0. Long Chen even refuses to give him a peaceful death. At least, for a short while, he won't die because Long Chen wants him to experience pain. And in truth, by sparing his life, Long Chen is probing our Long clan. The Grand Elder shook his head sadly. 0. Probing us? How? Asked the Elder. 0. Long Chen possessed both power and intelligence. He intentionally spared Long Aoshan, not just to make him suffer, but to see our reaction as well. After all, Long Chen is also from the Long clan. If the Long clan is smart, we should know what choice to make. Only by treating Long Zontian kindly will we have a chance to bring Long Chen back home. That is the only option for our Long clan, said the Grand Elder. 0. But the Patriarch will not be able to accept such a result, said the other elder hesitantly. 0. Then the Long clan will be in danger. The Grand Elder sighed, he stared at the giant spate gate in the distance, shook his head, and left. 1. As for Long Aoshan, he was carried away like a dead dog. The next moment, the Long clan's experts silently vanished into the wilderness. 0. The world returned to calm, yet the terrifying gate remained, resembling a fiend's eye. The day it opened would be a day of slaughter. Chapter 4287 Xian's Bedevilment. Die. 0. Long Chen roared furiously and smashed his fist forward. However, all of a sudden, the world seemed to spin around him, causing him to lose his balance. 0. Long Chen was startled. Only now did he realize that the battlefield was gone, and he didn't know where he was. 0. He found himself in a dusky world, surrounded by an endless expanse of mountain ranges. Strangely, not even a single blade of grass grew on them. Also, the landscape was desolate as far as the eye could see, giving the impression that this was the end of the world. 0. All the experts before him were gone, baffling Long Chen. He had no idea where he was. 0. Long Chen. 0. Just then, a voice rang out, filled with profound emotion, causing Long Chen's body to tremble. He slowly turned around in disbelief. 0. The violet-robed Xian entered his gaze. However, when he saw her, he was filled with even greater disbelief. 0. Xian, you. 0. What made him hesitate to believe that this was the genuine Xian was the unmistakable presence of the devil Dao emanating from her. Moreover, this aura was thousands, even millions of times denser than the energy he had sensed from the devil race's experts during the Sage King Convention. 0. Long Chen was completely dumbfounded. How did Xian suddenly become a member of the devil race? Even her bloodline and spiritual fluctuations possessed a strong aura of the devil race. 0. Seeing his gaze, Xian felt a pang in her heart. She didn't quite dare to look at Long Chen. 0. Xian, what happened? Did someone force you to join the devil race? If so, I will save you. Long Chen grabbed Xian's hand. He was still bewildered. 0. Xian was clearly an expert of the human race, so how did she become a devil? What was behind this? 0. Only when Long Chen grabbed her hand and she saw his anxious face did her heart warm up. It seemed that she had misjudged Long Chen. 0. Long Chen, if I fall to the devil Dao and become a devil woman, would you still want me? Whispered Xian, looking at Long Chen. 3. No matter what you become, in my heart, you will always be the woman I love, declared Long Chen. 0. He didn't know what had happened to Xian. Nonetheless, despite their former enmity, they had ultimately come together. Long Chen's heart had melded completely with Xian's. 0. Other than Meng Qi, it was Xian who understood his heart the most. When Xian played her zither, Long Chen could hear the melody of her heart within the music. 0. Because of this, while Long Chen wasn't a music Dao master, spending time with Xian did impart some of her knowledge to him. She was different from Tang Wan and the others, but as for how exactly she was different, Long Chen couldn't say. 0. This firm response from Long Chen finally made Xian smile. Tears trickled down her cheeks as she said, I knew that you wouldn't turn your back on me. You wouldn't do that. 0. After saying that, Xian threw herself into Long Chen's embrace, her head pressed tight against his chest. Upon hearing his powerful heartbeat, her tears gradually soaked his robes. 0. Long Chen was startled. He gently wiped away her tears and did his best to suppress his curiosity so that he could comfort her. 0. Eventually, Xian got tired of crying and fell asleep in Long Chen's embrace. Then, Long Chen gently held her and slowly sat down. Looking at her tender face, Long Chen felt extremely uneasy. 0. In order to protect you, she chose to get stronger. She has gone through endless torment and suffering to turn herself into a devil, and the danger involved in such a thing cannot be described with simple words. It's not something an ordinary person can imagine. Just then, a voice rang out. 0. Long Chen turned to the source of the voice and saw a clump of black smoke around a figure. The silhouette of this figure could vaguely be seen as that of a woman. 0. However, her voice was icy without the slightest emotion. It was like the concentrated manifestation of the laws of some existence. 0. Who are you? 0. I am Xian's contractual partner, and we have an agreement between us. She needs power, so she will listen to me for everything, said that person. 0. Was it you who turned Xian into a devil? Long Chen's expression sank. 0. She did it voluntarily. 0. She is a member of the human race and should have all the rights and privileges that come with it. I hope you will be magnanimous enough to let Xian go. If Xian owes you something, I will help her repay her debt, Long Chen stated, narrowing his eyes as he addressed the individual. His voice even carried a hint of a pleading tone. 0. Long Chen didn't know what Ziyan's relationship with this person was, but he didn't want to see Ziyan become bedeviled. Long Chen didn't want Ziyan to sacrifice her humanity. 0. The contract has been made, and no one can change it, said that person coldly. 0. Hearing this, Long Chen was enraged. Space then quivered, and the earth cauldron appeared in his hands. 0. Ziyan is my beloved. If Senior is not willing to be magnanimous, I can only offend you. 0. Offending me is meaningless. The contract has been made, and neither me nor Ziyan can change it. Other than that, with your current power in the slumbering earth cauldron, a battle with me would be like an ant trying to shake a tree. Once you gather both the heaven and earth cauldrons and awaken them, you can challenge me again, said the person in the black mist. 0. Her voice was constantly cold, but this time, there was a kind of natural pride in it. 0. Who are you? Demanded Long Chen. 1. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that your time is almost up. Finding a way to awaken the earth cauldron should be your priority. I saw everything in the Sage King Prefecture. Your display was just like that person's. The same careful yet brash actions, the same intelligent yet foolish choices. Despite being a clear fool, so many people are willing to follow you to death, said that person, her voice drifting as if she was lost in memory. 0. And who is that person? Asked Long Chen, his heart pounding hard. 5. However, she didn't reply. After a moment, she said, Ziyan was in a critical state of her seclusion, but she was unwilling to stay put. She even interrupted her own cultivation to see you, which set her back by several months of progress. This meeting is over now. Take care of yourself. 0. Suddenly, the Ziyan in Long Chen's embrace began to turn transparent, fading until she mysteriously vanished. Long Chen was taken aback, and he urgently exclaimed, Senior, Senior. Please allow me a little more time to speak with Ziyan. 0. He hadn't even managed to say anything of substance to Ziyan, and he had no idea what she was going through. How could he rest at ease like this? 0. Words are meaningless. Go do something meaningful instead. Your human race doesn't have much time to waste any longer, responded that person coldly. 0. After that, the black mist also faded away along with that figure, and this entire world began to shake. 0. Hey, wait. 0. Long Chen shouted. He still had many questions that he hadn't asked yet. 0. Boom. 0. Abruptly, this world shattered, and Long Chen's surroundings transformed. Once more, he found himself on the battlefield. Chapter 4288, Lord Brahma's Scheme. The battlefield was the same battlefield, but now, there was not even a shadow of a ghost present. Even the numerous divine items that had fallen on the battlefield were gone, including their fragments. Clearly, someone had cleaned up the battlefield. In fact, multiple waves of people must have come, as the corpses of many experts had been taken. Long Chen stood in the sky and looked at this vast battlefield. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of loss inside. In this world, can we do nothing but slaughter one another? Why cannot multiple races live peacefully? Looking at the blood-soaked land, Long Chen couldn't help murmuring to himself. Slaughter brought no joy, it only brought pain. But in order to live, Long Chen could only continue to kill. The Minghong saber was gone. Long Chen had helped it achieve its long-cherished wish, but Long Chen's heart was now empty. Blooddrinker, Dragonbone Evilmoon, and now the Minghong saber. They were all his comrades, but they were unable to accompany him to the end. Every time he lost one of them, he felt a stinging pain in his heart. It felt like he had lost his direction. Long Chen sat on a mound of earth, and a slight breeze blew by, lifting up the dust. The smell of blood still lingered in the air. Long Chen sensed countless resentful spirits swirling around him, either sobbing or cursing him. However, Long Chen didn't mind. He simply sat there like a statue. The sun rose and then fell, and a full day passed just like that. During all this time, he didn't even twitch. Many thoughts ran through his head during this day. His line of thought was extremely chaotic. After a full day and night, Long Chen slowly rose. To his surprise though, his body had fully recovered. This entire time, he hadn't even done anything to recover. He had just wanted to calm his heart and ponder upon a few things in his weak state, wanting to look at the world from a different viewpoint. However, in a short day and night, his body had fully recovered on his own, and even his overdrafted soul was at full power. He was in top condition. What's going on? Long Chen looked at his own hands in disbelief. The 7-color supreme blood has returned to you, and it possesses a natural self-recovery ability. With the power of the 5 elements added to yin and yang, it is essentially a natural formation. Have you not sensed it yourself? Asked the dragon expert. Only then did Long Chen look within himself and notice that his body had gone through an astonishing change. The 7-color supreme blood was flowing through his body like a hard-working craftsman fixing anything it found lacking. It was like a child fixing up its home, excitedly decorating it. However, next to it was the violet blood, and it was in a slumbering state. Wait, what about my dragon blood? Long Chen suddenly cried out. He was shocked to find that his dragon blood was gone. Don't panic. The 7-color supreme blood is your natural essence blood and has the highest compatibility with your body. If the dragon blood were to be fused with it, they would only lower each other's divinities, so I have drawn your dragon blood into your tendons, said the dragon expert. Only then did Long Chen notice that his tendons had become golden, and his dragon power had switched storage locations. After that, Long Chen relaxed. You should thank Long Aocean. No, actually you should thank the Long clan. They lost a fortune to activate your spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. In order to let them awaken without losing the slightest bit of their spirituality, they used the best resources possible. Now, it has all benefited you, said the dragon expert with a chuckle. Hee, it's thanks to your guidance. Long Chen also chuckled. If it hadn't been for the dragon expert stopping him, he'd have long since killed Long Aocean and taken back his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone, harming their spirituality in the process. Now though, they had been nurtured by others and then taken without Long Chen having to exert any effort. Any dissatisfaction he harbored back then had vanished. In truth, everything the dragon expert had done was for his benefit. Thinking about his temper back then, Long Chen felt a bit bad. Senior, can I now merge with my violet blood and supreme bone? Asked Long Chen. The supreme bone was now in his body, right where it had been dug out. That's what I wanted to talk about. For now, don't merge with them yet. Let us discuss some things, said the dragon expert. Junior is listening, said Long Chen hastily. There are many things that I have not told you for fear of the heavens grasping it. Inflicting you with unbearable karma would only harm you. However, now you have the Sage King karmic luck, so your bad luck is gradually being countered. You should be able to endure stronger karma now. The first thing I want to tell you is that the world behind that gate contains all the races other than the human race. Once that gate opens, they will slaughter your human race. The battle will be far bloodier than the one that you just fought on the martial stage. Senior, was the previous Sage King convention a scheme set up by Lord Brahma? Long Chen couldn't help asking. If Lord Brahma set up such a thing, isn't he shooting himself in the foot? He is from the human race, and his followers are also from the human race, said Long Chen. Child, sometimes you are smart, but sometimes not really. Has the human race been completely unified by Lord Brahma? Are you saying that Lord Brahma is doing this to wipe out any dissidents? He's going to get rid of everyone who doesn't rely on him. Long Chen gasped. If that was the case, Lord Brahma was truly ruthless. He was a pure dictator, the pinnacle of follow me and prosper, oppose me and perish. But how can Lord Brahma guarantee that those lifeforms don't attack his followers? Asked Long Chen. Lord Brahma's power isn't something that you can imagine. When it comes to restraint, when it comes to pretending to be the pig to eat the tiger, he is the master. His followers are spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands, so everything you have seen is only the tip of the iceberg. You have no idea just how much faith energy he has accumulated over millions and millions of years. However, you can extrapolate it based on Enputa and Liao Benkang's level. They were nothing more than some tiny bandits beneath him but possessed such faith energy that they could easily fight across realms. It's not hard to guess just how much stronger Lord Brahma is, said the dragon expert. Long Chen was shocked. Lord Brahma was actually far more terrifying than he had expected. Previously, he had thought that Enputa and Liao Benkang were Lord Brahma's left and right hands. However, then the 8 divine commanders appeared, and only then did Long Chen realize that those 2 were tiny figures beneath Lord Brahma. Were there even more terrifying forces above the 8 divine commanders? Lord Brahma's faction was enormous, so large that it was unimaginable. Lord Brahma's cultivation base is unrestricted by the laws of heaven and earth due to his immense reserves of faith energy. Faith energy is like accumulating specks of sand to condense an enormous tower. As for Lord Brahma, he is the existence that stands at the top of this tower. I'm telling you all this because I don't want you to underestimate him. You have disguised your identity as a 9-star heir very well, and even the 8 divine commanders did not suspect you. You must continue like this. As once your identity is exposed, Lord Brahma will personally deal with you. Before growing up, you simply are not on the same level as him. In a direct clash, you will undoubtedly die. Junior understands, said Long Chen solemnly. Let us move on from Lord Brahma for now. Let me tell you about those lifeforms behind the gate. With your current power, within the same realm, you would only be considered above average when compared to those lifeforms, said the dragon expert. Long Chen instantly shot up, filled with disbelief. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.